The Countess of Chaos, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1, Mordaunt Grange, Yorkshire, 1815. The betrothal celebration pressed in around Lizzie, the heat of too many bodies, the cloying sweetness of hothouse roses already wilting in their vases, the relentless brightness of crystal chandeliers blazing against the crimson silk of her gown, a color Lord Mordaunt had insisted upon, bold and demanding as the man himself, the same crimson as the hunting jackets worn by his ancestors, whose portraits lined the great hall, each face bearing the same cruel mouth and hawkish nose their descendant had inherited. Through towering windows the moors stretched endless and dark, heather and gorse swallowed by approaching night. The wild landscape beyond mocked the forced gaiety within, where the cream of Yorkshire gathered to celebrate her imprisonment. "Your father seems in better spirits," Lady Ashworth observed, materializing at Lizzie's elbow with the practiced stealth of a society matron. Amazing what the prospect of a good match can do for one's constitution, and such a magnificent estate. Her shrewd eyes took in Lizzie's rigid posture. "Though you appear somewhat less enthusiastic, my dear." Lizzie's stomach turned, but she kept her expression pleasant, the mask her upbringing demanded. "Excuse me," she managed, her voice tight. "I find myself in need of air." She didn't wait for a response, knowing the gossips would feast on her rudeness. Let them. Soon enough, they'd have weightier scandals to discuss. The library beckoned, its massive oak doors standing half open. Lady Elizabeth Ashworth hesitated at the threshold, her father's voice echoing in memory. "Books, my dear girl, are the only true refuge in times of trouble." How many hours had she spent in Ashworth House's library, curled in a worn chair, while Lord Thomas Ashworth lost himself in his precious antiquities? Her father's wealth had provided every imaginable comfort, but even the Ashworth coffers could not shield her from her own mistake. Inside, leather-bound volumes lined the walls in neat rows, their gilded spines catching the firelight from the crackling hearth. The scent of beeswax and aged paper wrapped around her as she eased the door shut, muffling the orchestra and brittle laughter beyond. This library, like everything else in Mordaunt's world, spoke of wealth rather than wisdom, each volume chosen for its binding, not its contents. Her father would have been appalled. How ironic that Mordaunt, who had courted her with such fervor and charm, had turned out to be nothing more than a polished gambler with mounting debts. She had agreed to the match before she knew of the unpaid tradesmen banging on his gates, of the byblows he refused to support, of the hollow husk his so-called fortune had become. She had believed him worthy of his title, a man whose admiration was as sincere as it was flattering. But she had learned too late Mordaunt admired only her dowry and the security it promised. Her hand clenched the edge of the desk. She had tried to end the engagement, but Mordaunt had refused her pleas, dismissing her objections with a cold smile and veiled threats. He had made it clear that he viewed her fortune as already his and would not release her from the trap she'd walked into. "Found you." The voice slithered through the shadows. Lizzie had been raised on Shakespeare and Homer, taught to face life with wit and wisdom, but nothing in her scholarly upbringing had prepared her for the predatory intent in that tone. Lord Mordaunt emerged from between the towering bookcases, moonlight and firelight warring across the planes of his face. He was beautiful in the way of ancient marble, all cold perfection and sharp edges. His evening clothes, impeccably tailored in midnight blue, emphasized the breadth of his shoulders and the lethal grace of his movements. But it was his eyes that held her. Wells in winter, with something moving in their depths that sent her pulse skittering. He moved with deliberate possession, of space, of air, of possibility. The scent of his cologne reached her first, sandalwood and something sharper, more bitter. It filled her lungs, made it harder to breathe. "My lord," she said, lifting her chin, "I merely needed a moment's respite." "From our engagement celebration?" He moved closer, each step measured. "One might think you were reluctant." "I am reluctant." The words escaped before she could stop them, hanging in the air between them. "This arrangement is binding." He was upon her in 2 strides, his proximity forcing her back until a reading desk pressed on her spine. "Your fortune ensures that, my dear." The endearment dripped from his lips. Lizzie's hands curled into fists at her sides, her nails cutting half-moons into her palms. The pain helped anchor her against the rising tide of panic. She made herself meet his gaze, though every instinct screamed at her to look away, to make herself smaller, less of a target. "I will not be bartered like chattel, my lord. Find another bride to." His hand shot out, fingers wrapping around her upper arm with bruising force. "You seem to labor under the misapprehension that you have a choice in this matter." His breath, tainted with wine, washed over her face. "Let me disabuse you of that notion. Release me." She tried to wrench free, but his grip only tightened. "You will be my wife," he growled, his other hand catching her face, fingers digging into her cheeks. "One way or another. If you refuse to come willingly to our marriage bed." His gaze raked down her body, leaving her feeling stripped bare despite her layers of silk and muslin. "Perhaps we should give scandal a head start." Lizzie thrashed against his hold, but he was already forcing her back against the desk, his weight pinning her as his free hand tore at her bodice. The rip of fabric, silk surrendering, echoed through the room. "I shall tell them you forced yourself." "No one will believe you over me," he panted against her ear, his weight crushing her. Her ribs ached where the desk pressed into them. Her lungs burned, but her voice came out steady as a blade. "Is this how you prove yourself a man, my lord, through force and threats?" Her lip curled. "You are nothing but a coward playing at power." The truth struck home. Mordaunt's face twisted, something feral replacing the aristocratic mask. His hands shot to her throat, fingers digging into the delicate flesh with crushing strength. "Insolent witch," he snarled. "I'll teach you the meaning of power." The room narrowed to a tunnel. Through what remained of her vision, she saw the bronze statue of Pan on the desk beside her, Mordaunt's prized possession. Her fingers closed around its base, even as the light bled away. "You shall not have me," Lizzie said, and brought the statue down. The sound it made against Mordaunt's skull echoed through the library, the tolling of a bell that had announced both weddings and deaths across these moors for centuries. His hands fell from her throat, their gazes locked in that eternal moment, his eyes wide with outrage and disbelief, hers steady despite the terror coursing through her veins. Then he crumpled, falling away from her like something discarded. "Oh God." The whisper seemed to echo off the library's vaulted ceiling, where painted cherubs looked down with bland indifference. She was alone at Mordaunt's Grange, surrounded by his family and retainers, with his cooling corpse at her feet. The Yorkshire magistrates would not look kindly upon a woman who had killed her betrothed, no matter her reasons. "They'll hang me from the same oak where his grandfather strung up the border raiders." The local legend, suddenly, horribly relevant. The thought spurred her into action. She snatched her torn shawl from where it had fallen, wrapping it around her shoulders to hide the damage to her bodice. Her fingers arranged the fabric to cover the worst of it. Every second stretched, each creak of the old house stopping her breath. Through the library's mullioned windows, the storm rolled in across the moors. Black clouds swallowed the stars. A true Yorkshire night. The kind where men wandered off the path and were lost forever in the treacherous bogs and hidden ravines. The library door opened silently under her trembling hand. The sounds of the celebration drifted down the corridor. Laughter, music, the clink of crystal. All so obscenely normal it made her teeth ache. She kept her steps measured, though her pulse drummed in her ears. Hawkins, who had served the Mordaunts since before she was born, stood in his usual place in the marble foyer, his face a mask of studied indifference. Only the slight raising of one eyebrow betrayed any reaction to her disheveled state. "I believe I shall take a turn in the gardens," Lizzie heard herself say, her voice steadier than she had any right to expect. The lie tasted of ashes. The butler inclined his head, though surely he must see the wild look in her eyes, the way her shawl clutched too tightly at her throat. "Very good, miss, though it looks to rain." His Yorkshire accent seemed to wait the warning. Or was it a threat? Like master, like man. The Mordaunts had ruled this corner of Yorkshire for generations, breeding loyalty as deep as the roots of the oaks that dotted their estate. The night air hit her as she stepped outside, sharp and damp, carrying the first metallic tang of the coming storm. Her feet carried her across the manicured lawn toward the stables, where lamplight spilled from the tack room, along with masculine laughter and argument. "Not bloody likely with cards marked like that." "Shut it, you're just sore about losing." The grooms' voices provided cover as Lizzie slipped into the nearest stall. Her unsteady fingers worked at the saddle, muscle memory from countless childhood rides, taking over where conscious thought failed. The horse, a tall bay gelding, shifted, picking up on her fear. "Hush now," she whispered, though her own hands shook worse than his flanks. Leading him out was terrifying in its slowness, each step chosen to avoid drawing attention from the card players mere yards away. Once clear of the stable, Lizzie swung herself into the saddle and kicked the horse into motion. They burst from the stable yard at a gallop, hooves thundering against packed earth as they fled. She had no notion of direction or destination, only that she must put distance between herself and that book-lined room. The wind tore at her hair, pulling pins free until it streamed behind her. Her muscles screamed protest at the punishing pace, but she urged the horse on, into the night. The ironwork gates of Mordaunt's Grange fell away behind them as she urged the gelding onto the moor road, where centuries of cartwheels and horseshoes had worn twin ruts into stony earth. The last vestiges of civilization, the ordered gardens, the carefully maintained drives, gave way to wilderness. Here was the true Yorkshire, untamed and indifferent to human suffering. Heather whipped past, its late summer blooms rendered colorless by the night. The horse's hooves struck sparks against hidden stone, each impact jolting through her body. She bent low over his neck, her tears lost to the wind that keened across the open moorland. Behind her, Mordaunt's Grange crouched against the sky, its windows still blazing with celebration. How long before they found him? Before the hunt began? She dug her heels harder into the gelding's flanks. "Faster," she whispered, though the wind tore the word away. "Please, faster." The first heavy drops of rain fell in answer. They struck her face, needle-sharp, soaking through her thin ball gown until the silk clung to her skin. Her hair, already loosened from its pins, plastered against her neck. The gelding snorted in protest, his stride growing uncertain on the treacherous ground. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the landscape in sharp relief. The jutting bones of crumbling stone walls, the dark mouths of abandoned quarries, the twisted shapes of hawthorn trees bent permanently sideways by centuries of wind. In that brilliant moment, Lizzie saw the path divide. One fork leading down toward the valley where distant lights promised villages and help, the other winding up into the high moors where no sane person ventured after dark. They'll expect me to seek civilization. Mordaunt's men will watch the valley roads. The choice made itself. When the black slammed back down, she guided the horse onto the upland path. The slope grew steeper, the track narrower. Somewhere above her, a grouse called, harsh and mocking. The fall came without warning. The shock of impact stole her breath, her ribs screaming as she struck the ground. Through sheets of rain, she glimpsed her mount vanishing into the rain, her last tether to anything snapping clean. A hollow laugh escaped her throat. Civilization. As if anything about this night had been civilized. She lurched to her feet and plunged into the woods beside the road. Branches reached for her, tearing at her face, her hair, her gown. Her shawl, her last pretense at propriety, caught and ripped away. She left it hanging. The ground disappeared. Time shattered. The world spun, shadow and lightning, each flash illuminating her descent. Her silk ball gown offered no protection as she tumbled through thorny gorse and over sharp stone. Pain bloomed across her body. Then, water. The impact drove the air from her lungs. Cold seized her, bone deep, turning her muscles to stone. The sodden silk of her skirts dragged her deeper, party finery transformed to funeral shroud in the space of a breath. Is this how it ends? The thought came with strange clarity. Not by the hangman's rope, but drowned in a forgotten corner of Yorkshire. Something brushed her leg, a touch like dead fingers reaching. The terror of it galvanized her frozen limbs. She kicked hard, her feet finding purchase in the slimy bottom. Up. She had to go up. She broke the surface with a sound that was half sob, half prayer. Rain needled her face as she fought toward solid ground, her fingers clawing into mud that seemed determined to drag her back. She collapsed onto firmer earth. The world took on a dreamlike quality, as if she watched herself from somewhere far above, a mud-covered creature that had once been a lady, crawling from the primordial depths of Yorkshire's wild places. Disgraceful, she whispered, though whether she meant her current state or the entire sequence of events that had led her here, she couldn't say. The cold crept deeper, turning her bones to ice as the wind keened through heather and gorse. The sound might have been lost souls crying, or perhaps the baying of hounds, already on her scent. But what if? The thought struck harder than any blow Mordaunt had landed. She saw him rising from the library floor, his face twisted from aristocratic hauteur to something bestial, gathering his men and hounds for the hunt. The image sent a final shudder through her before unconsciousness claimed her. Through fading consciousness, she glimpsed a strange orange glow growing stronger through the curtain of rain, lamplight cutting through the storm, or perhaps the fires of hell come to claim their due. Chapter 2, Thorncliff Manor, Yorkshire, 1815. Dawn crept across the Yorkshire moors like watercolor bleeding onto wet paper, turning the sky from iron to pearl. Lucian Rothwell, Earl of Thorncliff, moved through his sodden woods with the silent grace of a predator, his rifle balanced in gloved hands. The air held that peculiar clarity that followed a great storm, each leaf, each blade of grass vibrating with renewed life. These dawn hunts were his private ritual, a moment of solitude before the weight of his title and responsibilities settled upon his shoulders once more. From this vantage point, near the ravine that divided his lands from Mordaunt's Grange, he could see across to his neighbor's estate, a darker mass against the lightening sky. His jaw tightened at the sight. The Mordaunts had been thorns in Yorkshire's side for generations. He reached the lip of the ravine and halted, every hunter's instinct sharpening at once. Something was wrong. The morning birds had gone silent, and there, a flash of crimson against the mud-dark bank below, like a splash of blood on a painter's canvas. Cursing under his breath, he descended the treacherous slope, his boots finding purchase where a less experienced man would have fallen. The huddled shape resolved into a woman, her ball gown more brown than red now, her dark hair a tangled mess across her face. "Madam?" He touched her cheek, cold as marble. His fingers sought the pulse at her throat. There. The faintest flutter of life. Without hesitation, he gathered her into his arms. She was not slight, but Lucian had never been one to balk at difficulty. Besides, there was a quality about her, even unconscious and mud-covered, that commanded care rather than pity. The trek back to Thorncliff Manor seemed longer with his sodden burden. As he approached the grand house, its Gothic spires gilt with morning light, he could already imagine Mrs. Pippin's reaction. His housekeeper treated any deviation from routine as a personal affront from Providence. His voice echoed through the gleaming foyer as he shouldered open the heavy door, leaving a trail of mud and water in his wake. "Mrs. Pippins, come here at once." The housekeeper appeared in the doorway like a startled hen, her cap slightly askew, her faded eyes widening to proportions that might have been comical in less dire circumstances. Oh, my lord, whatever is? Oh, the carpets!" Lucian shifted the woman's weight in his arms, summoning the patience he usually reserved for skittish horses. "A woman, Mrs. Pippins, found half drowned in the ravine. The carpets will survive." Mrs. Pippins clutched at her throat, her eyes darting between the mud-soaked woman and the pristine marble floor now bearing the evidence of their dramatic entrance. But who is she? And where shall we, that is to say, a lady in such a state? His voice carried the weight of centuries of aristocratic command. "Mrs. Pippins, this woman needs immediate attention. Have Sarah prepare a hot bath in the guest chamber nearest my study. Send Thomas for Dr. Harrison at once, and have Ellen bring up fresh linens and one of the spare nightgowns kept for my sister's visits." The housekeeper's hands fluttered like agitated doves. "But, my lord, to have an unknown female here in a bachelor's household. Would you prefer I left her to drown in the ravine?" His patience, legendary among his staff, was wearing thin. "Or perhaps I should have inquired as to her credentials and letters of introduction while she lay unconscious in the mud." "No, of course not, but then I suggest you focus your considerable energies on seeing to her comfort rather than on imagining scandal where none exists." The woman in his arms stirred, a reminder of urgency more persuasive than any command. And Mrs. Pippins, have cook prepare her strengthening broth. No doubt our guest will need sustenance once she's properly cleaned and warmed. Mrs. Pippins bobbed a nervous curtsy. Yes, my lord, but what will people say? Lucian paused on the first step, fixing his housekeeper with a look that had cowed far more formidable opponents. They will say that the Earl of Thorncliff acted as any gentleman would when finding a lady in distress, unless, of course, you would prefer they discuss how he left her to the mercy of the Moors out of concern for his carpets. No, Mrs. Pippin's cap ribbons trembled with renewed agitation. I shall see to everything at once. Though perhaps, should I send word, Lady Adelaide might. His voice held a note of finality that brooked no further discussion. Mrs. Pippins, the bath, the doctor, the broth, in that order, if you please. The woman grew heavier with each step, her sodden ball gown releasing rivulets of muddy water that traced dark patterns down his hunting jacket. Even through the mud and degradation of her finery, an elegance clung to her. This quality made him wonder what sort of lady had been caught in last night's fury wearing evening dress. The scent of rain and wild heather rose from her skin beneath the dirt, mingled with lingering traces of what might have been French perfume. A lady of quality, then, though what she was doing in his ravine was a mystery that would have to wait. Behind him, Mrs. Pippin's voice carried up the stairs in a steady stream of instructions, her natural gift for command temporarily overwhelming her anxiety about propriety. Ellen, fetch those nightgowns this instant. Sarah, the copper should already be heating. Thomas, tell Dr. Harrison it's an emergency. Though mind you, don't spread tales in the village about our unexpected guest. Lucian shifted his burden, debating which piece of furniture to sacrifice to their mutual dishevelment. The rose-patterned chair by the fire seemed the most fitting victim. He'd never cared for its garish abundance of blooms. He moved toward it with purpose, but his boot caught the edge of a Turkish carpet's fringe. The world tilted. They fell together, his curse muffled against what turned out to be a decidedly solid form beneath him. A small sound, half gasp, half groan, escaped her lips. Her voice came low, rich with confusion and an edge of wariness. Good Lord, what? He raised himself just enough to meet her gaze and felt the impact of it like a blow. Eyes that shifted like the sea before a storm, green or blue or both, blazing out of her mud-masked face with a ferocity that dared him to look away. Then her mouth opened wide. He recognized the inevitable. Don't scream, I'm not. She screamed. The sound held all the fury of the storm that had brought her to his door, and she became a whirlwind of thrashing limbs and alarmingly accurate blows. No, you shall not. Lucian fought to extricate himself with at least a shred of dignity. Stop it, I will not hurt you. A well-placed fist connected with his jaw, ending any hope of a dignified resolution. He sprang back, putting welcome distance between himself and his violent guest. She sat up, those extraordinary eyes blazing like gems in a wasteland. He nursed his jaw, tasting copper. Damn, I told you I wasn't going to hurt you. Her chest heaved with each breath, drawing his attention, against every gentlemanly instinct, to the torn state of her bodice. Just what were you doing then? He straightened his coat with what he felt was admirable restraint. I fell. She blinked. You fell? The mud had clearly affected her hearing as well as her temperament. Yes, I was carrying you, and I fell. I assure you I harbored no base intentions. Intelligence sharpened behind her confusion. Why were you carrying me? Lucian brushed at his ruined coat, clinging to the last threads of his patience. An excellent question. I found you unconscious down by the ravine, half drowned and entirely mysterious. I made the apparently misguided decision not to leave you there. She studied him with an intensity that belied her vulnerable position. A smile cracked the mud around her lips. And despite everything, the mud, the fury, the absurdity of them both, it was charming. You carried me all this way? He arched a brow. Indeed, no simple task, I assure you. Amusement lit those storm-colored eyes. How ungallant of you to say so. With a barely suppressed groan, she attempted to rise from the floor, her movements as graceful as her current state allowed. The moment she gained her feet, she swayed. Lucian reached to steady her, earning himself another sharp slap. Unhand me, sir. Unhand me this instant. He stepped back with more haste than dignity. With pleasure. She wove like a sapling in strong wind. Heavens! When he reached for her again, she waved him off with imperious dismissal. I shall manage perfectly well if you would kindly refrain from manhandling my person. His hands fell to his sides. Manhandling? I vastly preferred you unconscious. My exact sentiments. Her gaze swept the room before returning to appraise him with unnerving directness. You're quite filthy, you know. If I am filthy, madam, you are the architect of my destruction. He gestured pointedly to her mud-encrusted form. She glanced down at herself, displeasure sharpening the set of her mouth. Yes, I see your point. A cautious step and a sharp intake of breath. Lord above, you've certainly bruised me. I did nothing of the sort. You arrived in that condition. The question seemed directed more at herself than at him. Did I? A shadow crossed her expression. I confess I feel rather weak. Might I? She swayed again. Might I rest a moment? He indicated the rose-patterned monstrosity by the fire. The chair. But I shall ruin it completely. It's of no consequence. I detest the thing. A rich chuckle escaped her, catching them both off guard. In that case, I shall be delighted to oblige. She tottered toward it, and Lucian clenched his hands to keep from offering assistance. She collapsed into the chair with improbable dignity, there, somehow looking regal in her deplorable state. Who are you, sir? He stiffened. Rather, who are you? Instead of answering, she studied him with that same piercing intensity. Then mischief sparked in her eyes. I did ask you first. He gave a slight bow, more sardonic than respectful. Very well. Lucian Rothwell, Earl of Thorncliff, at your dubious service. The corner of her mouth tugged upward. And most definitely wishing you weren't. Drawing herself up with remarkable poise for someone covered in mud, she tilted her head. Thorncliff. I don't recall the name. Tell me, do you know me, sir? Lucian exhaled a breath of impatience, watching as this enigma arranged herself in his least favorite chair as though it were a throne. I would not have asked your identity if I already knew it, madam. Uncertainty crossed her features, or fear, quickly masked. Her fingers traced an absent pattern on the chair's arm, leaving muddy whorls like ancient runes. No, I suppose not, but please think carefully. Are you quite certain you don't know me? His teeth clenched. Madam, I am entirely positive I do not. The words came softly, almost lost in the crackling of the fire. I see. She drew a breath that seemed to tremble. That is unfortunate. Madam, I strongly doubt that. She laughed then, turned her face toward him and laughed, and the sound held notes of both music and madness. No, Mr. Ungallant, I would agree with you on that point. However, her fingers ceased their nervous tracing. If you had known me, it would have been a convenience. Not a pleasure, to be sure, but a convenience. Wariness crept through him. Why would it be convenient? Her smile turned brittle as frost on a window pane. Because then you could tell me my name. What? My name. The words fell precise as cut crystal. Who am I? I heard you. He studied her with growing concern. What do you mean by it? Her voice held steady, though her hands had begun their restless movement again. Simply that my name appears to have slipped my memory, along with any other thought of who I am, where I am, or how I came to be here. What? The word emerged as more roar than question. She lifted her chin, defiance tangled with vulnerability in her expression. My lord, I distinctly remember you asking that same question mere moments ago. Might we progress to something more illuminating? Lucian stalked across the room, his boots leaving muddy prints on the Turkish carpet. Madam, I care for nothing else at present except your name. That same unreadable smile curved her lips. On that point, at least, we are in perfect agreement. I would very much like to know it as well. He raked a hand through his hair. God above, what manner of madness is this? The kind that cannot seem to remember herself. Her composure was maddening, though I have no doubt that, given time, all will become clear. He paced before the fire. Madness. Sheer madness. Her gaze tracked his movement, sharp with intelligence for all her claimed confusion. So it would seem, though I don't feel particularly deranged. I have no desire whatsoever to rant or rave, unlike some present company. Lucian braced his hands against the mantelpiece, studying their reflections in the mirror above. He, mud-spattered but composed, she, a bedraggled queen holding court from his despised rose chair. The firelight caught the fine bones of her face beneath the mud, hinting at a beauty that would be formidable once revealed. A dangerous thought. Amnesia. The word dropped into the space between them like a stone into still water. Her lips curved, that wicked amusement bright in her eyes. Is that my name? And here I thought you claimed not to know me. He turned to face her, exasperation battling an unwanted fascination he was in no mood to examine. For God's sake, it is a condition, madam, a malady of the mind brought about by trauma to the head or... He studied her more carefully now, noting the shadow of bruising at her throat, partially obscured by mud but unmistakable. Rage, dark and sudden, caught him at the base of his ribs, whoever had marked her so, or by experiences the mind wishes to forget. Her light tone was belied by the way her hand drifted to her throat. Oh, are you a doctor then? How fortunate. He chose his next words with care. I am not a doctor, merely a man who reads extensively. She settled deeper into the chair, as if its garish roses might offer protection. I see. Then it seems I have this amnesia, as you call it. I don't feel mad. She laughed, the sound rich and startling in its genuine humor. Addled, perhaps. I seem to think I'm intelligent, though I cannot be entirely certain of that either. There was something both alluring and unsettling about a woman who could hold herself together while her world lay in pieces. Perhaps too intelligent. She looked up at him, and pride reasserted itself through the exhaustion and confusion, a visible straightening, as if she were drawing armor around herself from the inside. She stood slowly, each movement deliberate, dignified, despite the ruin of her gown. Well, I cannot say it was a pleasure to meet you, Lord Thorncliff, for I doubt you would permit me that polite lie, but I can thank you. Firelight caught the mud-dried silk of her gown as she approached him, transforming the ruined crimson to dried blood. Her hand, when she extended it, was finer boned than he would have guessed beneath its coating of Yorkshire earth. I shall take my leave now. I am sorry I am unable to return the favor of a name, but there you have it. Lucian stared down at her muddy hand, struck by the incongruous elegance of her gesture. She pulled it back with a ghost of a smile. Forgive me. I have shared enough of my mud with you, have I not? She moved past him toward the door, her torn skirts rustling like dead leaves across the Turkish carpet. He spun. Just where do you think you are going? One grimy hand rested on the doorknob as if it were a ballroom fan. I do not know, but I can see I have trespassed upon your charity long enough. You intend to go wandering the roads looking like that, and without memory of your name? She waved a mud-caked hand with a grace that bordered on theatrical. What is in a name? But if you would be so kind as to tell me where I am. His arms folded across his chest. You're at Thorncliff Manor, 20 miles from Helmsley, the nearest market town on this side of the ravine. The next estate isn't for 10 miles in any direction. Nothing but moor and heath between here and civilization. Recognition or fear flashed across her face. Helmsley? He watched her with the attention he usually reserved for wounded creatures that might bolt. You'll have a long walk. She looked at him then, and the last of her composure crumbled like the edges of the ravine after a storm. Muttering an oath, Lucian crossed the room in 2 strides and caught her. This time, she didn't fight. Her fingers clutched his jacket as she sagged against him, warm and solid for all that she was half drowned. Oh, dear. Damn. He swept her off her feet, carried her to the bed, and bent to lay her upon it. Her fingers tightened on his shoulders. No. The protest came faint but stubborn. I shall soil the bed. I do not care. He lowered her down. Do you not like anything in this room? Still holding on to him, hysteria threading beneath the humor. Lucian became acutely aware of the absurdity of his position, gripped by a woman sprawled upon the bed, neither of them willing to be the first to let go. Madam, now it is you who manhandles me. Her arms withdrew slowly. Yes. There is nothing more tiresome than being mauled, is there not? Lucian straightened and stared down at his mysterious guest, entirely at a loss. She had turned her face away, but tremors ran through her body like ripples across still water. Her vulnerability pierced through the distance he kept between himself and the world, the distance he'd spent years building. He took her hand. She wouldn't look at him, but her fingers wound through his with a strength that surprised him. Her voice caught on the words. I am sorry. I am being truly foolish. I thought I was acting so well." His own voice came out rougher than he intended, struck by how small her hand felt in his, despite the spirit that had so recently driven her to strike him. "You were." She turned to face him then, tears swimming in her eyes. "Thank you." The word came out strained, almost raw. "Madam, do anything but cry." A sniff. Somehow she made even that sound elegant. "Oh, is it not terrible? I rarely resort to it. It is so useless, and it makes one's eyes so unbecomingly red." A laugh threaded through her words, weaving grief into music. Lucian stood frozen, uncertain whether she was serious or whether this was another facet of her maddening complexity. "Indeed. Now rest. I have sent for the doctor, and he should arrive soon." A fleeting expression crossed her face, too quick for him to read. "The doctor? Do you think he'll know me?" "No, I wish to ascertain that you were not hurt in any other manner." The sound she made wavered between laugh and sob. "Of course. How sensible of you." Practicality, his favorite barricade. "I have ordered a bath to be brought up." Her eyes blazed to life like stars emerging after storm clouds. "A bath! How wonderful! And here I castigated you upon your lack of gallantry. Forgive me." Her swift transitions, despair to delight, fury to grace, left him unsteady on ground he'd thought was solid. He pulled his hand free and stepped back. "Of course, I shall leave you to rest, madam." She sank deeper into the pillows with a sigh that seemed to hold the weight of more than exhaustion. "Do not call me madam. It makes me think of a headmistress." Treacherous ground, and he knew it. "What should I call you?" A faint smile. "Amnesia? No, it will not serve." A spark of her earlier wit returned. "Then let us shorten it. How about Amy?" "No," Lucian started. "No, that is not a proper name." "Really?" She turned her head away, but not before he caught the hurt that flashed across her features. "Then what about Annie?" "Annie shall have to do for now." "Anne," he seized upon the more formal version like a lifeline. "Anne, yes, that will do." She did not look back at him, her profile still against the pillow's white expanse. Lucian left the room in silence. Lady Elizabeth sat upon the freshly made bed, wrapped in Lord Thorncliff's nightshirt, a concession that had nearly sent Mrs. Pippins into palpitations before practicality won over propriety. The soft linen carried a faint scent of lavender and sunlight, so at odds with its owner's commanding presence. Her washed hair hung in damp waves down her back, and for the first time since that horrible moment in Mordaunt's library, she felt almost human again. She drew her knees to her chest, pressing her forehead to them as if she could physically hold back the memories threatening to overwhelm her. The bronze pan's weight in her hands, the sickening sound it had made against Mordaunt's skull, the horrible stillness that followed. Each moment played behind her closed eyes with devastating clarity. Safety was an illusion she could no longer afford. Even now, Mordaunt's household would be discovering their master. Even now, the hounds of justice might be baying for her blood. No one would believe her, a debutante whose dowry had drawn the attention of too many eager suitors, over the words of Mordaunt's powerful family. They would call it premeditated, would twist her fortune into motive, would paint her as a calculating murderess rather than a victim. She rose and crossed to the fire. Her hands shook as she held them out to the crackling logs, remembering how those same fingers had searched for a pulse at Mordaunt's throat and found nothing. What had she been thinking, accepting his suit? But that had been the problem. She hadn't been given a choice. "Your father's debts ensure that, my dear," he had said, his smile as cold as winter frost. The tall, blonde earl whose shirt she now wore presented a complication she hadn't anticipated. Thorncliff. The name had been mentioned during her single London season, though she could not recall in what context. Some vague whisper at a ball, perhaps, or a passing comment about Yorkshire nobility. The specifics slipped through her fingers like water, much as her own identity seemed to be doing. His gray eyes held a directness that cut through her, as if he could see straight past her fabrications to the terror beneath. Such sharpness from a country earl unsettled her, yet here he was offering sanctuary when she needed it most. But for how long and at what cost? She had no choice but to trust in the protection of this stranger, at least until she could form some plan beyond blind panic and flight. The irony did not escape her. that her salvation should come in the form of a man whose very home straddled the ravine that had nearly claimed her life. Providence, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of humor. The lie about her memory had come surprisingly easily, born of desperation and self-preservation. But how long could she maintain it? Every moment in his presence felt like walking on ice, never knowing which step might crack the surface and plunge her into the depths below. A log shifted in the fireplace, sending sparks dancing upward. Lizzie watched them fade, thinking how quickly light could turn to darkness, how easily one's world could shift on its axis. One moment she had been the dutiful daughter, determined to fulfill her role in society by making a match befitting her station. The next, a fugitive, her hands stained with blood no amount of washing would remove. A sharp rap at the door. Lizzie turned from the fire, gathering the borrowed nightshirt more closely about her shoulders. "Come in." Mrs. Pippins appeared in the doorway, thin and trembling, resembling nothing so much as a startled wren. Oh, my dear." The housekeeper's reaction made Lizzie wonder what she saw. A bedraggled fugitive masquerading as a lady, or merely a woman wearing her master's nightshirt. Either thought was enough to bring a flush to her cheeks. "What is it, Mrs. Pippins?" The words tumbled out in a breathless rush. That is, Dr. Harrison has arrived. He's just come from bringing young Mrs. Blackwood's twins into the world and—" Lizzie arranged her expression. Confusion, fragility, the right measure of each. "Please show him in." She silently blessed the timing of Mrs. Blackwood's labor. The longer the delay before the doctor's arrival, the more believable her confusion might appear. Mrs. Pippins retreated with a rustle of skirts, returning moments later with a man who seemed to bring half of Yorkshire's weather in with him. Dr. Harrison burst into the room like an autumn storm, all wind-chapped cheeks and rain-dampened coat, spectacles fogged from the transition from cold to warmth. The moment he saw Lizzie, he stopped dead. Gadzooks! Her hands tightened in her lap. Did he recognize her? Had the facade crumbled before she'd had a chance to set it? But years of social training held. She managed a smile. "How do you do, Dr. Harrison?" The doctor stared, his weathered face a study in bewilderment. Fine. Though I'm here to see how you are instead, miss." The false name sat strangely on her tongue, like an unfamiliar piece of music. "Anne, and I am well, I believe, except for an unfortunate lapse of memory." The lie tasted bitter, but she forced herself to meet his gaze with the exact mixture of confusion and earnestness she had practiced in the moments before his arrival. Everything depended on this performance. Her freedom, her future, perhaps her very life. Chapter 3. Adelaide Devon had been a constant in his life for as long as he could remember. His neighbor, his confidant, and if his mother's wishes held sway, his eventual wife. Her graceful presence brought a touch of order to his otherwise tumultuous existence. But today, even her steady warmth couldn't soothe the frustration still simmering beneath his ribs. Adelaide settled into the leather wing chair with the ease of a woman who had occupied it 100 times before. The firelight caught the copper threading through dark hair tamed into fashionable curls. "I'm sorry Mother couldn't come. She's gone to attend my Aunt Mary, who's taken ill. In fact, I received her missive just before yours arrived, bidding me follow." Lucian looked up from where he stood at the fireplace, one arm braced against the carved mantel. It was Mrs. Pippin's notion entirely. She seemed to think it scandalous to have a strange woman in my household without proper chaperonage. Adelaide's laugh held genuine warmth. "Indeed, that is Mrs. Pippin's way." "I hardly know who she thought needed the chaperone." His fingers drummed against the mantel's edge. "If she worried for the woman, she knows very well I'm no lady's man. And if she worried for me—" His mouth quirked. "A more unappealing, nettlesome woman I've yet to meet." "She truly remembers nothing?" Adelaide leaned forward, concern etched on her face. "How dreadful. She must be terrified." "Terrified?" Lucian's bark of laughter held no humor. "Women who are terrified don't generally cuff you about the ears and then lecture you on your lack of gallantry." "She didn't." "She did." His grimace spoke volumes. "Faith, the woman announced she would leave, and I was fool enough to stop her." "Oh no, Lucian, you couldn't have let her leave, not in her condition." "I know." He turned to face the fire, its light casting his profile in sharp relief. But I've no desire to play host to any woman, let alone one like that. I'm far too busy to play nursemaid to a mystery. Adelaide's frown held both concern and speculation. If you wish, I could remain. She might stay with me until her memory returns. God forbid. The words emerged sharper than he intended. I wouldn't inflict her upon you or anyone else in the family. No, I was the one foolish enough to fish her from the pond. I'll bear the consequences. His jaw set with familiar determination. I'll speak to the magistrate, make inquiries about any missing persons. You're a good man, Lucian. Adelaide's gaze held steady on his. Even if you don't like to admit it. Her words landed somewhere he didn't want them, a reminder of the expectations that came with her calm regard, expectations he wasn't certain he could meet. A knock interrupted them, and Dr. Harrison bustled in, bringing with him the scent of rain and horse and the astringent bite that clung to every country physician like a second coat. Lucian. Dr. Harrison crossed to the offered chair, his movements betraying the wariness of a man who had spent the night bringing new life into the world. About your patient. Lucian straightened. The doctor's tone had shifted, that careful neutrality a medical man adopted when the news required sitting down. Every nerve sharpened. How is she? Harrison lowered himself into the chair, the frown deepening the creases around his eyes. Odd case, very odd case indeed. The girl doesn't remember her own name, nor anything else. Now, I've seen my share of addled minds after head injuries, but this, he trailed off, his face troubled. Amnesia. Lucian watched the doctor's face for what the words weren't saying. What's that? The medical term for her condition. His gaze met Adelaide's across the room. Her fingers worried at the ribbon of her bonnet, a childhood habit that had amused him through their endless summers together on neighboring estates. Harrison waved away the terminology, a pragmatic man who preferred results to Latin. Call it what you will. The girl's got it right enough. What can be done for her, Dr. Harrison? Adelaide's voice carried its usual gentle concern. Done. The doctor's laugh held little humor. Ain't nothing to be done. Memory's a curious thing, my lady. If it's from a knock to the head, it'll return in its own time, or it won't. But if it's something else... He hesitated, glancing between them. If the mind's protecting itself from something it can't bear to remember, well, that's a different matter entirely. Oh my. Adelaide's complexion paled. How is she otherwise? Lucian kept his voice level, though his hand had curled into a fist at his side. Harrison shifted in his chair. She's bruised and cut all over. A woman of a lesser constitution would be bedridden. A flush crept up his neck. But she's got a fine constitution on her, fine indeed. He remembered Adelaide and cleared his throat. That is to say, then it won't require much to care for her. Lucian's tone brooked no further elaboration. The doctor's burst of laughter held a knowing edge that set Lucian's teeth on edge. My boy, I'm wondering if you're not blind. A woman like that under your roof. He glanced at Adelaide and swallowed whatever he'd been about to say. There is one other thing, nearly forgot in all the rest. As I mentioned, she's bruised all over, but the marks around her throat... The fire crackled into the silence. Shadows leapt across the hearth like restless sentries. Oh no. Adelaide's gaze flicked to Lucian, gauging how much more he could absorb. She had seen that look in his eyes before, a hardening resolve that made her fear he would take this stranger's burdens entirely onto himself. Yes, Harrison's voice dropped lower. Like handprints they are. Could be part and parcel with her other injuries, of course, but he left the implication suspended between them like smoke. I see. Lucian's voice had gone cold, and Adelaide recognized the dangerous stillness that had settled over him, the same unshakable composure that had carried him through years of managing the wild Yorkshire estates and his even wilder tenants. It was the voice that could quiet a room of arguing farmers or stop a spooked horse mid-bolt, and it never failed to remind her that beneath his carefully maintained reserve lay steel. Take a look yourself. Harrison pushed to his feet with a grunt. Though, mind you, I've left instructions with Mrs. Pippins about feeding her up. Rest will do the most good now. He gathered his worn medical bag, the brass clasps dulled by years of faithful service. Best thing for her, rest. Of course. Lucian inclined his head. Perhaps we should keep our patient's presence quiet for the moment. Harrison's lined face creased with understanding. Hadn't intended to spread it about. The rest will be your choice. He paused at the door, amusement tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not too much to care for her, indeed. That's a good one. His chuckle trailed behind him into the corridor, fading with his footsteps until the two of them sat wrapped in thoughtful silence. Lucian faced Adelaide, his jaw set. It seems I have a house guest for an indeterminate time. Adelaide searched his face. What do you think happened to her? I don't know. He moved to the window, watching as Harrison's gig disappeared down the rain-slicked drive. The Yorkshire mists were rolling in, blurring the boundary between Thorncliff's ordered gardens and the wild moors beyond, much like the line between duty and danger was blurring in his own mind. But I believe I'll wait to speak with the magistrate until I've had another conversation with our mysterious guest. He crossed to sit beside Adelaide, the leather of his chair creaking like a confession. Take your tea before you leave, and stop worrying over her. His tone lacked its usual conviction. Go help your mother with Aunt Mary. Adelaide hesitated, her hand brushing the back of the settee. If it weren't for Aunt Mary, I would stay. You know that, don't you? Indeed. A hint of mischief lit Adelaide's smile. I shall be gone only 2 days. Lucian's laugh held an edge of resignation. I doubt anything significant can happen in 2 days, so don't fret. But even as he spoke, a soldier's instinct prickled at the base of his skull, the old warning that had kept him alive through cavalry charges and Yorkshire winters alike. Those bruises around their guest's throat told a story the woman herself could not. 2 days could change everything. He had seen it happen, that swift descent from order into chaos. Lucian rapped upon the door of the blue room, the sound sharp against the corridor's hush. At her soft acknowledgement, he entered to find her silhouetted against the window, a dark shape carved from the gathering Yorkshire twilight. She turned, and the breath left his body as if he'd taken a cavalry charge to the chest. Gone was the mud-masked creature he'd carried from the ravine. In her place stood living proof that God, when he chose, could be an artist of uncommon skill. Her hair, now clean and falling in waves past her shoulders, held the iridescent black of a raven's wing. The alabaster perfection of her face belonged in a sculptor's dreams. High cheekbones, proud brow, and lips that suggested both acratic hauteur and sensual promise. But it was her eyes that held him transfixed, neither green nor blue, but the shifting color of the sea before a storm, holding depths he suspected could drown a man without warning. Good Lord. Lucian understood at last the doctor's poorly concealed mirth. She plucked at the folds of what he recognized as his own nightshirt with an elegance that defied the garment's humble origins. I'm so sorry. Mrs. Pippins lent me this. She was quite distressed about the situation. No consequence. He was still staring. He knew he was still staring. A smile touched those lips. Mrs. Pippins was quite overcome. It seems my gown was beyond salvation, and she couldn't conceive of squeezing me into one of her nightdresses. Good Lord, yes. The words escaped before he could catch them. It's remarkable how well you fill my nightshirt. He cursed inwardly, hearing himself sound like some green boy at his first assembly. She drifted toward the fire, the borrowed nightshirt flowing around her tall frame like a queen's dishabille. Did you speak with Dr. Harrison? Lucian forced himself further into the room, reaching for the familiar comfort of purpose. Yes, that's why I came to speak with you. Indeed? She didn't look up from the flames. He says you bear many bruises. Yes, a studied neutrality coated her voice. I do feel rather battered. Do you have any notion how you came to be in such a state? She turned then, and her stance shifted, cornered prey measuring the distance to the door. Must we go through all this again? I told you I don't remember. One hand swept an arc through the air. Though if you wish, I shall invent a tale for your entertainment. No need. Her defiant humor pulled at him in ways he had no intention of examining, though you hardly seem the type to tumble downstairs. Don't I? She lifted her chin, meeting his gaze with that extraordinary combination of challenge and grace. She should have appeared vulnerable. Instead, her height allowed her to meet his eyes with barely a tilt of her head. Doctor, Harrison mentioned the bruises about your neck. A flicker crossed those sea-storm eyes, memory perhaps, or fear swiftly buried. Did he? I would like to see them. I beg your pardon? Her voice struck the perfect note of aristocratic offense, but Lucian caught the tension drawn tight across her shoulders, the way her hands tightened in the folds of his nightshirt. I assure you, it's purely a medical matter. He kept his voice even, professional. Harrison specifically asked my opinion. I promise no lascivious intent, so you needn't feel compelled to box my ears again. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. No, I see now, you're not the type for villainous intentions. Just so. Now, if you please. If you insist. She turned her head away, the firelight pooling in the hollow of her throat. She remained utterly still, neither helping nor hindering, a living statue wrought from alabaster and midnight. After the briefest hesitation, Lucian reached out to part the collar of his nightshirt. The bruises bloomed dark against her pale skin, unmistakably the work of violent hands. Rage rose in him, primitive and protective, as he placed his own fingers over the marks with infinite gentleness. She gasped, a tremor running through her like a plucked harp string. Her eyes, when his gaze lifted, had turned the color of a storm-tossed sea. For the first time, he saw naked fear in their depths, and beneath it, a dread so profound it seemed to reach beyond memory into instinct. His hands ached to withdraw, to spare her this vulnerability, but medical necessity held them in place. You need not fear me. He watched her throat work as she swallowed. I'm not afraid of you, but if you would be so kind as to remove your hands. Lucian withdrew slowly, his fingers carrying the memory of her skin like a brand. With meticulous care, he restored the collar to its proper place, though he knew the image of those bruises would haunt him long past nightfall. It appears someone tried to strangle you. She fled to the far side of the room, the width of Persian carpet suddenly a fortress wall between them. When she turned, her composure had returned like a shield raised against siege. One brow lifted in challenge. How dramatic! No, his voice went flat, level as still water. Merely logical. Since you have no memory, we must rely on evidence. And evidence suggests someone tried to strangle me? Lamplight sharpened the angles of her face, transforming beauty into severity. Mockery entered her eyes, though it failed to reach the shadows lurking beneath. What a perfectly Gothic conclusion. The poor heroine, fleeing from some shadowy villain who meant her harm. Defiance warred with darker currents in her expression. Or perhaps I'm the villain of this piece? Lucian thought of those bruises, of the raw terror he'd glimpsed before pride shuddered it away. No, I don't believe that. But, a brittle edge crept into her voice, perhaps I escaped a well-deserved fate. Perhaps you should be frightened of me. I'm not afraid of women. No, you wouldn't be. Her tone suggested this was not entirely a compliment. Her sharp assessment surprised a laugh from him, the sound warming the space between them like brandy after a long ride through cold rain. The look she returned, wariness tangled with reluctant amusement, tightened his chest in a way he chose not to examine. They were circling each other again, the same combative dance that had ended with her palm across his face. Let's call a truce, shall we? Harrison says rest is what you need most. She looked down, tracing the carpet's intricate patterns with her gaze. And what did he say of when my memory might return? He doesn't know. Lucian studied her. Therefore, madam, I offer you my home. Their gazes met and held, the moment drawn taut as silk over a blade's edge. Lucian looked away first, striding toward the door. He paused without turning. Whether dramatic or not, I won't make your presence here known unless you wish it. If you do, I'll make inquiries. When he finally looked back, she stood with her head bowed, dark hair falling forward to veil her expression. No, I don't wish it. If you would but suffer my presence, I would be grateful. Her use of the word struck him like an unexpected blow. How could any man consider her company a hardship? Even in his nightshirt, with her hair drying in wild waves and her feet bare against his Turkish carpet, she carried herself with an innate grace that spoke of ballrooms and crystal chandeliers. Every movement, every carefully chosen word revealed not merely breeding, but the quiet authority of a woman accustomed to admiration and deference. Yet here she stood, stripped of titles and silks, seeking sanctuary in his remote Yorkshire estate, her throat bearing the marks of violence. What kind of woman runs from the safety of civilization into the wild reaches of Yorkshire? But he already knew the answer. the kind who had something far more dangerous than the wilderness at her back. Chapter 4. The Yorkshire twilight pressed against Thorncliff Manor's windows, each shadow in every darkening corner pulling Lizzie back to that other room, the one where everything had shattered beyond repair. Bronze striking skull, the terrible stillness that followed. The memory clung to her the way the nightshirt clung to her skin, marking her as dependent, beholden, trapped. She couldn't afford to antagonize her unwilling host, not when discovery meant the gallows. Yet the walls of her confinement sent her thoughts spiraling back to that fatal moment in Mordaunt's library. Frustration clawed at her as she paced the chamber, each turn marking another hour of enforced docility. Her stomach growled with persistent, undignified insistence, while the nightshirt whispered against the Turkish carpet with every step, a soft, constant accusation of dependence. The day had begun innocently enough. After sleeping later than usual, her dreams still bruised by the memory of violent hands at her throat, she accepted Mrs. Pippin's meager offering of toast and tea. But as morning stretched into afternoon, her gilded prison revealed itself with devastating clarity. She summoned the precise tone of command that had once ruled London's drawing rooms. The familiar patterns of aristocratic authority felt like a mask now, but one she desperately needed. I shall take luncheon with his lordship at the appointed hour, and I find myself in need of proper attire. Surely Thorncliff Manor must possess some suitable garments? The request was both reasonable and necessary. No lady could maintain dignity in nothing but a man's nightshirt, whose connection to Lord Thorncliff created a closeness she refused to name. Yet Mrs. Pippins reacted as if Lizzie had proposed inviting Bonaparte to tea. "You wish to take luncheon with Lord Thorncliff?" The housekeeper's cap ribbons trembled with barely suppressed anxiety. "But of course." Lizzie allowed a hint of surprise to color her tone. "I believe the company shall do me good, and proper clothing would do me better still. I shall inquire of his lordship." Mrs. Pippins fled the room before the sentence had fully landed. The luncheon hour came and went. Silence. Another bowl of tepid broth. When questioned, Mrs. Pippins quivered like a leaf in autumn. "His lordship says you must rest and follow the doctor's orders." "And did the doctor order my continued state of undress as well?" Lizzie's sweetness held a razor's edge, but no satisfactory answer materialized. By tea-time, her patience had worn gossamer thin. Another request met with, "His lordship is occupied." Another promise of clothing dissolved like sugar in rain. Even her attempt to ring for service revealed the calculated nature of her confinement. No bell pull hung in her chamber. That small absence spoke volumes about her status beneath this roof. Now twilight painted Thorncliff's lawns in lengthening shadows, each one a reminder of the peril lurking beyond these walls. Somewhere out there, Mordaunt's household must have discovered their master. Soon they would spread word of her flight like wildfire through the countryside. Yet here she sat, caught between terror and tedium, with nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Pippins appeared with yet another bowl of broth. The hour stood barely at 5. No civilized household would contemplate dinner, yet Lizzie's stomach twisted with a hunger that went beyond appetite. This was about power, control, being rendered helpless, one small denial at a time. "And I suppose his lordship dines on broth as well?" Ice crystallized beneath her silken voice. "Of course not." Mrs. Pippins looked scandalized. "His lordship will take his dinner properly at 6. That will be all." Each word landed with the authority she'd once wielded over far grander households than this. An authority that felt like another life entirely, one where she hadn't known the weight of a bronze statue in her hands, the sound it made when it connected with flesh and bone. Her lips curved into a smile that would have given Mrs. Pippins palpitations. It was madness to risk antagonizing her protector, but defiance rose in her like a tide she could not stem. She had submitted once to a lord's arbitrary rules, and that submission had ended in violence and flight. Better to risk everything than surrender to that helplessness again. If Lord Ungallant wished to ignore the conventions of hospitality, then perhaps it was time to show him just how unconventional a guest could be. Lizzie paused in the shadows outside the dining room, the stolen boots suddenly heavy as lead on her feet. Through the open doorway, Lucian sat at his immaculate table, lamplight gilding his sharp profile as he dined in solitary splendor. The scene embodied everything she was about to shatter. Another lord's ordered world, another set of rules about to break apart. The parallel with Mordaunt's library sent ice through her veins, but she forced it down. She was not that woman tonight. Tonight, she was the one in command. Her hands smoothed down the front of his stolen riding jacket. The fine mahogany broadcloth was both armor and provocation, each piece chosen with deliberate care. His best boots, though they clomped ridiculously, his finest breeches, rolled several times at the ankle, and his cream silk cravat, which had resisted all her attempts at proper arrangement. The ensemble made her feel both powerful and absurdly vulnerable, not helped by his scent lingering in the fabric, that woodsy masculine warmth she had no business cataloging. A darkened window at the end of the corridor caught her reflection, a tall figure swallowed by a man's clothes, the cravat listing to one side, the boots comically large beneath rolled hems. She had fled Mordaunt's house in a blood-spattered gown. Now she stood costumed in another lord's wardrobe, preparing to invade his dining room. The absurdity of it pressed against the inside of her ribs like a laugh she couldn't release. Taking a deep breath, she made her entrance. The irregular cadence of her two large boots announced her arrival like a poorly trained footman, but she held her head high, channeling every ounce of dignity her London seasons had taught her. Let him see what his invalid guest had made of herself. Let him understand she would not be so easily confined. The moment Lucian looked up from his plate, the air between them shifted, charged with an awareness she hadn't planned for and couldn't afford. She caught the widening of his eyes, the slight parting of his lips, and felt a treacherous warmth bloom beneath her ribs. This was not part of her plan. Mrs. Pippins, hovering at his elbow with the Wedgwood teapot, proved less composed. The pot slipped from her trembling fingers, shattering against the mahogany with a sound like fate announcing its intentions. Hot tea cascaded across the table and directly into Lucian's lap. "Blast and damn!" He shot to his feet, grabbing for his napkin. The words fell from Lizzie's lips with practiced ease, though her pulse hammered at her own audacity. How many times had she played this role in London's drawing rooms, the perfectly poised lady dispensing gentle reproofs? But then she had the weight of the ton behind her, not stolen clothes and desperate circumstances. "Tsk, such language, my lord. I'm certain Mrs. Pippins meant no harm." "Did you, Mrs. Pippins? Taking advantage of the chaos. Hadn't chaos become her constant companion?" Lizzie approached the table. Each clomping step in his oversized boots felt like a declaration of war, or perhaps of independence. The familiar rituals of dining suddenly seemed as precarious as her situation. The gleam of silver, the pristine white tablecloth, the place setting arranged for one. Always for one. The steadiness of her own voice surprised her. Perhaps a fresh place setting for his lordship, and one for myself, of course, unless you intend to solve the problem of my presence through more subtle means than outright starvation? The words emerged more barbed than she'd intended, but hours of confinement with nothing but broth for company had sharpened her tongue. Besides, the expression on his face, equal parts outrage and unwilling fascination, made her want to push further, to see what lay beneath that aristocratic reserve. Mrs. Pippin's distress manifested in a series of increasingly alarmed chirps as she fluttered between the disaster on the table and her master's thunderous face. Lizzie almost felt sorry for the poor woman, caught between obedience and insurrection. Almost, but a day spent being ignored had hardened her sympathies. She claimed the chair to Lucian's right with deliberate grace, though the boots made her feel like a child playing at grown-up games. The comparison struck too close. Wasn't that exactly what she was doing? Playing at normalcy while murder and manhunts surely stirred beyond these walls? "Mrs. Pippins, do stop trembling so." She heard the echo of countless social encounters in her own voice. How many nervous debutantes had she soothed with that tone? How many anxious hostesses? A performance she could deliver even as her world crumbled around her. I'm sure his lordship has suffered worse catastrophes than a ruined dinner service. She caught Lucian's gaze, held by the storm brewing in those gray eyes, though perhaps not while wearing quite so much of it. The dampness of his evening clothes drew her attention to the broad expanse of his shoulders, the capable strength of his hands as he dabbed uselessly at the spreading stain. She forced her gaze away. She should not notice such things, not when her survival depended on maintaining the delicate balance between defiance and charm. Mrs. Pippin's, Lucian's jaw tightened, teeth still gritted, as he dabbed at his soaked breeches. Fresh place settings, if you please. The housekeeper's gaze darted between them like a sparrow caught between hawks. "My lord?" "You heard his lordship." Lizzie let authority flow into her voice, the way she'd once commanded the staff at Ashworth House. The memory lanced through her. Would she ever see those familiar halls again? Or would her father return from his travels to find his only daughter hanged for murder? And perhaps some dry linens for the table. I would hate to see such fine mahogany suffer watermarks. She adjusted one of his overlarge cuffs with careful fingers, the intimacy of being in his clothing suddenly overwhelming in its implications. His scent clung to the fabric, that same warmth she'd inventoried in his dressing room, the one that made her fingers unsteady. Though I suppose if it does, you could always cover it with a tablecloth. I'm told that's what one does in... What was it you called this? Ah, yes, a simple household. The words were a challenge, reckless and foolish, given her position. But his presence lit a fuse in her she couldn't seem to extinguish, a need to crack that calm and see the man beneath the title. As if understanding him might make sense of the wreckage her life had become. Recognition flickered in Lucian's gray eyes, the dawning understanding that he'd met his match in this particular war of wills. Candlelight etched his aristocratic features in gold and shadow, lending him an almost predatory aspect. Or perhaps that was merely her guilty conscience, finding threats in every corner. You seem remarkably well-versed in household management for a woman who claims no memory of her own name. Don't I? Lizzie allowed herself to smile, though her chest tightened with the risk of every word. Each exchange brought her a step closer to discovery, every retort a dance along the edge of a blade. The expression must have achieved its intended effect, for she watched the color rise along his throat. How fascinating, though I suppose some knowledge is too deeply ingrained to forget, like how to tie a cravat, though I admit that particular skill seems to have escaped me. She touched the lopsided arrangement at her throat, the silk warm from her skin, from his ownership. The intimacy of wearing his clothes shifted beneath her, less defiance now, and more a proximity she hadn't bargained for. Would you care to offer instruction? The moment the invitation left her lips, she wanted to call it back. What was she doing, playing drawing room games when her life depended on distance? And yet he made her forget. The horror that drove her here, the precarious sanctuary, everything but the way his gaze sharpened when she challenged him. I would prefer, each word measured, as if he too felt the ground shifting beneath them, to know how you came to be wearing my clothes in the first place. Oh, that was quite simple. Your dressing room has a perfectly functional bell pull, unlike my chamber. She forced lightness into her tone, burying the memory of that first moment in his private space. How he had surrounded her, cedar and wood smoke and warm linen, how her hands had trembled as she selected each garment. Though I must say, your taste in waistcoats is remarkably staid for a man of your position. All those browns and grays, one might think you were in mourning for color itself. The quip was calculated, an attempt to steer them back to safer waters. Better to play the impertinent guest than let him see how his proximity affected her. Better to risk his annoyance than his insight. She had learned with Mordaunt that a man's perception could be lethal. When Mrs. Pippins cleared away the ruined china, Lucian's attention settled on Lizzie with an intensity that made her want to squirm. She reached for the covered dishes, aware that her unsteady hands betrayed both the hunger she'd been denied and the table manners she supposedly couldn't remember. The crystal decanters caught lamplight like captured stars, their prisms dancing across the mahogany between them. She felt his gaze tracking her hands as she reached for a covered dish, fingers shaking, yes, but moving with the assured grace she couldn't unlearn. She lifted the silver cover with studied composure. I don't suppose you've spent many days subsisting on toast and tepid soup, my lord? Steam rose from the roast beneath, carrying the rich aroma of rosemary and garlic. Her breath caught, imperceptible, she hoped, though the way his expression shifted suggested otherwise. The doctor. Ah, yes, the good doctor's orders. Her lips curved in a smile that held no warmth. Tell me, did he also prescribe the lack of proper attire, or was that particular innovation your own? A muscle worked in his jaw. Guilt, perhaps, though his pride would never permit the admission. Most invalids do not generally make demands upon their host's wardrobe. Most hosts rarely ignore direct requests for necessities, though perhaps that's simply another charming custom of your simple household? The mockery landed. She watched his jaw tighten. How fascinating. One might almost think proper behavior was something ingrained rather than remembered, rather like knowing which fork to use or how not to starve one's guests. I did not. Starve me? No, indeed. Merely suggested I subsist on invalid's broth while you dine on. She made a show of examining another covered dish. Ah, yes, roasted pheasant. How very simple of you. She could see the moment her words hit their mark, the flash behind his eyes that might have been fury or fascination, or that volatile place where the two became indistinguishable. Your cook, at least, seems to understand proper hospitality. She wielded her fork like a rapier, though perhaps she simply hasn't received orders to the contrary. Shall I expect gruel tomorrow, my lord? Or will toast and water suffice? She reached for her wine, and the cravat shifted at her throat. His gaze dropped to the bruises, and she watched the irritation drain from his face, replaced by the same raw, protective fury she'd glimpsed during his examination. The reminder of what those marks meant cut through their battle like a blade through silk. You go too far. The words emerged less stern than intended. She tilted her head, studying him with eyes that seemed to strip every man she met to his foundations, the useful ones and the lethal ones alike. Do I? I rather thought I hadn't gone far enough. Shall we discuss your household's other charming customs? The selective deafness of your staff when guests make reasonable requests? The mysterious absence of bell pulls in certain chambers? Or perhaps... A gleam in her eyes promised trouble. Perhaps we might explore your fascinating views on proper behavior and social expectations. I'm sure you have many thoughts on how ladies ought to conduct themselves. She saw war on his face, the bruises at her throat pulling against his frustration with her tongue. The contradiction seemed to infuriate him more than anything she'd said. I don't believe I invited your opinion on my household's management. No, indeed. You don't seem to invite much of anything, do you? She snatched another piece of bread. Though I suppose that's to be expected from someone so dedicated to, what was it? Ah, yes, managing your estate and planning for its future. Tell me, does this future include keeping all your guests in nightshirts, or am I simply special? His voice dropped to that quiet register, the one that should have warned her to retreat. I don't believe that my future plans are any concern of yours. No? Lizzie knew she should stop, knew she was pushing too far, but the provocation had become a compulsion, born not from courage, but from the ghost of another man's control, of choices made for her, of a grip that had closed around her throat when she dared defy him. But surely your future bride should be warned of what awaits her? The selective hospitality, the rigid rules, the careful constraints placed upon her every movement. His fingers tightened on his wineglass, the tendons standing out along his wrist. Candlelight cast his features in sharp relief, transforming reserve into barely leashed force. For a moment, her breath faltered, not with fear exactly, but with the recognition of power held in check by will alone. What would you know of constraints? Each word fell with the precision of cut crystal. You, who invaded my home, commandeered my clothing, and now sit here critiquing my household as if you had any right. Right? The word escaped her like steam from a kettle left too long on the fire. Shall we discuss rights, my lord? The right to basic courtesy, to proper attire, to be treated as something more than an inconvenient burden to be hidden away and fed broth until one either recovers or conveniently disappears? His eyes fell to her throat, where the cravat had slipped again, bearing the evidence of another man's cruelty. Regret crossed his face, or perhaps understanding, but she was too far gone to stop. Or perhaps you'd prefer to discuss what sort of man plays host to a woman he believes might be anything from a scullery maid to a murderess? What does that say about your vaunted principles, my lord? The silence that followed held the charged weight of the moment before lightning strikes. When he stood, the movement carried such controlled violence that she was grateful for the table between them. Yet even as her body tensed, a reckless part of her thrilled to see that composure finally crack. "Let me be clear, madam." His voice carried the chill of a Yorkshire winter. "My household, my future plans, and my opinions on suitable behavior are not subjects open for your entertainment. You may help yourself to whatever remains of dinner, but I find my own appetite quite gone." He strode from the room like an approaching storm, leaving only the lingering trace of his cologne and the echo of restrained fury in his wake. Lizzie stared at the feast before her, her earlier hunger replaced by a hollow ache that had nothing to do with food. She had won this battle, perhaps, but at what cost? The bruises at her throat seemed to remind her she had nowhere else to go, no one else to turn to, and she had just thoroughly antagonized the one man standing between her and disaster. The food on her plate looked less appetizing than the broth she'd scorned. Chapter 5. The bell above Mrs. Raxton's shop door chimed like fate as Lord Thorncliff ducked his tall frame through the entrance. The seamstress's establishment, redolent with lavender and the whisper of silk against muslin, seemed to shrink around his presence. Ribbons trembled on their spools, and a length of delicate lace fluttered as if catching its breath. "My Lord Thorncliff." Mrs. Raxton's heart performed an elaborate dance step usually reserved for Almack's as she beheld the Earl in her humble domain. After years of admiring his figure from afar, most particularly when he rode past her shop in that well-cut riding coat, here he stood among her fabric bolts and dress forms, looking as comfortable as a wolf in a dovecote. "Yes, Mrs. Raxton." He surveyed the shop with the same wariness Napoleon might have shown upon arriving at Waterloo. "May I help in any way?" She aimed her most encouraging smile at him, the one usually reserved for nervous brides selecting their wedding trousseau. The great Earl clearly wished to be anywhere else, preferably somewhere involving horses or hunting rather than feminine fripperies. "Yes, you may." His frown deepened like gathering clouds. "I need a dress or dresses." "You do?" "Yes, a dress." He nodded with the grim determination of a man facing the guillotine. "Can you supply one?" "Certainly." "Good." His relief was palpable. "Just wrap it up." Mrs. Raxton's professional pride bristled beneath her romantic aspirations. But what kind of dress? Does it matter? Those brows drew together over the storm gray of his eyes. "Anything shall be better than her wearing my clothes." "What?" The word escaped Mrs. Raxton like a startled dove. Surely she had misheard. The Earl of Thorncliff, that paragon of proper behavior, had a woman wearing his clothes? "I meant—" A flush crept up his neck above his perfectly tied cravat. "I meant the clothes that I gave her. Yes, that is what I meant." Mrs. Raxton preened. The Earl had purchased clothing for a woman. Her expert eye traced the breadth of his shoulders, the proud set of his features. Such a waste, really, to let such a fine figure of a man remain a bachelor. And who might she be? She adjusted a nearby bolt of muslin with studied casualness. "She is." His hesitation spoke volumes, each unspoken word filling the small shop like a promise. "She is my cousin, I see." Mrs. Raxton allowed herself a smile as delicate as her finest lace. "And what size is your cousin?" "I would say she is approximately half a head shorter than me." The seamstress's romantic aspirations withered like flowers in frost. Of course, such height must run in the family. Still, and is she? She gathered her courage against his forbidding expression. Do you know her size?" "I just told you." "No." Mrs. Raxton's professional dignity overcame her trepidation. "I mean, is she thin?" A flush crossed Lucian's face, memory perhaps, or an emotion Mrs. Raxton couldn't quite place. "Faith, no, she is no featherweight." "I see." A frown creased her brow like a poorly pressed hem. "Can you not give me more specifications?" "Very well." His jaw tightened as if the words cost him physical effort. "She is full." His hands spanned a bountiful size. "Her waist, she has a decided waist." His hands curved in. "And her hips, lower half." His hands moved out. "Full again." "I see." Mrs. Raxton's lips pressed together like a taut seam. Such a figure, the Earl described, the kind that filled out silk gowns in ways that made men forget their propriety. No wonder the poor man looked so desperately uncomfortable among the feminine delicacy of her shop. Well then, let me get some patterns. Such a figure requires certain fashions. Pattern book? Lucian's scowl could have withered her best French silk. No, I need a dress for her now. This very instant. The day is half over, and God only knows what she is wearing. The implications of that statement hung in the air like perfume, too heady to ignore. Oh, I see. Mrs. Raxton blinked, then shook her head. I am sorry, my lord. I do not think I would have any ready-made dresses for your cousin. He glared at her with an intensity suggesting he'd rather face Napoleon's entire army than spend another moment discussing feminine measurements. You must. I refuse to have her take he caught himself, a muscle working in his jaw. You must have one. But my lord, Mrs. Raxton drew herself up like a general defending her territory. The size you describe is uncommon. Lucian's patience, never abundant, visibly expired. I do not care if it is uncommon. This is a dress shop. My lord. Outrage warred with propriety in Mrs. Raxton's breast. She had not maintained Yorkshire's finest dressmaking establishment by keeping ready-made gowns for mysterious women of impressive proportions who apparently borrowed gentlemen's clothing. Mrs. Raxton. His look suggested he was reconsidering every life choice that had led him to this moment. The fight went out of her like air from a punctured bellows. I shall see what I can do. Lizzie stepped back to survey her handiwork, satisfaction warming her chest despite her current attire. The parlor had transformed under her careful attention. Each piece of furniture now invited conversation rather than discourage it. The ordinariness of the task, so domestic, so blessedly normal, had soothed the constant dread that shadowed her every waking hour. For a moment, she could almost pretend this was her home, that she had a right to be here, improving this beautiful but neglected room. The winged chair by the fireplace required one final adjustment. As she bent to shift it, the cuff of Lucian's shirt slipped over her wrist, carrying his scent, that same cedar and wood smoke warmth she had catalogued in his dressing room. The closeness of wearing his clothing still unsettled her, but it had made the morning's work possible. No lady's gown would have survived such physical endeavors. She laughed. Lady Elizabeth Ashworth, reduced to men's clothing and manual labor. And yet, there was an odd liberation in it all. What the devil is going on here? Lucian's voice crashed through her contentment like thunder across a summer sky. She straightened from the chair, too late remembering the picture she must present. Backside in the air, his own clothing stretched across her decidedly feminine form. Warmth crawled up her neck as she turned. He stood framed in the doorway, a package clutched in his hands, his face caught between outrage and a reluctant fascination she was learning to recognize. Hello, my lord. Do you like it? Like it? The muscle in his jaw worked as his gaze swept the transformed room, those gray eyes turning the color of a winter squall. His tall frame filled the doorway, shoulders rigid beneath his coat, one hand clenched around the package while the other gripped the doorframe as if to prevent himself from... What? Shaking her? Fleeing? Every line of his body spoke of a man whose ordered world had been rearranged without his consent. No, I do not like it. She kept her voice steady, though his fury sent a traitorous thrill along her spine. The shirt she wore suddenly felt too close against her skin, a reminder of exactly how precarious her position was beneath this roof. I have worked at it all morning, and to good effect, I thought. You have worked. His jaw tightened. She watched his gaze catalogue each rearranged piece, the settee now angled toward the fire, the chairs drawn into conversational proximity, the side tables repositioned for tea service. The parlor, once arranged with the careless geography of a bachelor's domain, now invited warmth and company. Whatever he saw in the transformation drained the words from him. In the future, I wish you would not busy yourself with arranging my parlor. But it needed arranging. She lifted her chin. The furniture is beautiful, yet the way you had it set was unnatural and not conducive to civilized intercourse. Perhaps I dislike civilized intercourse. He stalked into the room, the package in his hands looking increasingly unfortunate by the moment. Now that I can well believe. The smile tugging at the corners of her mouth was reckless, and she knew it. Indeed, I wonder if you care for any social intercourse, for the settee was upon one wall and the other chair upon the other. Do your visitors engage in shouting matches, or do they merely resort to hand signals? She gestured at the newly arranged furniture. His expression, rigid with outrage, made her want to push harder, to crack that iron composure. And as for your servants being forced to serve tea, they must suffer many steps. I know you said last night this was a working household, and now I see why. You've arranged the furniture to be an absolute maze. Bedamned woman! The oath exploded from him like a shot, his gray eyes flashing. The package crumpled in his grip. It was arranged in the fashion I liked, and I cannot believe you dared to change it. Lizzie stiffened at his tone, but the sheer disproportion of his outrage, all this fury over rearranged furniture, struck her as absurdly amusing. Here she stood in his clothes, having spent her morning attempting to bring order to his chaos, only to be scolded like a wayward child. The laugh escaped before she could catch it, rich and warm in the sunlit room. You need not become so wroth, my lord. You act as if I had entered your library or study and arranged it. Good God! His hands clenched at his sides as if physically restraining himself. If you did such a thing, I did not. She lifted her hands in mock surrender, trying not to notice how his cravat had gone slightly askew in his agitation, or how the morning light caught gold in his hair. I know very well not touch the sanctity of a man's library or study, just as I also know better than to ever think of driving your cattle. That would go beyond the mark, and I assure you, I know the distinction. I doubt it. His voice dropped to that quiet register, the one that had no business making her pulse unsteady. I doubt it very much. Now. Amusement tangled with exasperation as she watched color rise along his neck. Seeing the controlled Earl of Thorncliff so thoroughly discomposed stirred a warmth in her chest she had no right to feel. You are merely overset because I changed something. You men cannot abide swift changes. You run the world, but let one thing be altered in your environment without prior knowledge, and you become positively unhinged. I am not unhinged. Lucian ground out the words through clenched teeth, though the way his fingers worked, the package in his hands suggested otherwise. Now, Lucian, he stiffened. I beg your pardon? Her smile widened, enjoying the way his jaw tightened at her impertinence. Certainly. I do have a fondness for men begging of me. I did not give you leave to call me by my name. Frost coated every syllable, though his gaze held a flicker of heat that contradicted it entirely. Without warning, he strode forward and dropped the package in her lap. His proximity, sudden, overwhelming, stole the air from her lungs before she could guard against the reaction. Here. He stepped back as if the closeness had cost him. This is for you. For me? She looked down at the package, suddenly aware of the effort it must have taken him to visit the modest. How nice, a present. It is a dress. He retreated to his chair like a man seeking safer ground. Her eager fingers froze as she unveiled the garment. The fabric felt rough beneath her touch, its muddy green color an insult to nature itself. As she held it up, the rows of hooks and eyes down its back seemed to mock any hope of independence. She would need help to don this monstrosity. Faith! The word fell from her like a prayer as she stared at the dress. Her fingers traced the crude stitching, each rough seam a reminder of her desperate circumstances. Gone were the days of silk and fine muslin, of gowns that whispered wealth and breeding. This was the garment of a woman with no choices left. His voice tightened with what might have been embarrassment. It was the only dress Mrs. Raxton had available. She said, "Your size is uncommon." Not as uncommon as this dress. She let it fall into her lap, a puddle of muddy green despair. It shall have to do. His expression, guilt and stubbornness warring behind those gray eyes, told her he knew exactly how inadequate it was. For rags, most definitely. She pushed the dress away as if it might bite. I cannot wear this. Yes, you can. His jaw set with familiar stubbornness. And you shall. No. Her good humor evaporated like morning mist. I will wear your clothes until we find something more suitable. At least they are of decent design and material. Color flooded his cheeks at the sight of her current attire, his own shirt and breeches molded to curves they were never meant to accommodate. You will not. You look like a hoyden or a camp gypsy." The words struck like a blow. Lizzie caught her breath, remembering other times, other rooms where she had been called the incomparable. Now, in stolen clothes, she stood as far from that polished society lady as the moon from the sun. His gaze swept from her attire to her hair. "And while you are at it, attempt to do something with your hair." "What?" Her hand flew to her tangled waves. The memory of carefully coiffed London styles mocked her now. Once, maids had spent hours arranging her dark hair into the latest fashion. Now she stood before him like some wild creature. "My hair? Yes, it is as wild as a horse's mane." His gaze lingered. She caught it, that involuntary sweep down the length of her hair where it fell past her shoulders, before he wrenched it away. "'Tis clear when you lost your memory, you lost your modesty as well. You shall wear that dress and fix yourself to look like a lady." To look like a lady? Heat stung her cheeks, anger and a deeper hurt making her voice shake. "You, sir, clearly do not know what a lady should look like, for no lady would ever be caught dead in that dress. Nor in my clothes." He rose from his chair, the movement carrying the gathered force of his frustration. "Now you will either wear that dress, or you shall not receive one more meal under this roof. I will make sure of that, and unlike you, madam, my servants listen to me." Her mouth fell open, shock laced with a strange hurt at his threat. Even Mordaunt, with all his cruelty, had never threatened to starve her into submission. "You wouldn't." "I most certainly would." His voice carried the weight of generations of command. "You can wear the dress or starve yourself." "Impossible!" She sprang to her feet, bringing them suddenly, perilously close. "No." His breath stirred her wild hair as he towered over her. "Not impossible. Very simple, in fact." Lizzie held her ground, despite the hammering in her chest, his scent clinging to the very shirt she wore, a maddening reminder that even the clothes on her back belonged to him. "I shall not tolerate this. You are overbearing and officious." "If you don't like it," his voice dropped to a velvet quiet that unraveled her composure thread by thread, "you may leave." "I most certainly shall." The words emerged brave and brittle as spun glass. "I refuse to live with such a tyrant as you, and I will not have you parading about in my clothes and arranging my house as if it were yours." Frustration burned in those gray eyes, but beneath it she glimpsed what he was trying hardest to conceal, an awareness of her that matched the one she kept buried. Lizzie felt the blood drain from her face as reality crashed back upon her. Leave? Where would she go? Every road from Thorncliff led to discovery, to questions she couldn't answer, to gallows that awaited a murderess. He must have read the fear in her eyes, for his expression shifted, triumph wrestling reluctant concern. Better the evil you know than the evil you don't. He thought himself the lesser evil? If he only knew what darkness truly haunted her steps. Drawing herself up with every ounce of dignity she could muster, she forced her voice steady. "Very well. I shall wear the dress. If you would be so kind as to send a maid to me, I shall see if I cannot do something with it." "No." His refusal fell between them like a blade. "No?" Her eyes widened as understanding dawned. This was to be both punishment and lesson. "I do not have an extra maid for your disposal." Each word fell like a stone into still water, every ripple revealing another layer of her dependence. "I have 2 girls who come to assist Mrs. Pippins, and they are to assist her, not you." Her fingers clenched in the rough fabric of the dress, its ugly green now less offensive than this latest humiliation. "I believe, then, I shall starve. Be my guest." "Guest?" A hollow laugh tore from her throat. "Captive, perhaps, or lackey even, but guest? Never." He crossed the space between them in 2 swift strides, plucked the dress from her hands with lethal grace. The brush of his fingers against hers, roughened from riding, warmer than she expected, sent a jolt through her that she refused to acknowledge. She snatched it back. "Thank you. As I said, it will make excellent dust rags." "Or your dinner dress." Lizzie summoned the full force of hauteur that had once made her the toast of London, leveling her most withering look at him. But her awareness of him, of how his clothes marked her as thoroughly as any brand, spoiled the effect. Without another word, she turned and swept from the parlor. She mounted the stairs with careful dignity, though her legs trembled beneath her. Her empty room mocked her with its bare surfaces, No bags to pack, no possessions to gather, no option but to remain at the mercy of a man who seemed determined to strip away every vestige of her independence. The hideous dress lay where she had thrown it, an accusation of mud-green fabric on the Turkish carpet. She sank into the chair, bone-deep wariness replacing her earlier defiance. The fiend was right. Better the evil she knew than the one that waited beyond Thorncliff's gates. Better this proud, infuriating earl than the hangman's noose. A bitter smile curved her lips as she contemplated her choices. Don this fashion monstrosity and submit to Lucian's rules, or face a world that might well dress her in widow's weeds, her own. How had she, once the incomparable Lady Elizabeth, come to such an end? But she knew the answer. It lay in the memory of Bron's striking skull, in the echo of Mordaunt's last breath, in the desperate flight that had led her to this strange sanctuary where even the clothes on her back belonged to another. Chapter 6. Candlelight trembled against Thorncliff's fine silver, casting dancing shadows across the empty chair that seemed to mock Lucian's solitude. The elaborate spread before him, his cook's best efforts at reconciliation, only emphasized the hollow silence of the dining room. Even Mrs. Pippins moved like a ghost as she served, her usual nervous energy subdued by the palpable tension that had settled over the house like winter frost. "Thank you, Mrs. Pippins." His voice carried none of the satisfaction he should feel at winning this battle of wills. The tea cakes he'd ordered specially sat untouched on their delicate plate, their sugared surfaces glinting like tears. "Has Anne come to you for anything today?" "No, my lord." Mrs. Pippins twisted her apron between anxious fingers. And I did as you said. I have not served her anything." Guilt churned in his chest at the confirmation. Victory, it seemed, tasted like ashes. "She has not left, has she?" "No." Mrs. Pippin's reassurance came quick, though her gaze skittered away. "We have watched." Alone again, Lucian surveyed the laden table with growing disgust. Anger curdled in his stomach, though whether at her stubbornness or his own heavy-handed response, he couldn't quite say. Blast the woman! She had riled him to such a degree he'd thrown down his ultimatum without consideration. A tactical error that now left him feeling less the victor and more the villain. She might castigate him as ungallant and autocratic, but he was not, by God, a monster. Yet here he sat, playing the very villain she'd named him, staring at an empty plate that should have held her dinner. A curse rose to his lips but died there, trapped by the same pride that had driven him to this madness. He could not back down, not when she seemed determined to turn his carefully ordered world upon its ear. The parlor's transformation haunted him still, not for its improvement, which he refused to acknowledge, but for how easily she had read his deliberate isolation, his careful maintenance of distance through mere furniture arrangement. And then there were his clothes, draped about her figure in ways that turned his borrowed shirts and breeches into instruments of torment. That old devil Harrison had divined the situation all too well. Having such a beautiful woman under his roof was trial enough, but seeing her in his own garments, where both line and shape were so clearly defined, pure hell. The memory of her in his library coat, dark hair tumbling wild and free, made his blood heat against his will. No, if she were to remain at Thorncliff, she must become properly attired for her own safety and his sanity. She must also, without debate, learn who was master here, a battle he dared not lose, though his choice of weapons had been nothing short of asinine. A whisper of movement drew his attention to the doorway. His breath caught. Anne stood framed in the entrance, a vision that would have sent Mrs. Raxton into fits of apoplexy. The hideous mud-green dress hung from her shoulders like a penitent's garment, its neckline gaping unevenly, while the skirts suggested she'd grown shorter on one side. Her glorious hair had been wrestled into submission with what appeared to be a white ribbon. "Good evening, my lord." Her voice held all the cultured grace of a duchess, making the dress's obvious deficiencies seem more like an intentional mockery than a failure of fashion. She moved toward the table with deliberate steps, each uneven hemswing a silent rebellion. Lucian rose automatically, years of ingrained courtesy warring with the sudden inability to breathe. The candlelight caught copper highlights in her dark hair where it escaped its makeshift binding, making the bedsheet ribbon look more like a badge of resistance than defeat. She maneuvered to face him, the movement lacking her usual fluid grace. A wariness in her stance spoke of more than wounded pride. She was holding the dress together by sheer force of will. "Please, you may sit." She inclined her head with a regal condescension that should have been absurd given her current state, but somehow wasn't. His brow lifted at her presumption, even as a heat he refused to name stirred beneath his ribs. "After you, madam." She sidled toward her chair with movements that reminded him of a spooked filly, all careful angles and stiff caution. The neckline of the dress gaped alarmingly with each shift. Understanding dawned like summer lightning. She hadn't managed the fastenings properly. He was moving toward her without another thought. "My lord." Alarm flashed across her face as he stepped closer, her hands rising defensively. "What are you doing?" "Could you please stand up, Anne?" He kept his voice carefully neutral, though the urge to smile tugged at his lips. "No." A flush stained her cheeks above the crooked neckline. "I believe I have been kept from my dinner long enough. If you do not let me fix it," he struggled to maintain both patience and propriety, "the dress will fall off while you eat." Her eyes, when they met his, held frigid depths that would have frozen a lesser man. "I beg your pardon? Do stand up." He pitched his voice to persuade rather than command, though from the flash in her eyes she recognized both. "Yesterday it was your sleeves in the food. It won't do to have your entire front follow suit today. The point was modesty, was it not?" Anne leveled a look at him that should have turned him to stone, though the effect was somewhat spoiled by the way the dress slipped further from one shoulder. "Very well, my lord." Each syllable landed with the precision of cut crystal. She stood and turned, her spine straight as a rapier's blade. The disaster of hooks and eyes that confronted him spoke eloquently of her struggles, each mismatched fastening a small battle lost in her war for independence. "Call me Lucian." He surveyed the scope of his task, unable to resist. "Since I am going to do up your dress, there's no need for such formality. It would quite ruin the fun." She made a sound of pure exasperation and attempted retreat, but his hands found her shoulders, fingers splaying against the rough fabric that couldn't disguise the warmth of her skin beneath. "Just a minute." The order came rougher than intended. The intimacy of the moment struck him as he bent to his task. The nape of her neck lay exposed above the gaping neckline, a poem in ivory and shadow that made his fingers clumsy. The faint scent of her skin, heather and rain and something uniquely her own, clouded his senses like fine brandy. Each hook required careful concentration, not helped by the way she trembled slightly beneath his touch. The domestic task felt more intimate than any battlefield he'd encountered, and far more treacherous. "Just what are you doing that it takes so long?" "I'm almost done." He bent closer until his breath stirred the fine hairs at her nape. "But you have." A crash shattered the moment like crystal against marble. Lucian lifted his head to find Mrs. Pippins frozen in the doorway, horror etched across her features as clearly as if it had been carved there. Broken china lay scattered at her feet like the pieces of his carefully maintained propriety. "Yes, Mrs. Pippins?" The words emerged far rougher than he intended, his hands still splayed against the warm fabric covering Anne's shoulders. Mrs. Pippins' complexion shifted from chalk white to scarlet with impressive speed. Her cap ribbons trembled like leaves in a storm. "My lord, what are you doing?" "The very thing I was asking." A tremor ran through Anne's voice that had nothing to do with proper concern for scandal. "He is taking a day and an age at it. I will have the damned deed done," his patience fraying like cheap muslin, "if everyone would stop interrupting me." "Have it done?" Mrs. Pippin's voice scaled upward like a songbird in distress. "Oh my. Stop interrupting me." He bent back to his task, though the hooks and eyes seemed to multiply beneath his increasingly unsteady fingers. "This dress has too many infernal tabs. It's about to drive me mad." "My lord," the words escaped Mrs. Pippins like a prayer for salvation. "Yes." Wicked amusement threaded Anne's voice. "The dress is dreadful, isn't it? I can quite understand your stupefaction, Mrs. Pippins. But if it doesn't turn Lucian's stomach, I refuse to let it turn mine. Perhaps you could bring us another dish of whatever you dropped? I am hungry." "Yes, Mrs. Pippins." He finished the last hook with a grunt of satisfaction. Do as she requests. We must reward Anne after I'm through with her. You need not hurry. Sweetness edged Anne's tone, the kind that bordered on sin. At the pace Lucian is setting, it might take all night. Merciful heavens! Mrs. Pippin's strangled exclamation echoed off Thorncliff's ancient walls. At last! Triumph rang in his voice, and swiftly died in his throat as he realized his hands still rested on Anne's shoulders, thumbs brushing the bare skin above her now properly fastened neckline. I've got it! No! Mrs. Pippins pressed her hands to her face, as if to shield herself from imminent corruption. No! She backed away like a woman fleeing Satan himself, her retreat ending in an undignified dash through the doorway. Whatever is the matter with her? He couldn't quite bring himself to remove his hands from Anne's warmth. I don't know. Anne's laugh held a richness that made his blood heat, but I doubt we'll see her for a while. She is becoming flightier by the moment. He forced himself to step back. But as Anne turned to face him, his attention caught on the wild tendrils of hair that had slipped free of their binding. Without conscious thought, his fingers rose to smooth them back. Her hair felt like silk against his skin, each strand a separate temptation. Every time he tamed one lock, another would slip free, as if her very nature refused constraint. The color in her cheeks deepened, those remarkable eyes shifting from cool aquamarine to the warm green of summer seas. Your hair. I tried. The words came soft, stripped of her usual wit. The quiet of them settled in him like an ache. I truly did. So I see. Still captivated by the silk of her hair sliding between his fingers, he watched every attempt to tame one wild strand lead only to another escaping. Like the woman herself, he thought ruefully, as color bloomed across her cheeks. Realizing how long he'd been playing with her hair, for there was no other word for it, he jerked his hand back. Enough. The word emerged rougher than intended. He spun her about, desperate for distance, only to notice the white ribbon binding her dark tresses was no ribbon at all. I will not ask where you got this. He worked at the stubborn knot. The makeshift binding appeared to be torn from one of his fine linen sheets. Another small rebellion against his authority that shouldn't have affected him so. You said I could not ask Mrs. Pippins for assistance. Her chin lifted, and I could not find a pin anywhere about. You've knotted it. His fingers, usually so steady, fumbled with the twisted fabric. Ouch! Her protest carried more indignation than pain as he finally conquered the knot, releasing a cascade of midnight silk that spilled over his hands like water. Lucian stood frozen, hands buried in her hair, aware of every breath she took, every subtle shift of her body. The dining room felt suddenly impossibly small. My lord? Her voice emerged soft, uncertain. Reality crashed back upon him like ice water. He withdrew his hands, though the warmth of her hair lingered against his palms like a memory of sin. It will have to remain down. You look like a scullery maid otherwise. A rich chuckle escaped her, the sound unwinding the last of his composure. First a camp gypsy and now a scullery maid. Your compliments overwhelm me. We have already ascertained I have no gallantry. He retreated to his chair as though it might offer protection. Indeed. Anne sank into her own chair with a grace that made even the hideous dress seem somehow elegant. But perhaps I am a gypsy in reality, and that is the problem. No, he reached for his wine. You are too well spoken for that. But I seem to remember I can read tea leaves. Mischief danced in her eyes. Would you like me to read yours? No, you would only read trouble in them. One delicate brow arched upward, the gesture more intimate than a caress. Meaning me, I presume? He met her gaze. Meaning you. Anne laughed, the sound laced with both silver and wickedness. For shame, here I consented to wear this atrocity for you, and you say I am trouble. A smile tugged at his mouth despite his best efforts. I know very well you're not wearing that dress for me, but for your supper. Her eyes danced with wicked promise above the hideous neckline. A mere technicality, and you are wrong about my intentions. I plan to become quite the country lady, I'll have you know. In this dress, I doubt I can do anything else. You? The laugh broke free before he could catch it. A country lady? Yes. Regal dignity survived even the mud-green horror she wore. Meek, mild, in all civility. I'll not touch one stick of your furniture again. He leaned back, studying her. You won't? No. She reached for a bowl with delicate precision. Potatoes again, I see. Do we have them in the country at every meal? Yes, we do. He cut into his lamb, a wry grin tugging at his mouth. I see. Exaggerated resignation weighed each syllable as she speared a piece of corn from the dish before her. He watched her for a moment, curiosity piqued by her unexpected compliance. Do you really intend to try and become a lady? Her brow lifted, a glint of challenge in those aquamarine eyes. I said a country lady, my lord. He chuckled, setting down his fork. A country lady, then, if there is a distinction. I assure you there is. Her voice flowed smooth as cream, a sharpening behind her expression, calculation, though she veiled it quickly. After all, you yourself spoke of London ladies, as if they were a species entirely different from country ones. They are. He leaned forward, drawn by her shift in tactics despite himself. Well, then. She settled back with a casual grace that belied the awkward cut of her dress. I may not know my name or my past life, but I do know I am in the country. Thus, I shall become a lady of the country. Who knows? Perhaps I have always been one and simply cannot remember. He snorted. I doubt it. Her brows shot up, the picture of affront. And why not? I am deficient in memory, not intelligence. Define a country lady for me, my lord, and I assure you I can become one. A grin spread across his face before he could stop it. Very well. For the first thing, a country lady knows how to dress herself. Mock seriousness settled over her features. A minor inconvenience. I'm certain I shall learn. Besides, you yourself found it rather difficult, if you recall. And she knows how to mend and darn. His grin widened. A faint flush tinged her cheeks. A skill that has merely slipped my mind, no doubt. She knows how to cook. Potatoes. She nodded solemnly, making him laugh despite himself. And how to put up preserves. He was thoroughly enjoying himself now. Another thing I have likely forgotten. A breezy wave dismissed the concern. It will return to me. And she knows the running of her household. Smugness crept into his tone. Her eyes brightened, chin lifting. That I am sure, I know. One brow arched. She also knows her tenants, and sees to their care. Her gaze narrowed with suspicion. Now you're hoaxing me. Not at all. He arranged his features into a mask of innocence. These are all skills expected of a country lady. Do you think you can manage? I told you. Cool certainty coated each word. I most likely already know them and have simply forgotten. So yes, I can manage. His grin turned wolfish. Then you must relearn them, for I assure you those are precisely the qualities a man looks for in a wife. Her fork clattered to her plate. A wife? Whatever does being a wife have to do with this? He shrugged, the picture of indifference. If you do not remember your identity, it only stands to reason you will have to start a new life. Finding a husband who can care for you would be to your benefit. Of course, the men around here will expect you to have a modicum of skill. Her gaze burned, tone sharpening like a blade drawn from its sheath. I assure you, my memory will return long before I am forced to such a dire circumstance. Will it? He leaned forward. Dr. Harrison says there's no telling. Her lips pressed into a tight line before she glanced away. When she turned back, her gaze was icy, her words sharper still. My lord, I could find a husband any time I wished. Indeed, I have only to snap my fingers to summon one, country or otherwise. He stiffened, amusement evaporating. Your modesty is stunning. I tailor my modesty to your gallantry, sirrah. The barb struck home. His expression hardened. No doubt you believe you can behave this way simply because you are beautiful. Her head tilted, tone deceptively sweet. I'm surprised you credit me with even that much, my lord. No, steel entered his voice. You are beautiful, but a country man wants more in a wife than a pretty face. Yes, they want a drudge. Her chin lifted. No. His patience thinned with each exchange. But no man wants a wife who rearranges his house on a whim, demands maids to dress her, or sets herself against his will at every turn. Ice glazed her gaze. Even when he gives her a dress like this? Even then. Then I pray to God my memory returns soon. She rose abruptly from her chair, frost crystallizing in every syllable. Indeed, you should. Anger flared fresh in his chest. Because it's clear by your behavior that you'll find no success among the men here. Her mouth curved into a thin smile that dripped venom. You mean I'll find no success with you, don't you? Precisely. Then I am so very glad, her tone smooth as satin, that I do not wish to succeed with you. She turned on her heel, skirts swishing with authority as she strode toward the door. His voice lashed out after her. "Anne, come back here and sit down. You haven't eaten." She spun, eyes blazing. "No, my lord. You've made it abundantly clear I'll never be a country lady, so I see no reason to try. As for the thought of taking a country gentleman as a husband, I'd rather be drawn and quartered." With that, she whipped around and swept out of the room. Lucian stared after her, stunned by her audacity. Damn and blast the woman! He glared at her untouched plate. His fork hovered over his food before slamming down with a sharp clang. What the devil was wrong with him? He couldn't let her starve. He wasn't a monster, no matter how much she might accuse him of being one. The fire of his anger cooled, leaving behind the sharp sting of regret. His reason, painfully slow to return, asserted itself at last. He'd been insufferable. She had offered, in her own maddening way, to try to meet his expectations, and instead of encouraging her, he'd goaded her, pushed her further in the opposite direction. Why he had done so, only God could say, because Lucian certainly couldn't. Chapter 7. Lucian pushed back his chair with a growl of frustration, the scrape of wood against stone echoing through the empty dining room. He couldn't sit there a moment longer, stewing in his own regret and anger. Action, any action, was better than this intolerable inertia. Striding from the room, he followed the sound of clattering pots to the kitchen, where Mrs. Pippins was waging what appeared to be a very noisy battle with her cookware. Her tear-streaked face, flushed and blotchy, struck him like a blow. Whatever had happened now, Mrs. Pippins, his tone landed sharper than intended. What the devil is the matter? The housekeeper paused, her reddened eyes darting to him before she resumed stacking pans. "I am leaving, my lord." Her voice thickened with emotion. I am just gathering what is mine." "Leaving? Why, in God's name?" Mrs. Pippins sniffed, clutching a copper pot to her chest like a shield. "I cannot stay in a house with such goings-on." "What goings-on?" "You and her." A fresh wave of indignation drove her voice upward. "I never thought to see such behavior in a respectable home, my lord." "You mean Anne?" "Yes, Anne." The word tore from Mrs. Pippins on a fresh sob. "And you, my lord. I never imagined you capable of such shamelessness." "Shamelessness?" A cold knot formed in his gut. "Mrs. Pippins, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about." Her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. "My mother warned me of the dangers of serving in a bachelor household." Her voice quaked. "But to think I would witness my employer undressing a woman in the dining room. It's scandalous, scandalous, I say." His jaw dropped. "Good God, woman, I was not undressing her." His own temper flared white-hot. "I was doing up her dress. She couldn't manage it herself." Mrs. Pippins froze, her eyes wide with shock. "You were?" "Yes." He ran a hand through his hair, regretting his harsh tone. "She was struggling with the fastenings, and well, it would have been far worse had I left her to manage on her own." Mrs. Pippins sniffed again, her indignation only slightly abated. "It's still highly improper, my lord. Highly indecent." A flush climbed his neck, though he kept his voice steady. "Perhaps, but it was necessary. Besides, the fault lies with me. I told Anne she was not to ask for help from you or the staff, and she took me at my word. Evidently, she doesn't even know how to dress herself." "Doesn't know how?" Mrs. Pippin's eyes went round with fresh horror. "Surely you jest, my lord. Every woman knows how to dress herself." "So I thought." His mouth was set in a grim expression. "But Anne, as you know, has lost her memory. It's possible she's forgotten how, or perhaps she simply never needed to learn." Mrs. Pippin's mouth pursed into a tight line. "Or perhaps it's something else." He stared at her for a long moment before a short, incredulous laugh burst from him. "If you're implying she's using this to seduce me, Mrs. Pippins, I assure you, nothing could be further from the truth." The housekeeper gasped, her face draining of color. "My lord, this conversation is highly improper." "Indeed, it is." A wry edge sharpened the admission. "But with Anne, it seems propriety is a rare commodity these days. She should not be here." The words fell to barely a whisper. "It's not right. And what would Miss Devon think of this, my lord?" "That's enough, Mrs. Pippins. Miss Devon's opinions are none of your concern, nor are they mine at present." His jaw tightened. "She has no other place to go, Mrs. Pippins. I won't throw out a woman who cannot even dress herself, let alone fend for her own survival. The housekeeper hesitated, her indignation faltering. "Very well, my lord," the words emerged barely above a breath. "Thank you." His tones softened by a fraction. "Now, I need you to take a tray of food for Anne. She didn't eat her dinner." "Yes, my lord." Mrs. Pippin's shoulders sagged as she reached for a serving tray. "And tell her," a brief pause while he weighed his next words, "that she is to go shopping tomorrow, early." Mrs. Pippins looked up, startled. "Shopping, my lord?" "Yes." His jaw tightened. "I cannot abide the sight of that wretched dress a moment longer. And while we're at it, I want your wages doubled." Doubled? Mrs. Pippins clutched the tray. "Yes," he exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I fear your duties are only going to increase with Anne in the house. She needs assistance, and I'll be damned if I hire another servant to provide it." He turned to leave but hesitated, fixing the housekeeper with a firm gaze. "And be certain," his voice dropped low and deliberate, "to make it sound like an order when you tell Anne about the shopping. She'll only argue otherwise." Mrs. Pippins blinked, then bobbed a quick curtsy. "Yes, my lord, of course." "There is no of course with Anne." The mutter trailed behind him as he left the kitchen, striding away with determined purpose. The morning air carried the crisp promise of autumn as Lucian's hand spanned Lizzie's waist, helping her down from the wagon. Even through the awful dress, his touch sent awareness skating along her nerves like lightning before a storm. She kept her expression neutral, though triumph sang in her blood. She had won this small victory, a trip to the Modiste, but experience had taught her that men like Lucian could turn mercurial at the slightest provocation. She surveyed the modest dress shop before her with careful consideration. The village sprawled around them like a watercolor painting, all muted browns and grays that spoke of practical country life. No London sophisticate would give this establishment a second glance, which suited her purposes perfectly. Here she might craft a new identity far from searching eyes and whispered rumors of murder. The shop's windows displayed gowns, at least 2 seasons out of fashion, their tired muslins and modest cuts a far cry from the elegant creations that had once filled her wardrobe at Ashworth House. But fashion was an art form she had mastered long ago, and a skilled hand could transform even the simplest canvas. "Remember," Lucian pitched his voice low, the quiet command in it more unsettling than any shout, "you are my cousin." Lizzie flashed him her most dazzling smile. "Yes, cousin Lucian." She watched his body stiffen like a hunting dog catching a scent, his storm-gray eyes narrowing with suspicion. A laugh like silver bells spilled from her, though her pulse kicked hard against her ribs. Here she stood, Lady Elizabeth Ashworth, once the toast of London society, about to enter a village dress shop on the arm of a man who thought her little better than a vagrant. "Forsooth, you look as if you're being led to hanging." "I have no care for feminine frippery and such." His broad shoulders sat rigid beneath his perfectly tailored coat. "I had a busy day planned." Another laugh escaped her, this one genuine. The great Earl of Thorncliff brought low by the prospect of ribbon and lace. "Do come out of the mopes, cousin." A farmer passed them, his curious gaze lingering longer than strictly proper. Lizzie felt Lucian tense beside her, his hand tightening on her arm. "Keep your voice down." The words came through his teeth. "You're attracting attention. This is not I." She plucked at the hideous green fabric with deliberate disdain. "This is your frightful dress." He muttered an oath decidedly ungentlemanly and urged her forward, every line of his body suggesting a man being marched to his doom. The shop's bell chimed overhead like fate announcing its intentions as they entered. The interior assaulted her senses. Musty fabric, tired lavender sachets, and the peculiar desperation of fashion several seasons past its prime. But beneath the provincial trappings, Lizzie's expert eye caught possibilities in every bolt of cloth, every forgotten trimming. This, after all, was her battlefield of choice. Mrs. Raxton emerged from behind a counter like a ghost materializing at séance, her plump figure and ingratiating smile aimed entirely at Lucian. "My Lord Thorncliff, what a pleasure to see you again." "Yes, Mrs. Raxton." Strained patience thinned every syllable. "I've brought my cousin. She will need more dresses." The hesitation before cousin hung in the air like perfume, too potent to ignore. Only then did the seamstress deign to acknowledge Lizzie's presence. her gaze traveling from the hideous green dress to its wearer with the kind of assessment that had made and broken innumerable reputations in London ballrooms. The familiar widening of eyes, the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Lizzie had witnessed this dance of feminine evaluation countless times. Height and beauty were weapons that cut both ways among her own sex. Still, she summoned the smile. "How do you do, Mrs. Raxton? I hope you can help me. Although Cousin Lucian was kind enough to buy this dress for me," she gestured at the green monstrosity with elegant deprecation, "I don't believe it quite suits my particular requirements." A flush of professional mortification stained Mrs. Raxton's cheeks. "Of course. However, he wished for a ready-made dress, and I had no other of your size." The words emerged like an accusation. "Yes." Lizzie let warmth fill her voice, the same tone she'd once used to coax reluctant modistes into creating her most daring designs. "But if we put our heads together, I'm sure we can create something more de rigueur." Mrs. Raxton started like a bird sensing a cat's approach, then dropped her gaze. "Certainly, Miss Anne." The false name slid from her as smoothly as silk across skin. "Might I see your patterns?" The pattern books lay before Lizzie like familiar friends, their pages worn soft with longing and ambition. Each illustration whispered of possibilities. Here a neckline that could be lowered to scandal's edge, there a sleeve that might be transformed from demure to daring. Her fingers traced the designs with practiced grace, muscle memory from countless hours spent crafting her own fashion victories. One book's pages bore water stains like tears, its patterns at least a season behind the ton's latest whims. Lizzie's mind calculated swiftly, transforming each outdated design into something that would make even the most jaded society matron catch her breath. The familiar rush of creation hummed in her blood, almost, but not quite, drowning out the constant whisper of danger that haunted her steps. "Do you have any more patterns?" She kept her voice gentle, unthreatening. The great Lady Elizabeth might have demanded, but Anne must coax. I only have some older ones." Mrs. Raxton twisted her hands. Lizzie paused, weighing ambition against safety. Every demonstration of her expertise was a risk, every suggestion of familiarity with London fashion a potential betrayal. "Very well, bring those out." As Mrs. Raxton hurried off, Lizzie studied a promising design. With subtle alterations, a nipped waist here, a daring cut there, it could become something altogether more revelatory. Like herself, the dress would maintain the appearance of propriety while harboring secrets beneath its surface. "Why did you ask for more patterns?" Lucian's voice cut across the shop like distant thunder. "There are plenty here. None of them are quite up to date." She kept her gaze on the patterns, not daring to meet his. Even now, his presence affected her more than she cared to admit. "However, we shall contrive. Just be certain you do not spend overmuch." Every word weighted with masculine authority. Lizzie tore her attention from the pattern, letting a spark of her true self show through her carefully maintained facade. "Why, can you not afford a few dresses?" His scowl could have withered roses. "Of course I can. A few dresses. Thank heavens." She allowed just enough sweetness into her smile to mask the steel beneath. The familiar rhythm of fashion warfare thrummed in her blood like music. "Since I have naught to offer but a pretty face, it is important I make the best of it. Do not fret, cousin." She let the word carry enough emphasis to make him bristle. "I may not know how to cook or sew, but I assure you I remember how to dress suitably." His frown carved deeper lines around his mouth, his jaw working as if he chewed on suspicion. "Your choice of memory leaves something to be desired." A frisson of unease danced along Lizzie's spine. She had sailed too close to the wind with that comment, letting too much of Lady Elizabeth show through Anne's carefully constructed facade. "Do be still, Lucian. I will require all my thoughts." She gestured toward a nearby chair. "Have a seat and stop fidgeting. I won't outrun the constable." The words slipped free before she could catch them back, hanging in the air like a scent too strong, too telling. Lucian stalked to the chair like a caged predator. Lizzie bent over the patterns again, her breath coming quicker beneath her stays. In every design lay opportunity and threat, the possibility of creating a new identity, and the peril of revealing the old. Mrs. Raxton's return saved her from further reflection. "Here are the others." The seamstress deposited an armful of silks carried the musty scent of forgotten ambitions. Excellent. Lizzie traced one promising design with a practiced finger. What do you think of this, Mrs. Raxton? If we were to alter the neckline, make the skirt less full? She watched the seamstress's face transform as the imagination caught fire. You mean, why, yes, it would look delightful. And in Indian silk, I should think. Lizzie let the suggestion fall like a pebble into still water, watching the ripples of possibility spread across Mrs. Raxton's features. Indian silk? Mrs. Raxton's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Such as that would have to be ordered from London. Yes. Satisfaction curled through her voice like smoke. Please do. She turned another page with deliberate grace, each movement calculated to draw the eye. From his corner, she felt Lucian's gaze like a physical touch, and I believe this dress would be perfect without the sleeves, of course. No sleeves? Mrs. Raxton's scandalized whisper held all the delicious horror of one glimpsing freedom for the first time. No sleeves? Lucian's echo held darker undertones entirely, masculine outrage wrapped in velvet threat. Her pulse quickened, though whether from his tone or her own daring, she couldn't quite say. 'Tis not in fashion any more. She lifted her chin with quiet authority, and a figured muslin would suffice. I have just the thing. Mrs. Raxton's face transformed with the fevered excitement of a woman discovering revolution in her own shop. She disappeared into the back room like a ghost seeking substance. You must have sleeves. Lucian's growl from his chair held the full weight of aristocratic command. No, I mustn't. She let just enough defiance surface to make his jaw clench attractively. And what is this about ordering from London? Warning laced the question, but before he could press further, fate intervened. The shop door opened on well-oiled hinges, admitting two ladies whose entrance held all the dramatic timing of players taking the stage. They froze at the threshold, their gazes fixing on Lucian like compass needles finding true north. Why, Lucian? The shorter, plumper one pressed a hand to her bosom, her eyes widening with the delight that meant gossip would wing through the village before sunset. What are you doing here? The scent of lavender sachets and ambition thickened in Mrs. Raxton's shop as the village ladies swept in like pigeons discovering scattered grain. Their entrance held the weight of destiny, or perhaps disaster, depending on one's perspective. Lizzie felt possibility unfurl in her chest. Mrs. Pendleton, Mrs. Donovan. Lucian attempted dignity from his chair, though his expression suggested a man watching an approaching storm and finding himself without shelter. What an unexpected pleasure. Lucian Rothwell. Mrs. Donovan's commanding height and direct gaze marked her as a woman used to speaking her mind. In a dress shop of all places. Are we to expect flying pigs next? It was clear from the way he shifted in his chair that he'd rather face Napoleon's entire army than explain his presence among feminine fripperies. I am here to help Anne buy some dresses, Mrs. Pendleton. Anne? Mrs. Pendleton's gaze darted around the shop until it found Lizzie, who offered her most disarming smile. Oh my, yes, each word emerged like a pulled tooth. She is my cousin. Your cousin? The taller, raw-boned woman boomed, her assessing gaze taking in every inch of Lizzie's considerable height. Didn't know you had one, Lucian. Well, he does now. Lizzie's laugh held just enough warmth to disarm, while her blood beat a frantic rhythm beneath her stays. You must be from the Rothwell side, are you not? How did you guess? Lizzie widened her eyes with practiced innocence. Can't miss the height, Mrs. Donovan observed with a frank assessment. Bet you hate being saddled with it, don't you? You're even taller than me, and I'm usually the one standing over the crowd. Another laugh, the sound as carefully calibrated as any London performance. Lucian appeared as tense as a bowstring about to snap. One can hardly miss it, can they? Anne. Lucian's voice cut through the chatter like a blade. This is Mrs. Donovan, the squire's wife. I am pleased to meet you, Mrs. Donovan. Mrs. Raxton chose that moment to return, a bolt of blue fabric clutched to her bosom like a lover. The color caught the afternoon light streaming through the shop's windows, transforming ordinary muslin into something that whispered of possibility. Here it is. The seamstress's breathless announcement faltered as she noticed her shop's sudden population. It took a moment to find. Her triumphant entrance wavered. Mrs. Donovan, Mrs. Pendleton, what a pleasure. Yes. Mrs. Donovan waved away the greeting with the casual authority of a squire's wife. Don't let us interrupt you. Lizzie's fingers found the fabric, her expert touch assessing quality, even as her mind calculated the advantage. Every lady in the shop leaned forward unconsciously, moths drawn to fashion's flame. Oh, this is quite lovely. It certainly is, Mrs. Pendleton said. The color alone. Mrs. Raxton nodded eagerly, her eyes bright with the thrill of innovation. And when you remove the sleeves? Remove the sleeves? What's this about removing sleeves? Mrs. Pendleton's voice rang out as she bustled to the table, her plump frame moving with surprising swiftness. Her blue eyes were alight with curiosity. Do look. Mrs. Raxton shoved aside the fabric to gesture at the pattern Lizzie had sketched. It's quite daring. Oh my. Mrs. Pendleton's hand flew to her chest. How dashing! And of course, a glint of mischief sharpened her smile. The neckline will need altering. Altering? What sort of altering? Mrs. Donovan, tall and broad-shouldered, strode over to peer at the sketch. Lizzie swept her pencil across the pattern with practiced ease, her fingers creating a lower, more daring neckline. Something like this. Mrs. Pendleton's cheeks flushed as she giggled like a girl half her age. Humph. Mrs. Donovan grunted, though she leaned closer with interest. 'Tis the latest fashion in London. Lizzie kept her tone artfully casual. Or so I've heard. It is? Mrs. Pendleton's face lit up like a sunrise. If that's the case, do you think I might have one made like this? Lizzie studied the petite, round woman before her, a smile curling at her lips. Of course, but might I suggest this pattern instead? It would suit you far better. On someone with my height, it's a disaster, but for you, it would be absolutely charming. Mrs. Pendleton beamed. Do you think so? Oh, you're too kind. Yes, let's try that one, though without the sleeves, naturally. And the neckline, as you suggested. It's the fashion, after all. Lizzie nodded, her pencil already sketching alterations. Of course, perhaps in a delicate rose of Indian silk to match your complexion? Indian silk. Mrs. Pendleton breathed the words like a prayer, practically levitating with excitement. Oh, I must have it. My Herman won't know what to do with himself when he sees me in such a gown. Mrs. Pendleton, Lucian's deep voice sliced through the chatter, such extravagance might strain your egg money. Pish! Mrs. Pendleton dismissed him with a wave, giggling behind her hand. I'll simply sell more eggs. A woman must have her indulgences. Lizzie couldn't help but laugh. Lucian shot a warning glare in her direction. He opened his mouth to object, but before he could speak, the shop bell jangled, and two more ladies swept inside. Elvira! Tandy! Mrs. Pendleton beckoned them over with the authority of a field general. Do come look at what I'm ordering. The newcomers hurried to the table, their eyes widening as Mrs. Pendleton and Mrs. Donovan showed off the patterns Lizzie had improved. Lizzie, smiling sweetly, made notes as Mrs. Donovan tapped the table with one decisive finger. I'll have one of these as well. It's perfect for us taller women, don't you agree, Anne? Absolutely, Lizzie offered an approving nod. You see, Mrs. Pendleton announced proudly, Miss Anne knows all the London fashions. And I want Indian silk, too. Mrs. Donovan's voice brooked no argument. In a deep green, perhaps. Mrs. Donovan, Lucian tried once more, Bert may have objections to such expenses. Don't fret, Lucian. Mrs. Donovan waved him off with breezy authority. I'll bribe him with roast and parsley potatoes. Works every time. Lizzie bit back a laugh. A wise woman always knows her leverage, my lord. At this, Elvira turned to Lizzie, clutching a sad little hat. Miss Anne, do tell, what are they wearing for hats in London? I came in for a hat. What? Lizzie tilted her head, assessing both the hat and Elvira's round face. This one is nice enough, though I'd remove the fruit. It's terribly passé. An ostrich plume, perhaps, just one, curling softly along your cheek, would be perfect. The ladies swarmed the hats, chattering excitedly, and Lizzie moved among them, laughing as she gave advice. An hour passed in a blur of fabric, patterns, and spirited debate over trimmings and lace. Lizzie's spirits lifted with the joy of creation, even as she struggled to finalize her own modest order amid the flurry of theirs. Anne. Lucian's voice boomed suddenly, freezing the room. It's time to go home. Startled, Lizzie turned to find him still seated, but now looking thoroughly grim. In one hand he held a hat, in the other, a reticule. A bolt of fabric sprawled at his feet, as if it had tried and failed to escape him. The ladies stifled giggles behind their hands, but their eyes sparkled with mirth. Lucian stood, his imposing height silencing the laughter as he strode to Mrs. Donovan. "Your hat, madam." He presented it with the gravity of a royal proclamation. "Oh, thank you, my lord." Mrs. Donovan accepted it with uncharacteristic meekness. "Yes, the red ostrich plumes, please." He moved to Mrs. Pendleton, who cowered slightly under his stern gaze. "Your reticule, madam, the one you're having dyed to match your Indian silk." "Thank you, my lord." Mrs. Pendleton's voice emerged barely above a squeak. Lucian turned his glower on Lizzie. "We are leaving, now." Something in his expression had shuddered. A flicker of comparison, perhaps, against some proper English lady who would never dream of causing such a scene. The thought should have stung. Instead, a reckless warmth curled through her chest. Whatever standard he measured her against, she had no intention of meeting it. Lizzie hastily set down the lace she had been admiring. "Yes, of course, ladies, forgive me. I must go." Mrs. Raxton bobbed her head. "We have your orders, Miss Anne. Do make him roast and parsley potatoes." Mrs. Donovan's stage whisper followed Lizzie toward the door. Lizzie bit her lip to keep from laughing as she exited. Outside, Lucian was already on the wagon, reins in hand and staring rigidly ahead. Clearly, he had no intention of helping her up. She climbed in beside him, her skirts brushing his knee. "That was very kind of you, Lucian." False innocence brimmed in every syllable. "To assist the ladies, I mean." He said nothing, merely snapping the reins with unnecessary force. The horses surged forward, and it took a moment for him to rein them in. Only when they settled into a brisk trot did she speak again. "Really, Lucian, there's no need to take it out on the horses." His jaw tightened as he ground out, "I'm not taking it out on the horses, but I'd like it out on you." She widened her eyes. "Whatever for?" "They were laughing at me." The words emerged as a growl. "Oh no." She folded her hands with demure sweetness. "I thought they were remarkably restrained, all things considered." His glare could have felled a lesser woman. "And you, egging them on with your nonsense. No sleeves, low necklines. Do you intend to have every woman in the village parading around half-dressed?" Lizzie's laughter bubbled out before she could stop it. "It is the fashion, my lord. Even farm women deserve a little glamour." His hands tightened on the reins. "Glamour. Mrs. Pendleton is spending her egg money on Indian silk. And for what? To prance about like a fool." Her smile deepened. "She works hard, Lucian. Why shouldn't she indulge herself now and then?" His glare darkened. "This is madness." "No." Her voice softened. "This is life, Lucian. And sometimes it's worth a little madness." He muttered something unintelligible under his breath, but Lizzie caught the faintest twitch of his lips. Victory, however small, was still victory. Chapter 8. Afternoon sunlight gilded the corridor outside Thorncliff's parlor, warming the floorboards beneath Lizzie's slippers. She had come seeking Lucian, hoping their temporary truce over the modest visit might lead to some fragile détente, but voices through the half-closed door stopped her short. A woman she didn't recognize, soft and measured. "Surely she cannot be as bad as all that." "No, she is worse." Lucian's tone carried the sharp edge of a man pushed past patience, his footsteps pacing the room beyond. "You should have seen her today at the modists, ordering silks from London as if they cost nothing, turning every respectable matron in the village into a fashion-mad revolutionary. They were ready to lynch me if I'd tried to stop her, and it's the only bloody thing she seems to remember." She has lost her memory. The stranger's quiet reminder carried all the effectiveness of a butterfly batting against a storm. One cannot expect her to remember everything. Lucian's laugh held no humor. "Oh, but she remembers exactly what suits her. Fashion a la hussar, but not how to dress herself. Every cutting observation about my lack of gallantry, but not a single domestic skill. She has the brass to find fault with everything about me in my home, yet can't manage the simplest." He broke off. The silence that followed pressed through the wood like a weight. Lizzie rested her hand against the door, pulse sharp beneath her stays. She'd expected coolness from him, perhaps even continued friction, but not this. Not hearing herself dissected for some stranger's sympathetic ear. "Faith, I should have left her where I found her that day." Each word landed like a stone against her ribs. "You couldn't have done that." The woman's voice, quiet and certain. You know you couldn't have. I suppose not. Lucian's sigh bled through the wood like a burden set down. But I wish she were out of this house. Would be cruel. She is alone in the world with no memory. She is utterly defenseless. Defenseless. The word exploded from him like a shot. Not she. Lizzie's fingers curled on the door, nails biting into the wood. Defenseless? If he only knew the weight of the secret she carried, the constant terror that her true identity might be discovered. Each breath in this house was an act of survival, each carefully chosen word a shield against discovery. Their conversation drifted through the door like poisoned smoke, her reformation, they called it, and the talk stoked the fire of Lizzie's anger until it burned away her earlier hurt. The great Earl of Thorncliff thought to have her trained like some country miss, did he? Teaching her to cook and sew, as if such accomplishments could erase who she truly was. As if Lady Elizabeth Ashworth hadn't commanded London's most exclusive drawing rooms with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a well-timed word. A deep breath did nothing to quiet the tempest in her blood. Lizzie smoothed her expression into perfect society polish. Let him see what a real lady could do. She swept into the parlor with calculated grace, allowing surprise to widen her eyes. A woman she'd never seen occupied the settee Lizzie had positioned near the hearth. Small, delicate, perfectly fitted to this provincial life with her golden brown hair and warm dark eyes. No wonder Lucian preferred such gentle domesticity to Lizzie's formidable height and sharp tongue. Oh, do forgive me. I did not know Lucian had company. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. No, of course not. The woman's smile held genuine kindness that made Lizzie's planned attack falter. Lucian and I were just taking tea. Lizzie glanced at Lucian, who sighed and set down his cup, his expression suggesting he'd rather face a firing squad than this particular feminine invasion. She arched one brow in perfect mimicry of his own habitual gesture. My lord, are you not going to introduce us? Of course. He didn't even bother to rise, the barbarian. Adelaide, I would like you to meet Anne. Anne, this is my neighbor and friend, Adelaide. If he thought his casual dismissal would deter her, he had much to learn about handling women of her caliber. Seething beneath her bright smile, she turned to Adelaide. I've heard so much about you. The afternoon light caught the rising steam from their teacups like incense in a church, all ceremony and false peace. Lizzie studied Adelaide with growing confusion. The woman's easy warmth and genuine concern made it difficult to maintain her righteous anger. Yet every time her gaze strayed to Lucian, rage flared anew. He sat there like some brooding Zeus, barely deigning to acknowledge either of them. When Adelaide began speaking of her siblings, painting pictures of a chaotic but loving household so different from Lizzie's own carefully ordered upbringing, an ache she couldn't name settled beneath her ribs. This was the sort of woman Lucian wanted, someone who understood country life, who could manage children and cooking pots with equal grace. Lizzie turned her teacup in her hands. I wish I could remember if I had any brothers or sisters. The truth of that wish surprised her. Don't. Lucian's voice cut through the warm atmosphere like a winter wind. You were an only child. Lizzie stiffened, fury flaring white-hot. How would you know? 'Tis clear. His lips curved in that maddening way that made her want to throw something at his head. You had to be the only child, pampered and cosseted. The accusation struck too close to home. How many times had her father warned her that London society was making her selfish? But she'd be damned if she'd let this provincial lord pass judgment on her character. Sweetness sharpened her next words like sugar over a blade. Perhaps I was the last one, beloved by my parents and siblings. The afternoon devolved into a silent battle. While Adelaide chatted about her family, Lizzie watched Lucian retreat behind his journal like a coward manning the battlements. Every rustle of pages felt like a personal slight. Every moment of ignored conversation, another crack in her patience, until finally she could bear it no longer. After Adelaide's departure, the composure Lizzie had worn through tea shattered like fine china against marble. She stormed back into the parlor, her skirts whispering fury with each step, and snatched the journal from Lucian's hands. What are you doing? His voice held a low edge that should have warned her to retreat. Should have, but Lizzie had never been wise about retreating. She settled onto the settee with deliberate grace, letting every movement drip with mockery. Excuse me, but I simply must see for myself what was so enthralling you had to ignore your friend during tea. Every syllable fell precise as a blade. I was not ignoring my friend during tea. I see. She made a show of studying the pages, though her hands trembled with suppressed rage. Then it was me you meant to ignore. How unkind to Adelaide. She did not mind. His tone could have frozen wine in the glass. And I was not ignoring you. You ladies appeared to be enjoying your conversation. Oh, look. Lizzie infused her voice with false delight. A plough, and what a fancy one at that. She peered closer, letting her lips curve in a smile designed to infuriate. My, I didn't know ploughs were so expensive. No wonder you were wroth about my spending on clothes. What are gowns on a frivolous woman's back compared to a plough? I was not thinking about the plough. The muscle in his jaw worked beneath his skin, drawing her eye traitorously to the strong line of it. The cart, then? A growl rumbled from Lucian's chest, a sound more animal than aristocrat, as he ripped the journal from her hands. Lizzie stared up at him, suddenly aware of how he towered over her, how the firelight caught the hard glitter in his storm-gray eyes. Enough! Lucian flung the journal down. Yes, enough! Lizzie sprang to her feet, refusing to let him intimidate her with his height or his presence that seemed to steal all the air from the room. I cannot believe you dared ask your friend to teach me to learn the womanly arts, then hadn't even the courage to present the idea yourself. Knowledge flashed across his features like summer lightning. You overheard us? I did. The words emerged sharp as cut crystal. If you were going to foist me off on her like last week's mending, you might at least have shown her the courtesy of attention during tea. If I hadn't helped poor Adelaide manage the conversation, she would have sunk entirely. That was what I intended to talk to you about. His voice dropped low and rough, the sound making her pulse skip despite herself. Well, there's no need now, is there? I've heard more than enough, and Adelaide has already done your dirty work. She spun away to the fireplace, needing distance from his overwhelming presence. Yes, I'll learn whatever she teaches me. Not for you, of course. For Adelaide. You don't deserve her. She's far too good for you. And I am not. Lethal softness laced each syllable as he stalked toward her. You, sir. She lifted her chin, every nerve in her body drawn taut. Are a self-absorbed country gentleman with very little to recommend himself to a lady. Am I? He moved closer still until she could feel the heat radiating from his body. A tyrant and a bore. Lizzie's voice shook with emotions she dared not name. The fire at her back was nothing compared to the force of his approach. You should kiss Adelaide's feet. At least she deserves some courtesy from you, considering how thoroughly you ignored her during tea. Though perhaps I shouldn't suggest that. No doubt your kisses are as ungallant as the rest of you. My kisses. The tone of his voice wound through her like smoke, are none of your concern. A sweet mercy. The words came thin, though her lips tingled with anticipation she refused to acknowledge. The space between them collapsed like a held breath. His hands caught her arms, fingers burning through the fabric of her sleeves as he pulled her against him. She had a heartbeat's awareness of his solid strength, the scent of cedar and wood smoke in barely leashed restraint, before his mouth claimed hers with devastating purpose. Lizzie froze, struck by a sensation like lightning through her blood. She'd been kissed before, careful, courtly gestures that asked permission and begged favor. This was no gentle request. Lucian kissed like a conqueror, demanding not just a response, but surrender. Against all reason, she met his challenge. Her hands found his shoulders, feeling the coiled strength beneath fine wool as she arched into him. He tasted of tea and desire and reckless possibility. Heat flooded her body, turning her bones to liquid gold as his hands learned her curves through the thin barriers of clothing. Between one breath and the next, the kiss transformed. His lips gentled from warfare to wonder, coaxing rather than demanding. A soft sound escaped her throat as need replaced anger, as shared passion became shared discovery. When he wrenched away, they stood in the tableau, both breathing hard, still wrapped in each other's arms. Her blood roared in her ears while her mind spun like a top set loose. His gaze held hers, smoke and storm, passion and confusion warring in their depths. They separated like dancers, completing a forbidden figure, each movement careful as though sudden motion might shatter what remained of their composure. Lucian stepped back first, but his hands seemed reluctant to release her. She proved equally unwilling to let go, her fingers sliding from his shoulders in a caress neither of them had intended. The fire crackled in the silence between them, its warmth nothing compared to what still raced through her veins. Her lips burned with his kiss, her skin ached where his hands had branded her. Even the air felt different, thicker, charged with promise and peril. Lucian drew a ragged breath that seemed to cost him dearly. When he finally spoke, his voice emerged rough as Yorkshire stone. "Think what you will. It makes no difference." Before she could respond, he turned and strode from the room like a man fleeing disaster. The door closed behind him with quiet finality. Lizzie stood rooted for one eternal moment, every nerve ending in her body still singing from his touch. Her legs trembled beneath her skirts as the full impact of what had just happened crashed over her like a wave. Not just the kiss, though heaven knew that alone might have undone her, but the realization that she had utterly lost control of this game she'd been playing. She stumbled to the settee, sinking onto its cushions as her knees gave way. A laugh bubbled in her throat, bitter and trembling, before she clamped her lips shut. She'd meant to challenge him, to gain the upper hand, but instead she'd unraveled. Whatever battle they were fighting, she was no longer sure she wanted to win. Chapter 9. Lizzie frowned at the shirt in her lap, a rent in the sleeve gaping back at her like a mocking grin. She'd always been a deft hand at petite point, roses, lilies, even the occasional hummingbird, but mending? That was a different beast entirely. Now what do I do? She held up the needle like it might leap from her fingers and finish the job itself. It's simple. Adelaide's own needle slid through the fabric in her lap with practiced ease. Let me show you. Adelaide's deft hands worked, the tear in her garment disappearing as though it had never existed. Lizzie watched closely, taking mental notes, one stitch at a time. No flourishes, no artistry, just fabric, meeting fabric. Yes, I see. Emboldened by the demonstration, Lizzie took up her own needle and set to work. The ladies fell into companionable silence for a few moments, the only sound the occasional scrape of thread against fabric. Yet Lizzie's mind refused to settle, a question circling like a restless fly. She hesitated, then plunged ahead. Adelaide, I hope you won't think me forward, but you and Lucian, well, oh yes. Adelaide's tone held all the excitement of a woman discussing the weather. Indeed, we are promised to each other. The words hung between them like a dropped stitch. Promised? Adelaide nodded, her golden brown head still bent over her sewing. Lizzie's needle hovered midair. That was it? No blushing confession? No giddy glow? The simplicity of the statement was almost more shocking than the revelation itself. But the date, it's not set. She tried to keep her tone light. No. A faint frown creased Adelaide's brow. I simply cannot consider marriage yet. When Beth is older and able to help Mother more, then it will be time. But for now, she trailed off with a small sigh. I cannot desert Mother. Lizzie studied her, the casualness of her tone at odds with the weight of her words. To wait so long to marry Lucian, couldn't your mother find other help? Adelaide shook her head with a rueful laugh. Even if we could afford such help, I doubt they would stay long. My family is rather rambunctious. Even the curate declares he'll have naught to do with teaching them. Lizzie couldn't help but smile. They sound lively. Adelaide's lips twitched. You would think so? Perhaps you would. But poor Lucian, he likes his life settled. Children don't permit that. Children. Lizzie's stomach turned over. She thought of the kiss in the parlor, Lucian's hands on her arms, his lips claiming hers as though the world might end if they didn't. And yet here was Adelaide, calmly discussing the prospect of him managing a household of boisterous children as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I hadn't thought of that. Lizzie kept her voice careful, measured. He was quite the tyrant, merely because I rearranged the furniture. Adelaide laughed, a soft, tinkling sound. Yes, I heard about that. But Lucian has many fine points. He can be very kind, you know. Lizzie's lips curved. Kind, was he? Was it kind to kiss one woman when promised to another? Was it kind to speak of propriety while breaking it so boldly? I'm sure he can be. She kept her needle steady. If one looks hard enough. Adelaide's smile faltered, her gaze flickering with concern. I know you don't always get along with him. He's not always as he should be toward you, but he's a good man, truly. A good tyrant. But her heart wasn't in the quip. She jabbed the needle through the fabric, the tension in her shoulders rising with each stitch. Adelaide hesitated, then her voice dropped. I believe it's because he took the reins of the estate when he was so young, only 17. He lost both his parents to that fever in the same year. Lizzie's hand went still, her brow furrowing. 17? The image of Lucian as a lanky boy, burdened with responsibilities far beyond his years, rose unbidden in her mind. It softened a hard edge in her chest, though she resisted the feeling. He had no one to teach him that such authority can ruin a man if unchecked. Ruin him? Adelaide's brows knitted in confusion. Surely a man should be master of his own house. Lizzie arched a brow, her voice intentionally light. Should he? Adelaide's shock was almost comical. You must forgive me, I forget. Your memory. Relief colored her tone, as though Lizzie's amnesia explained everything. Indeed, perhaps it's that. A faint smile. Or perhaps I've merely forgotten what it means to be the weaker sex. Adelaide flushed, returning to her sewing with renewed concentration. He appears overbearing at times, I know. All the time. Lizzie's needle punched through the fabric with almost vengeful force. And he does not offer compliments. Certainly not. And he is brisk, to the point of rudeness. And he's not demonstrative by nature. The needle slipped, piercing Lizzie's finger. Ouch! Are you all right? Adelaide's voice brimmed with concern. Lizzie raised her hand to her mouth, more to cover her stunned expression than to tend the tiny wound. Not demonstrative? If that kiss had been anything, it was demonstrative. The memory of it burned through her anew, leaving her breathless. Quite all right. The words came too fast. But surely he's demonstrative with you? Adelaide's blush deepened, her gaze dropping to her sewing. No, not really. It's not his way. It never has been. Lizzie's needle hovered over the fabric, her mind racing. When did you become promised? Adelaide's expression softened. Quite some time ago, 2, perhaps 3 years. Lizzie blinked. 2 or 3? Who forgot the date of their betrothal? The question burned on her tongue, but she swallowed it down. And yet he understood your family obligations. Oh yes, he is a very understanding man. Lizzie's lips thinned. Understanding? Perhaps. But what kind of man kissed one woman while promising to wait years for another? Her heart twisted, but she kept her face serene. Whatever Lucian was, he wasn't hers to figure out. That kiss, no matter how it had made her feel, had been a mistake. Mrs. Pippins bustled into the room, her hands fluttering like startled birds. Miss Adelaide, a message has arrived for you. Your mother has need of you. Young Beth is missing. Oh dear, Mother will be beside herself. Adelaide rose quickly, her sewing falling forgotten into her lap. She turned to Lizzie with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I must go at once. Of course. Lizzie set aside her own attempts at mending with undisguised relief. I hope you find her quickly. I believe I shall. Despite the worry etched into her features, Adelaide's voice held steady. Beth has taken to wandering lately, but she rarely strays far. I expect we'll find her at the cove again. Still, it frightens Mother every time. No doubt, Lizzie nodded. Do not worry about me. I'll practice my sewing and try to finish this stack. Adelaide hesitated, glancing at the fabric. Are you certain? It's a rather daunting amount. Lizzie squared her shoulders, a spark of determination lighting in her chest. If you can manage it, so can I. Adelaide smiled. I shall return for tea, I promise. Good. Lizzie couldn't help the flicker of envy at the other woman's grace under pressure. A pleasant break will be welcome. With that, Adelaide left, Mrs. Pippins twittering in her wake. Lizzie stared at the pile of clothing, her resolve wavering. If Adelaide could handle a household of siblings and still appear serene, surely Lizzie could master a few stitches. Drawing a deep breath, she picked up her needle. Lucian stalked toward his bedroom, sweat clinging to his shirt and exhaustion dragging at his limbs. The hay would be ready for harvesting soon, and the endless demands of the estate left him weary. Still, Mrs. Pippins had informed him that both Adelaide and Anne were already at tea, awaiting him. The thought of seeing Anne after last night twisted his stomach with unease. The kiss had been unforgivable. He should never have let himself indulge in such reckless temptation. She was a guest under his roof, alone in the world and utterly vulnerable. Yet the memory of her lips, soft and yielding beneath his, ignited a heat that refused to be extinguished. He cursed under his breath. No doubt he was the one suffering most from his own folly. Entering his room, he stopped short. A towering pile of clothing sat neatly folded on his bed. Frowning, he approached it. A note rested on top. Surprise! Anne. Lucian's brows knit as he reached for the shirt on top. Lifting it, he groaned. Half the sleeve was inexplicably sewn to the side of the shirt. Dropping it, he grabbed the breeches beneath. One leg stretched to its full length, while the other was comically short. Blast it all! He threw the breeches down. His eyes fell on a stack of handkerchiefs beside the clothing. Tentatively, he picked one up. A rose entwined with a flourish of initials stared back at him in perfect, dainty embroidery. A sound caught between a growl and a laugh rumbled from his chest. That's it. Scooping up the offending garments, he marched out of the room, down the stairs, and into the parlor. The sight of Anne and Adelaide sipping tea with demure composure only stoked his frustration further. Without preamble, he kicked the door open. Anne! Anne looked up, her blue-green eyes alight with innocent delight. You found my surprise? Your surprise? He strode forward, the garments clutched in one fist. You she-devil! She-devil! The joy faded from her face, replaced by affront. How can you say that? I worked all day on those. I have the pricked fingers and bloodstains to prove it. Adelaide frowned at him over her teacup. Indeed, Lucian, that was uncalled for. Anne worked very hard. Oh, she worked very hard. He dumped the clothes onto the nearest chair and held up the shirt. Just look what she's done. Adelaide's eyes widened as she set her teacup down. Oh, dear. Anne studied the shirt, her expression unruffled. I suppose I wasn't watching carefully enough. It was a very large tear, you see. Lucian snatched up the breeches next, holding them aloft like a banner of war. And what about these? A faint flush colored Anne's cheeks, but she refused to look cowed. Lucian, I may mend your breeches, but surely even you must admit that waving them about at tea is inappropriate. They're not breeches anymore. His voice filled the room, unless for a one-legged man. Adelaide's lips twitched despite herself. How on earth did you manage that? I was afraid the first seam wouldn't hold. Anne's tone was pure practicality. So I added another. I had no idea it would take up so much fabric. They're ruined. Perhaps, Adelaide bit her lip, you could tuck them into your boots? Yes. Anne pressed her lips together against a laugh. Then it wouldn't be so noticeable. Not noticeable? He held up the embroidered handkerchief, the rose glaring mockingly at him. And do you call this not noticeable? Adelaide's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, heavens! I thought it would add some grace. Anne's chin lifted. Plain handkerchiefs are so dull. Anne, Adelaide's eyes sparkled. It's beautiful work. Beautiful? He stared at the offending cloth. There's a flower on it. Wherever did you learn such a stitch? Adelaide leaned closer to admire the embroidery. Anne lifted one shoulder. I don't know, it just came back to me. I may not be skilled at mending clothes, but I'm quite good at petite point. Could you teach me? Enthusiasm lit Adelaide's entire face. No, Lucian cut the air with one hand. She will not teach you. There will be no more flowers on my handkerchiefs. Perhaps a different design next time. Adelaide tapped her chin thoughtfully. A rose is a bit much for Lucian, don't you think? The two women exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Maybe some ducks. Anne's voice trembled with mirth. Or plows. Plows? Adelaide dissolved into giggles. Lucian's jaw worked furiously. It's nothing to laugh about. Every single one of them is ruined. I had time on my hands. Anne's words came between bursts of laughter, and I wanted to prove I'd learned how to sew. Sew? His voice climbed. This isn't sewing, it's sabotage. Adelaide, still laughing, reached for her tea. Lucian, it takes time to learn, and in the meantime, I'm to have no clothes. He glared at Anne. You could borrow some of mine. She bit her lip, eyes dancing. Damn it. The frustration boiled over before he could stop it. Adelaide straightened, all amusement gone. Lucian, you owe Anne an apology. I'll not apologize. His gaze locked on Anne, sharp and accusing. For anything. Anne's laughter evaporated. Her eyes hardened, her chin lifting with quiet dignity. I did not ask for an apology, my lord, but I will not endure insults. She rose, her skirts brushing against the chair as she turned. "If you'll excuse me." Adelaide called after her, but Anne didn't pause. The door closed behind her with a decisive click. "Lucian." Adelaide's voice carried the weight of genuine reproach. "That was unkind." "Was it?" He slumped into the chair, scowling at the pile of ruined garments. "Yes." Firmness edged every syllable. "She's trying, Lucian. You ought to give her a chance." She stood and followed Anne. Alone, Lucian glared at the heap of clothes until his gaze landed on the handkerchief. Picking it up, he ran a thumb over the rose stitched into the corner. A white flag. Truce or war? He tucked it into his jacket and reached for his tea. Chapter 10. I never knew there was so much entailed in country living. Lizzie shifted on the cart's hard bench, smoothing her skirts as it jolted over a rut in the road. Morning sunlight gilded the surrounding fields, though the faint drift of manure on the breeze offered a thorough corrective to any pastoral fantasies. Adelaide flicked the reins, urging the horse onward. "It's different from town life, I imagine, but Lucian's tenants work hard, most of them." "Not all." Lizzie's nose wrinkled at the memory of the Waltham's hovel. "That Mrs. Waltham, she's a slattern." Adelaide's gentle laugh danced on the breeze. "Millicent has never been a tidy woman, and Jacob is no better. They've a reputation, I'm afraid. The village says when the wind blows wrong, the whole town knows it." "I don't doubt it." Adelaide's gaze turned thoughtful as the cart rolled along. "But there's little to be done. Some people simply don't change." Lizzie glanced at her companion but held her tongue. She wouldn't confess what she'd done. How, after spotting the bowls of milk left on the doorstep for the fairies, she'd seen an opportunity. Millicent had been firm in her belief that the children's rashes and runny noses were the work of mischievous sprites. That superstition was a tool Lizzie could use. Feigning a forgotten glove, she'd returned to the Walthams' hovel alone and leaned in close to Millicent with conspiratorial authority. "I once met an old crone, very wise, who said fairies despise clean homes. They loathe the smell of lye. The best way to drive them off is to scrub everything spotless." Millicent had stared at her, wide-eyed and unblinking. When Lizzie had left, she'd felt a glimmer of satisfaction. If her gamble worked, perhaps the Walthams would improve, not for their sake, but for the children. The cart jostled as Adelaide steered toward the next cottage. Lizzie broke the silence, steering the conversation away from her meddling. "The Alberts seemed pleasant." A frown tugged at Adelaide's lips. "They are, but I worry for Jeremy. His leg isn't mending." Lizzie waved a hand. "He's young. He'll heal." Adelaide gave her a sidelong glance, amusement glinting in her warm eyes. "He certainly seemed in better spirits after your visit." Heat crept into Lizzie's cheeks. "Nonsense. I merely offered him a bit of encouragement." "You promised him a waltz." He needed something to look forward to. Lizzie's tone softened despite herself. She didn't regret her words to the boy. If teasing him out of his sulk gave him a reason to heal faster, so be it. But the memory of his shy blush, his awestruck gaze, stirred an odd mixture of satisfaction and guilt. When the cart rolled to a stop at the next cottage, Adelaide's demeanor shifted. Her voice dropped. "This is Joyce Simpson's home." Lizzie caught the change in tone. "What's wrong?" Adelaide hesitated as she secured the reins. "Joy is lovely, sweet, kind, but her husband is less so. A brute? Not violent, but no less cruel in his way. He spends his earnings on whiskey and other women." Lizzie's jaw tightened. "And she stays? What choice does she have?" Adelaide climbed down, her skirts brushing the dirt road. "She's a proud woman. She'd never ask for help." Inside, the cottage was spotless. The children played quietly in a corner, their clothes worn but clean. Joyce greeted them with a shy smile, her hands clasped before her apron. Her haunted eyes told a story of endurance, of silent suffering. Adelaide spoke gently, inquiring after the children and the household, while Lizzie sat quiet, observing. The pride in Joyce's voice as she described her children's small victories and her own careful management tugged at a place beneath Lizzie's ribs she hadn't known was tender. It was the quiet dignity of a woman who had learned to survive 1,000 small humiliations without bending. Lizzie's hands curled into fists in her lap. She thought of what her own life might have been if she'd married more, if he'd succeeded in breaking her spirit. She could have been Joyce, resigned, trapped, voiceless. The thought burned like acid. When they departed, Lizzie was still simmering. As they reached the cart, she paused. "Adelaide, forgive me. I've forgotten my handkerchief. I'm such a featherwit today." Adelaide tilted her head but said nothing as Lizzie turned and strode back to the cottage. Joyce opened the door, surprise flickering across her face. "May I come in?" "Of course, Miss Anne. Did you leave something behind?" "Yes and no." Lizzie stepped inside, searching for the words. "Your home is lovely, Joyce. You've worked wonders." Joyce's cheeks colored at the unexpected praise. "Thank you." Lizzie drew a breath. "You deserve better than this life." The other woman went rigid, her eyes darting to the children. "I don't know what you mean." "You do." Lizzie kept her voice gentle but steady. "Your husband does not value what you bring to this household, but you have strength, Joyce. I see it." Joyce's chin trembled, but no words came. Lizzie pressed on. "You don't have to accept what he gives or doesn't give. There are ways to take control." "What ways?" Joyce's voice came thin and brittle. A ghost of a smile touched Lizzie's lips. "For now, keep that strength of yours close. And if you need help, ask for it. There's no shame in standing up for yourself." When Lizzie finally left the cottage, Joyce stood in the doorway, her expression unreadable. Lizzie climbed back onto the cart beside Adelaide, her movements brisk. "Shall we?" Lizzie reclined against the pillows, a book from the library resting in her lap. The words blurred as her thoughts drifted, and her stomach offered a sharp growl of protest. She pressed a hand to it and sighed. Tea had passed without incident. Adelaide had declined to stay, and Lizzie had seized the excuse to avoid dining with Lucian. The thought of their inevitable conversation filled her not with fear, but with the particular dread of two people walking a tightrope of unresolved feeling. Dining alone in her room seemed the safer option, conducive to both digestion and sanity. A knock at the door drew her upright. Expecting Mrs. Pippins with her meal, she set the book aside and straightened. "Come in." The door opened, but instead of Mrs. Pippins's bustling form, Lucian filled the frame. His presence claimed the room before he'd taken a single step, and Lizzie gripped the edge of the coverlet. "Good evening." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Her gaze narrowed. "Lucian, to what do I owe this pleasure?" He crossed the room with that deliberate, unhurried grace she was beginning to recognize. "Mrs. Pippins mentioned you've decided to dine alone." She seemed rather concerned. Lizzie lifted her chin. "Is that forbidden, my lord?" "Not forbidden." His tone was incongruously calm, but discouraged. Before she could respond, he reached into his vest pocket and withdrew something. A handkerchief, neatly folded, fell onto her lap. Lizzie blinked down at it, then back up at him, her brows arching. The embroidered flower she'd painstakingly stitched stared mockingly back at her. "What is this?" The answer hovered between them, but she wanted to hear him say it. "A flag of truce." His voice dropped low and steady, his gray eyes unwavering, her lips parted. She studied him, searching for the edge of mockery she'd come to expect. Instead, his expression held an openness she hadn't seen before, his posture lacking its habitual rigidity. "I see." Her voice came more breathless than she liked. Her stomach growled, and heat rushed to her cheeks. The faintest smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I would suggest you accept it, and quickly." Lizzie glanced down at the handkerchief again, the delicate stitching absurd against his calm seriousness. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep from smiling, then looked up. "Indeed." He stepped back, clasping his hands behind him. "I can understand why you've avoided me. My behavior has been—" He hesitated, his jaw working. "Unforgivable." That startled her. She sat straighter, meeting his gaze. An apology from Lucian? She hadn't thought him capable of it. She couldn't decide whether to savor the moment or brace herself against the weight of his sincerity. His voice quieted. "I lost my temper. I was unfair to you." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. His words unsettled her, not for what they were, but for how deeply they seemed to cost him. Her gaze dropped to the handkerchief. She lifted it, fingers brushing the embroidered petals. Her mouth curved. "I suppose the flower was a bit much." He shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I was referring to—" A flush crept up his neck. "Everything." Lizzie's pulse quickened. She understood now. He wasn't apologizing for the sewing debacle, though that was clearly included. He was apologizing for the kiss. Her throat tightened and she looked down, her voice softer than she intended. I said things that were not proper either. A sudden laugh escaped him, self-deprecating and warm in equal measure. My behavior surpassed yours. I should never have kissed you like that. Her head snapped up. The words dropped into the fragile truce between them and sent ripples in every direction. I. He turned, pacing toward the window, his hands clenching behind his back. I took advantage. You're under my protection, in my home, and I betrayed that trust. I understand why you wouldn't want to share a room with me, let alone dine. Lizzie opened her mouth to protest, to say anything to stem the tide of regret in his voice, but the words wouldn't form. She swallowed hard and tried again. Lucian. He turned sharply, brows drawn, gray eyes shadowed. You have my word, Miss Anne. It will not happen again. A pause stretched between them, long and taut. Lizzie inhaled, steadying herself. The kiss, she began, wasn't that dreadful. His brows shot up and she flushed scarlet, her fingers twisting the handkerchief. Why had she said that? It sounded so brazen, so utterly without restraint. I mean, she forced a smile, I have complete faith that you'll keep your word. Besides, next time I'll embroider pansies on your flag of truce. The tension in his frame eased, and he chuckled, the sound breaking through the lingering awkwardness. Pansies, is it? Very well. Lizzie rose, taking a step closer. I believe I'll accept your invitation to dinner after all, my lord. She held out the handkerchief with a small smile. Under the flag of truce, of course. Lucian took it, his fingers brushing hers as he tucked it back into his pocket. His smile deepened, warmer than she had ever seen it, and her breath caught. He nodded. Truce. Lucian leaned back in his chair, a snifter of brandy balanced in his hand, and studied Anne as she contemplated the chessboard. Firelight danced across her features, catching the furrow of concentration between her brows and the determined set of her lips. She was engrossed, her focus riveted on the game as if it were a battlefield. He couldn't deny he was enjoying this détente. Dinner had been pleasant, more so than he had expected. Throughout the meal, Anne had peppered him with questions about the tenants they'd visited. Her interest had been genuine, her observations sharp, and Lucian was reassessing the woman he'd so easily dismissed as frivolous. She had a lively, incisive mind, and as their conversation drifted to crops and planting cycles, he'd realized how thoroughly wrong he had been about her. For the first time, they had found common ground, and the dinner table had become a forum of ideas, rather than a battlefield of barbs. He had half expected her to tease him about plows or deliver some cutting remark about his estate. She hadn't. Instead, she had listened, asked thoughtful questions, and even offered a suggestion or two. By the time the meal ended, he was reluctant to let the evening slip away. On a whim, he'd asked if she remembered the game of chess. Her eyes had lit with the spark of a challenge, and now here they were. Anne reached out and moved a pawn with deliberate precision. I've been thinking. Not with that move, you haven't. He captured the piece, his lips quirking. She scowled at the board before looking up, laughter bright in her eyes. I thought I remembered this game, but apparently I do not. Lucian leaned forward, chuckling. I've noticed you have a knack for blaming your memory whenever you fail at something. His tone was teasing, but not unkind. What excuse did you use when you were in full possession of your wits? Her eyes sparked with mischief. I wouldn't know, would I? He laughed outright, the sound low and rich. Indeed, but I'd wager you always had some clever excuse ready. Her cheeks flushed faintly, and she ducked her head, studying the board with renewed focus. The laughter gave way to quiet consideration, and Lucian frowned slightly, wondering if he'd struck a nerve. What were you thinking? I was thinking, she nudged another piece forward, that I should probably see Mrs. Raxton and cancel some of my purchases. She surely hasn't started sewing all of them yet. Lucian stared at her, surprised. What has made you decide that? One shoulder lifted, her expression faintly sheepish. I didn't consider the expense. I suppose I thought, in some ridiculous way, that I might repay you, eventually. Her smile wavered. I'm sure I would have been more sensible if I had my full memory. Lucian shook his head, his tone dry. No doubt, but they're ordered now, and Mrs. Raxton will not thank us for canceling. It's hardly fair to your resources. A crease formed between her brows. I didn't think. She broke off, her hands folding tightly in her lap, her voice dropping. I suppose I didn't consider that I might never be able to repay you. Lucian studied her, noting the rare flicker of vulnerability beneath her usual confidence. It unsettled him, this crack in her armor. Repayment. His voice came low and deliberate. And what if you're already accounted for? Anne blinked, looking up sharply. Accounted for? Yes. The question escaped before he could think better of it. Your family, or your husband. Anne sat bolt upright, aquamarine eyes wide with certainty. I couldn't be. And why not? Because, she faltered, frowning. Because I didn't have a wedding ring, did I? He tilted his head, conceding the point. No, but it could have been stolen. Perhaps that's what happened. She drew herself up, her tone brooking no argument. I am not married. I refuse to believe I would forget a husband. Lucian held her stare for a long moment, searching. She met it without flinching, her confidence so unwavering that he almost wished she was right. He nodded slowly. Very well, we'll not discuss it further tonight. Good. She settled back. It gives me a headache. The smile tugging at his lips won its battle. Do not cancel your orders, Anne. I must confess I've begun to find your dress is looking uglier every day. Her eyes narrowed, but amusement flickered in their depths. You beast. Checkmate. He moved his knight into place, satisfaction curving his mouth. Anne gaped at the board. Why, you conniving scoundrel! Laughter broke through despite her outrage. A high-pitched shriek from beyond the doors shattered the moment. Both of them went still, exchanging wide-eyed looks. That would be Mrs. Pippin's. Anne's voice carried a note of alarm. Clearly. Lucian rose swiftly. What the devil is her problem now? He turned toward the door just as Mrs. Pippin stumbled through, her complexion ashen, her mouth working like a trout gasping for air. Oh, my lord. Her voice climbed with every syllable. Lucian's brow furrowed. What is it, Mrs. Pippins? Anne leaned forward in her chair, curiosity bright in her expression. There's... Mrs. Pippins gestured wildly toward the hallway, her words dissolving into sputtering. Lucian straightened. Take a breath and tell me, woman. Mrs. Pippins managed a gasp. A naked man in the hall. Anne's lips twitched. Not entirely naked. A thin, disheveled man stumbled through the doorway. Bare-chested, barefoot, and flushed with indignation, his lower half mercifully clad in a pair of women's pantaloons. Pink, with ribbons and rosettes laced at the ankles. The man shook a clenched fist, bloodshot eyes wild. My lord, I've come to have words with you. Damned words. Pippins shrieked and began flapping her hands at the man like a hen defending her brood. Begone, begone, you scandalous heathen. Not until I've spoken to Lord Thorncliff. He planted his feet like a warrior preparing for battle, his fist quaking, though the effect was somewhat diminished by the ribbons swaying with every movement. Lucian's voice cut the chaos short. Mrs. Pippins, that's enough. Leave us. The housekeeper froze mid-flail, her wide, stricken eyes fixed on him. But my lord, he's indecent. Lucian arched a brow. Too late to object now. Anne pressed her lips together against a laugh. Indecent seems an understatement. Get out, Mrs. Pippins. His tone left no room for debate. With a despairing sob, Mrs. Pippins fled, her slippers slapping down the hall as though pursued by demons. The man squared his bony shoulders and puffed out his chest, a display that would have been considerably more impressive without the pink. Bleeding bell-damned women. He fixed Lucian with a glare. I've come about that witch. Lucian's frown deepened. What witch, Simpson? Bob Simpson? Anne's voice cut through the tension, and Lucian turned to find her face pale with recognition, his jaw set. Anne, let me deal with this. Simpson's bulging eyes snapped toward her. You're Anne? Anne's chin lifted with quiet dignity. I believe I'll excuse myself. You bloody witch, Simpson lunged. Anne didn't flinch. Before his fingers could reach her, she boxed his ears with a resounding crack that sent him staggering sideways. Lucian crossed the room in 2 strides, planted a solid hand on Simpson's chest, and shoved him backward. The man tumbled to the floor with an ungainly sprawl, legs and arms splayed as he blinked up at the ceiling. Now. Lucian loomed over him, every syllable a warning. What in blazes is this about? Simpson wheezed, his bony finger shaking as he pointed at Anne, though in entirely the wrong direction. She told my Joy to throw me out. Lucian drew back. What? Simpson's face reddened by the second. She said my Joy didn't have to put up with me. Spittle flew from his lips. And then my Joy turned the bloody pistol on me, told me I wasn't getting back into her bed until I stopped drinking and fooling around, tossed me out of the house without a stitch on me. Where did you get the pantaloons? Anne's voice dripped with honeyed amusement. Simpson's face went crimson. She threw them at me, said since I liked ladies' drawers so much, I might as well wear them. Anne's laugh bubbled over, and Simpson turned a furious glare on Lucian. You see, she's the devil herself. You've got to stop her. Lucian turned a sharp look at Anne. Is this true? Anne lifted one shoulder, entirely unapologetic. I told Joy she deserved better than to be humiliated and neglected by her husband. Apparently, she agreed. A vein throbbed at Simpson's temple. You talked my Joy into mutiny. My wife, she's never spoken to me like that before. Anne's smile could have lit a ballroom. A pistol has a way of clarifying one's priorities. Simpson struggled to his feet, fists clenched. You can't let her get away with this, my lord. She's coming between me and my wife. Lucian exhaled heavily and turned to Anne. Stay here, and for the love of God, don't say another word. Gladly. Her expression suggested the precise opposite. Lucian grabbed Simpson by the arm and hauled him toward the door. Let's discuss this elsewhere. Simpson stumbled after him, still sputtering. You should put her in her place, my lord. Lucian cast one last glance at Anne, who stood with an expression of pure innocence. Believe me, I'm working on it. The door slammed behind them. Chapter 11. Lizzie sat stiffly on the edge of the chair, staring at the parlor clock. The seconds dragged, each tick louder than the last. Every sound, an errant footstep, the faint creak of a floorboard, set her nerves on edge. She forced herself to sit still, determined not to give Lucian the satisfaction of catching her pacing. When the parlor door swung open, she glanced up, pasting on a brittle smile. I see I have not moved a jot as ordered. Lucian paused in the doorway, his dark gaze unreadable. Then slowly he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Don't appease me, Anne. What you did was unforgivable. Lizzie arched a brow. Was it? And what that brute was doing to Joy was not? His jaw tightened as he crossed the room. It is not your place. I know. She bit out the words, though they didn't come easily. I thought I knew. Her eyes darted away from him as a wave of frustration clawed its way to the surface. With an exasperated sigh, she turned, putting space between them. The truth is, I don't know anymore, but I could not look at the way Joy was living and not speak to her. She's a proud woman, but he humiliated her. They have so little, and he spends what they do have on drink. At least he isn't violent, she finished with a sharp, humorless laugh. That's what Joy told me anyway. Lucian's voice dropped, quiet but unyielding. What if he was violent with her? What then? Lizzie went rigid. His gaze burned into her back, the unspoken question hanging in the air. What if it had been you? Her throat tightened, but she couldn't bring herself to turn and meet his eyes. The words barely carried. I don't know. Silence stretched between them, heavy and absolute. Finally, Lucian moved. She heard him cross the room, and when she turned, she found him at the table, gathering the chess pieces. What are you doing? The sudden shift unsettled her more than his anger had. I believe we've had enough chess for one evening. His tone turned brisk as he replaced the pieces in their box. It's no wonder it's not your game. The board isn't broad enough. Life must be your scope. Lizzie narrowed her eyes. I thought you were being kind earlier when you suggested I cancel my orders, but now I see it was another way to chastise me. Lucian lifted the queen, turning it idly in his fingers. I really had thought it generous of you to send your dresses back. Now I see you had this planned all along. Her chin lifted. I did not intend to order so many from Joy. Her voice held steady despite the slight flush creeping into her cheeks. I see. He set the queen down with deliberate precision. Very magnanimous. Lizzie took a sharp breath. What are you going to do? Lucian's gaze met hers, cool and unflinching. If I followed Simpson's advice, I'd horsewhip you. You wouldn't dare. Her eyes flashed. No. The barest trace of a smile crossed his face. I don't believe in violence. His expression sobered. As for Joy, I refuse to come between man and wife. I told Simpson as much. Despite your interference, he must come to terms with Joy on his own. But I warned him that, as the stronger sex, if he settles their differences through force, I will take steps. The words were a warning, though they weren't aimed at her. Lizzie gave a nonchalant shrug, but her pulse beat too fast against her wrists. And her employment, Lucian's mouth quirked. She'll have her work cut out, undoing the damage you've done. To my clothes and hers. Lizzie blinked, stunned into silence. She wanted to thank him, but pride kept her tongue still. Instead, she stepped forward, hesitated, then rested her hand lightly on his arm. It was a fleeting touch, gone before he could react, and she slipped past him without another word, leaving the room. Lucian strode into the parlor and poured himself a generous glass of brandy. He wasn't a drinking man, but today seemed as good a time as any to start. The events of the day had spiraled beyond all management, and as he tossed back the first swallow, he couldn't decide whether to laugh or curse. The news had traveled quickly, thanks to Simpson. The little man had wasted no time hurrying to the tavern, shouting to anyone who would listen about how Anne had roused his wife into locking him out of his own house at pistol point. By the time Lucian heard the tale, it had grown so colorful he wouldn't have been surprised to hear Anne had led a militia against Simpson's door. And then there was Mr. Waltham, who'd come to him smelling faintly of soap and complaining that Millicent had forced him to bathe, in lie, no less, because of something Anne had told her about fairies. Once again, his little amnesiac had been at work, telling Millicent the fairies would leave at the scent. He tossed back another swallow of brandy. He stared into his glass, a reluctant smile tugging at his mouth. She was meddling her way through his tenants. Yet as much as he wanted to be furious, he couldn't ignore the realization settling in his chest. She was trying. The sewing, even the disastrous conversations with his tenants, it all came back to that ill-fated dinner where he'd listed, rather smugly, the qualities a country lady should possess. Anne had taken those words to heart and thrown herself into mastering them, regardless of how sideways things had gone. He drained his glass and shook his head. God help us both. The words were half to himself, half to God, and Mrs. Pippins chose that precise moment to appear in the doorway, and he was glad to see her. I am ready for tea. Please inform Anne I wish to see her. Mrs. Pippins turned to leave, but not before wringing her hands in a way that suggested she might wring her own neck if given the option. Lucian sighed, watching her retreating form. If Anne kept this up, the poor woman wouldn't have a drop of blood left in her veins by week's end. She is quite occupied, my lord. Mrs. Pippins plucked at her apron, the words tripping over each other. She will not be taking tea today. Lucian's brow arched. Wise of her. Mrs. Pippins bobbed her head. I shall bring your tea directly. No hurry. Lucian swirled the brandy in his glass. I intend to see her at dinner. Yes, my lord. She nearly tripped over her own feet in her haste to escape. Lucian sighed again, leaning back into his chair and closing his eyes. He took a slow sip of brandy, savoring the burn as it slid down his throat. Perhaps it would dull the mounting chaos Anne seemed determined to unleash. If the spectacle with Simpson wasn't enough, Squire Donovan had accosted him earlier, red-faced and blustering over his wife's sudden enthusiasm for immodest gowns and unrespectable necklines, all inspired, of course, by Anne. It appeared Mrs. Raxton's needle would be busy for months. Lucian had no doubt that before long, other husbands would be at his door, lamenting their wives' transformations. He could already hear the chorus of grievances. Just as the brandy's warmth began to settle his nerves, Mrs. Pippin's voice shrilled from the hallway. My lord! Lucian's eyes snapped open. He turned to see her stumbling into the room, her face pale and ashen. She halted just inside the doorway, visibly swaying. What now, Mrs. Pippins? He set his glass on the side table. Her hands fluttered, her words tumbling out in gasping fragments. There's been an accident. It's Miss Anne. What? Lucian shot to his feet, the blood draining from his face. What happened? She. Mrs. Pippin's voice dissolved into the garbled nonsense Lucian recognized as her particular brand of panic. Show me! The command cracked through the room. Mrs. Pippins nodded, her breathless explanation continuing as she spun and dashed from the room. Lucian followed closely, his long strides barely keeping pace with her erratic, zigzagging flight down the hallway. His fear tightened with every step, sharp and uncontrollable, thudding in time with his pulse. He nearly tripped over Mrs. Pippin's skirts as she darted toward the kitchen. he came to an abrupt halt. Anne sat sprawled on the kitchen floor, her dress smeared with vibrant red streaks, and her hair matted with the same alarming hue. For one terrible moment, Lucian froze, a sick dread flooding his chest. Blood, his throat constricted. Then his gaze darted to the jars, dozens of them, toppled, shattered, their contents pooling in sticky puddles across the floor. Not blood, jam. Lucian's panic gave way to a bark of laughter, one so unexpected and unchecked it startled even him. Anne, her eyes blazing, glared up at him. "Don't you dare laugh!" She swiped a sticky strand of hair from her face. That only made him laugh harder, his deep, rolling mirth echoing off the kitchen walls. "In a jam, are we, Anne?" His shoulders shook as he braced a hand against the doorframe. "You beast!" Her cheeks flamed as red as the preserves. "I worked so hard on this, and you laugh!" She fumbled for the nearest glob of jam and hurled it with furious precision. Lucian dodged easily, but the sticky missile smacked into Mrs. Pippins, who had been creeping forward with a dishcloth to survey the damage. The housekeeper shrieked, clutching at her skirts as jam dripped from the hem. Lucian's laughter faded, though the grin tugging at his mouth remained. His gaze sharpened on Anne as she scooped up another handful of the crimson mess. "Out of the way, Mrs. Pippins." Mrs. Pippins didn't need to be told twice. With a scandalized gasp, she scurried from the room, leaving Anne and Lucian alone amidst the carnage. "You'll regret that." His voice dropped low, edged with warning, as he bent to retrieve a half-full jar of jam. The look in his eyes promised mischief. Anne's eyes widened as she scrambled backward, her hands slipping in the sticky mess beneath her. "You wouldn't dare, wouldn't I?" He upended the jar with deliberate slowness, and with a soft plop, a fresh mound of jam landed squarely on her head. "Fiend!" Anne sputtered, shaking her head wildly, sending splatters of jam in every direction. Her lips twitched despite her outrage, and Lucian took a step back, his grin broadening. Anne wasn't about to surrender. She staggered to her feet, her dress a ruined canvas of red smears, and charged at him with a war cry. But before she could reach him, her foot slid on the slick floor, and she skidded straight into him. "Anne!" The growl tore from his chest as they collided with a force that sent both of them tumbling to the floor. His arms went around her instinctively as they landed, the momentum rolling them together in the sticky chaos. Cursing under his breath, Lucian shifted and sat up, jam clinging to his clothes and hands. "Are you hurt?" The roughness in his voice softened. Anne sat upright, blinking dazedly. A smear of jam streaked across her cheek, and her hair was a tangled, sticky mess. Of course not. Her lips trembled as if she might either laugh or cry. Lucian reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered, catching on the streak of jam along her cheek. Without thinking, he brought his thumb to his lips and tasted it. Her gaze locked on his mouth. "The sweetest I've ever tasted." His voice came low and warm. Anne blinked at him, then let out a watery chuckle. "And the stickiest." "Not quite." His lips twitched. "You were far worse after that mud puddle." She wrinkled her nose. "I'd be surprised. At least I made this mess myself." "Try it." He held his finger out to her, the jam still glistening. Anne hesitated, her eyes wary but curious. Slowly, she leaned forward and tasted it. Her lips brushed his finger, and a rush of heat bolted through him, swift and devastating. "It's not so bad." The words came softer. "A shame, most of it's on the floor. Not all of it." His voice roughened. Before he could stop himself, he leaned in, his hand brushing against her arm for balance. His lips pressed softly to her cheek, where a smear of jam lingered, the sweetness mingling with the faint floral scent that always clung to her skin. Anne gasped, a soft, startled sound that unraveled him completely. It was all the invitation he needed. He captured her lips with his, the tentative touch testing her response. She froze for the briefest of moments, then melted into him with a fervency that matched the ache thrumming through his veins. Her lips were soft, warm, and tasted of sugar, a mix of the jam and something distinctly her. A low, guttural groan escaped him as the kiss deepened, his hands sliding to her waist, pulling her flush against him. The heat of her body seeped into his, banishing every coherent thought except the desperate need to keep her close. Her fingers found his shoulders, tentative at first, before curling into the fabric of his shirt, as if she needed the anchor as badly as he did. Sticky jam clung to their skin, but it was a distant annoyance drowned beneath the fire sparking between them. Her lips parted, and he swept his tongue against hers, savoring the delicate moan she let slip. Time seemed to stretch and blur, leaving only the warmth of her, the soft sighs that mingled with his harsh breaths, and the undeniable pull of her every movement. His hands slid up her back, tangling in her hair, tilting her face to deepen the kiss until nothing but her mattered. And then the sharp sound of a throat clearing shattered the fragile bubble they'd created. Lucian froze, his lips still brushing against hers, before pulling back just enough to see her face. Anne's aquamarine eyes were wide, her cheeks flushed, her breathing as ragged as his. Her mouth, still glistening, parted as though she might speak, but no words came. Behind them, Mrs. Pippin stood in the doorway, her eyes the size of saucers, her mouth working but producing no sound. Lucian blinked, struggling to regain composure as Anne stepped back, her hands flying to her hair as if trying to reclaim some shred of dignity. He was just... Anne's voice broke in mortified tones. Mrs. Pippin sputtered, clearly torn between outrage and the desire to faint. Lucian turned away, his fist pressing to his lips as he fought the urge to laugh. The sweetness of her kiss still lingered, as did the overwhelming realization that he'd tasted something irreversibly addictive. "What are you? Oh, it's utterly disgraceful." Mrs. Pippins waved her hands as though fanning away the impropriety. Lucian swallowed a curse and pushed himself to his feet, offering Anne a hand to steady her as she stood, her dress sticking to her in places. "Mrs. Pippins, everything is perfectly under control." Anne brushed at the sticky remains of jam on her skirts. "Hardly." Lucian's lips quirked upward. "The jam was meant for me, after all." He cast a pointed glance at the blotch smeared across her bodice. Mrs. Pippins gasped, scandalized. A beat of silence, and then amusement sparkled across Anne's face. "Indeed, my lord." The sweetness in her voice could have rivaled the preserves. Lucian's chest tightened at her quick recovery, but he masked it with a cough. "Mrs. Pippins will need baths drawn." The housekeeper wavered, and he cleared his throat. "Separate ones." Mrs. Pippins retreated from the kitchen in a flurry of muttered indignation. Something about utterly disgraceful and doubled salary. Anne turned to him, an arched brow and teasing smile firmly in place. "Separate baths, my lord," Lucian chuckled. "Of course, and I'll ensure Mrs. Pippins triples her salary after this." "Generous," Anne tilted her head thoughtfully, "though you might owe me more than jam-smeared apologies after this debacle. Strawberries." Low, almost private. "The next time, embroider strawberries." Anne wrinkled her nose but couldn't hide her grin. "I think I'll stick to pansies." Lucian exhaled deeply, forcing his thoughts into order. "We'd best go get that bath," though his voice held a trace of warmth that hadn't been there before. "Our separate baths," Anne clarified, a rosy flush spreading across her cheeks. "Of course." A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He gestured toward her dress, now a ruin of sticky red streaks. "That dress, however, is beyond salvage. Will you need..." He trailed off, realizing the implication too late. Anne cocked her head, one brow arching in playful challenge. "Are you offering me the use of your clothes, sir?" Lucian let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. "It would be the least I could do. There's no need for such a sacrifice." Her laughter bubbled up. "My new clothes arrived this afternoon." Did they? Though he knew perfectly well they had. His instinct told him to tread carefully, but the words came before caution could stop them. "There's a dance tomorrow. Would you like to attend?" "Adelaide will be there, of course." Anne's face lit up, her eyes sparkling with delight. "That I would, my lord." "Very well." He gave her a small nod and turned toward the door, but his feet refused to carry him through it. He hesitated, then turned with a slight frown. "Anne, don't." Anne tilted her head, curiosity lighting her expression. "Don't what?" "Don't strive so hard to master all the accomplishments I mentioned before. It's not necessary." Anne's gaze flicked around the room, lingering on the chaotic aftermath of her efforts. Then she looked back at him, her eyes glinting with teasing challenge. "Coward, you're simply afraid of what I might attempt next." Lucian threw his head back and laughed, the sound rich and unrestrained. "I should be gallant and deny it." His grin softened as he looked at her. "But the truth is, Anne, I am, very much so." Chapter 12. The candlelight in Squire Donovan's ballroom caught every bare shoulder and daring neckline, illuminating the revolution. Lizzie's blood still sang from the music and movement as she left the dance floor. After weeks of borrowed nightshirts and hideous green dresses, she felt gloriously herself again, or as close to herself as a woman in hiding could manage. The traditional hay-mowing celebration had transformed under her influence, much like the village ladies themselves. What should have been a simple barn dance had evolved into something far more dangerous, a proper ball, sparked by Mrs. Donovan's insistence that her new gown, cut precisely to Lizzie's specifications, would not be wasted on mere country revelry. Lizzie suppressed a smile as she made her way toward where Lucian and Adelaide sat in state. The room blazed with bare arms and daring décolletage, each new dress a small victory in her campaign to bring fashion to Yorkshire. The local men's expressions as they beheld their transformed wives ranged from thunderous to bewildered, their appreciation for enhanced beauty clearly warring with concern for their depleted purses. She settled into a chair beside them, letting satisfaction color her voice. "You have not danced yet." Adelaide's smile held no hint of regret. "No, Lucian does not care for dancing." "Indeed?" Lizzie laughed, though a tightness gathered in her chest at this further evidence of his rigid nature. "I suppose I need not leave a place for him on my dance card, figuratively speaking, of course, since nothing as formal as dance cards are used here." "You wouldn't have a spot for him if you had." Lucian's frown deepened. "Sir, you flatter me." "I do not mean to." Frost edged every syllable, though his storm-gray eyes tracked her every movement. "You have most normally sane men acting like fools tonight." Lizzie cast him a wickedly arch look, delighting in the way his jaw tightened. "Have I?" Lucian drew himself up. "I warn you, these are not the men to play your airs upon. They do not take lightly to flirting." "Really? I thought they were going on famously." Lizzie settled back in her chair with the satisfaction of a general reviewing successful maneuvers. "Why, that Mr. Nash told me my hair reminded him of his finest dairy cow. Now, if that isn't flirting, I don't know what is." Adelaide's eyes widened with scandalized delight. "He did. Gracious. And Jacob Waltham told me he didn't mind smelling like a lie if that's what it took to be able to dance with me." Lizzie watched Lucian's expression darken like storm clouds gathering over the moors. She lowered her gaze in mock demureness. "Rogue asked if I didn't want to lean closer so he could really prove the lack of smell." "Oh, dear!" Adelaide's laugh carried genuine warmth, though Lucian looked ready to commit murder. "It is not a laughing matter." Every line of his body had gone rigid with barely contained fury. "If you continue to flirt as you are, there will be trouble before the night is through." "Trouble?" Lizzie was unconcerned. She had managed London's most treacherous social waters. These country gentlemen posed no challenge by comparison. Besides, if Lucian's growing agitation was any indication, her strategy was working perfectly. "No, in fact, I am trying my poor best to lift everyone's spirits." She leaned toward Lucian with calculated intimacy, widening her eyes in a way that had once brought dukes to their knees. "Imagine, some men arrived here tonight ill-tempered because their ladies are properly dressed in the height of fashion." Indeed, Lucian's own temper was clearly fraying. "But gratefully," Lizzie continued, letting honey sweeten her voice, "most of them are coming out of their sulks and enjoying themselves. It has taken some coaxing, I own, which you are freely supplying." His words landed sharp as steel. Lizzie's smile turned triumphant. "But they are seeing it in a much better light." "You mean they are seeing you?" Lucian's gaze dropped deliberately to her neckline, the look carrying more heat than censure. "And it doesn't require a light. Faith, another compliment." "It's not a compliment." Each word seemed to cost him dearly. "You are." But before he could finish, young Talbot hobbled up on his crutches, interrupting Lucian's brewing storm. "What do you want, Talbot?" Jeremy's youthful face flushed as he straightened on his crutches. "I came for my dance with Miss Anne." "Why, Jeremy, how kind of you." Lizzie bestowed her warmest smile on the boy, noting how it made Lucian's scowl deepen further. "Dance?" Disbelief roughened every syllable. "You are on crutches, Jeremy. Just how do you think you're going to dance?" I set them aside." The words tumbled out in a rush of boyish eagerness, his eyes bright with hope. "Miss Anne, she promised me a waltz if I got better." Lucian's gaze narrowed to steel. Did she? The words landed with a razor edge that sent a delicious shiver down Lizzie's spine. I most certainly did. Lizzie rose from her seat, the silk of her gown rustling with deliberate grace. Her eyes met Lucian's challenging stare. But surely you haven't learned the waltz yet, Jeremy? A becoming blush crept up Jeremy's neck, staining his cheeks. I asked Squire's wife if she would play one for us. Adelaide's fan froze mid-flutter. The waltz? Surely she isn't going to do so. Squire Donovan considers it far too fast. As if summoned by the mere mention of scandal, Rachel Donovan swept toward them, her midnight blue skirts swaying with magnificent authority. The gown, Lizzie noted with private amusement, mirrored her own in both cut and style. In London, such a fashion faux pas would have sparked a social bloodbath, but Rachel's proud smile held nothing but sisterly pride. Rachel's eyes sparkled with mischief. So, Miguel, what do you think? Lizzie schooled her features into perfect composure. It is very fetching. Rachel nodded briskly, every inch the commanding general preparing for battle. Yours is mighty fine, too. It's the right thing for us tall ladies. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that nonetheless carried. And I have asked the musicians to play a waltz. Said they didn't know it, but I told them they best learn quick if they ever want to play in my house again. Her chin lifted with determination. I'm not going to let this dress go to waste. It's high time we became modern, and so I told the squire. Adelaide's brow furrowed delicately. Mrs. Donovan, never say he will dance the waltz with you? No, Rachel's eyes flashed. Bert said he wouldn't. Told him he was acting like a country hayseed, but he still refuses. A sly smile curved her lips. However, Mr. Waltham said he'd stand up with me. The man's changed for the better. Doesn't smell one whit now. Rachel sailed into the ballroom like a queen commanding her court, her clapping hands silencing the murmuring crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play the waltz now. Her declaration sent ripples of shocked whispers and scandalized gasps through the assembly, but Rachel remained utterly unmoved. She beckoned imperiously to Lizzie and Jeremy. Anne and Jeremy, come here. Jeremy's face flushed deeper as he turned to Lucian, who still gripped the boy's crutches like weapons. Would you be so kind as to hold these, sir? The look Lucian cast between Jeremy and Lizzie was murderous, but he accepted the crutches with stiff courtesy. Jeremy managed an awkward bow in Lizzie's direction, his good leg trembling with the effort. Lizzie's chest softened as she took Jeremy's offered hand, feeling him lean heavily against her for support. Together they made their way to the center of the floor, where silence swallowed the room. Mr. Waltham appeared at Rachel's side, rakish and newly soap-scented, offering a conspiratorial wink that Lizzie couldn't help but return. Another couple joined them on the floor. Joy, her face a study in determined defiance, accompanied by a gentleman Lizzie didn't recognize. Joy's shy nod spoke volumes of carefully gathered courage, and Lizzie smiled back with all the encouragement she could muster. This wasn't just a dance anymore. It was a revolution in silk skirts and evening wear. Rachel's voice boomed across the assembly like a challenge. Are these the only ones brave enough to learn the waltz? Wait, I do! The cry came from Adelaide's dark-haired sister, who burst forth from the crowd, dragging a startled young man behind her like a prize catch. The poor fellow looked both terrified and thrilled, a common enough condition when dealing with determined young ladies, Lizzie mused. Musicians, Rachel commanded, please begin. Miss Anne, we will watch you. The musicians struck up a hesitant tune that bore only a passing resemblance to a waltz. Lizzie listened carefully, searching for the familiar rhythm beneath the uncertain notes. Finding just enough of a beat to work with, she placed one hand on Jeremy's shoulder, her other clasping his trembling fingers. His face flamed as he cautiously settled his hands at her waist with exquisite care. Excuse me, Miss Anne. Mortification warred with resolve across his features. Most certainly, it is a dance. Lizzie offered him a conspiratorial smile. Jeremy's face set in lines of fierce concentration as he pushed her through what could only charitably be called a shuffle. Lizzie followed his lead with careful attention, smiling as she noticed the other couples mimicking their awkward limping steps. But their faces shone with such pride and joy that she hadn't the heart to correct them. A masculine bellow shattered the music, destroying the fragile spell. "Joy, stop!" Bob Simpson burst through the ring of onlookers, his evening attire askew and his eyes fever-bright with drink and rage. He lurched onto the dance floor, each unsteady step betraying the brandy's influence. "Stop that, I say!" The musician's bows screeched across strings, the waltz dying in a discordant wail. But Joy remained defiant in her partner's arms, her chin lifted in a gesture that spoke of years of simmering rebellion finally brought to boil. "Excuse me, Bob, I am waltzing." "You shall not waltz." Bob's face purpled, spittle flying from his lips. "I'll not have it. This is indecent." Joy's laugh held no mirth, only bitter knowledge. "And your behavior all these years has not been?" The assembled crowd drew a collective breath. Such public defiance was unprecedented, thrilling, dangerous. "You will not waltz." Bob advanced, his boots hammering the floor. "You're my wife, and you're going to listen. Until you act as a proper husband." Joy's voice carried clear and cold as winter frost. "I will not consider myself your wife." Titters and gasps rippled through the watching crowd. Bob's hands clenched and unclenched, his gaze swinging wildly until it found Lizzie. Recognition and rage twisted his features into a mask. "This is your fault." He lurched toward her, brandy-soaked breath preceding him. "Look what you've done." Jeremy, bless his gallant heart, hobbled to plant himself between Lizzie and the advancing threat. "Step back, Miss Anne. I'll take care of this." "Bob Simpson." Rachel Donovan's voice cracked like a whip as she stormed forward, dragging a wide-eyed Mr. Waltham in her wake. "You weren't invited here, and you're disrupting our dance. Now get off the floor." "That woman, she is a witch." Bob jabbed an accusatory finger at Lizzie, nearly overbalancing in the process. "She is not." Rachel drew herself up to her impressive height. "She is fashionable, is all." "Squire!" The bellow cut through the tense atmosphere as Squire Donovan himself pushed through the crowd, his shorter stature made up for by the sheer force of his presence. Though he stood a full foot below his wife, his bullish frame radiated authority earned through years of managing this slice of Yorkshire society. "I've had enough of this fashionable nonsense." His voice held the weight of tradition, of resistance to the winds of change now sweeping through his carefully ordered world. "Look what it has caused." Rachel whirled on her husband, midnight silk swirling like storm clouds. "Caused? Bert Donovan, don't you dare side with that drunken no-good Bob Simpson." Her eyes burned with warning. "He's disrupting our dance, and I want him thrown out." "Going to." Bert's face flushed crimson. "The man, drunk or nay, makes sense. It's the girl you need to toss out." His gaze raked over his wife's fashionable attire with growing horror. "Look what she's got you doing. Tricked out like a hussy and dancing that heathen dance. Next, you'll be pointing pistols at me, damn it." Rachel loomed over her husband. "I might just, unless you throw Simpson out." "See, Squire?" Bob's exultant cry held the peculiar logic of the thoroughly foxed. "She's got your wife doing it too." Lizzie felt the tide of chaos rising, threatening to sweep them all away. The crowd pressed closer. Lucian's grim face appeared at the edge of her vision, Jeremy's crutches still clutched in his white-knuckled grip. "Perhaps I should go," though the words tasted of surrender. "No." The denial came from multiple throats. Rachel's commanding boom, Joy's desperate plea. "No." Joy's face hardened. "It's Bob who should leave." "Bloody right." Jeremy glared at Bob with all the righteous fury of youth. "Oh, indeed?" The color in Bob's face deepened past crimson into territory that would have intrigued medical men. He lunged forward, shoving Jeremy with drunken force. The boy's already taxed leg betrayed him, and he toppled like a felled tree. Lizzie dropped to the fallen boy's side, her ribs tight with outrage. "Sir, that was uncalled for." "You bitch." "Simpson." Lucian's voice cut through the chaos like the crack of a pistol. The crutches clattered to the floor as he bore down on Simpson, retribution written in every stride. Simpson spun, his movements heavy from drink and anger. "What?" "I said no violence." Lucian's fist shot out with lethal precision, connecting with Simpson's jaw in a sickening crack. The impact sent the drunk man reeling backward, his boots catching on Jeremy's sprawled form. He crashed to the floor hard enough to rattle the crystal chandeliers. "Here now." Squire Donovan surged forward, outrage painted across his features. But Lucian pivoted with deadly elegance, planting his fist squarely in the squire's stomach. The smaller man folded with a whoosh of expelled air, his authority deflating as swiftly as his lungs. Lizzie watched Lucian in stunned fascination, her pulse hammering against her stays. This was not the rigid man of principle who'd lectured her on propriety. This was altogether more dangerous, and infinitely more intriguing. Raw power rippled beneath his perfectly tailored coat. Every movement spoke of carefully leashed violence finally given freedom. The ballroom erupted. Lucian's display had shattered some invisible barrier of restraint. Ladies who moments ago had been the picture of refinement now hitched up their skirts and joined the fray. Rachel Donovan, resplendent in her midnight silk, landed a spectacular right hook to her husband's already tender midsection. Jeremy, having recovered his crutches, wielded them with surprising skill, catching Bob Simpson across the shins as the man attempted to rise. The neat divisions between gentle and common folk dissolved in a chaos of flying fists and righteous indignation. Silk-clad elbows jabbed at broadcloth-covered ribs. Kid leather gloves were discarded in favor of bare knuckles. The musicians, showing admirable dedication to their craft, struck up a lively country dance tune that somehow made the whole scene even more surreal. And through it all, Lucian moved like an avenging angel, his cravat coming undone, dark hair falling across his brow as he defended her honor with a violence that spoke of frustrated desire given its first true outlet. Each punch thrown was infused with weeks of unspoken feeling, each grunt of effort an echo of words neither had dared to say. Lizzie stood in the eye of the storm, her revolution having evolved into something altogether wilder and more magnificent than she'd imagined. Gracious, what an entertaining evening it was. Lizzie's voice held carefully crafted lightness as she pretended to adjust her hair, each movement designed to draw his attention. The intimate confines of the carriage wrapped around them, the lantern light casting shifting shadows across Lucian's bruised features. Your local entertainments are quite rambunctious, are they not? His only response was a grunt, but oh, how that simple sound carried volumes of repressed feeling. Lizzie pressed on, unable to resist prodding at his iron control. Rachel certainly has a powerful arm upon her, though I cannot feel it was exactly sporting of her to have floored the squire after you'd already done so. She watched his jaw clench, fascinated by the play of muscle beneath skin. And Jeremy, Faith, he was positively lethal with those crutches. He cannot waltz well, but give that boy a pair of crutches, and he's a genius. The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken accusations. What is the matter? Is your jaw hurting? I do hope you didn't lose any teeth. I did not. Each syllable landed cold and clipped, but Lizzie had glimpsed the fire beneath his ice. Then you could speak. She leaned forward, the movement causing her skirts to brush against his legs in the confined space. I was worried for a moment. Reaching into her reticule, she withdrew her handkerchief, the white lawn pristine against her gloved fingers. Here, you're bleeding over your eye. She extended her hand, watching his control crack like winter ice in a spring thaw. His fingers closed around her wrist, the touch burning through her glove. Madam, I need no assistance from you. You have already done enough. You are a menace to society. Lizzie's breath caught not from his words, but from the barely leashed power in his grip. No, I'd say society did very well as a menace all by itself. The lantern light caught the gold flecks in his storm-dark eyes as she continued. I was too busy to take note, but I did not once throw a punch. I was tempted, I own, since all the other ladies were swinging, but I refrained. And, she continued, it never would have happened if you hadn't pushed both Bob and the squire to violence. Whatever possessed you, I thought you were a man who did not believe in violence. I don't. His hand withdrew from her wrist as if burned, but the phantom heat of his touch lingered. But you drive a man to it? I drive a man to it? The carriage swayed, pressing them closer for one dizzying heartbeat. Moonlight slanted through the window, painting silver shadows across his clenched jaw. Surely it was Bob who drove you to it. No, the word hung between them. Absolute. It was you. Lizzie sat stunned, a wholly feminine pleasure blooming in her chest despite her better judgment. The admission lingered, charged with possibilities neither dared name, yet contrition followed swiftly on its heels, and she softened her voice. I am sorry, Lucian. Not as sorry as you are going to be. Lizzie tensed, though not from fear. What do you mean? His eyes glittered in the darkness. I mean, madame, that you will not leave my sight again. The declaration stole her breath. What? I will not have you turning the village on its ear as you have. Therefore, you will stay with me, where I can be ascertained you will not cause trouble. Lizzie bit her lip, tasting the sweetness of victory even as she affected indignation. In truth, his proposed punishment held all the terror of being sentenced to paradise. Still, she arranged her features into a practiced look of outrage. You mean I shall be your prisoner? You can either remain in my company, and I warn you, I intend to go about my business as always. Lucian's voice roughened like velvet dragged against the grain. Or else you can remain within the house where only I must suffer your havoc. Each sway of the carriage brought them closer, then apart, a maddening dance of proximity that made Lizzie's skin prickle with awareness. Those are very hard choices. She fought to keep the smile from her lips even as triumph bloomed warm in her chest. Those are the only two you have. The words fell heavy as chains, but oh, what delicious chains they were. You may accept, or you may leave. No. Lizzie let vulnerability creep into her voice like morning mist. I don't think I should. You yourself said I am dangerous in society. Don't I know it? His grumble held notes darker and deeper than mere irritation. I rue the day I pulled you from that pond, but I did, and I shall not shirk the responsibility. No, her tone was properly meek, while mischief danced in her heart. You have too much honor for that, I hope. Damn my honor. The oath landed with the weight of a prayer. The carriage lurched to a halt, the sudden stillness electric with possibility. Lizzie held her tongue as the door swung open, allowing herself to be handed down first. Lucian followed more slowly, each movement betraying the cost of his gallantry. His jacket hung in artful disarray, moonlight catching on the bruises blooming across his aristocratic features. A visible wince escaped him. Confound it. Lizzie couldn't resist. The words spilled from her lips, sweet with promised sin. Perhaps I could kiss it and make it better? Lucian froze, his entire body drawn taut before release. His gaze, when it met hers, held a predatory heat. We, madam, shall never kiss again. The words cracked between them like a shot before he stalked past her, his limp barely visible. Lizzie watched him ascend the steps, admiring the way his broad shoulders filled out his torn evening coat. A shame, she breathed into the velvet darkness, letting her smile bloom fully at last. Lucian thought to punish her with his constant presence, poor man. He had yet to realize his sentence would prove far more torturous to himself than to her. After all, some cages were made of silk and stolen glances, and some prisoners had no wish to escape. Chapter 13. Dawn painted the woods in watercolor shades, morning mist threading through the ancient oaks. Lucian spotted the rabbit, a flash of russet against fallen leaves, and raised his gun with practiced patience. Are you going to shoot that darling rabbit? Anne's voice rang clear through the trees, deliberate in its innocence. The rabbit bolted and vanished into the undergrowth. Damn it, Anne. Lucian turned, finding her not a foot behind him, close enough that the jasmine notes of her soap reached him on the morning air. He fixed her with a look that held all the heat of a banked fire, promising rather than threatening. She met his gaze with studied guilelessness, though mischief danced in the corners of her mouth. Well, are you? Not anymore. He tracked the subtle shifts of her expression, searching for the tell that would betray her game. You frightened it off. I am sorry. The words dripped honey-sweet from her lips, utterly devoid of contrition. You always are. The past few days had taught Lucian that the woman possessed an uncanny ability to bend the world to her will without seeming to try. Not once had she argued against his plans, yet somehow each activity transformed beneath her touch like clay reshaped by clever fingers. Their fishing expedition had evolved into an alfresco picnic, complete with crisp napkins and wine that sparkled like her laughter. When he'd objected, she'd simply wondered aloud why they shouldn't feast while feeding worms to fish. His carefully planned field inspections invariably turned to races, her excellence in the saddle a revelation that challenged both his horsemanship and his composure. Even his business ventures fell prey to her influence. At auction, She bargained with swift determination, her prices somehow always proving precisely right. You did that on purpose. Lucian's accusation carried notes of begrudging admiration beneath its stern facade. No. Anne swept past, her skirts brushing his boots, her smile a dangerous thing in the morning light. To prove it, I'll go find that rabbit again. She moved through the woods like a dryad, calling out with practiced sweetness, "Oh, rabbit, come back, please. We wish to put a ball through you. Stop it." His command held the desperate edge of a man losing his grip on hard-won control. "You are scaring off all the animals." "What?" She turned, sunlight catching the copper threads in her hair as she cast him a look of pure devilment. "I'm only trying to help." "No, you are not." Something shifted inside him, darker than mere irritation. "And if you persist, it will be you who I will shoot." Oh dear. She darted behind an ancient oak, pressing against the rough bark. The game had shifted, evolved into a contest far more enticing than hunting. "Oh, rabbit, wait up. I'm hightailing it with you." A laugh escaped him. He caught the shiver that raced through her, and something tightened low in his chest. She spotted him through the dappled shadows. He saw the flash of recognition and flitted to the next tree, her breath coming fast. "I refuse to go home empty-handed again," he called, voice roughened with a hunger that had nothing to do with missed quarry. "There's been no fish on the table, and now you are ruining the game." "No, I'm not." She let her voice carry, drawing him deeper into their dance. "'Tis the game of hide and seek now." Lucian, realizing there wouldn't be a creature stirring within miles of Anne's theatrical warnings, surrendered to the inevitable with a wolfish grin. "You better hide," he called, the words carrying dark promise through the trees. The crash of his pursuit through the underbrush sent her fleeing, laughter trailing behind her. But Lucian knew these woods as intimately as he knew his own desires. He cut away from the path, moving with predatory silence through shadows still heavy with dawn's secrets. Anne's laughter faded to questioning calls, her voice shifting from playful to searching. He waited in the dense undergrowth, every sense attuned to her approach. The rustle of her skirts against leaves, the subtle catch in her breath. When she drew close enough that he could smell the jasmine scent of her hair, Lucian sprang. "Found you!" Her scream pierced the stillness. Before he could register the shift, her fist struck his chest with wild force. All playfulness transformed to pure survival. Lucian wheezed but caught her fast, recognition dawning like ice in his veins. "Anne, it's me!" She froze in his arms, a hunted thing caught between flight and fight. He watched awareness flood back into her wide eyes, relief chasing terror across her features. "Lucian, you frightened me for a moment. Are you all right?" Yes, I am." She pushed away, turning her back to him, but not before he glimpsed something raw and wounded in her expression. The morning's playful spell shattered. Lucian frowned, his hands finding her shoulders with gentle insistence as he turned her back to face him. She refused to meet his gaze, though tremors ran beneath his palms. "You remember something, don't you?" "No." The word barely stirred the air between them. "No, I do not." "Yes, you do." His voice gentled even as his hands held firm upon her shoulders. The morning light caught the sheen of unshed tears in her eyes, turning them to liquid amber. "What is it? Who did you think I was?" Anne's gaze finally met his, anger flashing like heat lightning on a summer night. "I don't know, I tell you. I don't remember." "You don't remember?" His thumbs traced unconscious circles against her skin through the thin muslin of her dress. "Or you don't want to remember?" "Both." The word escaped like a confession, pain etching itself across her features, hollowing out her eyes until they became windows to some private hell he couldn't reach. The sight knifed through Lucian's defenses, her pain becoming his own with an intensity that stole his breath. He released her slowly, stepping back as if distance could shield him from the truth unfurling between them like a poisonous flower. God help him, but he didn't want her to remember either. Didn't want to know what shadow from her past could transform his laughing wood nymph into this wounded creature. Didn't want her to recall the life that would draw her away from these moments of shared laughter and heated glances, away from him. "Come." He forced lightness into his voice, though each word fought him. "We might as well return. Mrs. Pippins will not be pleased. The only thing I caught was you. She's been regretting that from the first day." Relief flickered across Anne's face at the change of subject, color returning to her cheeks. Lucian laughed, the sound almost natural. She might feel better if I told her you were to be our next meal. No, mischief rekindled in Anne's eyes. She wouldn't know how to dress me, would she? She has no turn for fashion, after all. The jest hung between them like morning mist, fragile and perfect, hiding deeper currents beneath its seemingly innocent surface. Just as Anne herself did, Lucian realized with a pang that tasted of inevitability. The afternoon sun draped golden fingers across the hayfields, turning each stalk into burnished treasure. Lizzie sat upon her blanket, parasol tilted just so, watching the men at their labor with feigned indifference. "Are you already finished, Lucian?" He stood before her, shirt clinging to the broad planes of his chest, damp with honest labor. Even as she gestured toward the field, still heavy with work, her gaze traced the way sunlight caught the strong column of his throat where he'd loosened his collar. "There is still much to be done, is there not?" "Yes." His voice carried rough edges that sent shivers dancing along her spine. "I intend to return, but first I wish to take you home." "Why?" She adjusted her parasol, letting the summer breeze kiss her neck. "I am enjoying myself, I assure you." Lucian's brow lifted, a gesture heavy with unspoken meaning. "Watching men work pleases you?" Lizzie let her gaze drift over him with aching slowness, drinking in details that proper ladies shouldn't notice. The way his damp shirt molded to muscle, how sweat gleamed on sun-bronzed skin. A unladylike tingle coursed through her veins. In London's rarefied air, no gentleman of her acquaintance would dare appear before her in anything but pristine tailoring. Yet here was Lucian, stripped of society's polish, raw and magnificent as nature itself. The sight didn't revolt her sensibilities. It awakened something primal, something that recognized strength and male beauty with ancient instinct. "Of course," she laughed, the sound rich with hidden meaning, "since I am the one watching and you are the one working." I had thought that. A smile tugged at his lips, even as concern shadowed his eyes. "But the men are unhappy with it. Why?" Her question hung in the sultry air between them, deceptively innocent. Lucian's gaze traced the elegant line of her throat, the copper fire in her hair caught by afternoon light. "Because you are watching them, looking as cool and grand as you please while they toil." "Grand?" Lizzie's laugh sparkled like champagne in crystal. "Thank you very much, but this skirt and blouse I have on are anything but grand. I look the veritable peasant. These men are attracted to peasants." His attention lingered on her, slow and thorough enough to steal her breath. "And are you?" The question slipped from her lips, honeyed with forbidden possibility. She batted her lashes, knowing full well the effect of sunlight caught in their sweep. When Lucian only frowned, something wild and reckless stirred in her breast. She shouldn't flirt so brazenly. It was like teasing a sleeping lion. But oh, how delicious to watch his careful control strain against its chains. "For if you are," Lizzie reached up, unhurried, and pulled the ribbon from her hair. Dark silk cascaded around her shoulders as she shook her head, each movement its own small seduction. "Come." His command carried warning, but beneath it lurked something darker, hungrier. "Very well." She snapped her parasol closed with decisive grace, rising in a rustle of skirts that brushed tantalizingly against his legs. Lucian bent to retrieve the blanket, and they walked through the sun-drenched fields in companionable silence that hummed with unspoken possibilities. As they passed a freshly made haystack, Lizzie paused, affecting her most innocent expression, the one that had served her so well in London ballrooms. "Lucian, you may not have noticed, but I vow I saw a man and girl disappear into one of these the other day." His wary look sent triumph singing through her veins. "Yes? Whatever were they doing?" She tilted her head, the very picture of wide-eyed curiosity. "They were." Lucian halted, his frown deepening as understanding dawned in his dark eyes. "They were going there for a rest." "Rest?" Lizzie let her parasol fall to the ground. "Faith, that is what I need. Watching men toil is so enervating." Her laugh floated behind her as she ran to the haystack. Each handful of hay she tossed his way, a deliberate provocation. Golden stalks caught the afternoon light, dancing around him. "Stop that! Am I not doing it correctly?" She turned, mischief and invitation warring in her amber eyes. Something reckless kindled in Lucian's gaze, a challenge accepted. "No." He stalked toward her. This is how you do it. His powerful hands moved the hay with swift efficiency, creating a hollow that promised secrets. Then his fingers found her waist, and the world tilted on its axis. And this, he lifted her, tossing her into the fragrant nest he'd created. Lizzie barely had time to catch her breath before he followed, his large body sliding alongside hers like silk against skin. His arms enveloped her, and oh, the scent of him, sun-warmed mail and fresh hay, and something uniquely Lucian, invaded her senses like the finest French brandy. I warned you about flirting with countrymen. His lips descended with unerring purpose. But we aren't going to kiss ever again. The words trembled against his mouth. Remember? And you've teased the very devil out of me for that. His voice dropped, raw at the edges. It's going to stop right now. His mouth claimed hers with devastating thoroughness. Months of denied passion crystallizing into this single, burning moment. His hands, sure and certain, molded her body to his, as though she'd been crafted for his touch alone. A moan escaped her lips, swallowed by his kiss, as liquid heat pooled in her belly. She surrendered to him completely, glorying in the friction of his lips against hers, the hard planes of muscle beneath her questing fingers, the delicious weight of him pressing her deeper into their fragrant haven. But then the kiss shifted, transformed. No longer was it mere sensation engulfing her, but the very essence of him. His spirit called to hers with each heated breath, each urgent touch. Something inside her cracked open, tender and terrifying, offering up secrets she hadn't known she kept with every brush of his lips, every stroke of his hands. This was dangerous territory indeed, not the familiar steps of seduction, but a force far more powerful. Lucian jerked back suddenly, his eyes dark as midnight storms. Something profound and terrifying flickered in their depths, recognition not of her face but of her soul. His voice emerged rough as uncut diamonds. "Damn you, Anne." The words struck her newly awakened heart like winter frost on spring blooms. "Damn me?" Pain flared hot and sharp behind her ribs, transforming her into sheer fighting fury. She shoved against the wall of his chest, no longer caring about her tangled skirts or the hay caught in her tumbled curls. She ran, fleeing not just from him, but from the devastating revelation of her own heart's betrayal. Lucian's shouts echoed behind her, but she couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. The fields stretched endlessly before her, each step carrying her further from the precipice of feelings too vast to name. A horse's startled whinny and a man's curse pierced her panic. She skidded to a halt, her heart lodging somewhere in her throat. 2 horsemen blocked her path, their mounts dancing beneath them. The first rider hauled back on his reins, his horse rearing skyward. "Whoa!" The shout barely checked the rearing mount, while his companion cursed as his own horse caracoled in agitated circles. Lizzie stood frozen, horror crystallizing in her veins as recognition struck like summer lightning. Sir Harry Monteith and the Right Honourable George Stanton, Mordaunt's drinking companions, witnesses to a life she'd fought to forget. Sir Harry had frequently shared his duke's table, his wine, his confidences. Sir Harry sniffed, peering down from his quivering mount. "Gads, what are you about, wench? You damn near unseated me." George Stanton's irritation shifted to something far more dangerous as his gaze settled on her face. "'Struth. Ought to know better, chit." His expression changed. "Odds blood, Harry, doesn't she look like Lady Elizabeth?" Sir Harry fumbled for his quizzing glass, raising it to his eye with trembling fingers that spoke of too many late nights with brandy and cards. "Damn, she does it that." Terror and desperate hope warred in Lizzie's breast. She dipped into an awkward curtsy, letting her voice fall into the rough cadence of the countryside. "I be frightful sorry, me lords. I twarn't watching where I was going." George Stanton shook his head, wonder and disbelief painting his features. She could be the perfect spit for her. Sir Harry's laugh brayed across the summer air. "Wait until I tell Mordaunt I saw a peasant girl who looks just like her." "Tell Mordaunt?" The name escaped her lips before she could catch it, a betraying whisper of silk against stone. But the men, caught in their own amusement, missed the horror beneath her gasp. Lizzie forced her lips into a sultry curve, though her heart thundered against her stays like a caged bird. "Who's this here Mordaunt you be talking about?" Sir Harry drew himself up with drunken pomposity. He is a fine duke, and far above your touch, you impertinent baggage." Lizzie swayed her hips with calculated earthiness, each movement a careful costume donned to hide the lady beneath. "Ye said I look like this here lady? Is she as purty as me?" "Far more so." George's snicker carried cruel edges. "But then again, she wouldn't have straw in her hair." His eyes gleamed with malicious delight. "Faith, it's too good. Should tell old Mordaunt we've found Lady Elizabeth's replacement for him. Might cheer him up while the lady is away visiting those relatives of his." Sir Harry's laugh died to a concerned frown. "Too bad old Mordaunt is in such a bad skin of late." George affected a sympathetic sigh. "Ain't it? Should take it as a jest, but wouldn't be surprised if he called us out instead. He's been riding damn rusty." Lucian's voice carried across the field, sharp and commanding. Lizzie trembled slightly. He approached with lethal grace, his earlier passion transformed to protective fury. She spun back to the horseman, desperation lending authenticity to her performance. "Excuse me, gents, but here comes me man." The words tumbled from her lips, rough-hewn and pointedly common. He won't be liking me talking to yers. He's the jealous sort." "Gads," Sir Harry's eyes widened comically behind his quizzing glass. "He's a bleeding giant. Best be off, George. No time to brangle with a Johnny Raw, not if we're going to make it to old Blackwell's auction. Don't want to miss the chance of that bay." George was already turning his horse. "Struth." Both men spurred their mounts with unseemly haste, leaving only hoofbeats and dust in their wake. Lizzie turned to face Lucian, every nerve singing with the effort of maintaining her facade. His presence filled the space between them, dark with unspoken questions. She forced a smile that felt like shattered glass. "They needed directions, I see." His voice carried depths she dared not explore. Each word fell from her lips with the caution of steps across treacherous ground. "They are going to a horse auction." Lucian fell into step beside her, the gesture as natural as breathing. "It would be Blackwell's. He's one of the finest horse breeders in the area, in the country, in fact." "I did not know." The words emerged hollow, a shell containing multitudes. Emotions roiled beneath her skin like storm-tossed waves. Cursed by this chance encounter with her past, blessed that Mordaunt still lived, cursed again by that very blessing. Each step carried her further into a maze of her own making, where every turn held both salvation and damnation. Her hand reached for Lucian's of its own accord, seeking an anchor in this tempest of uncertainty. His fingers closed around hers without hesitation, offering silent strength even as they bound her more tightly to this sweet deception. Chapter 14. Moonlight painted silver paths across Lizzie's bedchamber, turning shadows into secrets. She stood at the window, wrapped in Lucian's nightshirt like armor against her fears. The stolen garment draped past her knees, its masculine cut emphasizing her vulnerability even as it offered comfort. Beyond foolish to have kept it, more foolish still to wear it, yet she couldn't deny the way his lingering scent, sandalwood and leather, and a warmth that was his alone, settled her racing thoughts. A laugh caught dry in her throat, hollow and thin. She should be relieved. The knowledge that Mordaunt lived should have lifted the weight of imagined murder from her shoulders. Instead, a new dread settled in its place, heavy with fresh terror. She knew him now, truly knew him, in ways her naive younger self never could have imagined. If he played the role of loving fiancé while telling his friends she visited relatives, he had a purpose behind the lie. Like a cat with a mouse, he would savor the game of it. Sleep would not come easily, but she must try. The night held too many shadows, too many remembered fears. Turning from the window, Lizzie crossed to her bed, each step carrying the weight of her deceptions. The sheets felt cool against her skin as she slipped beneath them, the borrowed linen a secret comfort in the darkness. Yet sleep, when it finally claimed her, brought no peace. A piercing scream shattered the night's silence, tearing her from nightmares of pursuit and capture. Her throat burned. The sound had come from her own lips. Footsteps thundered down the hall, Lucian's distinctive stride, urgent with concern. He burst through her door, all barely leashed power, his smoking jacket hastily donned over his nightshirt, dark hair wild from sleep. His presence filled the dim chamber with dangerous promise. "Anne?" His voice carried equal measures of relief and worry as he crossed to her. It's me. Lucian? His name emerged as a whisper, her pulse still wild from terrors both dreamed and real. You frightened me. I frighten you? He studied her face, storm-gray eyes searching for answers she dared not give. She felt exposed in the pale light, certain her eyes must betray every fear she carried. You were screaming. Yes, I. Lizzie drew her knees to her chest, the fabric shifting with her movement. I had a nightmare, I'm afraid. Clearly. Something in his voice softened. What were you dreaming? The truth hovered on her lips, dangerous as unsheathed steel. She willed her voice to steadiness. I dreamed I was a mouse. A mouse? Pale light caught the skeptical arch of his brow. Lizzie lifted her chin, affecting a composure she did not feel. Yes, I was being chased by a cat. And who was the cat? His gaze held hers, unflinching. I don't know. She shrugged, though the movement felt brittle as spun sugar. I did not ask his name. No doubt it was Tom or something like that. It wasn't. Oh. She forced lightness into her tone, though her fingers clutched the sheets until her knuckles whitened. Do you know his name, this cat in my dream? No, but you do. His words landed with quiet weight. Or you will, once you regain your memory. Indeed? The word emerged thin as thread. I have been reading up on the matter. He moved closer, and the mattress dipped beneath his weight. It can be difficult when memories begin to return. Perhaps that's what's happening. Lizzie shifted away, though every part of her yearned to lean into his strength. Or perhaps it was merely indigestion. Her tone sharpened with dismissal. Either way, forgive me for waking you. I am fine now. You may return to your room. Lucian turned toward the door, each step measured like a man fighting his own instincts. His hand closed around the brass handle, but he could not turn it, not with the rigid line of her spine burning into his awareness, the too studied composition of her pose. He turned back, studying her in the silvered chamber. She sat straight as a queen on her throne, watching him with eyes that held shadows deeper than mere nightmares could explain. Despite her rumpled nightshirt, his nightshirt, and the wild tumble of her hair, she maintained that air of composure that had first drawn him to her. Yet beneath that porcelain facade, he sensed the tremor of fear she fought to hide. The afternoon in the hayfield whispered through his memory, how she'd teased and tormented until his control had snapped. But when he'd finally tasted her passion, what emerged was far more dangerous than mere desire. He damned that moment, just as he damned this one, knowing he could no more walk away from her fear than he could stop breathing. With a low growl torn from his chest, he closed the door and stalked back to her bed, his gaze level with hers. Her eyes widened to midnight pools in her pale face. Move over. The words brooked no argument. He settled his weight on the bed without waiting for her response. Why? She scrambled to the middle of the mattress, her movement sending a fresh wave of jasmine and feminine warmth to tease his senses. Because you will have another nightmare. He adjusted his position, acutely aware of her proximity. And I prefer to remain here, rather than hurry back and forth between rooms. Her chin lifted in that familiar gesture of defiance. You do not need to return if I have another nightmare. No, I don't. He settled back against the pillows, where her scent lingered. But I will. Lucian, you cannot remain here. Her protest emerged breathless, belying her own desires. Cannot? The word carried dark amusement as he shifted to a more comfortable position, the fine lawn of his nightshirt rustling against her sheets. His gaze caught on a familiar sight. You are still wearing my nightshirt. Her fingers tightened on the sheets, light silvering the curve of her throat as she swallowed. I told you, I have discovered your clothes are far more serviceable than those for women. A hint of her usual spirit flickered in her eyes. I suppose you want it back? Not at this moment. His low voice hung between them as he settled deeper into her bed, the intimate domesticity undoing him more thoroughly than any passionate embrace. The slightest laugh escaped her lips, and the sound pulled at his chest. Now, he fought to keep his voice idle, though yearning threatened to swallow him whole. You may do what you wish, but I'm going to remain here. Anne sat motionless, staring at him as the night stretched between them, fragile and sweet with possibility. Then, without a word, she moved closer, settling her head upon his shoulder, as though she'd done it 1,000 times before. The trust in that simple gesture knocked the breath from his lungs. Lucian's arm curved around her without hesitation, drawing her closer until she was wrapped in his warmth, his strength. "Go to sleep, Anne. There is nothing to fear." "I'm not afraid," she whispered. "No, of course not." His lips curved, though she couldn't see them. Not now. The soft admission carried volumes of unspoken truth, and he felt her body slowly relax against his, each breath matching his own. Lucian remained silent, but his arms tightened instinctively around her. She had this way of yielding that undid him completely, stripped away every defense he'd built until he was raw with need, not just for her body, but for her trust, her truth. Her breathing slowed to the gentle rhythm of sleep. Yet still he lay awake, staring into the darkness, holding her close as though she might slip away with the dawn. She fit against him, as though Providence itself had carved out this space in his arms just for her. But even as he savored her warmth, her trust, a shadow of foreboding settled over him. Anne was both revelation and mystery, and he dreaded discovering which would prove more dangerous to his heart. Lucian stared into his teacup as though it might hold answers to the riddles that plagued his thoughts, barely registering Adelaide's presence across the small rosewood table. "Lucian, what's wrong?" Her voice cut through his reverie, soft with concern. "What?" He looked up, the delicate Wedgwood cup absurdly fragile in his large hands. Sleepless nights sat heavy on him, and he knew it showed. "What is the matter?" Her spoon stirred through her tea with measured precision. "Have you and Anne had an argument again?" "No, we haven't." He set his cup down with such haste that tea sloshed dangerously close to the rim. In truth, he wished for an argument. A row, even a full-scale battle, would be preferable to this maddening silence that had descended between them. Ever since that night 3 days ago, when he'd held her until dawn and slipped away before she woke to spare them both the morning's awkwardness, she had become a ghost in his own home. The memory of her warmth against his chest, the trust in her surrender, only made her current withdrawal more bitter. It wasn't simple embarrassment driving her actions, of that he was certain. She treated everyone with the same distant courtesy, refusing to leave the house with claims of feeling unwell. But beneath the mask she wore, Lucian sensed fear darker than any malaise. Fear rolled off her in waves, mixed with an air of waiting that set his teeth on edge. Whatever she feared, whatever she waited for, had robbed him of sleep and peace in equal measure. "She has not come to tea for 2 days." Adelaide's quiet words carried the weight of understatement. "I know." Lucian hesitated, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. His jaw ached from clenching, and exhaustion pressed behind his eyes. "She claims she's simply not feeling well. I offered to call Dr. Harrison, but she refused with such vehemence." His voice trailed off, heavy with unspoken concern. "I cannot be certain, but I've been reading about her condition. I believe Anne is close to remembering her past, and it frightens her." Adelaide's dark eyes softened with understanding. Her hands tightened around the delicate china cup. "Is there anything we can do for her? Anything I can do?" "Yes." Lucian leaned forward, his elbows braced against his knees, every line of his body betraying barely contained urgency. "She clearly doesn't wish my company, nor will she confide in me. Perhaps if you were able to spend more time with her, she might open up to you. If not," his voice roughened, "at least she'll have your company." Shadows lengthened across the carpet as clouds passed before the sun, and the room dimmed to match his mood. "I'm not sure what will happen if she suddenly regains her memory, and it proves cruel. The medical texts say each case differs, unpredictable as spring weather. I consulted Dr. Harrison, but he was little help. Said his only experience with memory loss was when Jameson's mule kicked him in the head." Adelaide's lips curved despite the gravity of the moment. "And what happened then?" Wry amusement surfaced despite himself. "Apparently, Jameson didn't know his own name for a month, couldn't string 2 words together. The humor died as quickly as it came. But this is different. Anne doesn't want to remember. I see it in her eyes. When those memories finally surface, I fear they'll break like storm waves against her shores. I don't wish for her to face that alone. That would be dreadful. I will make time for her." "Thank you." Relief loosened the knot in his chest. "I know it will be difficult with all your family duties. I've noticed Joy has been visiting often. Perhaps we could ask her to help as well." "Certainly." Her face brightened. "She would be pleased to do so. She holds Anne in highest esteem, as we all do, far too well." The words carried an edge of self-mockery. He fell silent, his mood darkening with the afternoon light. "It's important Anne doesn't realize we're watching her. We mustn't make her uncomfortable, which is why I know I cannot be too much about her." He caught the flash of surprise in Adelaide's eyes. "What?" "Nothing." She studied the delicate painted roses on her teacup. "'Tis only that it is not normal for you to behave with such circumspection." Lucian started, knowing full well his behavior was anything but circumspect. The memory of Anne's embrace, the scent of jasmine in her hair, and the vulnerability she displayed in sharing her fears with him, though not her full truth, haunted his nights. His spine straightened. "I merely do what the medical texts suggest to help Anne regain her memory." What he didn't confess was that if she didn't soon remember, or at least cease this maddening withdrawal, he'd gladly seek out old Jameson's mule himself. Perhaps a swift kick to the head might grant him blessed forgetfulness of his own. Chapter 15. Sighing. Lizzie laid her head back down, refusing to examine the perilous comfort she found in Lucian's arms. Sleep pulled her under, yet her brow furrowed as consciousness slipped away. It wasn't right that a woman should need a man's presence to find peace in the dark hours. The ton would be scandalized, yet here, in the gentle quiet of Yorkshire nights, society's rules seemed as distant as London itself. A persistent knocking dragged her from dreams. Lizzie cracked her eyes open, only to squeeze them shut against the betraying glare of the morning sun. Instinctively, she burrowed closer to Lucian's warmth, his chest solid as oak beneath her cheek. "Miss Anne?" Mrs. Pippin's voice drifted through the door, dragging the real world with it. "Miss Anne, are you awake?" "Yes." The words scraped past sleep-thickened lips. "What is it?" "May I come in?" Terror flooded her veins. Lizzie scrambled upright, propriety and panic warring in her breast. Beside her, Lucian stirred with a grunt of protest. She slapped her hand over his mouth, feeling the brush of his lips against her palm as she called out, No, I am dressing." His eyes opened, heavy-lidded but dancing with unholy amusement. One dark brow lifted, and heat bloomed beneath her skin as she snatched her hand away. "I am sorry, Miss Anne." Mrs. Pippin's voice carried notes of concern. "But Lord Thorncliff did not come to breakfast this morning, nor can I find him anywhere." "What does that have to do with me?" Lizzie's cheeks flamed as Lucian slowly sat up beside her, the sheets pooling around his waist in a way that made her mouth go dry. I just wondered if you knew his plans. Mr. Nash is downstairs, wishing to speak with him. He says he had an appointment with my lord. I am sorry, but I do not know where Lord Thorncliff is." The lie tasted of scandal and secret pleasures. They remained still as statues until Mrs. Pippin's footsteps faded down the corridor. In the revealing light of morning, the reality of their situation crashed over Lizzie without mercy. The impropriety, the danger, and beneath it all, a current of desire that refused to be denied. She'd been mad last night, but a good night's sleep had restored neither her sanity nor her propriety. Lucian sat beside her, studying her face with that damnable amusement darkening his gaze. His laugh, when it came, held masculine satisfaction that made her toes curl beneath the sheets. "I never thought to see you blushing, Anne, but you are, and a very bright red. Don't tell me." She lifted her chin, summoning every ounce of aristocratic hauteur she possessed, though the effect was somewhat ruined by his nightshirt draped over her frame. "I think you best leave." He shook his head, dark hair falling rakishly across his brow. "It's not working this time. Perhaps the pose is ruined by your nightshirt and rumpled state." He leaned forward, close enough that his breath stirred the curls at her temple. "Would you like to give me a good morning kiss?" "No." She pressed back against the headboard, though the heat in her cheeks betrayed her. "Strange." His voice carried dangerous understanding. "That's not what I saw in your eyes." The intensity of his gaze stripped away her defenses with ruthless precision. "It does not matter. We certainly cannot kiss here." "Can't we?" His brow arched with wicked grace. "You can lure me into a haystack for a kiss, but you draw the line at bed?" A very odd consideration. I was under the impression that beds were quite common places for kissing. That is. Lizzie scrambled from the bed with more haste than grace, her borrowed nightshirt tangling treacherously around her legs. She drew herself up with regal authority, though the image was undermined by her disheveled state. And I did not lure you into that haystack. No, the single word carried dangerous knowledge. No, I didn't think you would kiss me. The confession slipped free, softer than intended, betraying truths she'd rather keep hidden. You thought only to flirt and tease. His smile held dark invitation as he patted the rumpled bed beside him. Come, Anne, flirt with me now. No. But the word lacked conviction, even to her own ears. But you do it so well. Lucian's grin sent heat racing through her blood. And didn't you say I needed to learn how to flirt to please a lady? You are flirting now. The accusation burst free, hot with indignation and desire. Anything to please a lady. He rose with fluid, lethal ease, every movement wound tight with purpose. Aren't you going to reward me? He stalked toward her with singular intent, and Lizzie abandoned dignity for survival, fleeing to the dubious sanctuary of the rose-patterned chair. You may stop flirting with me now, Lucian. Why? Each step brought him closer, the morning light gilding his shoulders beneath the fine lawn of his nightshirt. You never desisted. Just why are you acting like this? Her pulse kicked against her ribs. 'Tis morning, I'm finally rested, and I am feeling very. His voice dropped to a velvet purr. Flirtatious, shall we say? Well, go and be flirtatious someplace else. Her command might have carried more weight if her voice hadn't betrayed her with its tremor. You can give me a kiss now. He advanced with predatory ease, light and shadow playing across the planes of his face. We're no longer in bed, after all. We're in a bedroom. The words tumbled out, breathless with thwarted propriety. That is close enough. Yes, it is. Before she could gather her scattered wits, he leaned over the chair's rose-embroidered back, one hand braced beside her head. His lips caught hers with swift precision, a brief taste of forbidden pleasure that left her dizzy with want. When he pulled away, laughter sparked in his eyes. There's nothing like a morning kiss. He straightened with unhurried ease, every movement thick with satisfaction. Lizzie watched him stride to the door, unable to miss the smugness that radiated from his powerful frame. At the threshold, he turned, triumph curving his lips. Good morning to you, Anne. I've enjoyed flirting with you very much. The door closed behind him with a soft click that thundered through her chambers. Lizzie lifted trembling fingers to her lips, where the ghost of his kiss still lingered. This brand of flirtation, direct as a sword thrust, honest as Yorkshire rain, bore no resemblance to the delicate social dances she'd mastered in London's ballrooms. Her carefully constructed world tilted dangerously on its axis. In that moment, she wasn't sure which terrified her more, the way his kiss had undone her defenses in a single breath, or the treacherous way her heart had welcomed the fall. Steam curled through Lucian's kitchen, carrying the sweet promise of baking scones and the subtle tension of unspoken fears. Lizzie peered into the earthenware bowl, where pale yolks gleamed against white flour. Her world had narrowed to this moment, this impossible task, mocking her. You put this many eggs in it? The question came more breathless than she'd intended, betraying her unease. Adelaide's hands moved with practiced ease, demonstrating the art passed down through generations of Yorkshire women. Yes, you do. This is how you crack them. With elegant precision, she tapped an egg against the bowl's rim, its contents sliding free of the shell with what seemed to Lizzie an act of pure sorcery. I see. Lizzie watched Adelaide's fingers with grave attention, though in truth she saw nothing but the increasing probability of disaster. Adelaide pressed another egg into her trembling fingers, the shell smooth and cool against her palm. Joy drifted to the fireplace, her presence adding another layer to their intimate gathering. You can use both hands, Anne. Yes. Mrs. Pippins bustled over, all maternal concern. Using one hand is not easy. Lizzie felt their attention settle around her like a carefully tied cravat, just shy of stifling. Her hand shook, the egg a fragile thing. Good Lord, she'd once hosted a diplomatic ball where 3 warring nations' ambassadors had left as friends. She'd navigated Prinny's wandering hands at a state dinner with the skill of a master fencer. Yet here she stood, undone by the simple mechanics of egg and bowl. All right, Lizzie drew in a steadying breath, approaching the task as she might a delicate diplomatic negotiation. The egg cracked against the bowl with more force than intended, its contents spreading across her fingers in a glutinous cascade. Precious little made it into the bowl, while the majority oozed down the ceramic sides in slow defeat. Heaven! The lady's laughter rippled through the kitchen's warm air, a moment of pure feminine camaraderie that made Lizzie's heart twist with unexpected longing. She dropped the messy evidence of her failure onto the table, heat climbing her cheeks. Adelaide, ever gracious, reached for another egg. Practice. The word died on her lips as a shadow fell across the kitchen's threshold. Mrs. Pippin's sharp intake of breath shattered the domestic peace, and Lizzie went cold beneath her stays. She turned, already knowing what she would find, the weight of inevitability settling over her shoulders. Two men filled the doorway, one tall and burly as a prizefighter, the other whip-thin and nervous as a stable cat. But it was the dark gleam of their pistols that commanded attention, the metal catching the kitchen's warm light like death's own jewelry. "Lord, Lord!" Mrs. Pippin's cry rose high and thin, her hands fluttering before her. "Shut up!" The larger man's voice carried the rough edges of London's darker streets, a sound Lizzie had hoped never to hear again. Fear crept along her spine with slow, cold fingers, yet when she spoke, her voice betrayed nothing. "What do you want?" Though she knew, oh how she knew, exactly why they'd come. "You, Missy." His ugly grin promised violence barely leashed, and promises made to those who dealt in flesh and fear. "You can't have her." Joy's voice rang with startling calm, steel wrapped in silk. She stepped in front of Lizzie, unflinching, a woman who had already faced her own demons and found them wanting. "Indeed." Adelaide moved to join her, shoulder to shoulder, a living barricade of muslin and determination. Light caught the tremor in her hands, but her spine remained straight as a queen's. God. The shorter man's pistol swung between them without settling, his nerves betraying him. "Gets out of the way, ladies." The larger man's weapon remained unwavering, his dead-eyed stare more threatening than any dramatic gesture. "Don't matter, Lenny. If they's want to be shot, we'll shoot them and still get the Meg." "Gore, Tom." Lenny's voice cracked like cheap pottery. "Don't want to have to pop them all orf." "What's it to be?" Tom's gaze bore into Lizzie over her friend's shoulders, carrying all the warmth of a hangman's noose. "You want these here women shot 'cause of you?" The question drove through her every defense. This moment, she had known it would come, had felt its approach for weeks now, but she had foolishly hoped for more time, more precious days in this sanctuary of borrowed peace. "No." The word fell with the weight of confession. Lizzie placed gentle hands on Joy and Adelaide's shoulders, the touch a farewell and a thank you wrapped in one. The press of their shoulders beneath her palms made the inevitable that much harder to bear. "I fear I must. Please, I do not want you hurt." She forced her lips into a smile that felt like shattered glass. "Do not worry over me, and thank you. Come on, come on." Tom jerked his chin toward the door. "You can save your tender goodbyes. Goodbye, Joy." Lizzie held her voice level, deliberately ignoring Tom's crude interruption. She met her friend's eyes with quiet intensity. "Keep your course. I'm proud of you." I will." Tears gathered at the corners of Joy's eyes, bright with all they could not say. "God." Lenny shifted his weight, pistol wavering. "She's going to bawl." "No." Lizzie moved toward her captors with unhurried steps, each one a small act of will. The familiar mask of aristocratic composure settled over her features of its own accord. "She is not. Now let us leave." Tom's yellowed grin spoke of back alleys and broken promises. "Smart Mort, ain't ye? Lenny, ye keep these here ladies covered till's me and her highness are clear." "What?" Lenny shrieked. "You're leaving me with them heres? Ye got the bloody popper, don't ye? And they're just women, for God's sake." Tom's fingers dug into Lizzie's shoulder with bruising force as he shoved his pistol against her ribs. The cold metal pressed through her muslin dress with casual menace. She gritted her teeth, allowing him to propel her toward the door, away from the warmth and safety she'd foolishly begun to think of as home. The waiting carriage loomed before her, its dark interior yawning like a grave. The coachman, as burly as Sam himself, watched with eyes devoid of mercy or meaning. As Sam thrust her toward the waiting darkness, Lizzie caught one last glimpse of Lucian's kitchen, of Adelaide's proud stance, Joy's trembling courage, Mrs. Pippin's fluttering hands. A tableau of everything she must sacrifice to keep them safe. She stepped into the carriage's shadows without resistance, understanding that some prices must be paid in full measure, no matter how dear the cost. Chapter 16. Adelaide's world narrowed to 3 points of focus: the trembling pistol in Lenny's grip, Mrs. Pippin's frightened whimper, and the singular thought Lucian would never forgive her if she died in his kitchen. Sweat gleamed on Lenny's upper lip, his desperation as palpable as the morning's baked bread. Nobody move. The weapon shook in his grip, tracing frantic circles in the air. Adelaide's fingers tightened around the egg in her palm, its fragile shell a poor weapon against cold steel, but it was all she had. Her heart thundered against her ribs as Mrs. Pippin swayed beside her, the housekeeper's chest heaving with shallow breaths. "Oh dear," Mrs. Pippin moaned, her weathered hands fluttering before her. Her eyes rolled back and she crumpled to the floor in a whisper of starched skirts and muted terror. "I said don't." Lenny's shout dissolved into a curse as he squeezed the trigger. The shot went wild, the ball striking a hanging copper pot with a resonant clang that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. "Bejesus!" The color drained from Lenny's face as he stared at the smoking pistol. "Bejesus! This moment only. This chance." Time seemed to slow, each heartbeat distinct and deliberate. "Lenny, look." When he turned, she launched the egg with all the aim of a childhood spent pelting her brothers with snowballs. It struck his chest in a spectacular explosion of shell and yolk. Lenny dropped the pistol, pawing at his shirt with a howl of surprise that might have been comical in any other circumstance. Adelaide didn't wait. She hurled herself at him with fierce necessity, sending them both sprawling across the flagstone floor in a tangle of limbs and curses. "Move away, Adelaide." Joy's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, which Adelaide realized as she rolled clear was precisely what her friend wielded. The kitchen knife in Joy's steady hands caught the morning light, its edge promising consequences. Lenny's face, already pale, turned the color of curdled milk. "God, don't cut me!" "Remain still." Joy's voice held an edge sharper than the blade itself. "Or you'll learn firsthand why my husband fears my temper more than any pistol." She turned one on her husband. I would listen to her were I you. Adelaide's voice rang with a calm she did not feel. "Your own husband?" Lenny gaped, his eyes wide with horrified fascination. "Indeed." Adelaide snatched up the fallen pistol. She positioned herself opposite Joy, creating a trap of their own making. The weight of the weapon felt foreign in her hands, yet she lifted it with unwavering determination. "And I'll introduce your head to this pistol, if you so much as twitch." Lenny's gaze darted between them like a cornered fox. What you going to do with me?" Adelaide's mind raced. They needed him contained, needed time for Lucian to return. Her gaze fell on Mrs. Pippin's still form, and the answer struck at once. "Watch him, Joy." She hurried to the housekeeper, retrieving the ring of keys from her pocket with trembling fingers. Victory surged through her as she held them aloft. "The pantry shall be your new accommodation, Mr. Lenny." The pantry? Relief flooded his features as he glanced between Joy's knife and the sturdy door. Right then. Up slowly. Joy's blade didn't waver. "Any sudden moves and you'll learn how skilled I am with household implements." Adelaide's fingers fumbled as she worked the lock, the key scraping against metal before finding purchase. The door creaked open, revealing shelves of preserved fruits and dried herbs, a prison scented with sugar and spice. Once Lenny was secured, Adelaide sagged against the door, her body spent with fading urgency. The pistol and keys pressed cool against her chest, grounding her in reality. "Joy, you must fetch Lucian. He'll be returning along the left lane for tea." Joy fled, her footsteps fading into the morning air. Behind Adelaide, Mrs. Pippin stirred with a low moan, pushing herself to sitting with mechanical movements. The housekeeper blinked owlishly, her usual efficient manner fracturing around the edges. What happened? A slight fainting spell. Adelaide gentled her voice. "We've contained our unwelcome guest in the pantry, and Joy has gone for his lordship." Horror bloomed across Mrs. Pippin's features. "His lordship? But it's tea time, and nothing is prepared. Oh, the shame of it all." Adelaide watched in helpless amazement as the woman bustled to the table, her hands unsteady yet determined as she began arranging cups and saucers. Mrs. Pippins, surely under the circumstances. No, there must be tea. His lordship expects it. It is my duty. The housekeeper's movements were precise yet distant, as though she moved through a familiar dream. She cracked an egg into a bowl with the same dedication she might have shown on any ordinary afternoon. My lord must have his tea. Time stretched like pulled taffy as Adelaide waited, each tick of the clock measured by Mrs. Pippin's increasingly frantic preparations. The scent of fresh-baked scones had barely begun to perfume the air when the door burst open with enough force to rattle the windows. Lucian filled the doorway, all primitive fury, his customary polish stripped to nothing. His eyes blazed with barely contained violence, and the sight of him stole the breath from Adelaide's lungs. Lucian! His name escaped her lips in a rush of relief. Where is he? Each word a growl, promising retribution. Before Adelaide could respond, Mrs. Pippins's tremulous voice filled the room. My lord, tea is ready. I had to rush, but Adelaide thrust the key toward Lucian. He stalked to the pantry door, every movement coiled with savage intent. The sounds that followed would feature in Adelaide's nightmares for weeks to come. The crash of breaking crockery, the thud of flesh meeting flesh, Lenny's frightened whimpers transforming into yelps of pain. Joy burst into the kitchen, cheeks flushed from running. I couldn't keep pace, where? A particularly loud crash answered her question as Lucian and Lenny tumbled from the pantry, locked in a brutal dance. Adelaide had never seen Lucian like this, all cold rage and deadly precision. His fist connected with Lenny's jaw, the crack of it sharp enough to make Adelaide flinch. You damn bastard! The curse tore from Lucian's cultured lips. Lucian, stop! Adelaide rushed forward, catching his arm before he could strike again. We need him alive. Joy joined her, grasping Lucian's other arm. Please, my lord. It is tea time. Mrs. Pippins's distressed cry seemed to pierce the red haze of Lucian's rage. Adelaide pressed closer, her body a barrier between violence and necessity. Lucian, listen to me. He knows where they've taken Anne. We need him conscious enough to tell us. Lucian's muscles quivered beneath her touch like a stallion held in check. His breath came in harsh pants, each one thick with brandy and fury. His voice was rough as sin. Where is she? Tom's taking her to London. Blood trickled from Lenny's split lip. Why? Don't know proper. Tom's got his orders. He does. From some flash cull, high and mighty sort. Got Sam proper frightened, which ain't easy to manage. My God. Lucian's grip loosened fractionally. It's her cat. Ain't no cat, Gov. Lenny shook his head, wincing. Sam ain't afraid of no cat, and a cat don't pay what this swell does. The muscle in Lucian's jaw ticked. Where in London? Fear flashed across Lenny's battered features. That I ain't telling. They'll kill me sure as sunrise. You'll die faster if you don't speak. Lucian's tone carried all the warmth of a midwinter night. Adelaide stepped closer, her skirts brushing against Lucian's legs. Lenny, if his lordship gives his word not to kill you, will you lead us there? Calculation warred with fear behind Lenny's eyes. I'll take you both, but I won't tell you now. Won't go alone with him neither. He'll kill me. I won't kill you. Lucian's grip tightened meaningfully on Lenny's collar. Lucian! Adelaide's exasperation for her longtime friend spilled over. Release him. Every moment we waste is another moment Anne travels further from us. Lucian's thunderous gaze swung to her, and Adelaide felt the full force of his focus like a physical touch. She lifted her chin, meeting that stormy gaze with one of her own. Yes, I'm coming with you, and if you kill our only guide before he leads us to Anne, we'll never find her. My lord. Mrs. Lind. Pippins clutched the edge of the table. The scones are growing cold. All eyes turned to the housekeeper, who stood trembling by the tea service, tears tracking down her weathered cheeks. Is it not tea time? Blimey, she's crying. Lenny's voice held a note of genuine distress. Gov, have your tea, for the love of God. I swear on my mother's grave, I'll take you where Tom's meant to deliver the mort. His gaze found Adelaide's, desperate and raw. You'll keep him from killing me? A smile touched Adelaide's lips, grim but genuine. If you swear to lead us true, with no deception. You have my word. Lenny's eyes skittered to Lucian, who watched him with the focused intensity of a hawk eyeing its prey. Gov, it ain't me you want to kill. I swear it. No. The single word held the weight of prophecy. But harm her, deceive us, and I'll send you to meet your maker with such creativity they'll write penny dreadfuls about your end. The threat hung in the air like gun smoke as Lenny straightened, rubbing his abused throat. His bruised face brightened with reckless hope. Right then. Shall we have tea first? Them scones smell proper wonderful. Chapter 17. The brothel's red velvet walls pressed close, suffocating in their opulence. Gilt cherubs cavorted up bedposts thick as tree trunks, their supposedly innocent revelry a mockery of the room's true purpose. The bed itself sprawled like an obscene altar, draped in crimson silk that bled in the lamplight. She perched in the room's sole chair, her spine rigid as a sword. The blindfold they'd used during her journey lay discarded on the floor, though its purpose seemed laughable now. Every shriek of female laughter, every masculine groan that filtered through the walls told her exactly what kind of establishment this was. Even the air felt thick with sin and secrets, perfumed with Turkish rose and something darker. Desperation, perhaps. When the door's lock scraped, Lizzie's heart lurched against her ribs. The Duke of Mordaunt swept in as though he owned the place, which she realized with crawling revulsion he very well might. The key scraped home behind him. "Hello, darling." His smile held all the warmth of a serpent sunning itself on a stone. Lizzie studied him with new eyes, seeing past the carved features that had once charmed her. Yes, he cut a magnificent figure, tall, slim, and dark, with eyes that glittered like obsidian. She'd often jested he looked the perfect villain. Now she knew he was one. "Hello, Mordaunt." She injected ice into her tone, determined he wouldn't see her fear. One dark brow lifted. "What, not surprised to see me?" "Not at all." She let her lip curl, though I owned to a distaste at the sight. His laugh grated across her nerves. "Ah, Lizzie, you truly are the incomparable. If only I'd taken your measure properly before, none of this would have been necessary." He prowled closer, looming over her chair. "But alas, I didn't. I thought you merely the beautiful ornament you appeared to be, society's darling, whom we all profess to adore." Lizzie held his gaze without flinching. "Had I known it would help to show you my true measure, I would have done so far sooner." He sighed and settled onto the bed's edge, one gleaming Hessian boot swinging with affected casualness. "I suppose if I told you I now appreciate your full worth, that I promise never to underestimate you again, you wouldn't let bygones be bygones?" A smile touched Lizzie's lips, sharp as a blade. "You know me so well now, Mordaunt. You're quite correct. Unfortunately, I too have taken your measure, and I find myself far less forgiving than you might wish." "I thought as much." He studied her like a curiosity in a museum. "You really should have more pity. It was terribly cruel of you to ruin my ornamental statue against my skull. I knew that would wound you most deeply. You quite destroyed it, only because your head proved harder than anticipated." Her old spirit flickered to life, fierce and welcome. His eyes kindled. "Faith, you thought you'd killed me? Is that why you disappeared so swiftly?" "I must admit, I thought I'd accomplished the task." She let the pause stretch. "But I see I failed." "Cruel, cruel indeed." He shook his head with mock sorrow. "I found your attempt to strangle and rape me equally lacking in gentility." Her voice held steady despite the memory that threatened to choke her. Yes." A frown creased his brow. "You must forgive me. You angered me, and I reacted without proper thought. Society would undoubtedly prefer you remain a thinking man." "Yes, I am now a thinking man." Lizzie forced herself to relax into her chair, though every nerve screamed for flight. "And as such a paragon of reason, will you share your thoughts with me?" "Indeed." He sprang up, trailing his fingers along one of the gaudy bedposts. "Tell me, dearest, can you guess where you are?" She batted her lashes with exaggerated innocence. "I haven't the faintest notion. Come now, Lizzie. We've already admitted to understanding each other's true nature." "Very well." She shrugged one shoulder, affecting boredom. "Given the sounds filtering through these walls and the atrocious decor, I would say this is a house of ill repute. Since the furnishings remain intact and surprisingly plush, I'd venture it's one of London's more exclusive establishments." "Indeed." Anticipation sharpened his features. "I'm pleased you appreciate the nicety of my choice." His gaze darkened to open menace. "I assure you, there are far less well-appointed whorehouses in this city." So I've heard. He crossed to her in 2 long strides, capturing her hand in his. Though revulsion slithered through her, Lizzie met his gaze with cool defiance. Now, sweet Lizzie, if we come to an agreement, you need never learn the truth of such places firsthand, but if not, his grip tightened painfully, you shall come to know them quite intimately, and on your back at that. Good God. The words escaped her before she could stop them. Surely you don't mean to sell me to one of these establishments? His fingers bit deeper. Yes, I shall. I was marrying you for your money, and if I cannot make it by bedding you myself, I shall make it by having others bed you. The composure she'd crafted cracked at the edges. And here I thought you wanted to marry me for love. Mordaunt dropped her hand as if it burned, spinning away. I did think I loved you. He turned back, his smile twisted. And I wanted you. But I shall always want women, and with money I shall always have them. He stalked closer again. But if you marry me, none of this need be discussed. I own I will never be faithful, but with your fortune, I assure you I will pay for discretion. I shall even be able to provide for any byblows which seem to be an objection of yours. Lizzie held tight to her mask, though rage burned in her breast. It was not my only objection, but as you said, none of that need be discussed. You said you were a thinking man, but you cannot truly believe you'll succeed in selling me into trade. Mordaunt shook his head, clicking his tongue with practiced condescension. No, Lizzie, 'tis you who are not thinking. You must see the error of your ways, as I have seen the error of mine. I was an angry fool when I thought to force you into marriage through rape. I realized upon consideration that your father, when he returned, might very well not support my efforts. Your father, unfortunately, can be a very unpredictable man, with some very reactionary whims when it comes to women. You are very much like him. Thank you. She inclined her head, though bile rose in her throat. He dropped back onto the bed, running his hand over the coverlet in a way that turned her stomach. However, he is out of the country for the moment. His gaze pierced her. I suspected that was why you disappeared. You were waiting for his return, were you not? Yes. His laugh held genuine amusement. If only I had known you thought you'd murdered me, it would have been of such great use to me. However, I would have preferred you not to have escaped me at all. Then I do not regret my mistake. A small, defiant smile, though it did cause me considerable effort and time. As it did me, I assure you. Making discreet inquiries, since I had not thought to set up a hue and cry after you, was no easy task. You did far too well, my dear. I truly could not find a trace. Not until Monteith told me an amusing story of meeting a peasant wench who looked exactly like you. Her heart sank. I had hoped he had forgotten that encounter, or at least been wise enough not to relate it. Mordaunt's smile turned predatory. When a man is in his cups, it is amazing what little details he will remember, and Monteith, even sober, is never wise. Besides, why should he not relate it? He saw no connection, since Lady Elizabeth was supposedly abroad. Where did I go, by the way? To a small villa in Spain. Satisfaction dripped from every syllable. Spain? I wish you had made it Paris. No, everyone knows you in Paris. No, you went to Spain only to visit a distant relation of mine, on my behalf. Therefore, if it becomes necessary to report your final disappearance, it will be quite plausible to relate that you were set upon by bandits and killed. I shall know no end of grief, of course. It was in consideration of me that you went, after all. Lizzie shook her head, genuine admiration coloring her disgust. Fantastical. Yes, Mordaunt preened. Society has always been a fool for such romantic tripe. The story will hold, and by the time your father returns, even he will have difficulty unraveling it. His dark eyes taunted her. And if you do not consent to marry me before he arrives, you will have no wish to contact him, nor the means, not from the flophouse to which I will have consigned you. Lizzie remained still, though every instinct screamed at her to flee. Why all this excessive work? Let us simply cancel our engagement, and you may go on to greener pastures. Cruelty sharpened Mordaunt's features. There are no greener pastures than you, my dear. If I am jilted by the incomparable, no man of fortune will permit me near his daughter. His gaze held hers, unblinking. And I doubt, now that I understand you, that you will readily permit me to marry within our circle. He sighed theatrically. You are well on your way to becoming as powerful as your father. Unusual, but then he has raised you incorrectly. The theatricality fell away, leaving only calculation. If you will not marry me, and what a glorious couple we could be, then I must see you broke and broken, swiftly. But you are in need of money. Lizzie kept her voice level. This surely cannot gain you much. His words sent ice down her spine. Alas, it is not just money, darling, but revenge. You did spurn me and ruined my best bronze statue, upon my skull at that. Also, you do not know how much a man will pay for a virgin, nor how much more for the privilege of bedding the incomparable Lady Elizabeth. Impossible. No, you hold yourself too cheaply, my dear. I promise you, I know many men of my ilk, who will gladly pay to deflower you and do it secretly. It adds unutterable spice to it, and none of the consequences. Some of the very men you have denied, or your father has, will be glad to pay, even after the first bloom of the rose is gone, shall we say? Definitely men of your ilk. Her mind raced through possibilities, each more desperate than the last. Mordaunt frowned, appearing to study his boot. You are still a virgin, are you not? I beg your pardon? His quick look and satisfied smile told her she'd revealed too much. Ah, I can see by your outrage that you are still untouched. Forgive me. But Monteith rambled on about the country bumpkin you were frolicking with in the field. I only wondered if you had exchanged favors with your Lord Thorncliff in return for his protection. Perhaps I did. The words landed with calculated indifference. Mordaunt's eyes flashed before he laughed. An excellent effort, my dear, but it would make no difference. He rose, brushing imaginary dust from his impeccable coat. I will give you a day to think matters over. Only a day? Lizzie tilted her head. Surely you can give me more time to decide between two such infelicitous choices. No. His eyes narrowed to dark slits. We have wasted enough time. I do not intend to leave anything to chance. Either you will marry me shortly, so that we are quite happily wed before your father's return, or you will soon dream of the plushness of this room, rather than the squalor of which you will be queen. He strolled to the door and bowed with mocking grace. I have you heavily guarded, and as you notice, there are no windows for escape. Mordaunt rapped on the door and called for Tom. When it opened, he offered Lizzie one last smile. Adieu, my dear. Choose wisely. The keys grate in the lock echoed with dreadful finality. Alone at last, Lizzie allowed her hands to shake, remembering the weight of the bronze statue, the sickening thud as it connected with Mordaunt's skull. She'd thought she'd killed him then. Now she rather wished she had. Chapter 18. Through the carriage window, London's gaslit streets blurred past like fever dreams. Each turn brought them deeper into a part of the city Adelaide had never seen, where shadowed doorways held secrets and golden light spilled from windows better left unexplored. The massive white townhouse that finally rose before them seemed to glow with dangerous promise. What is this place? The question slipped free before she could catch it. Elegantly dressed gentlemen disappeared through its doors like moths drawn to destroying flame. The air itself felt wrong, too sweet, too heavy with unspoken intentions. Ain't going ter say. Lenny hunched deeper into his seat across from them. He'll kill me. Adelaide's gaze darted to Lucian. His face had transformed to carved marble, all sharp planes and frozen fury as he stared at the house. Lucian, what is it? He turned, his eyes hard as steel in the moonlight. I won't tell you, but if Anne is here, I will kill whoever brought her. I didn't, Gov. Lenny raised his hands in desperate supplication. Was with you the whole time. In fact, brought you here, didn't I? Don't worry, Lenny. Adelaide placed a steadying hand on the seat between them, recognizing the gathering storm in Lucian's expression. Lucian won't kill you. We've promised you that. A growl rumbled from Lucian's chest, but he managed. All right, Lenny, you're going to lead me to Anne. But I don't know exactly where she is. Lenny wrung his hands. Alls I know was Sam and me were supposed to bring her ter here. Adelaide straightened her spine, gathering her courage like armor. No, Lucian. Whatever this place is, if Anne is in there, I am going with you. You might need me. Gov, I agrees with her. Lenny edged closer to Adelaide's side of the carriage. I ain't going nowhere without Miss Adelaide. Don't want you killing me when she ain't around. Very well. Lucian's voice promised violence. We will go through the back. I don't frequent these places, so you better assist me. Or, I know, you'll kill me. Lenny nodded, then dared a wan smile. But you ain't going 'cause I know these kinder places. Not this here fancy one, mind you, but I know them. Inside, the house was a maze of gilt and velvet, each corridor alive with whispered conversations and half-heard laughter. Their progress was marked by strategically placed coins in willing palms, each servant's directions leading them deeper into the labyrinth. Adelaide tried not to look too closely at the couples they passed in the halls, tried not to see how the women's painted smiles never reached their eyes, how the men's hands gripped with entitled possession. Her cheeks burned, but she kept pace with Lucian's determined stride. When they reached a particularly garish room done in purple and gold, Lucian halted so abruptly Adelaide nearly collided with his broad back. Adelaide, you and Lenny are to stay here. His tone left no room for debate. I should never have brought you in the first place, and I'll take you no further. Adelaide glanced around the room, trying not to stare at the massive bed draped in fabric that shimmered and shifted in the lamplight. Every surface screamed of excess and impropriety, yet she forced herself to meet Lucian's thunderous gaze. Yes, Lucian. She clasped her hands to still their trembling. Do go and find Anne. This does not seem the proper place for a lady. Damn right. Lucian's jaw tightened. He turned his glare on Lenny. You watch over Miss Adelaide, or else? I know. Lenny sighed with the air of one who'd heard this threat too many times. You'll kill me. Lucian gave a sharp nod. Once I find Anne, I shall return. Yes, do. Adelaide forced brightness into her tone. And do not worry. We will be safe, I am sure. Lucian's frown only deepened, but he left without another word. The moment the door clicked shut, Adelaide couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Lenny, what place is this? Lenny cast nervous glances at the walls, as if they might have ears. It's a bawdy house, Miss Adelaide. Oh, understanding struck with swift, mortifying clarity, bringing heat to her cheeks. You mean like the tavern at home where married men like Papa daren't go, and where ladies who are what they oughtn't be do go? Lenny scratched his head. Guess that's what I mean, Miss Adelaide. I see. Her mind whirled with the implications of Anne being held in such a place. Lenny suddenly darted forward, making her step back in surprise. You've got to excuse me, Miss Adelaide, but I have to leave now. Leave? The word escaped as a squeak. I don't mean to be leaving you in a scrape, but I gots to be gone before your gent comes back. If he finds that Anne, he'll want to kill me, and even if he don't find her, he'll want to kill me. Afraid you wouldn't be able to stop him then, miss. Adelaide studied the nervous little man, her mind sorting through possibilities. Much as she hated to admit it, he had the right of it. Yes, I see what you mean. Lenny bolted for the door like a hare fleeing hounds. You're a right one, Miss Adelaide. Can't say I wants to cross your path again, but you're a right one. Now you stay right here and don't let anyone in, do you hear? No one, except your gent, of course. Of course. The words fell on empty air as the door slammed shut. She gazed around the odd room, trying to ignore the persistent knot of worry in her chest. Her eyes settled on an enormous striped chair, purple and green naturally, that looked sturdy enough to serve as a barricade. She moved behind it, bracing herself to push. The chair resisted her efforts like a stubborn mule, so she circled to the front. Bending down, she gripped the armrests and heaved with all her might. Yes, yes, a cultured voice drawled from behind her, a very fetching perspective. Adelaide whirled, her breath catching sharp. The man who filled the doorway seemed carved from shadow and sin, tall as Lucian, but with an air of dangerous grace that spoke of worlds she had never entered. Silver threaded his coal-black hair like frost through midnight, and his eyes, dear heaven, his eyes were the precise green of a cat's, gleaming with mischief. Her first instinct was fear, but beneath it stirred a recognition of quality, of inherent nobility that seemed at odds with their surroundings. This was no common rake come to purchase pleasure. Every line of his bearing conveyed genuine refinement, from the precise arch of his brow to the casual elegance of his perfectly tied cravat. You must forgive me. Awareness of her undignified position sent warmth climbing her throat. What must he think of her, finding her alone here? Yet she needed to keep him here. to prevent anyone else from entering while Lucian searched for Anne. Surely engaging this gentleman in conversation was the safest course, certainly safer than whatever else might come through that door. I was trying to move the chair. Move the chair? He prowled closer, each step a study in contained power. The candlelight caught the fine cut of his coat, the way his cravat had been tied with deliberate ease that only true sophistication could achieve. Yes, Lord help her, but his presence reduced her to a green girl at her first assembly. Lenny said to let no one in. I was going to put it against the door. I can see why. His laugh was rich as aged brandy. Lenny must be a sage, if not a territorial man. He moved past her, close enough that his sleeve brushed her arm, sending a jolt of awareness through her. With effortless strength, he dragged the chair across the room. Let us take care of that right now. Adelaide watched him, her mind turning. She should be terrified, alone with a stranger in a brothel. Instead, fascination held her, the fluid command of his movements, the hint of steel beneath his refined veneer. Logic argued otherwise, yet he felt safe. Perhaps it was the laugh lines around his eyes, or the way he'd moved to protect her door without being asked. When he turned back, his smile held secrets Adelaide both feared and yearned to know. Now, since that is accomplished, let us get down to business, far more pleasurable business. Panic fluttered in her breast. She needed to stall him without encouraging too much. Before she could gather her wits, he crossed the space between them in 2 long strides. Strong arms enveloped her, and Adelaide caught the scent of exotic spices and far-off adventures. His head bent toward hers with inexorable purpose. "What?" she began, but the word dissolved as his lips claimed hers. Adelaide's mind reeled. She had meant only to delay him, to keep him here. She hadn't expected this rush of sensation, this immediate and overwhelming awareness that made her previous kisses pale to nothing. Shame and excitement warred within her. Every propriety demanded she push him away. Yet this was madness, surely. But when had she ever felt so wonderfully, terrifyingly alive? When he finally drew back, those cat-green eyes searched her with a thoughtful frown. That is a kiss of an innocent. Are you acting, sweetings, or are you truly untried? Color scalded her skin. She should be offended, should be terrified, and yet she wanted to prove him wrong, wanted to experience more of what that kiss had promised. Lord help her. What kind of woman was she becoming? No, mortification warred with unexpected disappointment. I am sorry. I guess I am. His laugh curled through her. One does not guess, sweetings, or else you are an innocent. One knows when one has been loved. That is, if it is done correctly. His finger tilted her chin up with surprising gentleness. My dear, it is not an insult. In truth, innocence is held in great esteem by society. But you do not like it. Adelaide read the truth in his expression. She wanted desperately to be worldly enough for him, equal to the knowledge in those extraordinary eyes. A frown creased his brow. I must own, I do not seek it out. I am quite past those years, and so I told Madame Lucille. I fear I may be in the wrong room. His arms began to loosen their embrace. Permit me to return to her, and we shall straighten out this confusion. Panic seized her. She couldn't let him leave, not just because she had to keep anyone else from entering, but because a deeper, more primitive instinct rebelled at the thought of him walking away. No, no, Adelaide clutched at his lapels, driven by an impulse she barely understood. Please, you do not need to go to her. You are not, I assure you. He fixed her with sudden intensity. Are you here upon your own free will, child? I am not a child. The words burst from her with unexpected heat. His laugh rumbled through his chest, vibrating against her palms where they still gripped his coat. I am sorry, but I doubt you are much older than my daughter. His eyes went the green of deep forest. But I ask you again, are you here on your own free will, mademoiselle? His mention of a daughter should have broken the spell. Instead, it only strengthened that inexplicable sense of trust. Here was a gentleman, a father, not some dissolute rake. Well, yes. Her color rose anew. I guess I am. You guess? Again? Another low laugh as his hands found her waist. Each point of contact burned through her muslin gown, shocking her with the intensity of her own response. Let us take some of this guessing out of the situation. He withdrew slightly, though he kept hold of her hand. His gaze flicked to the bed before returning to her face with a slight shake of his head. No, not yet, to be sure. Instead, he turned toward the chair he'd just positioned. With unhurried grace, he lowered himself into it. "Come, sit on my lap." Adelaide stared down at him, this magnificent stranger who had invaded her world so thoroughly. Her mind screamed that this was improper, dangerous even, and yet he drew her. "Sit on your lap." "Indeed." His eyes sparkled with wicked amusement. "Come and talk to Papa." "Very well." Her pulse kicked against her throat. She felt caught between propriety and providence as she settled onto his lap, her skirts rustling in the candlelit room. Every instinct honed by years of proper upbringing knew this was folly, yet her body fit against his as though it had always belonged. His arms encircled her, and Adelaide was enveloped in a warmth that felt startlingly like coming home. The spice and leather scent of him wrapped around her senses. I must admit, she traced the intricate pattern of his waistcoat rather than meet those knowing green eyes. "I don't see you as my papa." "And I must confess," the gentleman offered, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow, "I don't see you as my daughter. However," his voice dropped to a velvet register that seemed to caress her very skin, "since you are in a state of guessing about whether you mean to be here or not, we will have the understanding that if you become certain at any time you do not wish to be here, then you have but to say the word, and I shall try my level best to abide by your decision." The gallantry of his offer, so unexpected in this place of purchased pleasure, made her chest ache with tenderness. Here was a true gentleman, despite the circumstances of their meeting. Or perhaps because of them. After all, what kind of man offered an escape route to a woman in a brothel? Very well. The words left her on a breath as she nestled closer, drawn to him without thought. The solid strength of him beneath her felt right in ways she couldn't articulate. Realizing her boldness, "I am sorry." "Don't be, sweetheart." That devastating smile transformed his face from handsome to heart-stopping. She wondered distantly if this was what it felt like to be enchanted, caught in a place where the rules of ordinary life ceased to matter. He leaned forward, and this time when his lips met hers, the kiss was gentle yet firm, a master teaching the sweetest of lessons. Adelaide's eyes fluttered shut, lost in sensations she'd never dreamed existed. This, she realized with startling clarity, was what all the poetry had been trying to tell her. This wild pulse, this liquid heat, this sense of stepping off the edge of the known world into glorious freefall. When he drew back, she chased his lips, only to stop short with worry. Was that better? Yes. His laugh held a depth that made her toes curl. Practice makes perfect. His lips hovered a breath from hers, each word a caress. "And I've had practice." A reckless courage bloomed in Adelaide's breast. Wild and foreign, nothing she'd ever known she possessed. Here in this gaudy room, with danger prowling the corridors outside, she felt more herself than she ever had in all the proper parlors of her life. A smile curved her lips as she wound her arms around his shoulders. "And I haven't." Then, before her courage could desert her, she pressed her lips to his with all the firm determination she could muster. Chapter 19. Lizzie lay upon the velvet coverlet, her mind spinning possibilities like a spider weaving silk. Sleep eluded her, though she knew she should rest. Her thoughts wandered through labyrinths of schemes and strategies, none of which ended with her surrendering to Mordaunt's demands. She would sooner finish what she'd started with that bronze statue than submit to either marriage or the fate he'd threatened. The sudden eruption of violence outside her door shattered her reverie. Not the usual sounds of pleasure and commerce that echoed through these walls, but the meaty thud of fists meeting flesh, the grunts and curses of men intent on damage. Her fingers clutched the velvet beneath her as she sat up, every nerve drawn tight. A brothel was no stranger to fights, but this one progressed with dangerous purpose directly outside her door. Silence fell like a blade. The key scraped in the lock, and Lizzie tensed, uncertain whether to face whatever fate approached or attempt to hide. The door burst open with enough force to rattle the walls, and she barely contained a shriek. Then her world tilted on its axis. Lucian, good God! He halted in the doorway like a vengeful angel frozen in mid-smite. A laugh bubbled up from her chest, half hysteria and half pure joy. She tumbled from the obscene altar of the bed and flew to him. propriety forgotten in her relief. I am so glad to see you. The kiss she pressed to his lips held all the desperate gratitude in her heart. You cannot know how much. Lucian's arms closed around her, and his eyes, those beautiful eyes she'd dreamed of for so long, gleamed with fierce possession. And if you thought it unwise to kiss me in a bedroom before, this is most definitely not the right place to kiss me. No, indeed not. Heat flooded her cheeks as reality reasserted itself. Come. His voice scraped rough with urgency. Before that lout wakes up. Lizzie stepped back reluctantly, already missing his warmth. She peered past him to see Tom's crumpled form in the hallway and couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. You took care of Tom, I see. Yes, we best move him in here. They grabbed Tom's arms, the task giving her something to focus on besides the riot of emotions in her breast. However, did you find me? Lenny brought us here. His words came clipped between exertion as they dragged their unconscious burden. What? The name hit her like a blow, and she dropped Tom's arm with a thud that echoed her shock. Adelaide and Joy caught him after you left. Lucian released his half of Tom with equal disregard, and I persuaded him to bring me here. Persuaded him? A chill traced her spine. Yes, the curt response and the shadow that crossed his face warned her not to pursue that particular thread. We must hurry. His stride was already carrying him toward the door. Adelaide and Lenny are waiting in another room. What? Fresh horror struck. Adelaide is here as well? Lucian ran a hand through his hair, displacing its usual perfect arrangement. Yes, she is. Heaven help us, we certainly must hurry. They left Tom sprawled on the red carpet, locking him securely in her former prison. Lucian set a pace through the corridors that had Lizzie breathless to match her feet. When he finally halted before a door, her relief was short-lived. She's here. Lucian reached for the handle. The door refused to yield. What the devil? This is the correct room? Yes. He pounded on the wood. Adelaide, open up. A feminine shriek pierced the air, sending ice through Lizzie's veins. She watched in horror as Lucian rammed his shoulder against the door. Another cry drifted out, but the barrier held firm. Lucian backed up, his face transformed by fury, and charged. The wood splintered with a crack that shook the frame. The scene that greeted them stopped Lizzie's breath. A tall man held Adelaide in a protective embrace. A massive striped chair lay toppled before them. A familiarity in his stance made Lizzie's pulse falter. Lucian, however, saw only red. Take your hands from her, damn it. The man straightened, swinging Adelaide behind him with practiced grace. Sorry, my dear. He met Lucian's charge head-on. They collided like storm fronts, hands finding each other's throats. Lucian, no, Adelaide cried, lunging forward to grasp his arm. Father, no! The words tore from Lizzie's throat as recognition struck. She launched herself toward the struggling men. Her cry froze all motion in the room, every face turning to her in shock. Father? Adelaide's eyes went wide. Lizzie? Thomas Ashworth's brows climbed toward his hairline. Lizzie? Lucian's scowl could have curdled milk. What are you doing here? Thomas's tone carried the full weight of paternal authority. Her face burned. Never mind what I'm doing here. Only please release Lucian. I don't think I shall. Thomas's green eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Each word fell with the precision of a duelist's blade. Not if he is the man who has brought you here. He didn't. The words tumbled from Lizzie in her haste. Mordaunt. She swallowed hard. Lucian came to rescue me. Thomas's hands dropped from Lucian's throat as though burned, but his frown only deepened. The man may be your fiancé, Lizzie, but I cannot approve of him bringing you to a brothel. Fiancé? The word exploded from Lucian as he jerked away, his gaze piercing Lizzie with the force of accusation. What is he talking about? Lizzie's heart plummeted to her silk-clad toes. She attempted an innocent expression, though she knew it was far too late for such tactics. Lucian, I forgot to tell you, but I've regained my memory. You forgot to tell me. His voice held winter's bite. Regained your memory? Thomas's brow furrowed. You have? How wonderful. Adelaide's hands clasped together in delight, though her gaze skittered to Lucian's thunderous expression. Isn't it? Yes, it is, Adelaide. Lizzie's brave smile felt more grimace than grace. Isn't it? Adelaide? Thomas turned to study her with new interest, those remarkable green eyes lingering. Is that your name, sweetheart? Sweetheart? Lucian's growl promised murder. Lizzie quickly grabbed his clenched fist, feeling the tremors of rage beneath his skin. "Father, Adelaide is Lucian's fiancée! Fiancée!" Thomas drew in a sharp breath, a flicker crossing his expression too quickly to name. "I see." He turned that stern paternal frown on Lucian. "As I said, I highly disapprove of men bringing their fiancées to a brothel." "I did not bring her." Lucian caught himself with visible effort. "Very well, I did, but only because I was under the mistaken impression I was rescuing your daughter." "You were rescuing me," Lizzie insisted. "From your fiancé?" The disdain in Lucian's voice could have stripped paint. "I told him I would not be his fiancé." Lizzie began to shake with her own rising fury. "Excellent." Genuine pleasure warmed Thomas's smile. "I knew you would come to your senses, my dear." "Come to her senses?" Lucian's laugh rang hollow. "She never lost them. She is merely playing a game with us all, just like when she had us believing for weeks she had amnesia." "Amnesia?" Thomas's gaze settled on Lizzie, those feline eyes bright with what looked disturbingly like pride. "I am sorry, dear, to hear of your lapse of memory." Lucian barked another laugh. "There's no need for your concern. Your daughter never lost her memory." "Did you, Lizzie?" "I," the words tangled in her throat. "I don't." Lucian's voice dropped low. "You know I can tell when you're lying." Thomas's hum held volumes. "A very dangerous situation, to be sure. However, if my daughter says she lost her memory, then she lost her memory. It would not be gallant to say otherwise." "Gallant?" Lucian rounded on Thomas. "Sir, I need no further instruction on gallantry. Your daughter has already taken it upon herself to instruct me on the matter." Thomas's eyes caught the lamplight, glinting with amusement. "However, if that does not serve, permit me to suggest you not insult her so in my company. I fear I would feel it necessary to call you out." Lizzie couldn't help her startled laugh. Thomas Ashworth had never called anyone out in his life. Adelaide, however, lifted her chin. "You could not call Lucian out." Thomas's gaze locked with hers. "Could I not?" "Indeed, no." Adelaide shook her head, even as color bloomed in her cheeks. "Indeed, no." Lizzie echoed the words, a frown forming as she observed the charged awareness between them. The air had shifted, and she distinctly disliked the change. "Father, what are you doing here?" Thomas shot her a quelling look. "If you do not know, Lizzie, I certainly shall not tell you. This is all rather improper as it is." Adelaide's face drained of color as the full import of the situation crashed over her. The magnificent stranger who had awakened such forbidden feelings, whose kisses had shown her what passion truly meant, was Lizzie's father. She swayed slightly, grateful for the toppled chair's support beside her. How could she face either of them now, or herself? "No." Lizzie waved an impatient hand. "What I meant is, I thought you were still in Africa." "Oh, that." Thomas's casual tone belied the sharp assessment in his regard as it moved between them all. "I grew bored and decided to return home, which, despite the confusion at the moment, shall we say, I am very glad I did. It appears matters have grown sadly tangled in my absence. To discover you suffered amnesia, and I was not here to support you in your time of forgetfulness, pains me deeply." "She did not suffer amnesia." Lucian's words landed sharp enough to draw blood. "And the tangle is of your daughter's own making, I assure you." Yes." He surveyed them with the air of a cat contemplating cornered mice. His gaze swept the gaudy chamber, lingering on the tumbled chair and rumpled bed. Adelaide felt each glance sear through her, remembering with exquisite mortification how she'd melted against him mere moments ago. "Well, where you are quite certain of the facts, I am not. Indeed, I find myself with a host of questions." He straightened his already immaculate cravat, the gesture deliberate and commanding. "But first, do let us quit this establishment. I see no reason to keep your fiancé and my daughter kicking their heels here." His attention flickered to Adelaide, heavy with unspoken meaning. "Someone might come into this room and possibly tumble to all the wrong assumptions. Let us rather adjourn to our townhouse." "No." Lucian's response cracked like a whip. Thomas's brow lifted with elegant disdain. "You may not care if your fiancé remains here, but I do object to my daughter doing so. Adelaide and I will return home directly." Lucian's jaw set like granite. "But it is late." Lizzie's fingers twisted in her skirts. "Surely you cannot mean to return to Thorncliff Manor tonight. It will take a night and day's journey." "Indeed, no." Thomas's frown deepened. Miss Adelaide should not attempt such vigorous travel. There is no need. We shall stay at a hotel, then. Lucian's tone brooked no argument. Thomas rose to his full height, looking down his aristocratic nose, despite their equal stature. Never say you have Adelaide's maid and chaperone here in one of these rooms as well. When you enter a brothel, you do bring a large contingency, do you not? She does not have a maid or chaperone. Lucian's teeth barely parted to let the words through. Then you may not go to a hotel. Thomas's voice bore the weight of law. It would present Miss Adelaide to all forms of low gossip. His gaze shifted to Lizzie. And where is your chaperone, for that matter? Mrs. Kensington? Lizzie blinked, as if only now remembering the woman existed. I fear I have lost her somewhere along the way. His scowl turned fearsome. You lost your chaperone? A sigh of pure exhaustion escaped her. Yes, father, I did. Thomas Ashworth shook his head, though a gleam sparked in those cat-green eyes. You lost your memory and your chaperone? This will clearly be a tale worth the hearing. Adelaide watched the interplay between father and daughter, her mind reeling with the impossible situation. Every glance Thomas cast her way sent heat coursing through her veins, warring with the shame that threatened to consume her. She had kissed him, had leaned into him, had yearned for more with an intensity that shocked her proper sensibilities. And now she discovered he was Lizzie's father, her dear friend's father. The mortification was exceeded only by the treacherous kick of her pulse whenever his gaze found her. Lizzie's glance toward the ominously silent Lucian was followed by a visible shiver. Her father might think her tale worth hearing, but Lucian's black expression promised retribution for every carefully crafted deception. Adelaide did not envy her the explanation to come. The silence stretched between them all, delicate and dangerous, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Thomas finally broke the tension with a precise clearing of his throat. Come, my carriage awaits, and we have much to discuss. His lips curved in that devastating smile that had so undone Adelaide, though perhaps some tales are best saved for the light of day. As they filed from the room, Adelaide couldn't help but notice how his hand brushed her elbow, steadying her over the threshold. The touch lasted barely a heartbeat, yet it burned through her sleeve, a promise and a warning braided into one. Some tales indeed were better left for dawn's revealing light. Chapter 20. The marble foyer of Ashworth House gleamed like polished moonlight beneath crystal chandeliers, its legendary beauty somehow more striking in the hushed silence that accompanied their unlikely party's entrance. Adelaide's sharp intake of breath echoed softly against the soaring ceiling, her wide-eyed wonder a stark contrast to Lord Thorncliff's forbidding expression. Good evening, Graves. Thomas's cultured voice carried the easy authority of one born to command such grand spaces, the corners of his eyes crinkling with genuine warmth as he addressed his butler. The silver-haired servant executed a perfect bow, his dignity as polished as the marble beneath their feet. My lord, a pleasure to see you returned. I trust your journey proved satisfactory? My lord, Adelaide whispered, her gaze darting between Thomas and the opulent surroundings that suddenly made sense. Thomas's mouth curved into a rueful smile. Ah yes, I fear in all the confusion we rather neglected the formal introductions. He gestured with elegant nonchalance. I am Lord Ashworth, and this is my daughter, Lady Elizabeth. Lizzie watched Lucian's face darken like storm clouds gathering, while Adelaide's mouth formed a perfect O of surprise. Her father waved away the moment with characteristic grace. But let us not dwell on all the tedious titles. Father and I both intend to remain in London for the nonce, Lizzie interjected quickly, before he could begin annotating their rather extensive list of honors. She turned to their butler, grateful for the familiar presence of the man who'd served them since her childhood. Graves, will need 2 rooms prepared for our guests. They'll be staying the night. Indeed, my lady. The gold room for Miss Adelaide, I think, and the green room for Lord Thorncliff. His gaze settled on Adelaide with paternal warmth. My dear, if your accommodations prove unsuitable, you need only say the word. We've quite the selection available. We will instruct your maid to... Lizzie's chest tightened at the way Lucian's jaw clenched at this casual display of wealth. Adelaide, she cut in, noting their guest's travel-worn appearance. Arrived without her. No, I do not. Adelaide's fingers worried the fabric of her wrinkled skirts. Thomas's smile gentled. Please, make full use of our servants. His attention shifted to Lucian, whose rigid posture screamed discomfort. And Lord Thorncliff. He pressed on, perfectly pleasant despite the strain humming between them. My valet will be at your disposal. Lucian's gaze locked onto Lizzie, gray eyes cold as winter frost. I know how to dress myself. The bitterness in his words made Lizzie's stomach twist. Indeed. She lifted her chin. I didn't mean to suggest otherwise. She drew in a steadying breath, armor of propriety settling around her shoulders. Now that we've finally settled the formal introductions, perhaps we attempt to settle other matters as well. Thomas's eyebrow arched as he studied his daughter. Am I correct in assuming your tale is not exactly a pleasant one? No. The word barely carried. It is not. Then I believe, Thomas adjusted his cuff with deliberate casualness, that I shall show Miss Adelaide about while you and Lord Thorncliff have your discussion. There will be no discussion. Frost edged every syllable. Thomas's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Ah, but I think there must be. You believe my daughter has somehow misled you. While I own to my curiosity, I shall believe whatever she tells me. Therefore, it's your perspective that requires attention. His attention shifted to Graves. Lady Elizabeth will require tea in the parlor and brandy for Lord Thorncliff. At once, my lord. As Thomas led Adelaide away to show her their home, her wondering voice drifted back. It's beautiful. Thank you. Thomas's eyes sparkled. Though I have a few others, I believe to be just as lovely. A few others? Adelaide's fading question hung in the silence. Lizzie watched Lucian's jaw clench, the muscle jumping beneath his skin. She lifted her head, dignity wrapping around her like a cloak. If you'll follow me, my lord. Indeed, my lady. The words dripped with sarcasm. She gathered her skirts and swept toward the parlor, not bothering to check if he followed. The whisper of his boots against marble told her all she needed to know. The man who had once looked at her with such tenderness now followed like an executioner approaching the block. And perhaps that's exactly what this conversation would be, an execution of everything that might have been. The parlor welcomed them with deceptive warmth, firelight dancing across gilt-framed mirrors and playing hide-and-seek among the crystal drops of the chandelier. Lizzie settled onto the silk settee, her fingers smoothing invisible wrinkles from her mud-stained skirts. Every nerve registered Lucian's presence as he took the chair opposite her, his tall frame a study in barely contained fury. His gaze swept the room like a physical touch, taking in the heavy silk curtains, the gold-leafed ornaments, the priceless artwork adorning every wall. Each inventory of her wealth seemed to darken his expression further, until bitterness blazed in those storm-gray eyes she'd once found so compelling. So this explains why you never knew how to do anything for yourself. Bitterness roughened every syllable. It wasn't that you'd forgotten. You never knew in the first place. The accusation stung more than it should have. Lizzie lifted her chin, years of finishing school lending ice to her tone. Only some, like you, hold having a convenient living as a fault. A convenient living? His laugh held no humor. Is that what you call all this? He gestured to their opulent surroundings. I don't fault you your wealth, my lady. I fault you your lies. You played quite the game with me, did you not? It wasn't a game. The words emerged softer than she intended, weighted with truths she couldn't voice. No? Lucian surged to his feet, prowling the room like a caged predator. I know how it is with women of your sort. With the money and position you possess, everything's a game you can well afford to play. No. The denial tore from her throat as she whirled to face the fireplace, seeking warmth against the chill of his contempt. Drawing a steadying breath, she turned back to him. This was never a lark or a whim. Can you truly believe that, considering the condition in which you found me? Mud is hardly my chosen fashion. His laugh sliced the air. No, I can well believe that particular moment was honest enough. You were unconscious at the time, after all. His eyes narrowed. But when you told me you'd lost your memory, when you flirted with me, kissed me, that's when the game began, wasn't it? It wasn't. You had a fiancé. The words exploded from him. You dare stand there and tell me it wasn't a game? I thought he was dead. The confession burst from her lips before she could stop it, her composure finally cracking. I thought he was dead because I thought I had killed him. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the soft pop of burning wood in the grate. Lucian stared at her, his expression transforming from anger to something far colder, calculation. You killed him? The quiet in his voice was more frightening than his fury had been. Lizzie's laugh emerged as a strangled sound, hysteria threading its edges. Yes, I thought I had killed him. Mordaunt and I had quarreled. I told him I wouldn't marry him. Her hand rose unconsciously to her throat, remembering. He didn't take kindly to the rejection. Understanding dawned in Lucian's eyes, followed swiftly by something darker, more primitive. Those marks on your throat were from him. She forced the words past the tightness in her chest. He tried to force himself upon me. I struck him with a statue, and he fell. The memory flashed vivid and violent behind her eyes. I checked for signs of life, but I thought him dead. Even my position wouldn't have protected me in such circumstances. I was at his family's estate, surrounded by his relatives. So I fled. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. I rode through the night until my accident. That's when you found me. I see. His tone had gone cold, unreadable. What would you have had me do? The question burst from her like a plea. Tell you the truth? Or what I believed was the truth? That I'd killed a man, a duke no less, and expect you to offer sanctuary with open arms? No. He crossed the space between them in 2 long strides, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body. But you didn't settle for mere sanctuary, did you? I don't take your meaning. The lie tasted thin on her tongue. You determined I would accept you with open arms. He advanced until she was pressed against the mantel. You had to flirt with me, tease me, kiss me. You kissed me. She tilted her chin up defiantly, instantly regretting it when his eyes dropped to her lips. Yes, I did. A muscle ticked in his jaw. But it was by your design, wasn't it? What was it, my lady? Captivate the country bumpkin to ensure your safety? The accusation struck deeper than any physical blow. God help her. She had thought that once, hadn't she? She dropped her eyes, unable to meet the contempt in his. No, it wasn't like that at all. Wasn't it? She glared at him. And when you discovered Mordaunt lived? His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. What then? What do you mean? But she knew exactly what he meant. You learned he survived, didn't you? Lucian seemed to fill the entire room, the heat of him more intense than the fire at her back. It must have been when you spoke with those 2 men. That's when the nightmares began. The memories crashed over her like ice water, dark dreams of hands at her throat, of desperate flight through endless corridors. Yes. The tremor in her voice shamed her. I meant to tell you the truth, but I was frightened. You were frightened? The words landed sharp enough to sting. No, my lady. I was the one who was frightened. You had me so thoroughly ensnared in your web of lies that I actually feared for you. His laugh rang bitter. I worried myself sick while you were regaining your supposed memories, and all the while you were in complete control of your faculties, and of me. No. The word escaped before she could cage it. Fear clawed up her spine, as visceral now as it had been that terrible night. I was frightened. I had every right to be. Just look what happened when Mordaunt found me. She wrapped her arms around herself, fighting a shiver. Do you know why he took me to that brothel? Lucian stared down at her, his height overwhelming in their proximity. No, but I certainly played the fool, rushing to save you. The cruel words sliced through her defenses, but Lizzie forced herself to continue. He took me there because he intended to force my hand in marriage. The words tasted bitter on her tongue. He said if I refused, he would sell me into the trade, and to a far lower establishment than even that one. Protective fury flared in Lucian's eyes, quickly masked by contempt. The man missed his opportunity. His hands had clenched into fists even as his voice turned silken. With your wiles and talents, he'd have fared better, setting you up as an expensive courtesan. The rage that exploded through Lizzie was primal, fed by hurt and betrayal and things she dared not name. Her palm connected with his cheek before she'd even registered moving, the crack of skin on skin, echoing in the silence. Lucian's head snapped back. When he looked at her again, his eyes were dead, stripped of all emotion. Are you through with me now, my lady? I believe I've served my purpose, just as you wished. Yes, her heart screamed otherwise. I am quite through with cruel, crude country bumpkins like you, sir. And I need no supposed lady like you. He turned on his heel, stalking from the room with the controlled grace of a predator. Lizzie collapsed against the settee cushions, her striking hand tingling with remembered contact. She stared at it in a daze, unable to quite believe what she'd done. Never in her life had she slapped anyone. Never had she felt such a potent mixture of rage and hurt and pain and regret. The sitting room suddenly felt cavernous, the splendor that had always comforted her now as hollow as her heart. She'd thought herself above the petty games of the ton, yet here she sat, having played the cruelest game of all, with both their hearts as forfeited. The fire crackled softly, throwing shadows across the walls that seemed to mock her solitude. Somewhere in this great house, her father was no doubt charming Adelaide with tales of their illustrious ancestors. And Lucian. Lizzie pressed her palm to her chest, where an ache had taken up residence. She'd struck him in anger, yes, but she feared the deeper wound had been dealt long before, when she'd first begun to fall for a man who could never understand her world, while hiding the very truth of who she was. The portrait gallery stretched before them like a ribbon of captured time, generations of Ashworth ancestors gazing down from gilt frames that caught and held the candlelight. Adelaide moved through the space as if in a dream, her steps whispering against the polished floor, while Thomas named each stern visage with practiced ease. "I suppose you are extremely shocked by my behavior," she ventured, watching his elegant fingers gesture toward yet another distinguished relation. The movement was hypnotic, drawing her attention to hands that spoke of both refinement and strength. Thomas's knowing smile sent an unexpected flutter through her chest. "My dear, you'll find I am rarely shocked." His eyes, warm as brandy and firelight, met hers. Surprised perhaps on occasion, but never shocked. The way he looked at her made Adelaide wonder if he could see straight through to her racing heart. "Though I must admit to surprise," he continued, studying her with unnerving focus. "Lizzie mentioned you were engaged to Lord Thorncliff." "Yes," the word caught in Adelaide's throat. "Yes, I am. I see." He turned back to the portraits, though something in his stance suggested deep contemplation. "I presume this is a recent engagement?" "No, it has been some time." The admission felt heavy on her tongue. Thomas's brow furrowed. "Perhaps I am closer to shock after all." Heat bloomed in Adelaide's cheeks. Because I kissed you?" "There is that." His voice held a note she couldn't quite decipher. "But more because you do not kiss as though you've been engaged to a man for very long." The blush spread from her cheeks down her neck, warmth flooding her entire body. How does a woman kiss when she's been engaged a long time?" Thomas's gaze softened. "Forgive me, but you kissed as though it were your very first kiss." Every syllable landed soft against her skin. "Surely Lord Thorncliff has kissed you many times?" "No, indeed not." Adelaide's attention dropped to the intricate pattern of the carpet, unable to meet his eyes. "I do not know how it is in London, but in the country, we do not believe that merely because a couple is engaged, they may behave improperly." "I see." Thomas moved closer, his proximity making the vast gallery feel suddenly intimate. "I find myself rather glad of that fact, for if I were engaged to you, I fear I would kiss you very often." "Would you?" The question emerged breathless, unbidden. He shook his head slowly, a rueful smile playing at his lips. "Your Lucian appears a far stronger man than I." "Perhaps." Adelaide's voice wavered. She swallowed hard. But Lucian is not demonstrative by nature." "Is he not?" Thomas turned to face her fully, near enough to catch the subtle scent of sandalwood that clung to his coat. "In truth, he appeared quite the fire-eater to me." "Oh no." She shook her head, though the motion brought her even closer to him. "Lucian is normally very self-possessed and controlled. It's only lately that he what?" His eyes never left her face. "Well, that he seems to wish to kill everybody." She gave a nervous laugh. "Not that it isn't understandable. The men who took Lizzie were dreadful. But until now, I thought Lucian was a man of peace." "Indeed." Thomas's frown carried meaning deeper than mere concern. He sighed. "I fear my little girl seems to have caused some turmoil." "Your little girl?" Adelaide's eyes widened at how tenderly he said it. The warmth in his gaze deepened. She's little to me. Yes, that makes sense. Adelaide watched the play of candlelight across Thomas's aristocratic features. But she is an amazing woman, and so are you. The soft intensity of his words sent a shiver down her spine. Oh no. Adelaide turned swiftly, fleeing down the gallery as if she could outrun the warmth he stirred. I am nothing out of the common way. I would not be so certain. The words trailed after her, unhurried and warm. Adelaide's heart skipped treacherously beneath her stays. She fixed her gaze on a stern-faced ancestor, desperately seeking safer ground. I had not considered, but do you have a wife? Weight filled the pause, heavy with unspoken histories. No. Thomas was quiet a long moment. Maria died many years ago when Lizzie was young. I am sorry. The words felt inadequate against such loss. Unable to stop herself, she asked, which is her picture? Thomas remained still, the kind of stillness that spoke of carefully contained emotion. Her picture is not here. Of course. Adelaide rushed to cover her misstep. Her picture would be somewhere else. Somewhere more private, perhaps? No. The single word held years of carefully considered choice. I refuse to have her picture within the house. You do? She turned to face him, startled by this revelation. Thomas filled the space between them with an unspoken possibility. I am not a man who believes in living in the past. To have Maria's picture here or anywhere would only draw me backward, remind me of a love that is lost. Gentle wisdom warmed his smile, and Adelaide's breath caught. She may remain in my heart, but not on the wall as well. The intimacy of his confession wrapped around them like a cocoon of shared understanding. Adelaide's pulse fluttered beneath her skin as she searched for safer territory. Who is that gentleman? She asked quickly, pointing to a nearby portrait. Thomas accepted her retreat with grace, launching into tales of the particular ancestor's exploits. They moved down the gallery, his rich voice weaving stories of each face they passed, but Adelaide barely heard the words. In her mind's eye, she saw only the absent portrait, the space where love had been carefully excised, leaving room perhaps for something new to bloom. The whole of him registered beside her, the subtle brush of his coat against her skirts as they walked, the way his hand sometimes hovered near her elbow when she paused to study a particular painting. Each small contact sent sparks of awareness through her body, making her question everything she thought she knew about proper behavior and matters of the heart. The gallery seemed to hold its breath around them, the painted eyes of generations watching as attraction both delicate and perilous unfurled in the space between proper behavior and undeniable desire. Adelaide wondered if they could see the way her carefully ordered world was slowly tilting on its axis, all because of one man's smile and the promise of possibilities she'd never dared to imagine. Chapter 21. Dawn crept through the study windows like a hesitant lover, painting the leather-bound books in shades of amber and gold. Thomas sat ensconced in his favorite chair, the morning paper crackling softly between his fingers as he savored the quiet moment before London truly stirred to life. The peace shattered with a sharp rap at the door, followed by Lucian's entrance, his bearing as rigid as a soldier's, his eyes keen with the dangerous glint of a man prepared for battle. "Good morning, my lord." Thomas kept his tone light, a deliberate counterpoint to Lucian's barely contained intensity. "Good morning." Lucian claimed a chair with predatory grace. "Adelaide and I will leave this morning." "I see." Thomas lowered his paper, studying the younger man with an eye honed on countless social battlefields. "Though now that you're in town, you really should stay. Perhaps show your fiancé London's delights." A muscle ticked in Lucian's jaw. "I never liked town. Adelaide, I am sure, will wish to return. She is missed at home. She mentioned as much." A knowing edge sharpened Thomas's smile. "Then I shall wish you a pleasant journey. Unfortunately, Lizzie cannot make her goodbyes. I believe she is still AB'd. Even for her, I would imagine the past days have taken their toll." "She told you her stories?" The question emerged sharp as a blade. Thomas's laugh filled the room like warm brandy. "I do not consider them her stories, Thorncliff." His expression sobered. "Lizzie says you do not move in our circles, so you do not know Mordaunt. It is no loss to you, I assure you. But what Lizzie has related to me is not difficult to believe if you know the man." He sighed, the weight of memory settling over him. "I was not pleased in the beginning when Lizzie said she would marry him." "Why did you not stop her then?" Lucian's eyes narrowed, storm gray and hard. Another laugh, this one touched with paternal resignation. "'Tis clear you don't know Lizzie." "No, I do not." The words fell between them like stones. "I knew her as Anne, and even then she did not take to orders, no matter how reasonable." "Then you know Lizzie very well indeed." Thomas's voice softened with memory. "I loved Lizzie's mother very much. I loved her strong spirit and quick, independent mind. I would not raise her child in any other manner. It would have been a betrayal to Maria, since she was not here to raise her herself." His attention returned to Lucian, amusement warming his expression. "You may censure me in how I reared Lizzie. Many have done so before you, I assure you. Yet for all that, those same men ask for her hand in marriage, fawn over her, and make much of her. They have no notion what truly attracts them to Lizzie, nor do they have any notion of how to make her happy." The lightness left his face. Mordaunt was such a man, only he was the worst of the lot. Lizzie made a mistake there, a very grievous mistake. "Yet you let her?" Barely contained fury laced every syllable. Thomas's gaze sharpened. "Let her? No, I only waited and permitted her to discover the truth for herself. I did not journey to Africa to hunt. I went so that Lizzie would promise to hold the wedding until I returned." Thomas settled back in his chair, his casual pose belying the gravity of the moment. "I had no concern over the outcome. I fully expected she would throw Mordaunt over." His expression clouded. "I must own, I had not expected such contretemps. I knew Mordaunt was a cad, but I did not know he was a true villain." "I see." Lucian's voice went lethally soft. "What do you intend to do with Mordaunt now that you know his true nature?" Thomas studied him over steepled fingers, lamplight catching the silver at his temples. "What do you think I should do with him? Lizzie intends to send the announcement to the papers severing the engagement. That surely should be enough." "You intend nothing else?" Soft, dangerous. "But what else is there for me to do? What else?" Lucian surged to his feet, raw energy crackling from him like lightning before a storm. "You can call Mordaunt out. That is what else you can do." "Me? Call Mordaunt out?" Thomas's laugh fell flat. "No, I am a man of peace. I do not engage in duels." "You said you would call me out." His gray eyes flashed. "Yes." Thomas dipped his chin. "But I did not intend for you to take up the challenge." "Then you do not intend to call Mordaunt out?" "No, of course not. A man of my age would look a fool to call out a man of Mordaunt's years." Thomas's fingers drummed a thoughtful pattern on his armrest. "Besides, Mordaunt is a crack shot. He has gone out many times and has never been the loser." "You will let what he did to Lizzie go unavenged?" Lucian stalked to the fireplace, every movement speaking of contained violence. "Unavenged?" Thomas remained steady. "If you mean, will I refuse to meet Mordaunt upon the dueling field, then yes, you can say I intend to permit Lizzie to go unavenged." Lucian whirled, his presence seeming to fill the entire room. "You will do nothing to protect your daughter's honor?" Thomas's raised brow spoke volumes. "From your behavior last night, you led me to believe my little girl had no honor. Indeed, from what Lizzie told me, you thought she might have been just as well left to become a member of the muslin trade." A dull flush crept up Lucian's neck, staining his cheekbones. "That is beside the point. I am not her father. So you have noticed." Amusement carved deeper lines around Thomas's mouth. Lucian's gaze narrowed to silver slits. "As her father, you should take the proper steps to ensure Mordaunt never dares come near her again." "So I should call him out in a duel?" Thomas shook his head, the gesture gilded by sunlight. "If I wish to protect Lizzie's honor, I will not duel with Mordaunt. The whole world would speculate upon it, and I would make Lizzie the object of every form of salacious gossip imaginable." The words dropped lower. "Besides, I do not exaggerate. Mordaunt is a fine shot." "You will not call him out?" Each word cracked like a whip in the stillness. Thomas glanced up, meeting that stormy gaze. "I said I would not." "Very well." Lucian swung toward the door, his shoulders set with deadly purpose. "My lord, where are you going?" Knowing anticipation colored his question. Lucian turned, raw emotion blazing in that storm-gray stare. "If you shall not tend to Mordaunt, I shall. I assure you there is no need for you to do so. Thomas's words hung in the air, more observation than protest. I believe there is. Lucian's voice held the quiet certainty of a man who had crossed some internal Rubicon. If you will not check Mordaunt, I will make certain of it. Thomas gave a slow shake of his head. I told you, he is an excellent shot. So am I. Quiet as sin, deadly as nightshade. Then I should not worry over your death if you follow this course? No, my lord. Lucian stood framed in the doorway, his broad shoulders casting long shadows across the study's Persian carpet. Do not. You would fight for my daughter's honor. Thomas's shrewd gaze measured him. Even though you say she has none? Lucian stiffened, light falling across the proud angle of his jaw. Despite her lack of honor, I will not lower mine. There is nothing to sway you from this path? No, there isn't. Every syllable landed like a gauntlet thrown. I shall deal with Mordaunt, and then I shall return to the country. Yes, very reasonable. The slight smile playing at Thomas's lips spoke volumes of unspoken approval. He released a carefully measured sigh. If you feel you must call Mordaunt out, then you must. But I beg of you, no matter the low esteem in which you hold Lizzie, please do not let her name be attached to this duel. It would do neither she nor you any good. Lucian inclined his head, the gesture pure aristocrat despite his proclaimed country ways. Since I do not fight for her, I will make certain of it. He made for the door, then paused, a frown settling between his brows. Where may I find Mordaunt? Brooks. Thomas's attention drifted back to his paper. Do you know where that is? I will find it. Lucian's stare promised something far worse than words. I'm sure you will. Thomas rustled his paper with deliberate nonchalance. But Mordaunt rarely appears there before late noon. Very well. Without another word, Lucian strode from the rooms, his boots marking a steady rhythm against the marble floor, the drumbeat of approaching violence. Thomas set aside his paper, watching the younger man's departure through the study's leaded glass windows. Young fire-eater. Brooks Club hummed with the particular energy unique to establishments where fortunes were won and lost on the turn of a card. Afternoon light filtered through tall windows, catching motes of pipe smoke that danced above gaming tables where elegantly dressed men conducted their affairs with studied nonchalance. Lucian moved through the space like a wolf among pampered lapdogs, his country attire and stark grace drawing curious glances from the club's regular denizens. Forsooth, cuz! Terrell's voice carried across the hushed room as he lifted his brandy glass, his wasp-waisted coat a violent shade of puce. Never thought to see you in town. Jolly good to see you. Pleased you remembered me. How long do you intend to stay? Only briefly. Lucian's gaze swept the room with predatory focus, cataloging each powdered dandy and painted peacock. The men of the ton sprawled about in various states of elegant dissipation, only now stirring to life, though the better part of the day had passed. Indeed? Terrell swayed slightly, his cravat already showing signs of wilting. Pity. Should enjoy the pleasures of town, what? I shall enjoy myself for the time I am here. Lucian's voice promised violence his cousin entirely missed. I heard Mordaunt attends this club. Mordaunt? Terrell's eyes widened with puppyish excitement. Course, he's right over there. He nodded toward a dark-haired man dealing cards with aristocratic indifference. But what do you want with Mordaunt? I have a slight acquaintance with him. He assessed his prey with cold calculation. Mordaunt cut an impressive figure. His rakish beauty and negligent grace explained all too well how he'd captured Lizzie's attention. The thought only stoked the rage burning in Lucian's chest. You know the Duke? Terrell bounced on his toes like an eager terrier. Egads, didn't know you swam in such elevated company. Would be beholden to you if you would introduce me. A grim smile curved Lucian's lips as he rose. Certainly. Terrell practically skipped after him, oblivious to the gathering storm. Really? Gads, awfully good of you, cuz. Awfully good of you. Lucian strode directly to the Duke's table, positioning himself where he blocked the afternoon light. Mordaunt. The man looked up with practiced disdain, his face a study in aristocratic boredom. Yes, Terrell, meet Mordaunt. Lucian's words barely preceded his fist as it connected with the Duke's nose in a thoroughly satisfying crack. Great Zeus! Terrell's squeak barely registered above the sudden roar of shocked exclamations that filled the previously sedate room. You said you wanted to meet him, Tyrrell. Lucian flexed his hand. And so do I, but upon the field. Mordaunt dabbed at his bleeding nose, a feral smile splitting his features as he surveyed Lucian. You must be the country yokel. So I am. Lucian matched his smile, though it promised nothing pleasant. You can't be serious. Mordaunt stiffened, his carefully cultivated languor cracking like thin ice beneath the spring sun. I am. Lucian's words carried the weight of promised violence. If you're desirous of making a few pounds, as I know you are, you'd best lay your money upon me. The afternoon light slanting through Brooks's windows trapped the rising tension in amber, preserving this moment when proper society's careful veneer began to crack. The assembled gentlemen shifted in their seats, the siren song of potential profit warring with rigid social hierarchies. Blast and damn! An ancient lord in a slightly askew wig shot from his chair, brandishing his walking stick like a battle standard. Boy's got more brass than brains, but I'll wager on him, and second him, damn if I won't. The declaration shattered what remained of the room's propriety. A youth in a wasp-waisted coat of canary yellow leapt up, his face flushed with the particular fever that afflicted young bucks sensing scandal. So will I. I'm for Mordaunt. Another voice carried above the growing chaos. All that a pony! The carefully ordered world of the Brooks Club descended into the kind of genteel mayhem that only vast sums of money could inspire. Tyrrell, caught up in the rising tide of excitement, found his backbone. You will. Well, I bet on me cousin, by Jupiter. The finest of England surged forward, their blood stirred by that most potent combination, the prospect of violence and the chance to profit from it. The air grew thick with called odds and counter wagers, each man determined to claim his piece of this unexpected entertainment. Tyrrell. Lucian's voice cut through the growing din like a blade through silk. Take down the bets for me, please. Yes, yes! Tyrrell nodded with puppyish enthusiasm. Waiter, paper. I need paper. Lucian pivoted toward Mordaunt, executing a bow that was both perfectly correct and subtly insulting. The Duke's face had taken on the particular shade of puce that spoke of wounded pride and impending violence. My lord! The young buck in canary yellow called out, practically vibrating with excitement. Where shall we come round to make the arrangements? Lucian turned, every movement fluid with the grace of a predator sure of its prey. I am residing with Lord Ashworth. A nobody, did you say, Mordaunt? The ancient lord in the crooked wig cackled with glee. Double my wager. The boy's a damn dark horse, for God's sake, and I'm betting on him. Chapter 22. The afternoon light at Brooks cast that peculiar golden quality that turned even the most mundane scene into legend, and there was nothing mundane about what had transpired within those hallowed walls. The ancient Marquess of Hafford held court by the window, his crooked wig askew as he gestured with an empty glass at his rapt audience. Mark my words, there's more to this than meets the eye. His voice carried across the hushed room. A country earl doesn't appear from nowhere to challenge Mordaunt over a mere point of honor. There's a woman involved. There's always a woman. But whose woman? The question emerged from the shadows of a leather chair, hanging in the air like pipe smoke. No one spoke Lizzie's name. Lucian had made quite certain of that. But speculation ran through the assembled gentlemen like fever through the blood. Each man crafted his own narrative to explain why an earl from the depths of the countryside would appear like an avenging angel to challenge one of society's most dangerous marksmen. Mordaunt himself had departed Brooks in taut silence, his usual languor replaced by fury barely leashed. Those who knew him best recognized the signs, the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his hands moved with deliberate precision as he gathered his gloves and hat. The Duke was not merely angry, he was hunting. The betting book had grown fat with wagers, each entry representing another thread in the complex web of society's interest. More than a few of the ton's most notorious gamblers had placed their money on the unknown earl, drawn by some instinct that recognized a deadly purpose when they saw it. By nightfall, the news had raced through London's streets and squares, carried by elegantly dressed messengers and fancy boy tigers perched on curricle seats. In her townhouse on Berkeley Square, Lady Jersey paused in the midst of writing dinner invitations. her quill suspended above cream-colored paper as a footman delivered the latest on dit. A slow smile curved her lips as she considered the delicious potential for scandal. And in Ashworth House, Graves moved with increased efficiency through his duties, careful not to mention to his master that the betting shops around St. James's had begun taking wagers on tomorrow's outcome. The odds, he noted with quiet satisfaction, heavily favored the Earl, though whether that spoke to Lucian's formidable reputation or merely society's desire to see Mordaunt finally meet his match remained to be seen. The sun continued its slow procession across London's drawing rooms and gaming hells, each passing hour bringing them closer to tomorrow's affair of honor. In parlors and clubs across Mayfair, the ton held its collective breath, waiting to see which man would emerge victorious and which would not emerge at all. Within Ashworth House, the news traveled like perfume through empty rooms, subtle at first, then increasingly impossible to ignore. It moved with the silent efficiency of well-trained servants, carried in meaningful glances and half-heard whispers, finding its way into every shadowed corner and sun-dappled alcove. Graves received the intelligence with his customary impassive dignity, though a sharp observer might have caught the slight lift at the corners of his mouth, the way his silver buttons gleamed with extra vigor as he directed the day's activities with increased precision. The old butler moved through the house with orchestral precision, each gesture exact, each word measured. Yet beneath his calm exterior thrummed an anticipation that spoke of changes to come. In the library, Thomas sat ensconced in his favorite leather chair, light streaming through leaded glass to paint warm patterns across the Persian carpet. His newspaper lay forgotten in his lap, his attention caught instead by the dance of flames in the hearth. The ghost of a smile played about his lips, as if he were privy to some exquisite private joke. His untouched brandy glowed amber in the firelight, mirroring the quietly laid plans now coming to fruition before him. Above stairs, Lizzie moved restlessly through her chambers, still blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding in her name. She paused before her mirror, fingers absently tracing the fading marks on her throat, physical reminders of Mordaunt's true nature. An ache she refused to name stirred behind her ribs when she thought of Lucian's face that morning. She had seen such darkness in his gaze, such tightly contained violence that spoke of depths she'd only begun to understand. But surely he wouldn't. The thought remained unfinished as she turned from her reflection, unable to face the truth she might find in her own eyes. In the portrait gallery, Adelaide stood frozen before the space where Maria's portrait should have hung, the empty wall seeming to pulse with new significance. When the whispers finally reached her, carried on the breath of a passing maid, her hand flew to her throat. Lucian. The name fell into the quiet air like a stone into still water, rippling outward with implications she was only beginning to grasp. "Oh, Lucian, what have you done?" The late afternoon sun slanted through tall windows, catching dust motes that spun and scattered in the slanting light. Each ray seemed to illuminate another facet of the complex drama playing out within these walls. Honor and desire, duty and revenge, all the tangled threads that bound these lives together in ways they were only beginning to understand. In the kitchen below, the cook laid aside her wooden spoon as Graves delivered the news, her face going pale. Her voice dropped. "But surely his lordship won't let it come to that?" Her fingers clutched at her apron. Graves merely adjusted his cuffs, the gesture speaking volumes. His lordship knows exactly what he's about. Outside, London's fashionable world might buzz with speculation, each telling of the tale growing more elaborate than the last. But within these walls, the truth pressed against the silence, breathless and unfinished, that by this time tomorrow, either a duke would fall, or a country earl would pay the ultimate price for defending a lady's honor. And none who dwelt within Ashworth House would emerge unchanged. Shadows lengthened across the green room's rich furnishings as Lizzie waited, each tick of the ormolu clock on the mantel marking another moment of mounting tension. She had chosen Lucian's assigned chamber deliberately, this battlefield of silk and damask where she would make her last stand. The door latch clicked with quiet finality. Lucian darkened the doorway, his broad shoulders blocking the hall's candlelight. Their gazes met across the shadowed space, neither showing surprise, though both felt the charge that always sparked between them. "I should have known you would be here." Winter lived in his voice as he claimed a chair with territorial ease, every angle of his body a challenge. "Yes," Lizzie let crisp displeasure color her tone. Remaining away from the dinner table and sending no word were not the actions of a gentleman. "As you know," Lucian's laugh rang hollow, "I am not that at the best of times. Tonight, I assure you, I would have been even less so." His eyes, storm-gray and merciless, fixed on her face. "If you wish for pretty manners, I suggest you leave now." Lizzie held her ground, refusing to turn her gaze from his. The firelight caught the angular planes of his face, turning familiar features into something fierce and beloved all at once. "Why have you called Mordaunt out?" "I have my own reasons. His face might have been carved from marble. None of them pertain to you." "No, of course not." She rose in a whisper of silk, turning to the fireplace where she wouldn't have to see the coldness in his eyes. "What if I told you I lied about Mordaunt? That he did not do all I said?" Lucian's jaw worked. It would not matter. Every syllable deliberate, final. It would not. No humor touched his smile. "I told you I do not fight Mordaunt because of you. What you say or do not say no longer matters to me. You would not go out with Mordaunt if it were not honorable." Her chin lifted, searching his face for any crack in his armor. "If I tell you that you have called him out based on facts which were not true, it would not be honorable." Lucian surged to his feet in one fluid motion, closing on her until barely a breath separated them. "But they are true. You lie to me now to serve your purpose. You do not want me to duel." His voice fell to a whisper that cut. "Why? Do you still care for him that much?" "No." The word tore from her throat, raw with rage and longing she dared not examine. "I hate him, but he may very well kill you." "What? Would you suffer a twinge of conscience if I were to die?" Lucian's voice cut like a nobleman's blade, precise, elegant, and lethal. "Or would it be that you would miss one of your pawns you've employed?" His bitter laugh ghosted across her skin. "No, my lady, you will not stop me from dueling. If anything, I would kill him because it was his actions which brought you into my world. I would never have known you if not for him." The words struck deeper than any physical blow. Lizzie lifted her chin, blinking back tears that threatened to betray her. She had come to plead with Lucian, but to tell him now how she shivered at the thought of him facing death would be worse than useless. It would be ammunition for his contempt. She drew in a steadying breath, letting ice coat her words. "Indeed, that is sufficient reason to call out Mordaunt. I would that I had never met you either." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. "But if you kill him, it will be messy, my lord. It will interrupt my life and make it extremely uncomfortable. I do not wish to be a 9 days' wonder." "So the real reason emerges at last." Lucian smiled, and the room grew colder. "It is merely inconvenient for you. Rest your mind, Lizzie. The world will not connect your name with the duel. No, I do this to satisfy my own conscience, that I may return home without another thought of you. You shall be out of my life, and I most certainly shall be out of yours." His laugh landed with edges sharp enough to draw blood. "You may return to your grand social life, with its balls and fetes and gallant gentlemen." Lizzie stiffened, the arrow finding its mark. He had described her life perfectly, the very life which had made her foolishly accept Mordaunt. Her composure must have cracked, for Lucian's smile turned predatory. "Yes, I've learned much about the incomparable today. It appears every man is ready to laud and claim the great Lady Elizabeth." Contempt sharpened every syllable. "What a heartbreaker you are, my lady. I don't know why you seem concerned over this duel. From what I've heard, you are quite accustomed to men fighting for your honor." For a moment, Lizzie glimpsed the cold resolve that had so impressed the gentleman at Brooks. The man before her was indeed capable of killing, and in that moment she feared not for his life, but for his soul. Lizzie's eyes narrowed, moonlight from the tall windows casting silver shadows across her face. "You speak of Tommy Jameson and Lord Devington, no doubt. They fought over me, so it was said." Her laugh held centuries of aristocratic disdain. In truth, they were both deep in their cups and managed to call each other so many names they were forced to meet at dawn to preserve their honor. Saying it was over me was merely more convenient, more fashionable, than admitting they were fools whose tempers and tongues had led them into folly. The fire crackled in the grate, its amber light catching the tension that stretched between them like drawn silk. Lucian turned away, every line of his body taut with barely leashed energy. And what of the men who left heartbroken? The words emerged rough with fury, and beneath it, anguish. What of all the proposals you've turned down? You've gathered hearts right and left, then burned them all. He whirled to face her, his stare reflecting the firelight like polished steel. What of Lord Hayden, who tried to commit suicide over you? The accusation hung between them, thick and suffocating. Lizzie swallowed hard, tasting bitterness. You have been listening to all the gossip today, haven't you? Lord Hayden was all to pieces. He had gamed everything away at the tables. I knew him barely at all, having stood up with him at a dance or two. Her fingers twisted in her skirts, betraying the composure her voice maintained. When he failed at suicide, he needed a better story. He found it in me. There is always a plausible explanation with you, isn't there? Venom laced the question. I don't know if it's plausible, but it's true. Pride straightened her spine as she met his gaze. I am the incomparable of the season, my lord. It's fashion to fall in love with me. It matters not if they truly know me. What they care for is the fashion. I thank God I've never held with fashion. The contempt in his voice ignited a blaze in Lizzie's chest, a rage born of hurt, hot, blinding, consuming. It flared through her blood like brandy, covering the pain, hiding her ragged emotions beneath its heat. She advanced on him with all the deadly grace her finishing school had taught her never to use. No, haven't. Each step measured, deliberate. You are the great Lord Thorncliff, so far above the rest of us. You are pleased to lift an eyebrow at men's foibles, pleased to be rude and ungallant. Every word a precisely placed blade. Say what you will of polite society, but their cruelty comes from their frailty, their lack of understanding. Yours comes from self-importance. She drew herself up to her full height, close enough now to catch the scent of sandalwood and leather that clung to his evening coat. Have your duel, then return to your mighty manor, where you are always right, and your world is always ordered. The words tasted of ashes and regret. You are correct. You have no place in fashionable society. You have no place in my society. A crack appeared in his expression, there for a breath, then sealed behind ice, but Lizzie did not wait for his response. She could not bear to hear another cutting word from those lips she had once kissed with such abandon. She spun away, skirts snapping like battle flags as she fled toward the door. Her chin stayed high as she departed, every inch the incomparable she had been raised to be. But beneath her brittle facade, her heart bled anguish into her very soul, each step away from him feeling like another small death. The door closed behind her with quiet finality, leaving only the crackling fire to witness how Lucien's hands clenched into fists at his sides, his knuckles white with the effort of not calling her back. In the end, pride won over passion. It usually did, in their world of immaculate appearances and exquisitely crafted lies. But what had shattered in that quiet green room might never be mended, not by all the king's horses, nor all the king's men, unless tomorrow changed everything. Chapter 23. Dawn crept across Putney Heath like a penitent, the morning mist wrapping around ankle and blade alike in silent supplication. Lucian stood in his shirt sleeves, the fine lawn nearly translucent with dew, and felt the perfect balance of Thomas Ashworth's Manton in his palm. The pistol's weight spoke of deadly purpose, its brass fittings catching what little light penetrated the gathering fog. He felt no fear. That emotion had burned away hours ago, leaving behind what was harder, more crystalline in its purity. Rage, cold as January frost, had transformed into diamond-sharp purpose. Every breath he drew tasted of it. Rage at the man who had dared lay hands on Lizzie, who had tried to violate not just her body but her very spirit, who had thought to turn an angel into a common whore. Cousin? Tyrrell's breathless voice shattered the morning's spell as he came stumbling through the mist, waving sheets of paper above his head. Only imagine, the Duke of Avon has placed his bet. He sends his regrets that he cannot attend, but has sent his marker. Lucian's lip curled as he surveyed the gathering crowd of gentlemen, each perfectly turned out despite the ungodly hour, all waiting with barely concealed excitement for what they viewed as mere sport. I believe we can survive without him. Without him? Tyrell's thin face registered shock. You don't understand. He's one of the leaders of the ton. That he took note is an honor indeed. Copper-coated Lucian's tongue. Tyrell, if you could let off the tinging, we need to proceed. Oh, yes, yes. Lucian extended the manton. Go inspect Mordaunt's piece, and take mine as well. Tyrell accepted the pistol between thumb and forefinger, as one might handle a serpent, clutching his precious bedding sheets to his chest. He stumbled off toward the knot of seconds and supporters, the fine weapon at arm's length like a dead fish. Lucian watched through narrowed eyes as the group inspected the weapons, their excited chatter carrying across the misty field in eager bursts. The whole lot of them were mad, ridiculously so. His gaze found Mordaunt standing in the center of his admirers, clearly taking last-minute wagers on his own survival. The sight should have stoked his rage higher, but recognition landed instead, the absurdity that had brought them all to this moment. The seconds nodded their satisfaction with the weapons, and Tyrell hurried back, offering the manton with visible relief. Gad, I hate those things. So I noticed. Mordaunt's cultured drawl sliced across the heath. Are you ready, Thorncliff? I am. The words emerged cool, controlled. Mordaunt adjusted his cuffs with elegant precision. I hope your estate can bear your losses. It won't have to. The smile curved Lucian's lips, slow and certain, and the world will most readily bear the loss of you. Mordaunt's stare narrowed to dark slits, but before he could respond, Tyrell's voice cracked across the heath like a whip. All right, gentlemen, the duel is about to begin. Please step away, step away. The gathered crowd fell silent, withdrawing to a proper distance, men who had witnessed such scenes before and knew exactly where to stand. The morning mist swirled around their boots, nature's own attempt to veil what was to come. Lucian felt his anger surge with each careful formality, the measured bow, the turn of backs, Tyrell's squeaking voice calling out the paces. 1. The sound of his boots against dew-dampened grass. 2. The weight of Thomas's manton, warm now from his grip. 3. The memory of marks on Lizzie's throat, purple as crushed violets. 4. The wild beat of his heart, keeping time with Tyrell's count. 5. The count stopped abruptly, replaced by murmurs and mutters from the crowd. Lucian spun, cursing. Tyrell, what the devil is going on? I'm sorry, cuz. His cousin clutched the betting sheets to his chest. But Lord Stanton wished to change his bet. What? The word tore from him, strangled with disbelief. Mordaunt had turned as well, his features arranged in an elegant mask of disdain. Then change it quickly and be done with it. Stanton, just what are you betting? Lucian stood frozen, the absurdity of the moment cracking through the ice of his rage like a spring thaw. These men, these painted peacocks of the ton, were not more ridiculous than he, preparing to kill a man for a woman who had made it abundantly clear she wanted nothing to do with him. Lizzie's only request had been for him not to make things messy. A dry chuckle escaped him, foreign to his own ears. If he killed Mordaunt now, it would be more than messy. It would be beneath him. There would be no honor in it, only the satisfaction of base revenge. And in that moment of clarity, Lucian knew his purpose had changed, as surely as dawn had changed the morning mist to gold. He walked back toward the intent wagering group, each step carrying him further from the man he had been moments before. Has everyone placed their bets now? Tyrell's thin face flushed. Yes, sorry, cuz. I forgot to tell them betting was closed. It was my fault. Lucian scanned the crowd with a coolness that would have done any duke proud. Gentlemen, I have decided I will not kill Mordaunt. Mordaunt stiffened, his composure slipping. You wouldn't be able to. A smile cut across Lucian's face. For the sake of the betting, I thought it only fair to warn you I'll not kill him. He's not worth it. Color flared in Mordaunt's expression, the first honest emotion Lucian had seen from him. Damn you, Thorncliff. I will shoot him in the right shoulder. He reached out and pointed with surgical precision. There, to be exact. Like hell you will. Mordaunt's aristocratic polish cracked at last, revealing the beast beneath. He reared back, all studied poise abandoned. You wish the other shoulder? Lucian might have been discussing the weather, though nothing casual lived in his expression. Laughter rippled through the onlookers. Mordaunt's face suffused with ugly color, the Duke's mask slipping further with each passing second. "No, blast it." Mordaunt's words landed clipped, brittle as breaking ice. "And I will kill you, no matter this turn of yours to save yourself. Men, please place your bets quickly this time." The heath erupted in a babble of voices, gentlemen shouting new wagers with fevered abandon. Tyrrell's hand flew across his sheets, crossing and recrossing lines with manic intensity. Through it all, Lucian leaned against an ancient oak, motionless, patient. 10 minutes passed before Tyrrell rushed back, practically vibrating with nervous energy. "I have all the bets now, 'cause I worry about those who are not here. They don't have a chance to change their wager now." Lucian pushed away from the tree with languid ease. Their loss, if they chose not to attend this fine affair. "Yes, but," Tyrrell scurried after him, "Avon wagered you would kill Mordaunt?" "Tyrrell?" Lucian's voice cracked like a winter branch. "If I have decided not to kill Mordaunt, then I have decided. I'll not kill him for the Duke of Avon." No, of course not." Tyrrell's face brightened with sudden inspiration. "He did place a wager on Mordaunt killing you as well." Lucian paused, then threw back his head and laughed, the sound rough as unsanded wood. "Hedged his bets, did he? Well, he'll be out on both accounts then." This time, when they took their positions, the very air had shifted. The morning mist had begun to burn away, golden light threading through the remaining tendrils, weaving a new pattern. Tyrrell counted off the paces in a voice that had finally found its strength, no longer wavering. Lucian moved with fluid certainty, a man who had made peace with his purpose. At the call, he turned, sighted, and shot Mordaunt exactly where he had promised, the right shoulder, placed with the exactitude of a surgeon's blade. Mordaunt's arm jerked from the impact, his manton falling forgotten to the dew-damp grass. "Damn it!" The spectators erupted in applause and shouts, while one enterprising soul rushed to examine Mordaunt, who clutched his shoulder with fingers that had gone white with shock. After a brief inspection, the man turned to the waiting audience with obvious glee. "Damn! Right on the mark, gentlemen! Right on the mark!" Some deaths, Lucian realized, required no blood at all. There was no need to make a mess. Lizzie attempted to focus on her embroidery. Her needle rose and fell in precise, measured movements that belied the chaos in her heart. Every few moments, her gaze strayed to the ormolu clock upon the curio table, each tick of its gilded hands bringing her closer to knowing whether Lucian would meet his death on Putney Heath. It should not matter, she told herself fiercely, though the silk thread trembled between her fingers. Lucian had made it painfully clear the duel was not about her. He did not care for her one whit, and she should not care for him either. Yet each minute stitched another thread into the tapestry of her growing dread. "Lizzie?" Adelaide's voice carried the gentle understanding that made denial impossible. "He really is an excellent shot, you know." Lizzie tore her gaze from the clock to find Adelaide watching her with quiet concern. She lifted her chin, pride her only remaining armor. "I wasn't thinking of Lucian at all." The lie fell from her lips with practiced ease. "I was thinking that now we are in town once more, we should hold a ball." Adelaide blinked before dropping back to her own needlework. "I see." Thomas, ensconced across from the ladies behind his newspaper, lowered the pages just enough to reveal dancing green eyes. "Were you indeed?" Before Lizzie could muster another fabrication, the door opened and Lucian stepped into the room, whole and unharmed, his presence filling the space until the walls seemed to shrink. "Lucian!" Adelaide leapt up, her sewing tumbling forgotten to the floor as she rushed to him. "Thank heaven you are not hurt." Lizzie sat frozen, her heart performing a wild gavotte beneath her stays. Every fiber of her being clamored with the need to rush to him as Adelaide had, to press herself against his chest, to know with every sense that he lived and breathed. Instead, she forced her lips into a cool smile. "How pleasant to see you alive, my lord. It would have been no end of bother if Mordaunt had killed you." Adelaide gasped, and Thomas coughed, a sound suspiciously reminiscent of suppressed laughter. Lucian's storm-gray stare found hers over Adelaide's head, narrowing. "Indeed. May I ask how Mordaunt fared?" Lizzie arched one perfect brow, each word honed to a cutting edge. "Should we have your bags packed for an immediate flight to the continent?" "Oh dear." Adelaide's hands flew to her throat. Lucian, you didn't kill Mordaunt, did you? No. The corner of Lucian's mouth lifted as he smiled down at Adelaide, though his attention never left Lizzie. I merely winged him. His voice dropped to a velvet purr. It was a very neat and clean shot to the shoulder. Fine work, Thorncliff. Thomas nodded, satisfaction evident in every line of his bearing. Lucian's gaze caught Lizzie's, the air between them taut with unspoken things. I was instructed not to make things messy. What? Adelaide's bewildered gasp hung in the charged atmosphere. Thomas's rich laughter broke through the tension. Rising, he moved to Adelaide's side with the unhurried grace of a man who knew precisely when to make his exit. Miss Devon, now that we know Lucian is safe, let us prepare for that carriage ride I promised you. You have not seen the sights of London sufficiently, and it's a beautiful day. Amusement sparked in his expression as he glanced between Lucian and Lizzie. Would you care to join us? No, thank you, Lizzie managed, wrenching her focus from Lucian's as heat bloomed beneath her skin. No, Frost said. I intend for us to leave shortly. Must we? Adelaide's face fell. Then we'll pack your bags. Lizzie grasped at the familiar routines of hostess-ship, any anchor in the storm. I shall have the maids do so directly. Lucian stepped forward. I shall pack them myself. Each word another small violence. Thorncliff, you cannot leave today. Thomas's tone brooked no argument. You surely need a day or two to collect the bets. Indeed, I myself am a richer man. I placed my own wager you would wing Mordaunt. Lucian's level gaze met Thomas's. That was a risky bet, my lord. I had not decided to allow Mordaunt to live until a few minutes before the duel. A knowing smile played about Thomas's lips. I had faith you would come to your senses and do the right thing. A look passed between them, weighted with understanding, before Lucian laughed. The sound startled from him, almost foreign. I had turned into such a fool. I could not do otherwise, my lord. Thomas's chuckle carried quiet relish. Then it was Providence. Mordaunt was sadly put out. Lucian's smile unfurled, slow and sharp. You could say that. Since everyone was betting so seriously, I made certain to tell them exactly where I meant to mark Mordaunt. Thomas's brows rose with delighted understanding. Did you? And you hit him there? That. Adelaide clapped her hands in girlish excitement. Didn't you? Yes. Satisfied pride lived in that single syllable. I did. Thomas's laugh warmed the drawing room. I have no doubt Mordaunt is packing his bags this very instant, or will be once the surgeon is finished with him. He'll be the laughingstock of town. The pain in his shoulder will never match the pain to his pride, especially since he's caused those who bet on him to lose a tidy sum. Lizzie's chin lifted, her expression kindling. Yes, my lord, I am so glad to know you have been paid well for your honorable deed. Lucian's stare locked with hers, storm gray meeting sea green in silent combat. I have no care for the money. My satisfaction will be in returning to Thorncliff Manor. Indeed. Thomas's tone carried careful neutrality. Surely you can remain one more day? If only to permit Miss Adelaide a chance to see London. It would be a shame for her to miss the opportunity, since she is here now. Wistfulness softened Adelaide's plea. Please, Lucian, London is so very interesting. Lucian glanced down at her, and his stern features gave way by a fraction. He sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. Very well. I suppose there are certain things we might do today. We'll leave early tomorrow morning instead. Oh, thank you. Adelaide practically glowed. Thomas moved toward the door with practiced ease. Come, I shall order the carriage. Adelaide followed at his heels, but Thomas paused at the threshold, glancing back at Lizzie and Lucian with a knowing look. Are you certain neither of you wish to join us? No. The word burst simultaneously from both their lips, hanging in the air, an admission neither intended. Very well. Thomas's smile spoke of secrets as he led Adelaide away, closing the door with deliberate care. The silence between them pulled taut, ready to tear at the slightest pressure. Lizzie glanced hastily at Lucian. That was kind of you to permit Adelaide this day, considering how anxious I know you are to depart. Lucian's expression gave nothing away. She deserves the pleasure. In light of her trials these past few days, it is only fair she has some enjoyment. Indeed. Lizzie set her sewing aside, the silk sliding through her fingers. Of course, she would have been spared the trial altogether if you had not gone out with Mordaunt. No. his words cut with midwinter frost. "She would have been spared the trial altogether if she had never met you." The truth of it stung, but Lizzie refused to let the pain show in her features. "Very well. I do not intend to argue with you on that head." She rose, each movement a performance as she crossed the drawing room toward him, pinning a smile to her lips like a butterfly to velvet. "I doubt I shall see you before you go. I'm going to see my modist now, and will attend the musical this evening. No doubt you shall leave tomorrow before I rise." Lucian watched her with unwavering intensity, tracking each subtle shift of her silk skirts, each measured breath that strained against stays and propriety. She shrugged, affecting a lightness she did not feel. "Perhaps while you're in town, you can look at some new plows and whatnot. That should delight you." The weight of all he did not say pressed close, almost tangible. Drawing in a steadying breath that did nothing to calm her racing pulse, Lizzie extended her hand. "Goodbye, Lucian." It was a mistake. The moment his fingers closed around hers, lightning coursed through her veins, setting every nerve alight with remembered passion. Their gazes met, all pretense falling away like autumn leaves in a tempest. They stared at each other, stripped bare of artifice, of pride, of everything but this crackling awareness that had haunted them since that first kiss. Without conscious thought, drawn by forces older than civilization itself, Lizzie swayed toward him. Lucian's free hand rose to curve around her neck, his touch igniting every nerve as he drew her closer, closer, until the space between them was nothing but shared breath and suppressed desire. When their lips met, the world ceased to exist beyond the points where they touched. Lizzie surrendered with a soft sound that might have been pleasure, might have been pain, might have been both, for how could such exquisite sensation be anything but agony? Her eyes drifted closed as tears stung behind the lids, but she didn't care. She needed this, needed to draw his breath into her lungs as drowning sailors need air, needed to memorize his scent of sandalwood and leather and male heat, needed to feel the vital warmth of him pressed against her, if only for this stolen moment. This was the only balm that could ease the fear that had burrowed beneath her ribs, the only medicine that could heal the hurt his imminent departure carved into her soul. His mouth moved against hers with desperate tenderness, each caress a confession neither of them dared voice aloud. Lucian broke the kiss as she had known he would, the loss of contact, a fresh wound blooming beneath her breast. She remained motionless, lids still sealed, as he released their clasped hands, as he stepped away, taking all the warmth with him. "Goodbye, Lizzie." His voice emerged low and rasping, rough, with what neither of them could afford to name. She could only bow her head, afraid of what her eyes might reveal. "Goodbye." She waited, counting heartbeats until his footsteps faded and the door clicked shut behind him. Only then did she open her eyes, letting the tears fall. 22. The afternoon light at Brooks cast that peculiar golden quality that turned even the most mundane scene into legend, and there was nothing mundane about what had transpired within those hallowed walls. The ancient Marquess of Hafford held court by the window, his crooked wig askew as he gestured with an empty glass at his rapt audience. "Mark my words, there's more to this than meets the eye," his voice carried across the hushed room. "A country earl doesn't appear from nowhere to challenge Mordaunt over a mere point of honor. There's a woman involved. There's always a woman. But whose woman?" The question emerged from the shadows of a leather chair, hanging in the air like pipe smoke. No one spoke Lizzie's name. Lucian had made quite certain of that. But speculation ran through the assembled gentlemen like fever through the blood. Each man crafted his own narrative to explain why an earl from the depths of the countryside would appear like an avenging angel to challenge one of society's most dangerous marksmen. Mordaunt himself had departed Brooks in taut silence, his usual languor replaced by fury barely leashed. Those who knew him best recognized the signs, the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his hands moved with deliberate precision as he gathered his gloves and hat. The Duke was not merely angry, he was hunting. The betting book had grown fat with wagers, each entry representing another thread in the complex web of society's interest. More than a few of the ton's most notorious gamblers had placed their money on the unknown earl, drawn by some instinct that recognized a deadly purpose when they saw it. By nightfall, the news had raced through London's streets and squares, carried by elegantly dressed messengers and fancy boy tigers perched on curricle seats. In her townhouse on Berkeley Square, Lady Jersey paused in the midst of writing dinner invitations, her quill suspended above cream-colored paper, as a footman delivered the latest on dit. A slow smile curved her lips as she considered the delicious potential for scandal. And in Ashworth House, Graves moved with increased efficiency through his duties, careful not to mention to his master that the betting shops around St. James's had begun taking wagers on tomorrow's outcome. The odds, he noted with quiet satisfaction, heavily favored the Earl, though whether that spoke to Lucian's formidable reputation or merely society's desire to see Mordaunt finally meet his match remained to be seen. The sun continued its slow procession across London's drawing rooms and gaming hells, each passing hour bringing them closer to tomorrow's affair of honor. In parlors and clubs across Mayfair, the ton held its collective breath, waiting to see which man would emerge victorious and which would not emerge at all. Within Ashworth House, the news traveled like perfume through empty rooms, subtle at first, then increasingly impossible to ignore. It moved with the silent efficiency of well-trained servants, carried in meaningful glances and half-heard whispers, finding its way into every shadowed corner and sun-dappled alcove. Graves received the intelligence with his customary impassive dignity, though a sharp observer might have caught the slight lift at the corners of his mouth, the way his silver buttons gleamed with extra vigor as he directed the day's activities with increased precision. The old butler moved through the house with orchestral precision, each gesture exact, each word measured, yet beneath his calm exterior thrummed an anticipation that spoke of changes to come. In the library, Thomas sat ensconced in his favorite leather chair, light streaming through leaded glass to paint warm patterns across the Persian carpet. His newspaper lay forgotten in his lap, his attention caught instead by the dance of flames in the hearth. The ghost of a smile played about his lips, as if he were privy to some exquisite private joke. His untouched brandy glowed amber in the firelight, mirroring the quietly laid plans now coming to fruition before him. Above stairs, Lizzie moved restlessly through her chambers, still blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding in her name. She paused before her mirror, fingers absently tracing the fading marks on her throat, physical reminders of Mordaunt's true nature. An ache she refused to name stirred behind her ribs when she thought of Lucian's face that morning. She had seen such darkness in his gaze, such tightly contained violence that spoke of depths she'd only begun to understand. But surely he wouldn't. The thought remained unfinished as she turned from her reflection, unable to face the truth she might find in her own eyes. In the portrait gallery, Adelaide stood frozen before the space where Maria's portrait should have hung, the empty wall seeming to pulse with new significance. When the whispers finally reached her, carried on the breath of a passing maid, her hand flew to her throat. Lucian? The name fell into the quiet air like a stone into still water, rippling outward with implications she was only beginning to grasp. "Oh, Lucian, what have you done?" The late afternoon sun slanted through tall windows, catching dust motes that spun and scattered in the slanting light. Each ray seemed to illuminate another facet of the complex drama playing out within these walls. Honor and desire, duty and revenge, all the tangled threads that bound these lives together in ways they were only beginning to understand. In the kitchen below, the cook laid aside her wooden spoon as Graves delivered the news, her face going pale. Her voice dropped. "But surely his lordship won't let it come to that?" Her fingers clutched at her apron. Graves merely adjusted his cuffs, the gesture speaking volumes. His lordship knows exactly what he's about. Outside, London's fashionable world might buzz with speculation, each telling of the tale growing more elaborate than the last. But within these walls, the truth pressed against the silence, breathless and unfinished, that by this time tomorrow, either a duke would fall, or a country earl would pay the ultimate price for defending a lady's honor. And none who dwelt within Ashworth House would emerge unchanged. Shadows lengthened across the green room's rich furnishings as Lizzie waited, each tick of the Ormolu clock on the mantel marking another moment of mounting tension. She had chosen Lucian's assigned chamber deliberately, this battlefield of silk and damask where she would make her last stand. The door latch clicked with quiet finality. Lucian darkened the doorway, his broad shoulders blocking the hall's candlelight. Their gazes met across the shadowed space, neither showing surprise, though both felt the charge that always sparked between them. "I should have known you would be here." Winter lived in his voice as he claimed a chair with territorial ease, every angle of his body a challenge. "Yes?" Lizzie let crisp displeasure color her tone. Remaining away from the dinner table and sending no word were not the actions of a gentleman. "As you know," Lucian's laugh rang hollow, "I am not that at the best of times. Tonight, I assure you, I would have been even less so." His eyes, storm gray and merciless, fixed on her face. "If you wish for pretty manners, I suggest you leave now." Lizzie held her ground, refusing to turn her gaze from his. The firelight caught the angular planes of his face, turning familiar features into something fierce and beloved all at once. "Why have you called Mordaunt out?" "I have my own reasons." His face might have been carved from marble. "None of them pertain to you." "No, of course not." She rose in a whisper of silk, turning to the fireplace where she wouldn't have to see the coldness in his eyes. "What if I told you I lied about Mordaunt, that he did not do all I said?" Lucian's jaw worked. It would not matter. Every syllable deliberate, final. It would not. No humor touched his smile. "I told you I do not fight Mordaunt because of you. What you say or do not say no longer matters to me. You would not go out with Mordaunt if it were not honorable." Her chin lifted, searching his face for any crack in his armor. "If I tell you that you have called him out based on facts which were not true, it would not be honorable." Lucian surged to his feet in one fluid motion, closing on her until barely a breath separated them. "But they are true. You lie to me now to serve your purpose. You do not want me to duel." His voice fell to a whisper that cut. "Why? Do you still care for him that much?" "No." The word tore from her throat, raw with rage and longing she dared not examine. "I hate him, but he may very well kill you." "What? Would you suffer a twinge of conscience if I were to die?" Lucian's voice cut like a nobleman's blade, precise, elegant, and lethal. "Or would it be that you would miss one of your pawns you've employed?" His bitter laugh ghosted across her skin. "No, my lady, you will not stop me from dueling. If anything, I would kill him because it was his actions that brought you into my world. I would never have known you if not for him." The words struck deeper than any physical blow. Lizzie lifted her chin, blinking back tears that threatened to betray her. She had come to plead with Lucian, but to tell him now how she shivered at the thought of him facing death would be worse than useless. It would be ammunition for his contempt. She drew in a steadying breath, letting ice coat her words. "Indeed, that is sufficient reason to call out Mordaunt. I wish I had never met you either." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. "But if you kill him, it will be messy, my lord. It will interrupt my life and make it extremely uncomfortable. I do not wish to be a 9 days wonder." "So the real reason emerges at last." Lucian smiled, and the room grew colder. "It is merely inconvenient for you. Rest your mind, Lizzie. The world will not connect your name with the duel. No, I do this to satisfy my own conscience, that I may return home without another thought of you. You shall be out of my life, and I most certainly shall be out of yours." His laugh landed with edges sharp enough to draw blood. "You may return to your grand social life, with its balls and fetes and gallant gentlemen." Lizzie stiffened, the arrow finding its mark. He had described her life perfectly, the very life which had made her foolishly accept Mordaunt. Her composure must have cracked, for Lucian's smile turned predatory. "Yes, I've learned much about the incomparable today. It appears every man is ready to laud and claim the great Lady Elizabeth." Contempt sharpened every syllable. "What a heartbreaker you are, my lady. I don't know why you seem concerned over this duel. From what I've heard, you are quite accustomed to men fighting for your honor." For a moment, Lizzie glimpsed the cold resolve that had so impressed the gentleman at Brooks. The man before her was indeed capable of killing, and in that moment she feared not for his life, but for his soul. Lizzie's eyes narrowed. moonlight from the tall windows casting silver shadows across her face. "You speak of Tommy Jameson and Lord Devington, no doubt. They fought over me, so it was said." Her laugh held centuries of aristocratic disdain. In truth, they were both deep in their cups and managed to call each other so many names they were forced to meet at dawn to preserve their honor. Saying it was over me was merely more convenient, more fashionable, than admitting they were fools whose tempers and tongues had led them into folly. The fire crackled in the grate, its amber light catching the tension that stretched between them like drawn silk. Lucian turned away, every line of his body taut with barely leashed energy. "And what of the men who left heartbroken?" The words emerged rough with fury, and beneath it, anguish. "What of all the proposals you've turned down? You've gathered hearts right and left, then burned them all." He whirled to face her, his stare reflecting the firelight like polished steel. "What of Lord Hayden, who tried to commit suicide over you?" The accusation hung between them, thick and suffocating. Lizzie swallowed hard, tasting bitterness. "You have been listening to all the gossip today, haven't you? Lord Hayden was all to pieces. He had gambled everything away at the tables. I knew him barely at all, having stood up with him at a dance or two." Her fingers twisted in her skirts, betraying the composure her voice maintained. "When he failed at suicide, he needed a better story. He found it in me." "There is always a plausible explanation with you, isn't there?" Venom laced the question. "I don't know if it's plausible, but it's true." Pride straightened her spine as she met his gaze. "I am the incomparable of the season, my lord. It's fashionable to fall in love with me. It matters not if they truly know me. What they care for is the fashion. I thank God I've never held with fashion." The contempt in his voice ignited a blaze in Lizzie's chest, a rage born of hurt, hot, blinding, consuming. It flared through her blood like brandy, covering the pain, hiding her ragged emotions beneath its heat. She advanced on him with all the deadly grace her finishing school had taught her never to use. "No, you haven't. Each step measured, deliberate. You are the great Lord Thorncliff, so far above the rest of us. You are pleased to lift an eyebrow at men's foibles, pleased to be rude and ungallant. Every word a precisely placed blade. Say what you will of polite society, but their cruelty comes from their frailty, their lack of understanding. Yours comes from self-importance." She drew herself up to her full height, close enough now to catch the scent of sandalwood and leather that clung to his evening coat. "Have your duel, then return to your mighty manor, where you are always right and your world is always ordered." The words tasted of ashes and regret. "You are correct. You have no place in fashionable society. You have no place in my society." A crack appeared in his expression, there for a breath, then sealed behind ice. But Lizzie did not wait for his response. She could not bear to hear another cutting word from those lips she had once kissed with such abandon. She spun away, skirts snapping like battle flags as she fled toward the door. Her chin stayed high as she departed, every inch the incomparable she had been raised to be. But beneath her brittle facade, her heart bled anguish into her very soul, each step away from him feeling like another small death. The door closed behind her with quiet finality, leaving only the crackling fire to witness how Lucian's hands clenched into fists at his sides, his knuckles white with the effort of not calling her back. In the end, pride won over passion. It usually did, in their world of immaculate appearances and exquisitely crafted lies. But what had shattered in that quiet green room might never be mended, not by all the king's horses, nor all the king's men, unless tomorrow changed everything. Chapter 24. Lucian strode through London's crowded streets, each step carrying him further from Ashworth House, but somehow no distance at all from the lingering warmth of Lizzie's kiss. The late afternoon sun caught in shop windows and gilded carriages, casting fragments of light that seemed to mock his attempts at escape. He had sworn he would be glad to leave, eager to have Elizabeth Ashworth safely excised from his life, like a surgeon removing a bullet. Yet the mere touch of her hand had swept away all his painstakingly constructed defenses, leaving him raw and wanting. Society called her the incomparable. They should have called her the devil instead, for surely no mere mortal could possess such power to make a man act against his own nature. This very morning he had nearly killed a man for her, though he'd never admit the truth of it aloud. No matter his denials and lies, the simple fact remained. He had been nothing but walking, breathing rage ever since Lizzie had been stolen from his house. He had regained a portion of his sanity on the dueling ground, but one kiss had been enough to shake his resolve. Before he could lose himself again, before he could taste Lady Elizabeth Ashworth's sweet poison once more, he would leave. He would break the hold she had over him, if it were the last thing he did. "Hello, milord." The rough voice emerged from the shadow, a blade leaving its sheath. Before Lucian could turn, his left arm was seized in an iron grip as a large man materialized beside him. Another figure appeared on his right, pressing cold steel against his ribs. "You'll be coming with us." The second man's accent was pure rookery. Lucian allowed himself to be guided into a nearby alley, every muscle coiled with lethal intent. These men might think him their prey, but he had not survived cavalry charges and morning duels by being easy meat for London's shadows. "We've got a message for ye, my lord." The first man cocked the hammer of his pistol with deliberate menace. Lucian didn't wait for the message. He shifted his weight and spun the man, holding him directly into the path of the bullet. Then the gun's report shattered the afternoon quiet. Shadows lengthened across Ashworth House's marble floors as Lizzie paced the parlor like a caged tigress, each step marking another moment of fiercely contained panic. Her father and Adelaide had not yet returned from their carriage ride, and Lucian was gone. She had not ventured to her modest as promised, had not even changed from the mourning gown that still held the ghost of his touch. Her world had narrowed to this elegant prison of damask and gilt, where every tick of the clock was torture. She pressed cool fingers to her lips, still burning from that devastating goodbye kiss. Ridiculous, she told herself firmly, that she should be in such turmoil over a mere country gentleman who had made it abundantly clear he wished to remove himself from her life forever. More ridiculous still that she had actually wept over him. She, who had remained dry-eyed even when she thought herself a murderess, had shed tears for Lucian Rothwell. "'Tis absurd." The words caught in her throat, swallowed by the empty room. She could have almost any man she wished. The ton's most eligible lords preened and postured for her favor. Yet here she stood, acting the lovesick fool over the one man she could never have. Her laugh landed brittle as spun sugar. Lovesick? Impossible. The very notion of love and Lucian Rothwell belonging in the same breath was preposterous. They inhabited different worlds, and that was how it must remain. "My lady?" Graves's voice pierced her reverie, his normally impeccable composure showing distinct signs of strain. Lizzie turned, startled to find the butler had entered without her notice. "What is it, Graves?" "There is a hackney driver at the door who insists upon speaking with you directly." His aristocratic nose twitched with barely suppressed disapproval. "The fellow seems concerned about payment." "A hackney driver?" Lizzie frowned, dread settling cold in her chest. "Whatever could he want with me?" "He refuses to discuss the matter with anyone but yourself, my lady." Graves' expression spoke volumes about the impropriety of such an arrangement. "He appears most anxious about his compensation." "Very well." Lizzie squared her shoulders, grateful for the familiar armor of aristocratic bearing as she followed Graves to the entrance hall. There she found a small, wiry man shifting from foot to foot on the marble threshold, his weather-beaten face creased with uncertainty. "You wished to speak with me?" She infused her tone with generations of command. The man's suspicious gaze swept over her fine morning dress. "Ye be Lady Elizabeth?" "I am. Got a gent in me hack who gave this address." His words tumbled out in a rush. "Said you'd pay well for bringing him." Fear coiled beneath Lizzie's ribs. "Did he? And who is this gentleman?" "Couldn't rightly say, m'lady. Weren't in no state to give his name." The driver's face darkened with memory. "Looked like death warmed over when he found me. Didn't want to take him at first, but seeing as he's a big fellow and weren't taking no for an answer." "A big fellow?" The word strangled in her throat as the truth hit. "Dear God, Lucian?" Lizzie gathered her skirts and ran, propriety forgotten in the face of mounting terror. Behind her, the driver's protests about payment fell on deaf ears as she reached the waiting hackney. Her shaking fingers found the door latch, and the world stopped turning. Lucian sat slumped in the corner, his elegant morning coat dark with blood, his proud face ghostly pale in the gathering dusk. The last of her composure shattered at the sight. Lucian. She was in the carriage without conscious thought, her hands hovering over him, trembling, desperate. Lucian. His eyes fluttered open at her voice, storm-gray irises clouded with pain but still achingly familiar. Hello. The words scraped from him, rough as gravel. What happened? Lizzie fought to keep her voice steady, even as her heart threatened to shatter beneath her stays. The blood seeping across his chest seemed to mock her earlier demands for tidiness. 2 men. Each word clearly cost him. Allie, sent by Mordaunt. The name tasted of bile and fury on her tongue. You should have killed him this morning. That smile curved his lips, transforming his pain-ravaged features for just a moment. No, too messy. 'Tis you who are messy now. She countered, striving for lightness even as terror clawed at her throat. Yes. His head fell back against the carriage's worn cushions. Sorry, not used to knives. Knives? The word died on her lips before she shook herself. Never mind, I don't want to know. She moved closer, the heavy silk of her skirts rustling against the hackney's floor. Can you move? Lucian groaned as he shifted, draping one heavy arm across her shoulders. Think so. Good. She wrapped her arms around him, trying to ignore how his usually vital frame trembled against her. His sharp intake of breath sent daggers through her heart. Did I hurt you? No. Liar. Yes. The exchange, its pattern so familiar it ached, nearly broke her. Come. She poured all her strength into the word. Together they stumbled toward the house, each halting step a prayer, each labored breath of his a knife in her breast. Without warning, his weight pressed more heavily upon her as his knees buckled. Not going to make it. His breath ghosted against her hair. Lizzie's arms convulsed around him as they sank slowly to the ground. You cannot die on me, Lucian, do you hear? The words tore from her, fierce as a lioness defending her mate. You cannot. I won't. The wheeze scraped against her neck. Unless you squeeze the life from me. Oh, she loosened her grip instantly, tears she refused to acknowledge burning behind her lids. I'm sorry. Meant, he gasped, won't make it to the house. Too weak. Do not cast aspersions on my powers, my lord. A watery laugh broke from her, masking how thoroughly she was coming apart. When had she become such a watering pot? Never. The word was barely more than a breath against her skin. You have too damn many over me. What? But he had already slipped away, his weight growing heavier in her arms. Blinking back the treacherous tears, Lizzie looked up to find Graves and the driver rooted to the marble, slack-jawed, watching the tableau with identical expressions. Graves, do not just stand there. Get the footmen to carry Lord Thorncliff upstairs immediately. Send 2 men for Dr. Kingsley. Tell them not to return without him, and have the maids bring hot water and bandages. Her voice cracked only slightly as she turned to the wide-eyed hackney driver. I'll pay you, sir. I'll pay you whatever you ask for, bringing him back to me. For bringing him home, her heart whispered, for giving me one more chance to tell him what I could not say before. But first, she had to keep him alive. Candlelight danced across damask bed hangings like restless spirits as Lucian surfaced slowly from the depths of darkness. The flame's glow caught on silver threads in the fabric, creating patterns that shifted and swayed beyond the reach of his drugged focus. He blinked, waiting for his blurred vision to resolve into form and substance rather than shadow and light. When it did, his breath caught painfully in his chest. Lizzie sat in a chair pulled close to his bedside. Her usually perfect posture had surrendered to exhaustion. Her lashes were closed in fitful sleep, dark crescents of shadow falling on pale cheeks. Her glorious hair had come partially undone, copper gold strands escaping their pins to trail across her shoulder like autumn sunshine. One delicate hand stretched toward him across the coverlet, as if even in sleep she needed to maintain some connection. Lucian studied her with greedy intensity, memorizing every line of her face, half convinced she was merely another dream conjured by laudanum and loss. Through the haze of pain-clouded memory, he recalled the fight in the alley. One man taking the bullet meant for him, but the other's knife finding its mark before Lucian could overpower him. Messy business, that. Terribly messy. The only thing that had dragged him from that blood-soaked cobblestone hell had been the need to see her once more, to bring his wounded body and battered spirit back to the one place they truly belonged, at Lizzie's feet. Now she sat guard over him like some unlikely guardian angel, though he had spoken such cruel words to her, though he had declared himself beneath her glittering society. Yet here she was, her presence defying every fortification and declaration. Who was she really? The Tun's infamous flirt and tease, a guardian angel in muslin and lace, or simply Lizzie, his Lizzie, the woman who called to his heart and made him foolish and mad with wanting. Fighting against the pain that turned each movement into quiet agony, he reached out and clasped her offered hand. Warmth flooded through him at the contact, more healing than any doctor's potion. She was real. She was here. Lizzie stirred, sleep softening her usual sharp intelligence to a dark aquamarine that reminded him of tropical seas. A gentle smile touched her mouth, transforming her entire face with disarming tenderness. Hello. Whether angel or devil, longing wrenched beneath his ribs. Who are you? Who? Lizzie straightened in her chair, alert as a doe catching a hunter's scent. What do you mean? Who am I? Lucian tightened his grip on her hand, despite the protest of torn flesh and bruised bone. He had sworn to leave her, yet even now he could not bear to release this one point of contact. And who am I? You don't know? The fear that darkened her gaze to midnight blue sent an unexpected lance of pain through him, sharper than any knife wound. Understanding dawned then, warmth curling through him despite the pain. No, I do not. Lucian. His name was half plea, half prayer. Please tell me you know who I am. Please say you remember me. I remember you. Memory washed over him like summer rain, the scent of fresh hay, the taste of her lips, the way sunlight had caught in her hair in that first stolen moment. Your name is Anne, isn't it? Color drained from Lizzie's face, leaving only those extraordinary eyes burning in the candlelight. No, it isn't. But I remember you as Anne. He savored the game now, this delicate dance of truth and pretense. If you are not Anne, then who are you? Don't tease me. The words hung between them, trembling. Lucian closed his eyes, abruptly weary of all their careful lies. I do not believe I am the one who teases. Her hand flinched in his grasp, poised for flight. You are teasing me now. Do not. Yes, he conceded, opening his eyes to find her watching him with an expression that made his heart stutter beneath his bandaged chest. My lady. Go back to sleep, my lord. She tried to withdraw, but his fingers closed reflexively around hers. Are you going to leave? The question emerged raw, stripped of all pretense. Emotions flickered across her face too quickly to name. No. The word barely carried. A smile ghosted across her lips, tender as a caress. You might have a nightmare. You might need me. Lucian studied her for a long moment, drowning in the depths of those impossible eyes. There was no might about it. He did need her. Whoever she was, whoever he was, whatever lay between them, she was his compass, his true north. What he would do about that truth, he hadn't the faintest notion. But for tonight, with pain and laudanum conspiring to lower his defenses, it didn't matter. She was here, her hand warm in his, her presence a balm no physician could compound. He drifted back towards sleep, still holding her hand. Her fingers tightened around his as he slipped into dreams, and he could have sworn he felt the brush of her lips against his forehead. Chapter 25. The elegant breakfast service might as well have been filled with sand for all the attention it received. Thomas studied the two ladies seated before him, each lost in her own private vigil. Lizzie's usual vibrant presence had dimmed to a pale ghost of itself, haunted and distant, while Adelaide's quiet worry lived in the way she crumbled her untouched toast into an artistic arrangement of anxiety. Lizzie. Thomas watched his daughter's fork trace meaningless patterns across her plate. You're not eating much, my dear. She blinked as if surfacing from deep waters, staring at her untouched eggs with mild surprise. I am sorry, father. I fear I'm not hungry. Thomas regarded Adelaide, noting how she shrank beneath the scrutiny. Are you not hungry either, Miss Devon? Adelaide's eyes remained fixed on her plate as she shook her head. No, I fear not. Thomas set down his coffee cup. I believe our patient is on a restricted diet. It would be a shame if Lucian recovers only to find both of you have fallen ill. Lizzie picked up her fork at last. We will be fine, though she merely used it to separate her eggs into precise geometric patterns. Indeed. Thomas watched the unnecessary redistribution of breakfast with thinly hidden amusement. As will Lucian, he is a very strong man. Dr. Kingsley said the knife wounds in his chest were not as deep as he first expected. In truth, I suspect the most difficult part of Lucian's recuperation will be remaining confined to his sick room. Life kindled in Lizzie's dull eyes for the first time that morning. He most definitely will be there until the doctor says otherwise. Adelaide glanced at Lizzie, quiet knowledge softening her expression. Surely he will. A chuckle escaped Thomas before he could contain it. He rose from the table. I believe I will be going out for a while. Have some small matters to attend. Satisfaction warmed his tone as he glanced between Lizzie and Adelaide. I have no doubt Lucian is in capable hands between you two charming ladies. However, I would suggest you both take turns sitting with him. Adelaide, I hope you will take the next few hours. Clearly, Lizzie is lacking her sleep. I am perfectly all right, Lizzie protested, though the shadows beneath her eyes told a different tale. Thomas gentled his voice. I am sure, but I believe Miss Devon, as Lucian's promised, should be permitted a few hours of time with him as well. Both ladies flushed deeply. He tucked his smile away as he strolled from the parlor, straightening his expertly tied cravat. He had an appointment with a duke, after all, and revenge, like the finest brandy, was best served at precisely the right moment. Mordaunt sat propped up in bed, his shoulder throbbing like hellfire, his mood black as the storm clouds pressing against the window. He glared at Hillard, his valet, who moved silently about the room, folding garments as if the devil himself weren't breathing down his neck. Mordaunt's patience had worn as thin as his temper. Don't forget what I told you, Hillard. Pack the jewelry separately this time, you dolt. Yes, Your Grace. And leave out the buff jacket and unmentionables. I'll wear them today. He shifted, wincing at the sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. No need for a crate, I'll manage without. A smooth voice sliced across the room from the doorway. Wise. It might remind you of the hangman's noose. Mordaunt went rigid, his head snapping toward the door. Ashworth, what the devil are you doing here? Thomas Ashworth strolled into the room as if he owned it, brushing invisible lint from his superfine coat before claiming the only chair not cluttered with Mordaunt's belongings. You act surprised. Surely you expected me. You've been called many things, Mordaunt, but a dullard was never one of them. Mordaunt stared, jaw working uselessly, before roaring, Beckman, where the devil is my butler? Thomas crossed one leg over the other, bothered. No need to shout. Your man is otherwise employed. Quite the capable fellow, really. He works for me now. Mordaunt sank back against the pillows, rage darkening his bearing. Since your daughter has seen fit to ruin me, I will not stay to wear my heart upon my sleeve. Injury be damned. Thomas arched one brow. Ah, an admirable speech. Slightly dramatic, considering your duel with Thorncliff yesterday, but I suppose one must applaud the effort. Mordaunt's lip curled. My devotion to Lady Elizabeth is unshaken, despite her cruel indifference. Casting me off in my current state? Heartless. Thomas turned one cufflink between his fingers. Elizabeth has far more reason than most to detest you. After all, your recent humiliation cost half the ton their wagers. Who could respect a man bested by a country upstart? Mordaunt shot up, only to fall back with a hiss of pain, white-lipped and shaking. Does it amuse you to gloat, Ashworth? Thomas leaned forward, concern arranged across his features with surgical precision. Only slightly. How's the shoulder? Mordaunt's teeth clenched around the word. Fine. The shot was clean. I'll mend. Thomas eased against the chair back. Good to hear. Thorncliff will mend as well. Though between us, the Mohawk ambush left him worse off than you. Mordaunt frowned, his gaze darting away. Mohawk ambush? I've been confined to this sick bed. What would I know of such things? Thomas's smile cut sharp as a blade. Oh, of course. You've been very incapacitated. Thorncliff, however, is learning quickly how dangerous this town can be. Thomas turned his attention to Hillard, who had frozen mid-motion. Tell me, Hillard, do you have plans to join your master in the Americas? Or shall I find you a more suitable position here? Hillard dropped the coat in his hands, gaping. The Americas, my lord. Mordaunt barked a laugh, though there was no humor in it. Ridiculous, I'm going to France. Thomas steepled his fingers, leaning back in his chair. Ah, France. Yes, well, plans do change. You see, I've taken the liberty of acquiring your debts, your mortgages, and your vowels. Quite a sum, really. You're going to the Americas, Mordaunt, whether you like it or not. Ice flooded Mordaunt's veins. You've gone mad. I'm not going anywhere. Every trace of warmth vanished from Thomas's expression. Oh, but you are. You see, while you've been busy sulking, I've been busy ensuring your exile. 2 men are waiting downstairs to escort you to your ship. The accommodations are, shall we say, rustic. Perhaps too rustic for a man of your delicate sensibilities, but given your current standing, you'll fit right in with the livestock. Mordaunt's voice rose to a ragged shout. You can't do this. You'll ruin me. Thomas rose to his full height, looming over the bed. Ruin you? No, Mordaunt. You ruined yourself. Consider yourself fortunate I didn't send you to debtor's prison. Though, rest assured, your estate will be put to good use. Perhaps as a refuge for unwed mothers and reformed women. A fitting legacy, wouldn't you agree? The last of Mordaunt's color fled. Damn you to hell. Thomas straightened his cuffs with the composure of a man who had already won. Careful, you'll need every ounce of strength for what lies ahead. He withdrew a card from his pocket, offering it to Hillard. Come see me, Hillard. Lord Farnsworth is seeking a valet, and he's a delight to serve. With that, Thomas strode from the room without a backward glance. Fury and despair clawed at Mordaunt's chest. Hillard, help me dress. But Hillard, the card clutched tightly in his hand, didn't even pause as he disappeared out the door. Hillard! Chapter 26. Lizzie, still unrested despite the few hours of sleep, made her way down the hall toward Lucian's room. Her dreams had been chaotic, clawing at her mind with frightening clarity. In them, she was back at the brothel, her future dictated by Mordaunt's wicked schemes. Only this time, Lucian hadn't come to save her. He'd been there, wagering with Mordaunt that she would become the incomparable courtesan within a year. She had begged him to stop, but Lucian had merely shrugged, his expression indifferent. I don't know you. His voice had been ice. Nor do I care to. Thorncliff Manor awaits, and I have no time for distractions. Lizzie shook her head, forcing the nightmare into the recesses of her mind. It wasn't real. None of it was real. She focused on the hallway ahead and froze when she spotted Adelaide advancing toward her, a covered tray balanced precariously in her hands. Lizzie managed a tight smile. Adelaide, how is the patient? Adelaide stopped abruptly, her cheeks flushing. Oh, Lizzie, I thought you'd still be resting. Lizzie's gaze shifted to the tray. I couldn't. Lucian hasn't eaten yet? No. Adelaide's blush deepened. He refused the broth, so the cook prepared something else. Lizzie's brows knit with suspicion. Something else? She stepped forward and lifted the cover. Beneath it was a hearty serving of beefsteak, eggs, and toast. She slammed the lid back down with a sharp clatter. The doctor specifically ordered broth and tisanes. He can't eat this. Adelaide wrung her hands. He says he won't accept the broth and tisanes. He's in a contrary mood. Lizzie's lips thinned. Contrary, is he? Well, contrary or not, he's in my house, and he will follow the doctor's orders. I'll take care of this. Hand it over. Adelaide's fingers twisted in her skirts. Lizzie, Lucian won't eat anything but this. Lizzie snatched the tray. We'll see about that. I'll return this to the kitchen and have the broth brought up. Adelaide hesitated, then sighed in defeat. Very well, if you insist. Lizzie's chin lifted. I do. She marched toward the stairs, the tray rattling with every determined step. Lucian's arrogant defiance was one thing, but endangering his health out of sheer stubbornness was entirely another. By the time she reached the foyer, her frustration was at a full simmer. As she turned the corner on her way to the kitchen, she nearly collided with Graves, who stumbled back, wide-eyed. He clutched a large silver bowl in his hands, his expression harried. Lizzie drew up short. Good heavens, Graves, what now? Graves hurried after her. I must inform you we've had many calls this morning. Lizzie didn't break stride. Not now, Graves. Her grip on the tray tightened. You told them we're not receiving, I hope? Graves trailed at her heels, his voice strained. Yes, my lady, but then that's that. Excuse me, I must exchange Lord Thorncliff's tray before he eats something entirely unsuitable. But Graves' voice faded as she turned a corner and left him behind. Relieved to be rid of him, Lizzie swept into the kitchen, her impatience firmly intact. After issuing clear instructions to the chef, she tapped her foot while he ladled a fresh bowl of broth. As soon as it was ready, she seized it with a nod of thanks and strode back toward the fore. Her mood was no better when she crossed the threshold, only to be halted mid-step by a voice as cloying as sugar syrup. "Oh, Lizzie, dearest, how good to see you." Lizzie stopped dead, her gaze snapping to the front door. There stood Lady Emma Cole, dressed to the nines in a blue gown that flaunted every ruffle and ribbon the season had to offer. Beside her, Miss Mallory Stanton giggled and waved, her wide cornflower blue eyes raking over Lizzie's rumpled dress and disheveled hair. Miss Stanton tipped her head, all false concern. "Graves said you weren't receiving, and it's quite clear why. You must be feeling unwell." Her hesitation before the last word made it clear she meant looking unwell. Lizzie fixed her smile in place. "I'm feeling perfectly fine, thank you, but you'll have to excuse me. A guest of ours has been injured and requires my attention." "Oh, yes, the divine Lord Thorncliff." Lady Emma pressed a hand to her chest with a dramatic sigh. "The town is absolutely agog over his duel with the Duke. His bravery, his skill. Why, it takes my breath away." Lizzie heartily wished it would take all her breath away, permanently. Miss Stanton's pretty pout deepened. "Emma and I came to lend our support, dear Lizzie. Your broken engagement to Mordaunt must be such a blow. But we understand, you, as the incomparable, could hardly marry the Duke after such an embarrassment. It must be so mortifying for you." "Indeed." Lady Emma's smile sharpened, cat-like and predatory. "But with Lord Thorncliff under your roof, I dare say your spirits are lifted. They say he's as handsome as he is brave. Such a sly thing you are, Lizzie. How did you meet him?" Lizzie's demeanor cooled to porcelain. "He's an acquaintance of my father's. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must deliver this broth to Lord Thorncliff before it cools." Miss Stanton gasped. "But surely you have a maid for that?" Lady Emma tittered. "Don't be absurd, Mallory. Would you let a maid near Lord Thorncliff when you could personally nurture him instead?" Both dissolved into giggles. Lizzie clenched her jaw so tightly it was a wonder her teeth didn't crack. Forcing her features to relax, she produced her sweetest tone. "Do enjoy your afternoon, ladies. I'm sure we'll meet again when I'm actually receiving." Lady Emma showed not the slightest discomfort. "Of course, we knew you'd forgive our little indiscretions since we're such dear friends." She fluttered her lashes. "Oh, and do bring Lord Thorncliff to our social on Thursday next." Miss Stanton clapped her hands. "Yes, do. We'd be thrilled to welcome him." Lizzie's patience had reached its limit. "Leave your cards with Graves." The women practically ripped their reticules apart to produce their cards. Lady Emma won the contest and, with a triumphant flourish, dropped hers into the silver bowl Graves carried. Then, to Lizzie's growing horror, Emma peered into the bowl. "My goodness," she cried, "so many already?" Without warning, she plunged her hand into the pile, causing Graves to jump. Lizzie's eyes narrowed. "Lady Emma!" "Ah, here it is!" Emma withdrew her card with a victorious smile and sashayed over to place it on Lizzie's tray. "Since you're going directly to Lord Thorncliff, do present it to him personally. Tell him we're eagerly awaiting his arrival at our social." "Oh, and mine as well." Miss Stanton added her card on top of Emma's with a flourish. Lizzie stared at the cards, then lifted her gaze to fix the women with her most imperious expression. Satisfaction bloomed as both flushed and scuttled backward, murmuring platitudes about friendship and support. Graves, ever the clever butler, shut the door on them with a speed that nearly slammed their giggles in midair. Lizzie turned to him, her tone sharpening. "You mentioned other visitors, Graves?" "Yes, my lady," Graves coughed. "There's been a steady stream of callers. Some came to pay their vows, but most were social calls, and the ladies didn't wish to take no for an answer." Lizzie's gaze fell to the silver bowl. "How full is it?" Graves sighed. "Very full." Lizzie's lips twitched. "Put it on the tray. If I'm playing lackey for Lady Emma and Miss Stanton, I might as well take the rest up to Lucian." A laugh escaped her, her irritation melting into amusement. "Oh, I can't wait to see his face. He'll bolt for Thorncliff Manor the moment he realizes all of London society is chasing him. If he thinks I'm frivolous, those two should give him quite a fright." Graves, with a knowing smile, placed the bowl on her tray. "As you wish, my lady." Lizzie ascended the stairs, satisfaction warming her step, the silver bowl of invitations tucked securely under one arm and Lucian's broth balanced in the other. She couldn't wait to see his reaction to the pile of calling cards. Faith, for once she understood his contempt for society's women. They were behaving like a flock of widgeons, crowding the doorstep of a man they'd never met simply because he was the new sensation. Well, they'd soon learn Lucian Thorncliff wasn't a man to be toyed with. The thought brought a chuckle to her lips. It wasn't entirely kind, but there was a small balm to her pride in imagining those vapid ladies joining her in the ranks of the spurned. Composing herself, Lizzie pushed open Lucian's door, schooling her features into calm neutrality. Her glance swept the room. Adelaide was perched by the bedside, and Lucian, annoyingly pale yet still infuriatingly handsome, sat upright, his dark gaze pinning her as she entered. Lizzie set the tray on the bedside table with a flourish. "Your meal, my lord." His frown deepened. "You didn't bring me broth, I hope?" "Oh, but I did." Her tone was as sweet as treacle, her smile as wide as her determination. Adelaide winced at the challenge in Lucian's eyes. "I won't eat it," Lizzie laughed. "You will. It's what the doctor ordered." Lucian's scowl darkened. "I need real sustenance if I'm to heal." Lizzie wagged a finger. "For shame, Lucian. I distinctly remember a time when I begged you for something substantial, and you wouldn't defy the doctor's orders then. How can you ask me to do so now?" His brow furrowed. "If I recall correctly, my lady, I did relent." Lizzie batted her lashes. "You recall incorrectly. I was forced to drag myself down to the dining table for a proper meal." Lucian threw the covers aside and swung his legs toward the edge of the bed. "Then I'll do the same." Adelaide sprang to her feet. "Lucian, no!" Lizzie rushed forward, pressing a steadying hand to his shoulder. "Don't!" The strain carved deep lines around his mouth as he sagged back against the pillows, his breath coming fast and shallow. Lizzie's hand trembled as she pulled it away, determined to mask her concern. She stepped back, striving for a calmness she did not feel. "Please don't be difficult." Lucian opened his eyes, dark and piercing. "I'm not being difficult. I merely request a proper meal. When you were under my roof, I served you what you needed. I ask only the same in return." Lizzie's throat tightened. "Indeed you did." Her voice had gone quiet without her permission. Then, with a determined squaring of her shoulders, she added, "And now I'll do the same, though it will be broth for the moment." Ignoring his glare, she sat on the edge of the bed, took up the bowl and spoon, and smiled sweetly. "I'll not have you accusing me of being a poorer host than you were, my lord." Lucian's lips thinned. "Don't my lord me if you intend to feed me like an infant." Lizzie raised the spoon, laughter warming her eyes. "God forbid I ever have a child like you." Lucian stiffened, and Lizzie flushed as the unintended meaning hit her. I meant a child straight from the cradle demanding meat. It would be disconcerting." Lucian's mouth quirked. "One of your children would likely crawl from the cradle, fashionably dressed, and reach immediately for a bell pull." Lizzie nudged the spoon toward him, a grin tugging at her mouth. "And one of yours would crawl straight into a field demanding bedtime stories about sheep and plows." Lucian's eyes gleamed with amusement. "And one of yours would flirt shamelessly with the doctor delivering her until he forgot to swat her backside." Lizzie dabbed at the broth trickling down his chin, grinning. "And one of yours would demand to know why swatting wasn't done to his exacting specifications." Lucian chuckled. "We'd have a race of giants." "Surely not a race," Lizzie teased. "Perhaps one or two." Lucian's voice went firm. "5. 5." Lizzie dropped the spoon, sending broth splattering down his chest. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Flustered, she grabbed a napkin and dabbed at the mess, but Lucian caught her hands, his grip warm and steady. A teasing smile curved his mouth. "It would have to be 5. 2 farmers, 2 debutantes, and 1 to break the tie." Lizzie froze, staring down at him. The tenderness in his face made her heart lurch painfully beneath her ribs. Embarrassment jolted through her. She jerked her hands free and spun toward the invitations. She shoved the bowl toward him with forced brightness. "I forgot to give you these. They're invitations from nearly half the ton. You've made quite the name for yourself, Lucian." His brow arched. "Invitations?" She flourished a handful of cards. "Yes, Eat your broth and build your strength. You'll need every ounce of it to escape back to Thorncliff Manor. An odd look entered his eyes. Escape? Perhaps I won't recuperate so swiftly after all. Lizzie frowned. Lucian, I don't think you understand. These are from ladies, frivolous, vain, light-minded ladies. You'll hate them. Will I? His lips curved into an infuriating smile. Jealousy caught in Lizzie's throat. Yes, they're not like me. You'll despise them. His smile widened. We shall see. Lizzie's fingers curled at her sides. Ridiculous. You'll flee back to Thorncliff before they even open their fans. Lucian settled deeper into the bedding, satisfaction radiating from every pore. Oh no, I've changed my mind. Let me see those invitations. Lizzie hugged the bowl to her chest. You cannot be serious. Challenge glinted in his eyes. But I am. You've taught me not to be rude after all. Furious, Lizzie marched forward and dropped the bowl onto his lap with little care for his injuries. My pleasure. Sweetness dripped from every syllable. Then, pausing, she snatched up 2 cards and thrust them at him. Don't forget these. Lady Emma and Miss Stanton were especially eager for your attention. Lucian grinned as he took them. Are they beautiful? Lizzie shrugged. Some would say so. I do not. Amusement danced across his features. Not up to the incomparable standards? Well, as a country bumpkin, I must lower my sights. Lizzie felt the blow of his words like a slap. Her chin rose, her manner cooling to frost. Indeed. And with that, she turned and fled, unwilling to witness him poring over the invitations. Adelaide strolled down the picture gallery, her gaze flitting over the grand portraits with little focus. The faces of Ashworth's ancestors stared back at her in their gilded frames, but her thoughts were elsewhere. A deep voice carried from behind her. Miss Adelaide, Graves told me I might find you here. Adelaide turned sharply, surprise sparking through her as she found Thomas Ashworth standing closer than she expected. The space between them felt too small, too charged. Her heart skipped, then careened, the steady rhythm she'd clung to all morning now utterly gone. Why did his presence always settle? She clutched her hands in front of her. Oh, I didn't hear you. The corner of Thomas's mouth lifted. No, you seemed rather captivated by the paintings. Odd, really. I think you like my ancestors far better than I do. Adelaide turned back to the nearest portrait, hiding the flush climbing her cheeks. I enjoy history. What is it, my dear? Is something amiss? His voice was soft, his gaze searching, and she hated how easily he read her. How could he see so much when she worked so hard to keep it hidden? Heat crawled up her neck, and she fixed her eyes on the gilt frame before her. Her fingers tightened around the folds of her gown, as though holding the fabric would anchor her. Thomas nodded. So I heard, but you mustn't let it trouble you. It's simply their way. Adelaide withdrew a step as his hand brushed hers. Yes, it is their way. Her skin tingled where he'd touched her, and she clenched her fingers to stop the feeling. Their natures are strong, almost passionate, I'd say. Thomas was silent for a moment. When Adelaide looked at him again, his green eyes held far too much understanding. She flushed and crossed to another painting. Was it like that between you and your wife? Maria? Thomas's laugh was quiet, almost wistful. She was very much like Lizzie. Adelaide hesitated, watching him. Warmth lived in his tone, a tenderness she hadn't expected, and it made her chest tighten. How lightly he carried his memories, how naturally he spoke of love and loss. She envied him that ease and admired it too. I wish there was a picture of her. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Thomas considered her. Does it bother you so much? She shrugged, trying to appear indifferent. I understand why you don't have one, but I wonder. His laughter was warm and unexpected. There's no need for one, I think. Lizzie is Maria's mirror in more ways than I care to admit. For all my insistence that I don't dwell on the past, the truth is I don't need a picture. When I look at Lizzie, I see Maria, though Lizzie, perhaps, has a touch of me to temper her fiery spirit. Adelaide smiled faintly. So your wife was strong and passionate as well. Thomas moved closer, his voice low. There are many forms of strength, my dear, and many forms of passion. Adelaide's pulse stumbled, and she forced a shaky laugh, stepping away. You know, I've known Lucian my whole life. We were promised to each other. He's always been so steady, autocratic and careless with his manners, perhaps, but dependable. Since Lizzie came, though, he's different. Thomas tilted his head. And which man do you think he truly is? Adelaide's cheeks colored, her voice dropping to barely a breath. The one he is with Lizzie. Thomas's expression didn't shift, though his tone gentled. It takes a strong woman to not only see that, but to admit it. Does it pain you? No. Adelaide's brow furrowed as she met his gaze. That's what surprises me. I should feel devastated, but I watched them today. She paused, drawing in a deep breath. Lizzie was feeding him broth. They were bickering, of course. But then they began talking, and I could see it, their love for each other. She shook her head, as though to clear the thought. I wasn't hurt by it. All I could think was how lucky Lucian was to have found someone who brings him to life. Thomas watched her, his face unreadable. And what will you do? Her voice faltered. I don't know. Warmth anchored every word. Neither do they. But if you believe Lizzie is right for Lucian, then he's not the right man for you. Have you thought about what kind of man would be? Adelaide hesitated, then gripped his hand, refusing to meet his gaze. No, the word trembled at its edges. No, I haven't. Thomas's hand curled around hers, grounding her. He was quiet for a moment before he spoke. Lucian has decided to stay in London for a time. Please accept my hospitality while you're here. It's an excellent opportunity for you to meet others. Perhaps, in time, you'll discover what sort of man you want by your side. Adelaide blinked back tears, still clutching his hand. Perhaps. Thomas let the silence rest between them. The warmth of his hand lingered long after he pulled away, and Adelaide, at once vulnerable and oddly comforted, faced the portraits once more, her thoughts a tangled mess. Chapter 27. Good afternoon, Graves. Lizzie swept past as the butler swung open the entrance door, her arms heavy with packages, the weight nearly toppling her maid, who was laden with bandboxes and parcels behind her. Please have the footman bring in the rest from the coach. Lizzie set the heaviest parcel on the hall table and forced a bright smile. I've been on a rather productive shopping expedition. A lie. In truth, she'd nearly emptied Madame Celeste's shop, and while the dressmaker had been ecstatic, Lizzie found little satisfaction in her spoils. Every ruffle, every silk ribbon had felt like a distraction, a futile attempt to banish thoughts of the aggravating invalid in her house. She huffed silently. Lucian Thorncliff could summon a rhinoceros into the parlor, juggle flaming torches down the stairs, or proclaim himself the King of England, and she would not care. Her sanity depended on emotional detachment, and she intended to achieve it if it was the last thing she did. A burst of feminine laughter floated across the foyer, high-pitched and far too merry. Lizzie froze, her brow creasing. Whoever is that? Graves, looking decidedly uncomfortable, cleared his throat. My lord has company, my lady. My father is entertaining? Lizzie's frown deepened. No, my lady. Graves swallowed. It is Lord Thorncliff who entertains. What? Lizzie's voice spiked in disbelief. Impossible. I fear not. Graves bowed his head. Another peal of giggles filtered through the heavy doors of the parlor, clawing at Lizzie's frayed nerves. Her eyes narrowed. He should be resting. Graves's demeanor turned cautious, but he nodded. Quite so, my lady. The laughter grew louder, taunting and ridiculous. Lizzie's mouth flattened. That's enough. Without another word, she shoved her packages into the butler's startled arms. Graves staggered slightly under the weight as Lizzie swept past him, her skirts swishing with determined fury. She pushed open the parlor door without ceremony and came to a dead stop. The room looked like a painting, one of those obscene Eastern harems. Lucian reclined on the sofa like a sultan, propped against an excessive number of pillows. Around him sat a small battalion of ladies in silken finery, their chaperones lurking like decorative ferns on the fringes. At this very moment, Lady Emma Cole, wearing an air of breathless triumph, was offering Lucian a cup of chocolate as though it were the Holy Grail. Luck, my lord. Lizzie's voice cut through the chatter like a blade. Just what are you doing? Lucian glanced up. His storm-gray eyes gleamed with amusement as they met hers. These ladies have taken pity on me, his mouth curved, lazy and unhurried, and have been kind enough to entertain me. Fie, my lord. Lady Emma's laugh was breathless, her eyes alight. We never dreamed you'd receive us. We merely stopped by to inquire after your health. Did you? Lizzie's tone dripped with dry skepticism. Imagine our surprise. Miss Lucy Dillington leaned forward, her gaze lingering shamelessly on Lucian, when his lordship condescended to see us. How terribly kind of him. The words could have flattened glass. Poor Lord Thorncliff. Lady Emma pressed a hand to her chest. He was positively bored to flinders until we arrived. He said there's been no decent company. And we couldn't have that. Lady Amelia Chandler clasped her hands beneath her chin. After all, he's a hero. Lizzie choked. A hero? Indeed. Emma blinked at her in surprise. Never say you haven't heard. Heard what exactly? Lizzie barely restrained her exasperation. About Mordaunt. Emma leaned forward, relishing each word. Lord Thorncliff utterly bested him. The Duke has quit London. I do not find that surprising. Lizzie's chin lifted. Mordaunt is not the type to tolerate being made a laughingstock. And you should know, Emma's smile sharpened, sweetly barbed, since you were engaged to him. Lizzie's spine stiffened. It does not give me pain. If you saw the notice in the paper, you'll know it was I who ended the engagement. Of course. Miss Dillington's lashes swept down in mock sympathy. And we all understand. What else could you do after Lord Thorncliff humiliated Mordaunt so? I did not throw Mordaunt over because of what Lucian did. Lizzie's voice rose, color flooding her cheeks. Lucian? Miss Dillington's eyes widened with barely suppressed glee. The ladies giggled, their chaperones shooting Lizzie disapproving looks. Of course not. Emma waved the words aside. But let us speak of happier things. To lift everyone's spirits, I intend to host a ball. She turned to Lucian with a flutter of her lashes. I do hope you will attend, my lord. It shall be in your honor. Lucian hesitated. Lizzie seized the moment. I'm afraid Lord Thorncliff doesn't care for such frivolities. Her manner was treacle sweet. He finds them tiresome. Lucian shot her a narrow look before turning to Emma with a smile. I would be delighted to attend. You make me so happy. Lady Emma clapped her hands together. I thought to hold it within 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Lizzie's eyes snapped to Lucian, her voice dangerously calm. Surely my lord does not intend to remain in town that long? Lucian's gaze met hers, amusement dancing in his eyes. For dear Lady Emma's sake, I shall. It would be gallant to attend, would it not? He smiled faintly. That is, if you and your father do not mind extending your hospitality to me. The other ladies traded eager glances, their eyes bright and hopeful. Lucian never looked away from Lizzie. A bitter taste filled Lizzie's throat, but she forced a smile. Of course, you may stay as long as you wish. It matters not one whit to me. Lucian studied her. You are graciousness itself. Thank you. Lizzie's mind whirled furiously beneath her sweetest smile. Not one whit, indeed. She would not let him overstay his welcome. But I fear you weren't prepared for such an extended visit. Shall I send a servant to fetch your wardrobe? That won't be necessary. One corner of Lucian's mouth lifted. I'll see to acquiring a new one while I'm here. Oh, how wonderful. Lady Emma nearly bounced in her chair. And you must promise to dance with me at the ball. Lizzie laughed outright. Lord Thorncliff does not dance, Emma. Perhaps I'll learn. Lucian turned to Lizzie, one brow raised. What say you, Lady Lizzie? Shall I test my feet with you? Lizzie swallowed hard. If you choose to learn, you shall not need me. Afraid I'll step on your toes? His voice dropped, meant for her alone. The ladies tittered like hens. That would be the least of my concerns. Lizzie's hands clenched in her skirts. If you'll excuse me. She drew herself to her full height. I'll leave you to your arrangements. Do you not wish to join us, Lady Lizzie? Emma tipped her head, all innocence. No. Lizzie smoothed her skirts. I have too many engagements already. Pity. Emma bestowed a satisfied look on Lucian. I fear you are left in our hands, my lord. I am sure I shall fare well. Lucian settled deeper into the sofa, entirely too pleased with himself. Lizzie turned sharply on her heel and fled the room. Farewell, will he? Not under my roof. Her teeth gritted. Lucian Thorncliff had no business lingering in London. He had obligations. Adelaide had obligations. Well, if he'd forgotten, she'd make it her duty to remind him. Lizzie smiled tightly, satisfaction curling in her chest as she sought out Graves. Where is Miss Devon? Her stride didn't slow. Miss Devon is in the library, my lady. Graves adjusted the pile of packages she'd unceremoniously dumped on him. With your father. Lizzie's brows lifted. With father? She thanked Graves and made her way toward the library, her steps light but her mind churning. Whatever business Adelaide had with her father was of little consequence, surely. Yet the niggling sense of curiosity quickened her pace. Pushing the library door open, Lizzie came to an abrupt halt. Adelaide sat curled in a wing chair, her father perched casually on the arm beside her. Books surrounded them like a fortress, and one lay open on Adelaide's lap. They were laughing, light, genuine laughter that startled Lizzie into silence. "Hello." The word came out more hesitant than she intended. Neither Adelaide nor her father seemed to notice her at first, too absorbed in whatever anecdote he'd been sharing. Then Adelaide glanced up, her brown eyes sparkling with a radiance Lizzie had never seen before. "Lizzie." Adelaide's cheeks were flushed, her whole face alight. "Your father has been telling me the most marvelous stories of his travels. I can hardly believe half of them. Africa, especially. It sounds like something from a fairy tale." She gestured to the open book, a sketch of some wild creature in bold strokes. "And look, here is proof. It's exactly as he described." "Yes, I've seen them myself." Lizzie's glance shifted between the two. Had Adelaide always been so lovely? The quiet symmetry of her features, coupled with the vibrant glow that lit her cheeks, struck Lizzie with an odd pang of envy, or perhaps guilt. Adelaide tilted her head. "Have you? How remarkable. It's hard to imagine such things, even after seeing the drawings. I used to think London was strange, but now I wonder if my imagination is dreadfully lacking." Strange though it may be, home has its own peculiar charms. Lizzie stepped further into the room. "And speaking of home, I've come to speak with you about yours. I just came from speaking with Lucian." "Did you?" Thomas's tone held faint amusement. "I'm amazed you managed to get a word in edgewise. He seemed rather preoccupied earlier, with his admirers." "Indeed, he should not have been receiving company at all, let alone holding court." Adelaide's expression softened. "But you know Lucian. He rarely listens to good advice. He has been in such a dark mood of late. I thought perhaps the company might help. He said as much himself." The company of ladies. Irritation pricked at Lizzie's composure. "Or should I say, a harem of ladies? Tell me, Adelaide, did you know he's promised to attend Lady Emma's ball?" Adelaide's brows shot up. "The ball? That doesn't sound like Lucian. He despises such events. He can barely tolerate the country assemblies." Lizzie folded her arms. "Nevertheless, he intends to remain here for 3 weeks. "Ah!" A faint frown tugged at Adelaide's lips. "By then he should be well enough to leave." Well enough or not, he wasn't thinking clearly when he promised. Lizzie's tone edged toward exasperation. "Neither of you can remain away from home for so long. There's hay to be brought in." "Hay?" Thomas's brows arched in incredulity. "Yes, hay." Lizzie planted her feet. "It must be brought in before the season turns." Thomas burst into laughter, the sound rich and unrestrained. "Forsooth, my dear, it's a rare day when you concern yourself with the state of the fields." Lizzie flushed, but held her ground. "Someone ought to be concerned." She turned pointedly to Adelaide. "Your mother must be frantic without your company. Surely you cannot remain away for so long." Adelaide's cheerful glow dimmed, her face falling. "Oh dear, you're quite right. I hadn't thought." "Nonsense." Thomas cast Lizzie a reproachful look, his tone turning stern. "You should not distress Miss Devon unnecessarily. I've already seen to it." "What?" Adelaide looked up at him, startled. "Seen to what, my lord?" Lizzie's eyes narrowed. "Indeed, what?" Thomas's smile was gentle. "I sent a governess and a nursemaid to assist your mother. After all, you're here due to my daughter's contretemps. It's the least I could do." Adelaide's hands flew to her mouth. "You've done this for us? Truly? It's no trouble." Thomas inclined his head. "I've also instructed them to send word on how your family fares. You need not worry." Lizzie blinked, stunned. "I must say, father, I never thought to see you concerning yourself with governesses and nursemaids." He smiled at her with infuriating serenity. "You were once a child yourself, my dear. I do remember such things." "You are too kind." Adelaide's face shone with gratitude, her voice barely steady. "Nonsense." Thomas waved her thanks away. Then his face brightened. "That reminds me. Cousin Esmeralda will arrive tomorrow." Lizzie nearly dropped the book she had unconsciously picked up. "Cousin Esmeralda? She has kindly agreed to act as your new chaperone." Thomas settled back with the air of a man who had arranged everything to his satisfaction. "My chaperone?" Lizzie's disbelief rang clearly. "And Miss Devon's." Thomas nodded to Adelaide. "I trust Esmeralda will not be overly intrusive." Lizzie pressed her lips together to stifle a laugh. Finding her might prove more challenging than bearing her presence. Adelaide's giggle was unexpected, bright and unguarded. "I've never had a chaperone before, not since my mother, of course. Then you shall have one now." Thomas's voice carried the weight of a man accustomed to having his way. "If anyone asks, Esmeralda has been with you since the day you arrived. She understands the necessity of discretion." Of course, Lizzie began to see the logic in his plan. An absent-minded poetess was far safer than a nosy stranger. She smiled wryly. "It seems you've thought of everything." "I strive." Thomas returned her smile before turning to Adelaide. "And so, you see, there is no reason you cannot stay for the ball." Adelaide hesitated, her fingers twisting in her lap. "I don't know if I should." Lizzie stepped forward. "It would be a shame if you didn't. Where else would you wear the gown I've already purchased for you?" Adelaide's eyes widened. "What?" Lizzie grinned. "It's stunning. And entirely selfish, I assure you. I enjoy shopping far too much to resist. If you wish me to send it to your home, I will, but I fully intend for you to wear it." Adelaide glanced between Lizzie and Thomas, her uncertainty melting into laughter. "In that case, I shall wear it to the ball." "Good." Lizzie clapped her hands. "Madame Celeste will need your opinion to make the final adjustments. We'll go tomorrow." Adelaide smiled, but cast a glance toward the hall. "Perhaps we shouldn't leave Lucian unattended. I'm sure he'll manage." Lizzie turned away, her tone airy. Let him manage everything for all she cared. Chapter 28. Lizzie sat beside Adelaide in the carriage as John, the coachman, eased through the fashionable throng in Hyde Park. Across from them sat Esmeralda, who had finally arrived 2 days prior. The small, white-haired woman perched serenely in her seat, her faded gray eyes trained on the scene with a far-off look. Her face was composed and pleasant, as though her body might be here, but her thoughts were somewhere else. Perhaps in one of her epic tales about ancient queens and melodramatic oaths. Lizzie suppressed a smile. She knew better than to interrupt Esmeralda's reverie. It wasn't worth disrupting whatever great saga was unfolding in her mind. Instead, she turned to Adelaide, whose expression was a sharp contrast. Adelaide's soft pink gown brought out the golden undertones in her hair and made her brown eyes sparkle with quiet appreciation as she watched the parade of carriages, ladies and gentlemen with rapt attention. Lizzie tilted her head, taking in the full effect. "You look lovely. I'm so glad Madame Celeste was able to have that dress ready for you so swiftly." Adelaide's fingers traced the sash at her waist. "So am I. I truly must thank you again." Lizzie laughed. "Please don't. Gratitude doesn't suit me. I'm terribly selfish when it comes to gowns and ribbons, and dressing others is almost as satisfying as dressing myself." She nodded to an acquaintance, her smile polished. Adelaide shook her head in wonder. "Do they do this every day?" "Yes." Lizzie settled against the cushions. "It's very important to see and be seen." Her voice trailed off as her gaze froze on something or someone in the distance. Her smile faltered. "Father is here." She swallowed hard. "And Lucian?" Adelaide's face brightened. "Are they? I am so pleased I told your father we would be here." "You what?" Lizzie's head snapped toward Adelaide, but she couldn't keep her attention there. Her gaze slid inexorably back to the approaching riders. And there he was, Lucian. She couldn't look away, no matter how hard she tried. It wasn't fair. How could the man she'd known as a gruff, unpolished farmer now sit astride a gleaming black stallion like some gallant hero out of a novel? His jacket of blue superfine was tailored so perfectly it molded to the breadth of his shoulders and the hard lines of his chest, and his crisp white cravat lent him an air of polished authority. His blonde hair, trimmed close, gleamed in the sunlight, emphasizing the sharp angles of his jaw and the masculine beauty of his face. Lizzie's traitorous heart gave a hard thump. Blast him! Her gloved fingers curled in her lap. Since when does he care about town fashion? Adelaide turned, brows lifting. "Did you say something?" "No." Lizzie forced herself to look anywhere but at Lucian. The sight of him, so devastatingly handsome and entirely too self-assured, was more than unsettling. It was infuriating. By the time Thomas and Lucian reached the carriage, Lizzie had plastered a polite smile on her face. She fixed her attention firmly on her father, as if she hadn't noticed Lucian at all. "Good afternoon, ladies." Thomas's green eyes danced with amusement. Esmeralda, have you met Lord Thorncliff? Esmeralda blinked and emerged from her literary musings. Her focus sharpened as she took in Lucian. A pleasure to meet you. Lizzie stared at her relative in shock. Focused? Esmeralda? Lizzie touched the older woman's arm as though reminding her of something forgotten. Esmeralda, you've already met Lord Thorncliff. He resides with us. Oh, Esmeralda shook her head. You are that Lord Thorncliff? Lucian dipped his chin. I am, Mrs. Carstairs. Oh my. Esmeralda pressed a hand to her chest, blinking rapidly. Adelaide laughed, her cheeks glowing. I feel just like Mrs. Carstairs. I almost didn't recognize you myself, my lord. Lucian inclined his head. Nor I you, Miss Devon. That is a beautiful gown. Adelaide blushed, clearly delighted. Thank you. Lizzie has excellent taste. Lucian's gaze found Lizzie. His gray eyes held none of their usual sarcasm. Instead, they were light and teasing, as though daring her to admit something. And you, Lady Elizabeth, do you approve? Lizzie summoned her brightest, most dismissive smile. As you appear to be taking the matter of fashion so seriously, my lord, I'd say you do well enough. His lips quirked. High praise indeed. Thomas straightened in the saddle. But I believe our ladies are looking far too enchanting for us to stand idly by. I, for one, do not intend to waste a moment in ensuring I have a dance with them at Lady Emma's ball. He looked at Adelaide. Miss Devon, may I have the honor of the first waltz? Adelaide ducked her head. I would like that, my lord, but I fear I have never waltzed before. No matter. Thomas's grin was infectious. It's a wonder I taught Lizzie the proper steps. She had a dreadful habit of leading rather than following. Father, Lizzie glared at him as Thomas chuckled. A low laugh escaped Lucian. It must have been quite the challenge, my lord. It was. Thomas met Lizzie's glare with perfect equanimity. Lucian turned to Lizzie, his eyes glinting with something too quizzing, too knowing. Permit me to request the second waltz, Lady Elizabeth. I'd like the chance to prove myself. Lizzie stiffened, her pulse skipping. She tilted her chin and smiled. If you insist, my lord. I do. The calm confidence in his voice rattled her far more than it should. Thomas leaned closer to Adelaide. Don't worry, Miss Devon. If my daughter could learn, I assure you it is possible. From beneath her lashes, Lizzie watched as Lucian laughed at her father's joke, all charm and ease. She bit the inside of her cheek. He wasn't supposed to be charming. He wasn't supposed to fit here. And yet here he was, turning every head in the park, Adelaide included. And worse, he didn't seem to mind it. Excellent. Thomas gathered his reins. We should be on our way. As much as we delight in monopolizing your company, it would hardly be fair to everyone else. He nodded toward the left. Torrington, for one, seems positively aching to approach, if only given the sign. Lizzie followed her father's gaze to where the young Earl of Torrington hovered at a distance, his hopeful eyes darting toward their carriage like a boy spying the last sweet at the confectioner's. She glanced sidelong at Lucian, her lips curling ever so slightly into a triumphant smile. If he could parade about charming all the ladies of the ton, then she could just as easily amuse herself. Indeed, her chin lifted, her manner syrupy sweet. Torrington is such a delightful man. Adelaide, you simply must meet him. Adelaide blinked. Must I? Certainly. Lizzie waved at the young earl, her bonnet ribbons fluttering like banners of victory. Torrington startled so violently that his horse shied with an indignant snort, hooves rearing high. Lizzie bit back a laugh, though her amusement glittered as she leaned toward Adelaide. Such enthusiasm, you see? He's already galloping toward you. Thomas chuckled and steadied his own mount. Perhaps we'd best retreat, Lucian, before Torrington's mount sends us all scattering. A wise decision. I'm sure Lady Elizabeth will be more than capable of managing Torrington's exuberance. Quiet mockery laced the words, though the glint in his eyes suggested he was thoroughly entertained. Thomas laughed. Well said. Come along, Lucian. I see Deirdre Wolvington waving at us. At that, Lizzie's amusement vanished in an instant. She rounded on her father. Deirdre? The name escaped before she could soften it. Yes. Thomas was utterly unrepentant. The widow Wolvington. Very wealthy, very friendly. It will be my pleasure. A smug curve settled on Lucian's lips. Lizzie sniffed and fixed her stare on the far side of the path, feigning disinterest even as her spine went rigid. You'll find Mrs. Wolvington quite friendly, I'm sure. Do enjoy yourselves." As Lucian and Thomas rode off toward Deidre's powder-blue carriage, her ostentatious feathered bonnet bobbing in the distance, Lizzie pointedly refused to watch them. The fact that Deidre Wolvington's curves were legendary had absolutely no bearing on her sudden foul mood. "Mrs. Wolvington is extremely attractive." Adelaide's voice was small, her attention lingering after the two men. "Yes." Esmeralda leaned forward with uncharacteristic animation, her pale eyes wide. "She appears very sophisticated." "She is." Lizzie kept her expression as cool as iced lemonade. She shifted her attention instead to young Lord Torrington, who was now attempting to steer his rebellious horse through the maze of carriages with all the grace of a drunkard navigating a ballroom. Her jaw tightened. "Why my father feels the need to introduce Lucian to Deidre is beyond me. It's not a connection that ought to be encouraged. Perhaps your father enjoys her company." Adelaide folded her hands in her lap, the picture of innocence. "Not he." Lizzie's fingers drummed against the carriage door. "She's been after him for years, and while he's too polite to be rude, he knows better than to fall into her clutches." Adelaide visibly relaxed at that, though she tried to mask it by smoothing her skirts. "It's Lucian you should worry about." Lizzie couldn't stop herself. "He's not accustomed to women like Deidre." "Oh my," Esmeralda straightened, her distracted air vanishing. "A handsome hero swept away by the beautiful, wicked sorceress. What a tale! I must write it." Lizzie's brows shot upward. "A tale?" Esmeralda nodded fervently, her eyes bright and teary. "A dashing lord, a cunning enchantress, and a battlefield of hearts." Her voice rose dramatically. "What a penned epic it shall be." Adelaide clapped a hand over her mouth, a giggle escaping despite her best efforts. Lizzie could only shake her head, unable to stop the reluctant smile that tugged at her lips. Whatever absurd story Esmeralda had conjured in her head, it was certainly better than dwelling on Lucian and Deidre. Just then, Torrington finally reached their carriage, his face flushed nearly crimson beneath his jaunty hat. His horse skittered sideways, nearly taking out a footman, but the young Earl regained control just in time. "Lord Torrington." Lizzie's manner was honeyed. "Such a pleasure to see you again." The slim, pleasant-looking man bobbed his head, his Adam's apple working furiously. And I you, my lady, and I you." Lizzie sat perfectly composed, though behind her pleasant facade, her thoughts darted back to Lucian and the infuriating way he'd looked as he rode toward Deidre Wolvington's carriage. She glanced at Adelaide and Esmeralda, who were still watching after the men with starry eyes. "Oh, do stop staring." She couldn't quite resist one last glance toward the powder-blue carriage herself. Chapter 29. The ballroom glittered like 1,000 stars had fallen to earth. The crystal chandeliers caught every flicker of candlelight, throwing warmth across polished marble and the whirl of silk gowns. Adelaide's heart fluttered in time with the music as Thomas led her onto the crowded floor. The hum of laughter and conversation faded. It didn't matter how many eyes were watching, only the feel of Thomas's hands steadying her waist and the strength in his fingers as they clasped hers. "Thank you for saving this dance for me." His hold on her waist firmed, the words pitched low, just for her ears. Adelaide flushed and glanced up. "How could I not? You are my teacher, after all." His smile tilted, indulgent and warm. "My finest pupil, Miss Devon." The music swelled, and he swung her into motion. Adelaide's breath caught on a light laugh as they moved, weaving through the swirl of dancers. The floor blurred, but Thomas's gaze anchored her. The world shrank until there was nothing but his touch, his smile, and the rhythm guiding their steps. "You surpass every lady here." His fingers tightened around hers. Adelaide's chest warmed, a rush of excitement spiraling through her. For once, she felt as if she belonged amidst all this glitter and finery. Their gazes held, unspoken emotions passing like a whisper between them, so soft, so fragile, yet impossible to ignore. But then Thomas broke the connection and looked away. The loss of his attention was like a candle blown out, and a chill slipped in where the warmth had been. Adelaide lowered her eyes to their feet, her laughter gone. "Thank you, Miss Devon." Thomas steadied her elbow as the waltz drew to its close. He led her from the floor, ever the gentleman. "You will be the belle of the ball tonight." Adelaide forced a small laugh, hiding the strange ache in her chest. No, I think Lizzie has claimed that title. Thomas's attention drifted toward where Lizzie sat, surrounded by a throng of eager gentlemen. Beside her, Esmeralda was half buried in the sofa cushions, entirely unnoticed. Indeed, his brightness dimmed. It seems everyone in our party is enjoying themselves tonight. Adelaide followed his glance to where Lucian stood, effortlessly charming a circle of admirers. I wonder if he'll even remember he promised to dance with me. He will not forget. Thomas's certainty left no room for doubt. But if he does, I'm sure you'll have no shortage of other partners. Isn't your dance card already full? Almost. Adelaide's fingers curled around the edge of her dance card. She hesitated, gathering her courage. Except for the second waltz. Thomas's brows lifted. Impossible. Surely you didn't leave it blank on purpose? Adelaide's focus drifted to the dancers still whirling past. I thought perhaps you might like to dance it with me. His smile faded, replaced by something more serious. I cannot. Oh, her cheeks flamed. You've already asked another lady. I have not. Thomas chose his next words with care, but I will. What do you mean? A lady should not stand up with the same man for 2 waltzes. He held her gaze, his meaning plain. Unless, of course, she's engaged to him. Engaged. The word echoed like a bell in her mind. Oh, her lips barely shaped the word. I didn't know. I thought you didn't. Thomas's expression gentled. Our positions may allow us some leniency, but I will not give rise to gossip. It would not be fair to you. Adelaide swallowed the lump in her throat. I see. She didn't. Not really. She didn't understand why she felt this sharp sting of disappointment, nor did she understand why she suddenly didn't care if the world gossiped, if it meant another dance with him. This is your night, my lady. He rallied, though the effort showed at the corners of his mouth. You'll have no trouble finding other partners. He glanced to her left. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, here comes one now. Adelaide turned. A young gentleman whose name she couldn't remember approached, his face eager. She forced a polite smile as Thomas inclined his head and stepped back. Enjoy your evening. And then he was gone. As she allowed the young man to lead her back to the floor, Adelaide stole a glance over her shoulder. Thomas stood at the far end of the ballroom, dancing with a woman nearly twice his age. A pang, both sharp and unfamiliar, gripped Adelaide's heart. Tonight did not feel like her night at all. Lizzie waved away the lingering group of admirers with a charming smile and a flick of her gloved hand. Go on, gentlemen. I insist you find your partners before the orchestra strikes up again. But Lady Elizabeth, I must sit this one out. Her smile held, bright but brittle. You'll forgive me, I'm sure. The men dispersed, some lingering long enough to toss a final compliment or sigh wistfully as they left. All but Lord Torrington, who remained at her elbow like a devoted hound. I don't care for this next dance either. Torrington puffed out his chest, as if this were a grand declaration of solidarity. Lizzie stifled a sigh and met his eager look. The young Earl meant well, but his attention, constant and earnest, was becoming more tiresome than flattering. She resisted the urge to fan herself and instead focused on the spectacle of the ballroom. The room shimmered with wealth and brilliance. Candlelight glistened off diamond tiaras and mirrored walls. Silks, satins, and chiffons swirled as couples spun across the floor, the sound of the orchestra weaving through the laughter and chatter like a golden thread. And at the center of it all, of course, was Lucian. He stood across the room, a smirking sultan surrounded by his devoted court. Young debutantes, bold widows, and even respectable matrons seemed drawn to him like moths to a flame. He leaned close to one giggling young lady, his lips near her ear, and whatever he said turned her cheeks a lovely shade of pink. The sight of it sent an inexplicable heat straight up Lizzie's spine. How dare he look so amiable, as if he hadn't spent his life scowling in fields or barking orders to cowed servants. London seemed to have transformed him into some polished gentleman of leisure, a rake, no less, who couldn't decide which fawning lady deserved his attention next. It was infuriating. Her stomach gave an uncomfortable twist as she realized she hadn't exchanged more than a passing word with him all evening. Lizzie, his hostess, reduced to nothing more than another face in the crowd. He hadn't even looked her way, not once. Pah! Lizzie waved a hand as if swatting the thought from the air. Are you quite all right, my lady? Torrington's voice broke through her haze of irritation. Yes, perfectly. Lizzie straightened in her seat. I was merely wool-gathering. The young Earl's face colored to match his cravat. I was just saying how enjoyable our dance earlier was. Yes, her smile blazed bright enough to burn holes through him. It was delightful. She had no memory of it. Lady Elizabeth. Torrington drew himself up. I wondered if a shadow fell over them, cutting Torrington's words off mid-sentence. Lizzie looked up and froze. Lucian stood before them, his presence as commanding as ever. He bowed with exaggerated grace, his eyes steady on hers. Lady Elizabeth. A chuckle warmed the greeting. I've come to ensure you remember our promised waltz. Heat crept up her cheeks despite every effort to prevent it. My lord, I am amazed you remembered. His lips curved into a smile that hinted at mischief. My memory has never been in question, my lady. It would have been impossible for me to know that. Lizzie lifted her chin. This is the first I've seen of you this evening. And yet, here I am. Lucian held out his hand. Lizzie hesitated. His gray eyes gleamed, daring her to refuse. I fear you are too late. Sweetness dripped from every syllable. I quite forgot about our agreement and have promised the next waltz to Lord Torrington. Color flooded Torrington's cheeks, his mouth falling open. You have? I have. Lizzie turned back to Torrington with finality. She regretted the lie immediately. Torrington was far too pleased. His chuckle, low, knowing, raised prickles across her skin. She swung an annoyed glare at him, but he only smiled wider, as though he saw straight through her falsehood. You promised me a dance, Lizzie. His voice dropped to a register only she could hear. I shouldn't have had to ask again. Lizzie's heart twisted at the hint of something sharper beneath his teasing words, something that stung. Her smile froze. I am sorry, my lord, but I'm sure you'll find plenty of other ladies to dance with. Lucian held her eyes for a long moment, his amusement fading into something quieter, a weight that made her pulse skip. Then he bowed. As you wish. And he was gone, disappearing back into the throng of women eager to claim his attention. I cannot like that fellow. Torrington glared at Lucian's retreating figure. He presumes too much. Yes. Her conscience pinched, but she held her ground. Indeed, he does. But as she watched Lucian move through the crowd, his easy charm making every woman flutter, Lizzie couldn't deny the bitter sting of jealousy or the hollow ache it left in its wake. Esmeralda startled to life beside her, those faded eyes sharpening. The forsaken knight cast aside for dandies and men of lesser valor. She waved her hands, sketching the words into the air. What? Torrington recoiled. I beg your pardon? Esmeralda turned toward Lizzie, eyes bright with inspiration. A tragic tale, Lady Elizabeth. The noble rogue, doomed to wander, rejected by the one he... Lizzie gripped the arm of the sofa. Esmeralda, perhaps you'd care to commit that to paper rather than speech? Esmeralda blinked, flustered. I would, but I've no pen or paper. Alas, a tragedy within a tragedy. Perhaps Lady Driscoll can assist. Lizzie's teeth ached from the force of her smile. Esmeralda beamed and fluttered to her feet, meandering away with the air of a distracted sparrow. Torrington stared after her. She is unique. Adelaide held her dance card firmly, her knuckles white, as Marcus Driscoll leaned in far too close, his breath thick with brandy. The hazy glaze of his eyes unnerved her, but it was the smirk curving his lips that truly sent a shiver of unease through her. Miss Devon, he swayed like a man on the deck of a storm-tossed ship. I would very much like this waltz with you. Adelaide pressed the card to her bodice, clutching it as if it could shield her. I'm sorry, sir. I am already promised for this dance. Promised, eh? His lip curled, his face far too close for propriety. Without warning, his hand darted out, snatching the dance card from her grip. Sir! She recoiled. Marcus squinted down at the card, turning it this way and that, as if the words were swimming before him. Ha! It's blank, little minx. No name here, so I'll fill it for you. He shoved it back into her hand with a triumphant grin. That settles it. Adelaide stepped back, her heart thudding. I've already given my word to another gentleman. A lady does not break her word. His grin turned darker. No need to be coy. It's just a dance after all. Before he could move closer, Adelaide rose. If you'll excuse me, I must find my partner. She didn't wait for his response, didn't dare to look back, but swept away into the crowd as quickly as her trembling legs could carry her. Panic gnawed at her as she scanned the ballroom. Where was Lucian? Or Thomas? Across the floor, Thomas appeared deep in conversation with a lady, one far more elegant and worldly than herself. Adelaide swallowed, her heart sinking. Lizzie and Esmeralda were nowhere to be seen either. Marcus's presence burned at her back. She glanced over her shoulder and found him standing exactly where she had left him, his arms crossed and face sullen, watching her like a predator. Her heart skipped. Go now. Adelaide lifted her chin and strode toward the nearest exit. She stepped into the corridor, leaving the music and laughter behind. Cool air greeted her, but her relief was short-lived as she turned down a quiet hallway. She found a door to her right, slightly ajar, and peeked inside. A book-lined library, the fire crackling in the grate. A sanctuary. Adelaide slipped inside, pressing the door shut behind her. For a moment she sagged against it, a hand pressed to her chest. He won't follow. He wouldn't dare. But before the thought even settled, the door creaked open again. Adelaide froze, terror clawing up her throat as Marcus stumbled in, his smile widening in a sickening smirk. There you are. He shouldered the door shut, the click of the latch obscenely loud. Knew I liked you. Country girls are always quick to run, but always faster too. He trailed off, his steps weaving toward her. Mr. Driscoll, what are you doing here? Adelaide backed toward the far wall, her hands balling into fists, finishing what we started. Brandy fumes preceded him as he lurched closer. This is much better than a boring old dance, don't you agree? He lunged forward and grabbed her by the arm. Adelaide twisted, panic sparking. Let me go. Come now. Marcus hauled her against him, his grip iron. Just a kiss, little miss. No. Adelaide turned her head, trying to evade him, but he crushed her against his chest. She flailed, her fists pounding uselessly against him, but his mouth descended, wet, smothering, and soaked with brandy. Revulsion surged through her. She gagged, twisting harder, her heart pounding in sickening terror. This cannot be happening. No. Excuse me, Driscoll. A voice, cold, precise, cut across the room. Marcus stiffened too, lifting his head. Relief shot through her as she looked past him and saw Thomas Ashworth standing in the doorway, his green eyes dark with fury. What do you want, Ashworth? Marcus's grip on Adelaide slackened, though he didn't release her. Can't you see I'm busy? Oh, I see plenty. Thomas strolled into the room with deadly calm. Release Miss Devon, now. Marcus tightened his hold on Adelaide, though it lacked its earlier strength. She invited me here. I did not. Adelaide shoved at him with all her might. Marcus stumbled back a step, unsteady. It doesn't matter. Thomas's focus never wavered from Marcus. You will not take advantage of her. Step away. Marcus puffed up his chest, though his balance wavered. Who are you two? Thomas's fist shot out, clean and precise. The impact landed squarely on Marcus's jaw. The man stiffened, swayed, and collapsed like a felled tree. Adelaide's gasp echoed through the room. Thomas shook out his hand. Glass jaw. The fury drained from his face as he turned to her. Are you all right, Adelaide? Adelaide nodded, though her limbs still shook. He kissed me. It was dreadful. Thomas's mouth tightened. The fool lacked finesse. Youth and wine make for a poor combination. The sharpness in his tone fell away. Forget it ever happened. I'll see to it he bothers you no more. Adelaide took a shaky breath, Thomas's nearness steadying her in a way she hadn't expected. The ugly memory of Marcus's kiss began to fade, replaced by the realization of Thomas's presence, his touch on her elbow, grounding her. I don't know if I can forget. She tipped her face up to his. Thomas's eyes searched hers. It was just a drunken fool, Adelaide. Her voice trembled. But it was so horrible. I fear I may never wish to be kissed again. Thomas's whole frame locked, a muscle jumping in his jaw. Don't say that. Adelaide met his gaze, her voice small but determined. Then, perhaps you could help me forget, my lord. He drew back half a step, stunned. What? You are not drunk, are you? She barely managed the question. No. The word came out rough, half strangled. Then kiss me. The silence hung between them, heavy and electric. Slowly, Thomas's hands rose to cup her face, his touch gentle, reverent. Adelaide's breath caught as he bent his head toward hers. His lips brushed hers, tender, hesitant, as if testing the waters. A shiver raced through her, and when she didn't pull away, the kiss deepened. Thomas's mouth moved over hers with slow, possessive care, coaxing her to respond. Adelaide's eyes fluttered shut as her fingers curled into the fabric of his coat. The world outside vanished. All she felt was the warmth of his body against hers, the strength of his arms as they slid around her, drawing her closer. His kiss was everything Marcus's had not been, sweet, firm, and utterly intoxicating. Heat unfurled inside her, spiraling out from her heart to every trembling limb. A low sound escaped Thomas, vibrating through her. When he pulled back, his breathing was ragged, his eyes dark with an intensity that sent her pulse skittering. His arms lingered just a moment too long before his hands dropped to her shoulders. His touch was gentle, but there was resolve in it. He pushed back just enough to look down at her, his expression taut. "We must return to the ballroom, Adelaide, now. But I like it here." Mischief threaded through every syllable. The firelight flickered across his features, highlighting the hard line of his jaw, the conflict in his shadowed eyes. Thomas's lips quirked into a faint, reluctant smile. "And that, my dear, is precisely the problem." Adelaide studied him, still trembling, her chest tight. What is the problem exactly? The innocence in the question was paper-thin, and she knew it. Thomas raked a hand through his dark hair, stepping back another pace as though physical distance might calm the fire that had ignited between them. "You are far too young for this. For me. I am not a child." Adelaide straightened her spine. "Most women my age are already married." "Precisely why you must not linger here with me." Strain roughened every word. "It is my duty to ensure your reputation remains intact." "Perhaps you're too late for that." The teasing warmth in her voice drew a crack in his composure. Thomas shot her a warning look, though his mouth twitched again. "Adelaide, but you kissed me." She took a step toward him, and then another, and it was nothing like his kiss. Thomas flinched as though the thought of Driscoll soured his very soul. "It shouldn't have happened. But I'm glad it did." Her voice wavered and held. "I needed to know that." She hesitated, cheeks flushing. "That kissing isn't always something dreadful." Thomas let out a long, tortured breath. His attention swept over her face, her flushed cheeks, her parted lips, her earnest brown eyes, and his expression softened. "Adelaide." His tone gentled. "You cannot let one bad experience define something so." He trailed off as though unable to find the words. "Some moments are worth treasuring." Then perhaps a note of challenge crept into her voice. "You should kiss me again, just to be sure." He stared, stunned, searching. "What? If another man ever tries to kiss me, I shall think of yours instead." The words tumbled out in a rush. "And if his is dreadful, you can replace that memory, too." He blinked, his mouth curving despite himself. "You have a rather dangerous logic, Miss Devon. It's a very practical one, I think." Thomas shook his head, caught between exasperation and enchantment. "We are going back to the ballroom immediately." Adelaide's grin was pure triumph. "If we hurry, we might still catch the last waltz." Thomas groaned, though laughter edged the sound. "You are impossible." "Not at all." Adelaide's chin lifted. "I simply know what I want." Thomas offered her his arm, his gaze lingering on her just a moment longer. "Then allow me to escort you, my determined young lady." As she took his arm, Adelaide glanced back at the sprawled, unconscious Marcus Driscoll, and a giggle slipped free. "I had quite forgotten about him." "Had you?" Amusement warmed Thomas's words as they stepped into the hall. "By all means, let us continue to do so." "Thank you, Lord Torrington, for escorting me out here." Lizzie stepped onto the balcony, the air brushing against her skin like a balm, sharp and fresh after the stifling heat of the ballroom. "I am sorry we have missed our dance together, but I truly needed some air. The heat and the crowds overwhelmed me." Torrington beamed, his expression boyish. "I deem it a far greater honor, my lady, to be here with you than to be in there, waltzing." Lizzie's smile thinned, though inwardly she sighed. Her maneuver to escape the waltz had now landed her in an equally precarious position. Clearly, the Earl thought she had brought him here for a romantic tete-a-tete. She cast a glance toward the ballroom doors. "Could you humor me just once more and fetch me a glass of punch, my lord? The air has restored me, but I find I am still parched." "Of course, my lady, anything for you." Torrington bowed with characteristic gallantry before disappearing back through the doors. The moment she was alone, Lizzie exhaled, closing her eyes. The sharp evening breeze whispered through her hair, tugging at a loose strand and cooling the heated flush in her cheeks. Stars winked in the velvet expanse above, and for the first time in hours, she felt she could breathe. An excellent move. A lazy drawl reached her from the shadows. Lizzie whirled around. "Lucian, what are you doing here?" Lucian stepped from the shadows, the silver glow of moonlight playing over his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw and the quirk of his lips. He looked more dangerous and devastatingly handsome than any man had a right to. Escaping. The word carried an easy, teasing weight. "I wondered how you would manage to avoid another waltz with Torrington. This was rather clever." "You presume much." Lizzie crossed her arms, as much to steady herself as to project defiance. "I am not avoiding him." "No?" Lucian smiled, unrepentant, and strolled toward her. The steady thud of his boots against the stone floor seemed to echo in her chest. "Then perhaps you will not mind standing up with me." Lizzie retreated a step, her pulse quickening. "I told you already, my lord, I will not." "Ah." He drew closer, unhurried, as though she had already said yes. "Have you forgotten how? Allow me to remind you. It's very simple." Before she could protest, his hand slid to her waist, the touch burning through the thin silk of her gown. Lizzie drew a sharp breath but refused to give ground. His other hand took hers firmly but gently, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. The sensation was searing, intimate, dangerously so. She stared up at him, words lost as her heart thundered. The scent of him, spice and something purely male, curled around her senses. Very simple. His voice had gone rough at the edges. Then he moved, pulling her into the dance, and Lizzie had no choice but to follow. They swayed, his movements smooth and fluid, his strength effortlessly guiding her. It felt perfect. The world fell away. The strains of the waltz drifting from the ballroom became their melody alone, the cool night air pressing close around them like a secret embrace. Lucian twirled her, and Lizzie laughed despite herself, the exhilaration bubbling up through her chest. Her hand tightened on his shoulder, feeling the hard muscle beneath the fine fabric of his jacket. "You are a fine dancer, my lord." The words came out more breathless than she intended. Lucian's grin spread, slow and wicked. "It is easy when you permit me to lead. Perhaps you have learned society's ways after all." Lizzie fought for composure, though her body betrayed her, every inch aware of how close he held her. "Have I?" His focus dropped to her lips. "That is high praise coming from you, my lady." Heat rushed up Lizzie's neck, and she turned her face away. "Isn't this what you wanted, to prove me wrong? To show that you belong here?" "Not for that reason." Lizzie blinked, startled. He looked earnest. For a fleeting moment, he seemed the man she had known in the country, the one who worked alongside his tenants, laughed freely, and teased her with no artifice. Her chest tightened. She missed that man. She missed him far too much. Lucian slowed their steps to a halt, his grip on her waist lingering as his thumb traced a slow, deliberate line along the back of her hand. "There is one thing I miss." The words came low, barely loud enough to hear. "What is that?" The question barely made it past her lips as she looked up at him. "If we are to be friends," he leaned closer, "could you call me Lucian once more?" Lizzie's throat tightened. "Yes, Lucian." He smiled faintly, and her name on his lips sent a shiver curling through her. "And I will call you Lizzie." "Very well." The answering smile found her before she could stop it. For a moment they stood there, caught in a charged silence. Lucian's arms shifted, drawing her closer, his warmth pressing against her. Lizzie's head tilted upward, her eyes on his mouth, her pulse drumming wildly in her ears. She wanted him to kiss her. Dear God, how she wanted him to kiss her. Lucian bent his head, his breath mingling with hers as his lips hovered just a whisper away. Lizzie's eyes fluttered shut, her lips parting. "My lady." The shout shattered everything. Lizzie jolted back, her eyes flying open as Lucian pulled away, a curse bitten asunder his breath. Torrington stood in the doorway, 2 crystal cups of punch in his hands and a look of wounded outrage on his face. "What is going on here?" Lucian stepped back, composure sliding into place as he faced the Earl. "Lady Lizzie was kind enough to spare me a dance." He offered Torrington a polite bow. "I shall leave her to your care." He caught Lizzie's hand one last time, pressing a lingering kiss to her knuckles, his eyes holding hers as though sealing a silent promise. "Thank you for the lesson, Lizzie." Then he turned, leaving her standing there, her hand still tingling from his touch. "Lady Elizabeth." Torrington stalked toward her, punch sloshing in the cups. "He called you Lizzie, and you let him?" Lizzie watched Lucian vanish into the shadows beyond the balcony, her mind a whirl of confusion and longing. She faced Torrington as an afterthought, taking one of the glasses from him as though it might steady her. Yes, she sipped the punch, tasting nothing. And I called him Lucian. Torrington gawked, his face cycling through an alarming range of colors. But you. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Torrington. Lizzie was already drifting toward the doors, every nerve still alive with his touch, her mind a tangle of questions. Who was Lucian, truly? And why did it feel like he had just undone every piece of her carefully constructed armor? Lady Elizabeth, Torrington called after her, but Lizzie didn't look back. Chapter 30. What is it, Thomas? Lucian's eyes narrowed as he studied the older man. Thomas had summoned him to the library after breakfast, but something was off. His usually steady movements were sharp and tense, and there was a hesitation to his stride that put Lucian immediately on edge. I have something I must ask. What were you doing yesterday, you? Thomas's voice was uncharacteristically gruff. Without further explanation, he walked to the bar and poured a generous measure of brandy. Would you care for a drink? Lucian raised a brow. It's rather early for that, isn't it? Thomas glanced at him, unamused. I believe we'll both need one. He poured a second glass and handed it to Lucian before settling himself stiffly in a chair, motioning for Lucian to sit as well. Lucian lowered himself into the opposite chair, taking the glass but leaving it untouched. You look as though you're about to confess to murder. Out with it. Thomas let out a heavy breath, his fingers tapping restlessly on the glass. First, let me say this. I do not wish to duel you. Lucian went rigid. Why on earth would we duel? Because, Thomas's jaw set, I intend to ask for Adelaide's hand in marriage. Lucian nearly dropped his glass. What? Thomas met his astonished stare, his own expression somewhere between grave and baffled. Silence stretched as realization swept through Lucian, memories of the past weeks suddenly sliding into place. Every shared glance, every moment of attention Thomas had given Adelaide. Good Lord. Yes. Thomas drank deeply. Good Lord, indeed. Lucian exhaled a short laugh, though it was more stunned than amused. You've fallen in love with her? Thomas's jaw tightened, but he nodded. I love her. His grip tightened on the glass. That is not the problem. The problem is, I would marry her. Lucian shook his head, still catching up. I fail to see why that is a problem. If Adelaide accepts you, yes, if. Thomas stood abruptly and paced, his fingers raking through his hair. I do not know what I'll do if she does not. I cannot continue to kiss her every time some foolish disappointment comes her way. Lucian froze. You've kissed her? She asked me to. Thomas stopped pacing and shot him a dark look. Now you understand why I'm drinking. Lucian let out a startled laugh and reached for his own glass at last. You've certainly left me with no choice but to join you. He took a quick swallow. She asked you to kiss her? Thomas waved a hand as though swatting the words from the air. You weren't supposed to hear that. A grin broke through Lucian's surprise. Thomas Ashworth, at a loss. You truly are nonplussed. You are enjoying this far too much. Thomas's scowl lacked its usual force. On the contrary, I am considering calling you out after all. Mock gravity settled over Lucian's features, though his eyes gleamed. I cannot allow you to kiss Adelaide and not offer for her hand. You'll not play fast and loose with her, my lord. Thomas halted, his spine straightening. I am not playing fast and loose with her. Lucian smirked. Well, I'm glad to hear it. But I am too old for her. Thomas turned to the window, though the words lacked conviction. Faith, Lucian, I have lived an entire lifetime more than she has. Lucian studied him for a long moment, the hardness leaving his features. She asked you to kiss her, Thomas. The gentleness in his own tone surprised him. That's not something a woman does unless she wishes it. Thomas snorted, his lips twitching. Adelaide also mentioned it's not in your nature to be demonstrative. You really should have kissed her more often. Lucian choked on his brandy. Would you like me to rectify that oversight now? Thomas shot him a glare that might have been threatening, if not for the amusement at its edges. No, I shall attend to that. Very well. Lucian was still grinning. You have my blessing. A thought struck him. Have you told Lizzie? Thomas sobered at once, the lightness fleeing his features. No. Asking one woman I love for her hand is enough for today without tasking the other. Lucian's brow creased. Lizzie may not take it as badly as you fear. She may not. Doubt shadowed Thomas's features. But this is one time I cannot predict her response. Thomas's gaze grew pointed, narrowing on Lucian. And you, my friend, could help her in this regard. Lucian stiffened. I beg your pardon? You are no longer entangled elsewhere. Thomas's manner turned deceptively mild, and Lizzie will need a friend at this time. Lucian clenched his jaw. One marriage in the household will suffice, Thomas. As for Lizzie, the best we can manage is friendship, nothing more. Thomas's eyes sparkled. Is that your intention? Yes. The word came out harder than he intended. What would you have me do? Nothing. Thomas's innocence was transparently false. Friendship can be a fine thing. Lucian glared at him. You are insufferable. Perhaps, but still, she will need support. Thomas settled back in his chair and finished his drink. I'm glad to know you'll be there for her. Lucian's glare sharpened, but he forced a smile. Well, I best leave you to it. You've a proposal to make, do you not? Once I've gathered the courage. Thomas shook his head. I'm a fool. I should let Adelaide find some younger man, but I cannot. Lucian stood, his lips quirking. It doesn't sound as though Adelaide wants a younger man, and you are not so old that a second life is impossible. Adelaide sat in the parlor with Lizzie and Lucian, her smile soft and genuine. The evening was unusually pleasant, filled with easy, convivial conversation. It was rare for them all to remain at home before dinner, and rarer still for the atmosphere to feel so peaceful. The door opened, and Thomas entered. Adelaide's heart gave a little leap before warmth flooded her cheeks. She looked down quickly, smoothing her skirts to steady herself. She hadn't seen him all day, and couldn't help but wonder if it was because of her boldness the night before. Perhaps she had overstepped, too brazen, too improper. Surely he found her shameless behavior distasteful. Good evening. Thomas bowed and swept a glance across the room, his attention oddly fixed, as though his thoughts were elsewhere. I see we have everyone here. Lizzie, I thought you were dining with the Tindletons tonight. I decided not to go. Lizzie's eyes danced with amusement. Esmeralda is presently deep in the throes of inspiration. She is writing a poignant tale, and I am loath to tear her away. Interrupting her muse can be perilous, you know. Besides, she has promised to accompany me to the Randalls' musical later. Madame Pavo is rumored to be singing, and I dare say that will wing her spirits to still greater heights. Adelaide giggled. That might be dangerous, Lizzie. Who knows what inspiration Madame Pavo will provide? Lizzie grinned, her glance flickering to Lucian as though sharing some private jest. Heaven only knows what she'll have her gallant knight perform next. I see. Thomas nodded, though his attention was clearly elsewhere. He turned to Lucian. Lucian, who had been watching Thomas closely, broke the silence. And how was your day, my lord? Busy. Thomas's brow furrowed. But there is still something I must accomplish. Lucian's gray eyes sparked. There is no time like the present, is there not? Thomas gave a short nod, his resolve clear. Quite right. He turned to Adelaide, his green eyes steady and unreadable. Miss Devon, may I have a private word with you before dinner? Adelaide's heart stumbled. His tone was formal, unlike him, and there was a weight behind his words that stole the warmth from her chest. What could this be? Of course, my lord. The words barely held steady. Thomas turned toward Lucian and Lizzie. We will not be long, if you will excuse us. Lucian rose and offered a faint, knowing smile. Take all the time you need, my lord. Adelaide stood quickly, her movements flustered. A heavy silence stretched between them as they walked, Thomas's broad shoulders tense ahead of her. Adelaide's nerves hummed as she followed Thomas through the silent halls. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly off the walls, the air between them thick with something unspoken. She couldn't bear the silence any longer. Where are we going? The question came out quieter than she'd intended. To the gallery. Thomas's tone was firm but gentle. You haven't visited it as often of late. Adelaide flushed. You said I should not spend so much time studying history. Indeed. The word carried no rebuke. When they entered the gallery, Adelaide felt the familiar hush settle over her, as if history itself were leaning in to listen. She glanced at Thomas, but his expression gave nothing away. Slowly he guided her down the long hall, and then she stopped. Her breath caught as her gaze fell upon a new painting, one that had not been there before. It was of a beautiful woman, poised and elegant, her expression serene, her eyes full of quiet intelligence. The resemblance to Lizzie was unmistakable. "That's," Adelaide's voice faltered. "That is your wife?" "That was my wife." Thomas came to stand beside her, his tone low. Adelaide looked at him, a pang sharp as a knife slicing through her chest. For the first time, she looked into the face of the woman who had held his heart. Why now? Why is her picture here? Adelaide kept her voice steady, though her hands trembled at her sides. Thomas's gaze softened as he turned toward the portrait. "I told you once that she lived in my heart, and that I had no need for a picture on the wall to remember her. That remains true, but it is time." "Time?" He turned to face her, his expression earnest, full of the gravity of the moment. "Time for her to take her rightful place in the history of my life and in this family's." Adelaide swallowed hard, her gaze darting back to the woman in the painting. "I see." She looked down to hide the sudden sting of tears. Thomas stepped closer, lifting her trembling hands into his warm grasp. "I brought you here for another reason, Adelaide. I wanted you to see her, to know her face, to know that she will never be a ghost between us." Adelaide gasped, her gaze flying up to meet his. "She has my memories." Thomas's voice was steady, reverent. "But you have my heart." Adelaide's pulse quickened, disbelief warring with the joy that surged through her. "What?" A smile touched his lips. Tentative, sad, and yet full of hope. "I know I should not ask it of you." His hand tightened around hers. "But will you marry me?" Her heart soared even as it thundered. "Marry you?" "Yes." Thomas pressed her fingers to his chest, above the beat of his heart. "I love you, Adelaide, and I'll not kiss you again unless you are my wife." "You will not." A teasing light flickered in her eyes despite the flood of emotion. "I cannot." A frown tugged at Thomas's brow before his face softened. "It is not only improper, but when I kiss you, Adelaide," his voice roughened, his gaze intent, "there will come a day when I will no longer be able to remain a gentleman." Her lips twitched, joy spilling over into a tremulous smile. "Then I suppose I shall have to marry you, shan't I?" Thomas laughed, a sound shaky and full of relief. "You shall." He stepped forward, cradling her face in his hands before lowering his head to hers. His lips brushed against hers, gentle and searching, and Adelaide melted into him, her arms sliding around his neck. She kissed him back with all the love and passion that had built within her, tentative no longer, her fears erased. A low groan rumbled through Thomas's chest, and when he pulled back, his smile was wry, his green eyes glinting with both love and warning. "You, my dear, are becoming far too expert at this." "That's because I have an excellent teacher." Her cheeks bloomed pink. "And because I love you." The look that crossed Thomas's face was raw, unguarded, as though those words were everything he had ever wanted to hear. "I thank the Almighty for that." His thumb traced her cheekbone. "I fear I have not handled your time in London with much finesse. I thought you might find a younger man." Adelaide's expression gentled. "They do not interest me. And do you?" Her words faltered. "Do you feel it necessary to revisit the place where we first met?" Thomas frowned, tilting her chin so she looked at him. "When I walked into that room, Adelaide, it was for the last time. I found everything I wanted that day." His voice dropped. "I found you." Adelaide drew in a shaky breath, joy bubbling in her chest. "Then we shall have to devise a better story to tell our children, my lord." His brows rose, his smile turning roguish. "You would not mind children?" Adelaide flushed but didn't look away. "Not if they are yours." Thomas blinked, a grin tugging at his lips. "If you continue to kiss me so thoroughly, my dear, there will certainly be children." Adelaide laughed, light and radiant, the sound echoing through the gallery. "Come now." Thomas pulled back, though reluctance marked every inch of the retreat. "No more talk of children until there is a ring upon your finger." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small velvet box. Flipping it open, he revealed a pear-shaped diamond, large and gleaming against the silk lining. Adelaide's breath caught. "It's beautiful." Thomas slid the ring onto her finger, his large hands gentle. "Beautiful, and yours." She stared at the stone, tears threatening again. "Lucian, oh no, I forgot about Lucian." Thomas chuckled. "I have his permission." "You asked Lucian?" "Of course. It would not have been proper to do otherwise. He nearly called me out, you know, once I confessed to kissing you without proposing." Adelaide giggled, shaking her head. He is a good friend. Yes. Thomas smiled down at her. And now I would very much like to tell my daughter I intend to marry the woman I love. Shall we go, Adelaide? Yes, my lord. The reply was soft with happiness. As they turned to leave the gallery, Adelaide paused, glancing back at the portrait of Maria Ashworth. What is it, my dear? Thomas's hand found the small of her back. Adelaide smiled, her voice a quiet promise. I was only assuring her that I will take care of you as best I can. Thomas lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. You already have, my love. You already have. Chapter 31. At first, Lizzie had felt a touch uncomfortable under Lucian's gaze, but his steady stream of inconsequential chatter on the next ball, the royal family's latest absurdities, had eased the tension. It struck her then how odd it was to hear Lucian discussing something other than crops or stubborn horses. A chuckle escaped her lips. What is amusing you? Lucian quirked a brow. Nothing, except that not a single word of farming has entered your conversation. He gave her a half smile. That would hardly interest a lady, would it? Lizzie bit her lip. Once she might have agreed, but now she missed that Lucian, the man who spoke with such conviction and focus, who made even crop yields sound as if they mattered more than the affairs of the ton. True. She sipped her tea to hide the warmth in her cheeks. Before he could say more, the door opened. Thomas and Adelaide stood in the doorway, their hands clasped, their expressions, his grave, hers radiant, sending a spark of foreboding through Lizzie's chest. Lizzie. Lucian. Thomas stopped just inside the doorway, his voice steady. I would like to announce that Adelaide has consented to marry me. For a heartbeat, Lizzie didn't move, didn't breathe. Then the teacup slipped from her hand, clattering against the saucer and spilling tea in a wide stain across her skirts. Lizzie, Adelaide gasped. Lucian was on his feet instantly, plucking a handkerchief from his pocket and pressing it into her hand. Are you all right? Yes, of course. The steadiness she reached for eluded her. She couldn't bring herself to meet anyone's eyes as she hastily dabbed at her skirts. The tea seeped into the silk fabric, but she hardly noticed. Adelaide's words came haltingly. Lizzie, are you well? Lizzie swallowed the knot forming in her throat. She forced a laugh, one that sounded brittle even to her ears. Of course I am. I was just surprised. She paused, glancing up at Adelaide and Thomas with a shaky smile. What a clumsy thing I am. I'll just go and tend to this. Please, do not wait on me. Thomas's brow furrowed, and Adelaide's face went pale. But Lizzie could not linger to reassure them. She rose, hands trembling, and hurried from the room before her composure shattered completely. Once safely in her room, Lizzie sank onto the edge of her bed, staring into nothing. Her father was going to marry Adelaide. Her father, who had always been hers alone. Her chest ached at the realization. It wasn't Adelaide's fault. She liked Adelaide, truly. But for as long as Lizzie could remember, Thomas had been everything. Friend, family, father. Theirs had always been a world of two, steady and unchanging. And now it was changing. Tears pricked her eyes, but she blinked them away. She had never missed a mother, never yearned for siblings. Thomas had always been enough. And yet here she was, feeling foolishly abandoned, as though a part of her foundation had cracked. You're being absurd, she scolded herself silently. You should be happy for him. You will be happy for him. But for now, all she could do was stare into the dim room and try to quiet the sharp, aching pang of loneliness. A knock sounded at the door, sharp and insistent. Lizzie straightened on the bed, trying to steady her nerves. But before she could find her voice, the door opened, and Lucian stepped inside, uninvited but resolute. Lizzie stiffened. What are you doing here? Please leave. He ignored her demand and surveyed the room, his gray gaze settling on her untouched armoire. I see you haven't called your dresser. The observation was blunt, matter of fact. Lizzie turned her head away. In a moment. You must hurry. Lucian strolled to the armoire and opened it with a deliberate air. He flipped through her gowns until he pulled one out, a golden silk creation that shimmered in the light. This will do, I think. Her brows drew together. What on earth are you doing? Lucian turned the gown in his hands, holding it up for her to see. Helping you choose. If left to your own devices, you'll take an hour, and every moment you hide up here will hurt everyone. Your father and Adelaide most of all. They are hurt? Lizzie rose to her feet, a laugh, hollow and bitter, escaping before she could stop it. And what of me? Does that not matter? Lucian's expression softened, though his attention remained steady. Of course it matters. But Lizzie, you cannot deny that your father has found happiness. Would you begrudge him that? Lizzie turned her back to him, arms crossed protectively over her chest. You seem awfully calm about all of this. Has it escaped you that Adelaide was supposed to be your bride? Lucian exhaled. No, it has not. But when your father asked for my blessing, I realized the truth. The very fact I didn't see it happening proves I have no claim. I never had one. Lizzie's shoulders went rigid, his words a knife twisting in her chest. She turned around abruptly. He asked you, and not me. In light of your reaction, can you blame him? Her anger flared. Get out, Lucian. No, he did not move. You are not going to sit here sulking while the rest of us carry on. I'll not permit it. I'm not sulking. The heat in her cheeks betrayed the lie. I simply cannot return downstairs. Not yet. Lucian crossed the room, stopping just in front of her. Yes, you can. I tell you I cannot. She threw a hand up. You do not understand. I don't expect you to. He studied her for a long moment, his scrutiny far too perceptive. I understand more than you think, Lizzie. She blinked up at him, startled by the tenderness beneath the certainty. You've teased me endlessly for my resistance to change. His lips twitched. Now it's your turn to prove you can handle it better than I did. Lizzie let out a shaky laugh. That was about rearranging furniture. This is about my life. No. The word carried quiet authority. This is about your father's life. He deserves this happiness, and so does Adelaide. So you need to rise to the occasion and come downstairs. Lizzie did not look away, her throat tight. How could he make it sound so simple when her world felt as though it had tipped upside down? You think I've never risen to the occasion? He shook his head. I know you have. I've seen it more times than I care to count, too often at my expense. A faint smile crossed his features. But you won't disappoint me now. Her anger ebbed, leaving only an aching vulnerability behind. Perhaps. The word barely held together. There is no perhaps. His tone grew teasing, though his eyes remained soft. If I can accept your father stealing my bride out from under me, you can certainly endure sharing him with Adelaide. After all, she's not stealing him from you. Lizzie's head snapped up, eyes wide. I never said. They both love you. Lucian stepped closer, his voice dropping. And I? He hesitated, a thought flickering behind his gaze that she could not quite catch. Lizzie's pulse stuttered. Yes? Whatever had flickered there, an emotion she couldn't quite name, vanished as he looked away. I am your friend. A ragged breath escaped her. I see. Lucian's smile did not reach his eyes. I will stand by you, Lizzie. I promise. She nodded, swallowing the sting of tears. Pride came to her rescue, pushing away the raw ache in her chest. Very well, but I must say, you've taken this friendship far too literally if you're now offering to dress me. Lucian's smile turned genuine, and the sharp edges of her grief softened. Ah, there she is. That's the Lady Lizzie I know. Yes. The reply was quiet, though she couldn't help but feel as though something precious had been lost forever. She turned away, reaching for the golden gown he still held. And this dress is far too grand for dinner, no matter the happy occasion. Lucian chuckled, holding it out to her. My mistake. Her smile wavered, but she held on to it. I'll accept your friendship, Lucian, but not your fashion advice. Their gazes met for a lingering moment, his tender, hers wary. Finally, Lizzie turned quickly, tugging the bell pull for her maid. Now, if you please, leave. You are delaying me. Lucian hesitated as though he wanted to say something more, but he simply inclined his head. As you wish, my lady. He turned to leave, pausing at the door as Lizzie called after him. Lucian. He looked back, brows raised. Do you intend to borrow that dress? Lucian glanced down at the gown still in his hands and grimaced. No, I do not. Lizzie chuckled, surprising herself. Good. You would undoubtedly outshine the ladies at the next ball, and I'd hate for you to wear it before I do. He tilted his head, studying her with faint amusement. I thought I hadn't seen you wear this before. It's fetching. Lizzie went still, warmth creeping into her cheeks. She had never thought Lucian noticed what she wore. Indeed, quieter than she intended. He crossed the room and placed the gown carefully in her hands. You'll wear it far better than I could. Too much fabric for you. The tease was faint. Lucian's voice dropped. No, Lizzie, I do not think that's the case at all. The moment stretched between them, charged with everything neither dared say. We will be waiting. I'll see you at dinner. When he was gone, Lizzie held the golden dress to her chest, staring at the closed door. She laid the gown on the bed and reached for the tabs of her dress, undoing them with swift, practiced hands. She would not let Lucian or anyone see her falter. It was less than a quarter-hour later when Lizzie stepped into the dining room. Her curls were freshly arranged, though trembling fingers had fussed over them more than once. She paused, inhaled deeply, and pinned a bright, practiced smile to her lips. I hope I haven't kept everyone waiting too long. Thomas rose at her entrance, followed by Lucian, who lingered on her a moment too long. Not at all, my dear. Thomas's warmth was unmistakable. In fact, I'm amazed at how swiftly you managed to change. Lucian's lips quirked. It's astonishing what one can accomplish when one has the excellent services of the servants. Lizzie shot him a sidelong look as she approached the table. Yes, quite so. She settled into her chair, noting the glass of champagne awaiting her and the empty place setting that betrayed they had delayed dinner for her arrival. The care behind it tightened her chest, but she lifted her chin and held her smile. I didn't wish to dally on such an exciting occasion. Adelaide, seated at Thomas's side, glanced at her hesitantly, as if trying to gauge her mood. Lizzie caught the glance and forced her smile brighter. Now tell me, what plans have I missed? You haven't missed any. Thomas retook his seat, his tone gentle. We were waiting for you before discussing them. Lizzie looked straight at him, willing her composure to hold. Are you sending the announcement to the papers tomorrow? Adelaide started, her brown eyes wide with uncertainty. If you think we should wait, we shall. Gracious, no. Lizzie met her father's gaze before turning to Adelaide with teasing warmth. Neither father nor I intend to permit you any chance to escape being part of this family. Thomas's lips curved, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Adelaide blinked rapidly, her expression softening with emotion. You're truly caught now, Adelaide. The laugh that followed bubbled up a little too brightly. Adelaide looked down, blinking away the suspicious sheen of tears. I do not mind it at all. Oh, you will. Lizzie leaned forward, determined to keep the atmosphere light. When I start calling you Mama, Mama? Adelaide's hand flew to her throat. Or step-mama, if you prefer. Lizzie's manner turned wickedly sweet. Adelaide's face turned crimson. Oh, dear. Do not look that way. Lizzie burst into laughter, this time genuine and unrestrained. It shall be great fun. We will set the tun on its ears. I had not considered how it would appear. Adelaide flushed deeper. Thomas chuckled, sharing an amused glance with his daughter. Don't fret, my love. Lizzie and I are quite accustomed to upsetting society's expectations and turning them entirely around to suit us. Lizzie nodded with mock solemnity. She turned to Adelaide then, softening. The hurt and worry in Adelaide's expression had not gone unnoticed, and Lizzie's smile grew gentler. Only have faith in us, Adelaide. Society will come to adore you, just as we do. I promise. Adelaide's answer was barely a breath. Thank you. The moment stretched, but Lizzie straightened and took charge again, her manner brisk. I believe we should host an engagement party in 2 weeks' time. Whirlwind romances should be properly celebrated after all. 2 weeks? Adelaide's brows drew together. That seems so soon. Certainly, Lizzie's chin lifted. Yours is a whirlwind courtship. It would be a shame not to recognize it. Thomas inclined his head, his expression fond. An excellent plan. An excellent strategy. Lucian's amusement was barely contained. Lizzie turned on him, her tone mockingly conspiratorial. You have already caused such a stir, Lucian, that it seems only fair we provide society with something new to gossip about. Lord Ashworth's marriage will leave them thoroughly undone. Lucian's gray eyes twinkled. I dare say they will no longer call you the incomparable. They will call you the general instead. Lizzie smirked, though a flicker of warmth betrayed her at the teasing. Adelaide, however, frowned. But I have not even told my parents. My dear. Thomas arched one brow. Should I fear rejection in that quarter? Never say your father is so high in the instep that he would refuse me. My estates are as grand as Lucian's and far older. Adelaide laughed despite herself, the tension easing from her shoulders. When you put it that way, no, he is not that high in the instep. absolutely quaking at the prospect, I'm sure. Lucian's drawl was as dry as ever. The laughter that followed was warm, genuine. Lucian rose, champagne glass held aloft. A toast to the future Lady Ashworth and her husband, Lord Ashworth. Hear, hear! Lizzie lifted her glass high, meeting Lucian's gaze across the table. Their glasses clinked, and Lucian offered her a small, knowing smile as he saluted her with his glass. Lizzie's heart gave a strange, unwelcome jolt, but she returned the gesture, her own smile bright but weary. She took a sip of champagne, the bubbles tickling her throat as she fought to steady herself. She could smile, she could laugh, she could rise to the occasion, and she would. Chapter 32. Lucian eased back into his chair, attempting, futilely, to relax. Across the room, Lizzie sat at the library desk, papers spread haphazardly across its surface. A small boy curled snugly in her lap. Little Andrew Devon, having declared himself her shadow the moment the family arrived for the engagement ball, sat perfectly still, peering up at Lizzie with pure adoration. Lucian couldn't blame him. He clenched his teeth, trying and failing not to envy the boy's position. In a moment of foolishness, he imagined a child with his golden hair and Lizzie's fathomless eyes nestled there. A child theirs. The thought speared through him. Absurd and dangerous. Friends, he reminded himself sharply. They were friends now, and friends were allowed to look at one another, but not like this. Lizzie scribbled notes on her papers with her usual determination. You are seated to the right of Lady Amelia Chandler and to the left of Lady Driscoll for the dinner, Lucian. Will that suit you? What? The question jolted him from his treacherous thoughts. She glanced up, her brows quirking in exasperation. Your dinner placement. Lady Amelia and Lady Driscoll. Yes, of course, perfectly fine. I thought as much. She turned back to her task. Just then, little Andrew's tiny hand shot up, snagging a dark curl that had slipped free from Lizzie's coiffure. She laughed, extracting his fingers with the utmost patience. No, sir, you are far too young to be such a rogue already. Her gentle scolding made Lucian's chest tighten. Children adored her. Everyone adored her. Even he, a man who had long held himself immune to such matters, had been drawn helplessly into her orbit. Lizzie tucked a stray curl behind her ear. I'm still uncertain what to do with Lord Cotham. When I seat him next to someone, he doesn't converse. He roars. Lucian managed a chuckle. Perhaps place him beside Lady Beauchamp. She roars just as loudly. They might frighten one another into silence. Lizzie grinned, but before she could reply, the butler Graves entered the room with impeccable timing. Excuse me, Lady Lizzie. Lord Thorncliff. He carried a large bouquet of roses in one hand and a pale blue missive in the other. These flowers have arrived for you, my lady, and this note for you, my lord. Lizzie waved a hand. Put them with the others. Yes, my lady. Lucian glanced at the oval table already buried under an explosion of flowers. Roses, lilies, blooms in every color imaginable. She'd received more bouquets in a day than most women received in a lifetime, and she dismissed them. Thank you. Lucian slid the perfumed envelope into his pocket without opening it. Lizzie's pen paused. You're not going to read it? There's no need. Lizzie's lips twitched as she returned her gaze to her papers. No need. It's from Lady Wolverton, isn't it? Powder blue is her color, and her perfume is impossible to ignore. Lucian stiffened. I don't see how you could possibly know that. The entire room smells like a florist's shop. As I said, impossible to ignore. She looked up, amusement sparkling in her eyes. I imagine Lady Wolverton has missed you these past weeks. Lucian fought the urge to growl. I assure you, she is no concern of mine. Lizzie dipped her pen again, her tone all innocence. Then tell me, my lord, is there another lady who has earned your particular regard? One fortunate enough to distract you from your many admirers? Lucian shifted in his chair, heat flickering low in his chest. No. True, Lizzie? The sharp voice cut between them before Lucian could fire back. Young Beth burst into the room, storm clouds brewing on her face. Adelaide says I cannot attend the ball tonight. Lizzie sighed, setting her pen aside. That's correct. You're not yet out, Beth. But I want to go. Beth stamped one foot. You may not. Lizzie's tone was gentle, but unyielding. You must wait for your proper introduction to society. When the time comes, you'll take the town by storm, but only if you're patient. Do you really think so? Beth's storm faded into bright hope. I know so. The answer was absolute. The girl's face glowed with delight. "Thank you, Lizzie. You're the best of, well, everything." She blushed and dashed from the room, a bundle of relief and excitement. Lucian watched Lizzie, awed at her easy way with the girl. "You handled that very well." Lizzie laughed, though a grimace tugged at her lips. "I feel distinctly out of my domain, I confess." "On the contrary, you captivate children as easily as you do adults." Her brow arched. "Is that a compliment, my lord? Would you prefer an insult?" Before she could say more, Adelaide appeared in the doorway, laughing as she spotted the scene. "There you are, Andrew. It's time for your nap." Little Andrew wailed, clinging to Lizzie with an iron grip. Lizzie hushed him, untangling his tiny arms and handing him to Adelaide with infinite care. "Be a good boy now. I'll see you later." Adelaide carried the boy out, his cries fading into drowsy whimpers. Lizzie watched them leave, an expression so tender that Lucian's heart turned over in his chest. Unable to bear it, he stood abruptly, crossing to Thomas's bar. He poured himself a glass of brandy, ignoring Lizzie's questioning gaze. "My!" The corner of her mouth curved. "Things do get tricky with children in the house." "Yes," Lucian tossed back his drink. Lizzie tilted her head, studying him. "Do you dislike it?" "Do you?" She looked away. "I—" The butler reappeared. "Madam, the flowers for the ballroom have arrived." Lizzie straightened in her chair. "Inform Adelaide. She is managing the decorations." "But my lady, you thought wrong. Miss Devon will be your new mistress shortly. You must learn to take direction from her." The butler flushed, bowing low before retreating. Lucian frowned, surprised at Lizzie's sharp tone. She caught his look, her own gaze weary. Then, surprising him, she rose and joined him at the bar. "I believe I'll have that drink after all, Lucian." He raised a brow. "Brandy? Yes." Her face was a comical mixture of resolve and trepidation. Lucian chuckled, pouring her a glass. "As long as this doesn't become a habit." She took a cautious sip, wrinkling her nose. "I assure you, it won't." They stood in silence, the library warm and quiet. Her eyes remained on the glass in her hands. "Thank you, for everything. You've been a true friend." A brightness flickered in her gaze, warmth or regret, he could not tell, before she looked away. "Lizzie! Lady Lizzie!" Mrs. Devon's voice rang from the hallway, cutting him off. Lizzie set her glass down with a rueful smile. "It appears my respite is over." She swept from the room, leaving Lucian staring after her, frowning, clutching his glass like a lifeline. Rise to the occasion. Lizzie studied her reflection in the glass. She looked her best, her very best, the golden satin of her gown catching the candlelight, a stunning contrast to her dark hair. The dress had been Lucian's choice, pulled out with thoughtless confidence the night her father and Adelaide announced their engagement. How fitting, then, to wear it now. She drew a long breath. Life had changed, she reminded herself. And there was no use pining over what was gone or what could never be. Her father and Adelaide were in love. Truly, deeply in love. That, at least, brought her a strange sort of happiness, a happiness that came with its own particular sting. Her gaze dropped to the tabletop, scattered with familiar clutter. A white handkerchief rested there, its embroidered edges soft and worn. She reached for it, fingers tracing the delicate pattern. "Lucian," she swallowed, letting the cloth fall. Their friendship had grown over the past weeks, unexpected and steady, like a flame she hadn't meant to light. Ridiculous how the handkerchief could stir such feelings, memories of his teasing smirks, his quiet strength. At one time, she'd wanted his kisses only to torment him. Now, she gave a dry laugh, shaking her head. Now she wanted his kisses for far more dangerous reasons. Foolishness. Friends they were, nothing more. She could no sooner ask Lucian to marry her than she could fly to the moon. She returned to her reflection, hardening her resolve. No, it was time to face the truth. Life had changed, and she could not linger in her father's home as an awkward, unnecessary shadow. Adelaide deserved control of the house, her rightful place as its mistress. Over the past days, Lizzie had seen the servants' uncertain loyalties and felt her own stubborn reluctance to let go. Humiliating. If she wasn't careful, she would soon become the very thing she feared most, a meddling, embittered spinster. Society already circled like vultures, feasting on gossip about her failed engagement and her father's so-called December and May romance. But they would not win. Lizzie's eyes sharpened in the glass. She would not allow the incomparable to be demoted to spinster. nor would she let Adelaide suffer fractured authority. No, Lizzie would act. She would marry. Her lips pressed together as she thought of Beth, who looked to her for guidance, and little Andrew, whose tiny arms had clung to her so fiercely. A strange yearning stole over her, one she could no longer deny. She wanted her own home, her own children to hold and love, her own life. She would not make the same mistake again. She'd learned her lesson well with Mordaunt. This time her choice would be wise. No adventure, no danger. She needed safety and security. Lord Torrington. Lizzie exhaled, nodding to herself. Torrington was the answer. Amiable, respectable. He had no known vices, nor did he care for London's jaded pleasures. Most importantly, he adored her, worshipped her even. There was comfort in that. A husband who would see her as perfect and faultless and never suspect otherwise. Her hand hovered again over the handkerchief. Lucian would never see you that way, a voice whispered at the back of her mind. He knew her too well. The reckless, flirtatious Lizzie. The sharp-tongued, difficult Lizzie. Lucian Thorncliff would never worship her. He'd challenge her, frustrate her, match her wit for wit, and you'd be happier for it, the voice insisted. No. She tossed the handkerchief aside. Lucian was her friend. That was all. Torrington was her future, a safe, sensible choice. She rose abruptly, smoothing her hands down the silk folds of her gown. Rise to the occasion. Her chin lifted as she faced the glass. Society would not see her falter, nor would Lucian or anyone else know how far she had fallen. Torrington shifted his weight on the moonlit balcony. Are you feeling better, my lady? Yes, much better. Her tone was soft but steady. She turned a luminous gaze on him, her golden gown shimmering like liquid light. Thank you for escorting me. It was my pleasure. Torrington's color rose. Shall I fetch you a glass of punch? Lizzie's laughter broke the tension, a warm, musical sound. No, my lord. You don't. Torrington blinked at her, his uncertainty evident. No. Lizzie shook her head, eyes falling to her hands as though gathering her thoughts. When she looked up again, a deliberate vulnerability softened her expression. I enjoy your company too much to send you away. Torrington inhaled sharply. You do. The question was almost boyish in its hope. Yes. She turned slightly so the light kissed her cheekbones. For a moment, Torrington could do nothing but stare. The moonlight gilded her dark hair with silver, her golden dress glowing like sunlight caught in silk. She looked otherworldly, silver and gold, beauty itself. You are, he faltered. You are the loveliest woman at the ball tonight, the loveliest woman anywhere. Lizzie's smile turned teasing. Upon this balcony, you mean? No, Torrington flushed. At the ball, everywhere. Her laughter came again, low and knowing. You're quite kind, my lord. But the honor of the loveliest lady must go to Miss Devon. Surely that is only proper given the occasion. She cannot compare to you. Lizzie stepped just a little closer. Her voice dropped. Fie, my lord, you speak of the future Lady Ashworth. Torrington's throat worked, his nerves tangible. She will never be Lady Ashworth to me. You are. The words hung between them, and Lizzie allowed the silence to linger. At last her gaze found his. But I would not be, my lord, if I were to marry. Torrington stared at her as though stunned by the idea. No, of course not. You would be someone different then. Yes. Her voice was silk, her dark eyes gentle pools of invitation. And I think I would like that. Torrington's heart pounded. Was she implying what he thought? Her tone, her words, her presence. They all seemed to say it. Now or never. His knees almost buckled, but he gathered his courage, dropping to one knee. Lady Elizabeth, his voice trembled. Will you marry me? She smiled down at him, a sweet, soft smile that seemed almost sad. Yes, my lord, I will. You will. The words rose before he caught himself. You will. Quieter now, as though afraid to believe it. Yes. Lizzie inclined her head. Oh, my lady. Torrington rose at once, beaming with pride and wonder. You've made me the happiest man in the world, the happiest of men. He swallowed hard, shifting his feet. May I kiss you? For one suspended moment, Lizzie hesitated. Then, so quietly he nearly missed it, You may. Drawing a breath as though preparing for battle, Torrington leaned forward and pressed a quick, chaste kiss to her lips. He pulled back, his pulse a thundering roar, but Lizzie looked away too quickly for him to gauge her reaction. His hands hovered at his sides. I was not too forward? No. A shadow crossed her features, there and gone. Then, with sudden composure, but I think it's best we don't share this news tonight. Torrington blinked. Not share it? But why? Lizzie smiled. It's my father's engagement ball, and it wouldn't be right to distract from their happiness. You'll speak to him tomorrow, of course, but for tonight, let us keep this moment just between us. Torrington's chest swelled with pride. Of course, you're right. It would be selfish of me. He reached for her hand, pressing her fingers between both of his. You're so thoughtful, truly. You are the most wonderful woman in the world. Lizzie's smile was faint, her eyes distant. Thank you. Now, if you'd be so kind, my lord, I think I'll need that glass of champagne after all, to celebrate. Champagne! Yes, of course. You must have champagne. Torrington straightened, brimming with elation. I'll be back before you know it. She nodded, her gown whispering in the night breeze as she turned away. Hurry back, my lord. Torrington, practically skipping, hurried into the ballroom, head high and heart soaring. She had accepted him, the incomparable Lady Elizabeth Ashworth. Soon the world would know she was his. As the doors closed behind him, Lizzie turned back to the balcony rail, her smile slipping, weary and fragile. She touched her lips with unsteady fingers, staring into the night. What a fine prize you've won, my lord. But the words tasted hollow. Chapter 33. Thomas and Lucian sat alone at the breakfast table, the early hour, ensuring they were the only souls stirring in Ashworth House. Both men hid behind their newspapers, the rustle of pages and clink of silver against china, the only sounds breaking the morning quiet. Graves appeared in the doorway, his usual dignified manner somehow more pronounced. My Lord Ashworth, apologies, but the Earl of Torrington wishes to have words with you. Does he? Thomas lowered his paper with a sigh that held more satisfaction than resignation. I suppose it has begun. What has? Lucian's frown emerged over the top of his paper, his voice sharp with an interest he couldn't quite disguise. I had expected young Torrington's address before this. Thomas rose from his seat, adjusting his cuffs. As no doubt will Hampton, Avery, and Templeton find their way to my side eventually. She was rather stunning last night. Heat flushed through Lucian's chest, his fingers tightening on the newsprint until it crackled in protest. She was. The words ground through his teeth. Lizzie had been more than stunning. She had been vivacious, witty, and altogether too enchanting. It had taken every ounce of his hard-won control to remain aloof while watching man after man fall under her spell. And now that puppy Torrington dared ask for her hand in marriage. What will you do with Torrington? The question came out more growl than words. Thomas's lips twitched with poorly concealed amusement. Refuse him Lizzie's hand, no doubt? Good. A verdict in one syllable. Thomas's laugh filled the morning room. If you'll excuse me, it shall take but a few minutes. I have this particular routine down to perfection. Lucian snatched up his paper again, staring unseeing at the print while waiting for Thomas's return. Each minute stretched like hours, his impatience growing until the newspaper's edges crumpled in his grip. When Thomas finally strolled back into the room, Lucian forced his tone to casual indifference. You rejected him? No. Thomas resumed his seat with a mild look of surprise. I did not. What? The paper slammed down beside Lucian's plate, his dark brows drawing together like storm clouds. Thomas sighed, shaking his head with paternal resignation. It appears Lizzie accepted his proposal of marriage last night. Impossible! The word exploded from Lucian's chest. She would never accept that young dolt's proposal. It seems she did. Thomas buttered his toast with measured precision. Young Torrington appeared quite earnest. I don't think he lies. What does it matter if he tells the truth or not? Lucian's voice carried edges like blades. Or whether Lizzie says she will marry him, you should not permit it. What do you expect me to do? Tell her not to marry him? Yes, damn it, Lucian roared, rage engulfing him like Greek fire. If you have not yet come to understand Lizzie, I thought surely you would have come to know me. I shall not forbid Lizzie to marry Torrington. Then I will. Lucian slapped his paper directly onto his plate, sending china rattling as he surged to his feet. If you let her have her way, she may very well marry the imbecile. Would that be so terrible? Thomas spread jam across his toast with studied nonchalance. Torrington seems a respectable sort of fellow. He's a far cry from Mordaunt. He'd make a convenient husband for Lizzie, and if she truly wishes it, I see no reason to deny him. In truth, he is a better choice than many of her other admirers. She is not going to marry him. Each word fell as precise as pistol shots through Lucian's gritted teeth, and she might as well know that right now before she leads the poor devil a merry dance. You mean to tell her this very instant? Thomas's eyes widened with theatrical concern. Yes, I do. Lucian was already stalking away from the table, every muscle taut with purpose. Lizzie is never at her best in the morning, Thomas called after him, laughter threading through his warning. I know bloody well how she is in the morning. Lucian threw over his shoulder, the sound of Thomas's chuckles following him from the room like cheerful demons. Lucian charged through the halls like an avenging angel, his fury building with each step. The witch, she spoke of friendship to him, then went behind his back to accept proposals from the likes of Torrington. So enraged was he that he didn't notice Esmeralda until he slammed directly into her diminutive form. Her startled cry had him reaching out to steady her before she could topple. Are you all right, Mrs. Carstairs? Oh dear, yes. Esmeralda clutched at his coat with surprising strength for such a tiny woman. I am sorry. It was my fault. He reached for the fingers curled into his lapels. Now, if you'll excuse me, madam. Yes, yes. She stared up at him with owlish intensity, not releasing his lapels. But where are you going in such a hurry, Sir Lucian? I mean, my Lord Thorncliff? To speak with Lizzie, to the fairest damsel of them all. Esmeralda pressed both hands to her bosom, then frowned. Has she already risen? No, but she will. He pried her fingers from his coat at last. Without ceremony, he lifted the tiny woman bodily and set her aside, resuming his determined march down the hall. Sir Lucian, the call chased him down the corridor. Do not think to stop me, Mrs. Carstairs, he flung over his shoulder, not breaking stride. Of course not, she called, undaunted. I only wondered if you could help me. Do you perchance know another word for chivalrous? Lucian jerked to a halt, spinning to pin her with a glare that would have cowed a braver soul. Yes, I do. It's stupidity. Stupidity? Esmeralda blinked at him like a confused owl. Stupidity, Mrs. Carstairs. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Pure stupidity. He stormed away, leaving the little woman staring after him with her head tilted to one side, no doubt adding this encounter to whatever romantic tale she was currently crafting in that fanciful mind of hers. Let her write what she would, he had more pressing matters to attend, like informing Lady Elizabeth Ashworth that she most certainly would not be marrying the Earl of Torrington. Or anyone else, for that matter, who wasn't. He cut the thought off before it could fully form. Lizzie? Lucian's voice thundered through her fitful dreams. Wake up! The violent shaking that accompanied his command startled her from sleep. Lizzie cracked her eyes open to find Lucian's face hovering above her, his features dark with some storm she was too befuddled to comprehend. She groaned and squeezed her eyes shut. Surely, this was nothing but a particularly vivid nightmare. Lizzie! The command cut through the last fog of sleep. Wake up! She forced her eyes open again. No nightmare then. Lucian still loomed over her, a very real and very angry presence in her private chamber. The impropriety of it sent a jolt through her chest, though whether from scandal or from him, she couldn't quite say. Lucian, what are you doing here? The words emerged sleep-rough as she pushed herself up to stare at him. Her vision refused to focus properly, no doubt punishment for the excess of champagne she'd consumed the previous night. What am I doing here? His voice crashed through her delicate skull like Zeus's thunderbolts. I came to see if it's true. Did you accept a proposal from that fool Torrington last night? The question snapped her to full wakefulness, bringing his face into sharp, unwelcome focus. How? Who told you of that? Torrington came this morning to speak with your father. Each word fell between them like stones. He said you accepted him, did you? Lizzie clutched her bedsheets higher, though the thin silk provided little protection against his burning gaze. That is none of your business, Lucian. Did you accept him? His voice had gone terrifyingly soft. I cannot believe. She lifted her chin, immediately regretting the movement as her head protested. That you have dared to wake me and to ask me such a question. Did you? A terrible rumble, barely words. Tell me, damn it. Very well. She clenched her teeth, anger slicing through the champagne fumes still clouding her mind. I did. What of it? The devil take it. His voice went low and lethal. Why? Were you drunk? I was not drunk. Every syllable dripped frost, though in truth she hadn't started drinking until after she'd accepted Torrington's proposal, a decision that seemed far less wise in the cold light of morning, with Lucian's burning gaze fixed upon her. You are not going to marry him. Do you hear me? Lizzie's mouth fell open, indignation warring with something far more treacherous in her chest. I beg your pardon? I said you will not marry him. He stalked away from her bed like a caged predator, his movements taut with barely leashed violence. It's ridiculous. You wedding such a young cub. You know very well you don't want to marry him. Heat flooded Lizzie's cheeks. Of course she didn't want to marry Torrington, but she'd rather die than confess that now. You are wrong. I do want to marry him. Lucian halted, spinning to rake her with a gaze that seemed to strip away all her practiced pretenses. I don't believe you. I don't care if you believe me or not. Her teeth ground together, her head pounding in time with her pulse. I am going to marry, and that is that. Why? He prowled back toward her until he loomed over her bed once more. Why would you want to marry him? Lizzie glared up at him, trying to ignore how the morning light caught in his dark hair, how his cravat had come loose, revealing the strong column of his throat. I do not have to tell you why I wish to marry him. You do not have to tell me. He leaned down, planting his hands on either side of her, caging her between his arms. But you will. His face hovered mere inches from hers, close enough that she could catch the scent of sandalwood and tightly leashed passion. Her heart performed a wild gavotte beneath her silk night rail. I shall not. You shall. The mattress dipped beneath his weight as he sat, sliding her treacherously closer. I'm not leaving until you tell me. Lizzie scrambled back, choosing wisdom over dignity, but the silk sheets conspired against her retreat. Get off my bed, Lucian. No. He leaned closer still, the heat of him reaching for her like a flame seeking tinder. Not until you tell me. Her eyes widened as warning bells shattered through her champagne-addled mind. The man had somehow become a devil, temptation made flesh. All she wanted was to lay her aching head upon his shoulder and confess everything. Not just about Torrington, but about the way her heart refused to beat properly whenever Lucian entered a room. About how she'd accepted that foolish proposal because she couldn't bear watching him dance with every woman but her. She wanted to tell him things he wouldn't wish to know, secrets that would shatter this fragile game they played. She choked back the reckless impulse and flung aside her covers, escaping the bed's treacherous confines. The moment she gained her feet, dizziness swept through her, but she fought it back through sheer force of will. Turning, she fixed Lucian with what she hoped was cool disdain rather than the breathless awareness that coursed through her veins. Very well, I will tell you if it will make you leave. Steadier than she felt. Good. I'm going to marry Torrington because I wish to be married. You wish to be married? His gaze raked over her, and she suddenly remembered her state of undress. One of her most expensive but very revealing negligées, the French silk clinging to curves usually hidden beneath proper morning dresses. Heat bloomed across her skin as his gaze went storm cloud gray. Yes! She refused to scurry for cover now that she'd claimed this perilous ground. Isn't that the goal of every woman? Lucian barked a laugh, the sound rough with something that made her pulse skip and dance. If that is all you want, then you might as well marry me rather than Torrington. What? The words strangled in her throat. Marry me. He shrugged, casually, as if he were suggesting a turn about the garden. It would be better than marrying Torrington. Sudden fury blazed through Lizzie, all the more potent for the tenderness it sought to mask. She had received proposals of every sort, men offering their hearts with poetry and diamond rings, with promises of undying devotion and eternal love. Now Lucian offered marriage with a shrug and a might as well, as if she were some convenient solution to their mutual inconvenience. You rude, obnoxious lout! The words tore from her throat, rough with suppressed emotion. I would never marry you. Do you hear me? Never. Hurt flickered through his gaze, raw, unmistakable, before he shuddered it. Lucian leaned forward, moving closer like an approaching storm. Lizzie, I did not mean, no. She retreated instinctively, though her traitorous body yearned to move closer instead. "You have not changed. You are still the country boor you have always been." He stiffened, drawing himself to his full height. His eyes burned like molten silver in the morning light, his gaze searing into her very soul. "No, I am not." His voice sank to a register she felt in her bones. "But you'll not accept that I've changed, will you? I can court and play the gallant well enough to please every other lady, but still it is not enough for the incomparable, is it? No, it isn't. I know you better than that." Yes. The word was a caress. She shivered. "You know me better than that." Lizzie looked away, unable to bear the weight of truth in his gaze. She knew him better than that because she loved him better than that. Loved the man beneath the careful society manners. Loved even his stubborn pride and quick temper. She drew in a steadying breath, forcing steel into her voice. "Please leave. Lizzie." The way he said her name undid something inside her. He moved toward her, one hand stretching out as if to bridge the endless space between them. "I will marry Torrington." The words tumbled out in a rush, because whatever shone in Lucian's gaze was turning her knees to water. He is a far better choice than you, and I love him." Lucian went utterly still, like a man on the edge of a precipice. For one endless moment, their gazes locked, the space between them charged and volatile. Then restraint snapped in both of them simultaneously. They came together like flint striking steel, neither sure who moved first. His hands caught her shoulders as hers fisted in his coat lapels, drawing each other close as their mouths met in a kiss born not of gentleness, but of desperate need. It was possession and surrender, claiming and being claimed, a confession neither dared voice aloud. Lizzie's body melted into his as if it had found its true home, her lips parting on a soft gasp that his tongue caught and savored. He tasted of coffee and masculine heat and forbidden promises, each caress of his mouth against hers, sending liquid fire through her veins. Her fingers twisted deeper in the fine wool of his coat, torn between drawing him closer and saving herself from drowning in sensation. The kiss deepened, grew wilder, until they were both lost in a maelstrom of shared passion. Every brush of his lips, every stroke of his tongue spoke of barely contained desire, of feelings too dangerous to name. She kissed him back with equal fervor, pouring all her confusion and want and desperate longing into this one moment of perfect understanding. Lucian tore his mouth from hers, his chest heaving as he stared down at her with eyes gone dark as midnight. "Do you indeed love Torrington?" The question scraped out of him, rough with emotion rather than accusation. This was madness. She had all but thrown herself into his arms, had kissed him as if tomorrow would never come. And still he could speak of Torrington, could question her choices, while his own offer of marriage had been nothing but casual convenience. Reality crashed over Lizzie like winter waves against Dover cliffs, leaving her shaking and raw. She stepped back, though every fiber of her being protested the loss of his warmth. Her body still hummed with acute awareness, her lips burning with the memory of passion freely given and received. She watched the warmth leave his eyes, storm gray darkening to midnight as he withdrew behind his own walls. The distance between them felt like leagues rather than mere steps. The morning air turned chill where moments ago there had been only heat. "I am going to marry Torrington." The words came steady, though they tasted like regret. She drew her pride around herself like a shield, though it offered poor protection against the lingering awareness of how perfectly they'd fit together, how right it had felt to surrender to what blazed between them. Lucian's laugh cut like glass. A convenient choice. At least he knows his own mind. The retort cost her dearly. At least when he offers marriage, it comes from genuine regard rather than mere convenience. His eyes raked over her, lingering on her kiss-swollen lips, and for a moment she thought he might reach for her again. Her traitorous heart leaped at the possibility, even as her mind screamed warnings. "Is that what you truly want, Lizzie?" His voice dropped low, intimate. "Someone who will never challenge you, never make you feel as if the world has caught fire? Someone who will let you rule their world without ever ruling your heart?" Heat rose on her cheeks, but she refused to look away. "Yes, that is exactly what I want." The lie burned her throat, but she forced herself to maintain her proud stance as he turned and stalked from her chamber. Only when the door closed behind him with quiet finality did she allow her brittle facade to crack. She sank onto the edge of her bed, pressing trembling fingers to lips that still tingled with remembered passion. What a fool she was, to weep over a man who thought so little of their connection that he'd offer marriage as casually as one might suggest a ride in the park. A man who could kiss her as if she were his very breath, then walk away as if she meant nothing at all. Pride was a cold companion indeed, but at least it had never promised to be anything else. Lucian stormed down the grand staircase, each step echoing his thundering heartbeat. Lizzie's kiss still burned upon his lips like brandy, her rejection a brand seared into his very soul. She might refuse to listen to reason, but by God, Torrington would have no choice in the matter. His determined descent halted abruptly at the sight that awaited him. Thomas lounged against the entrance door with calculated casualness, flanked by 3 footmen and Graves, the tableau arranged with all the studied precision of a military blockade. "How did your little chat go with my daughter?" "She says she'll marry the idiot." Each syllable scraped through clenched teeth, tasting of bitter defeat. "So now you wish to kill Torrington?" It wasn't a question. Lucian stiffened, pride warring with the raw truth of Thomas's assessment. "I intend to speak with him." "If you proceed as you have this morning." Thomas's laugh was all dark amusement. "I make no doubt you'll have called him out within the hour." "Perhaps." Lucian moved forward with deliberate slowness, noting how the footmen tensed like hunting hounds catching a scent. One even dared raise his fist, as if prepared to tackle an earl in defense of his master's wishes. "I'm not going to permit it." Thomas's voice was steel beneath silk. "I beg your pardon?" "You were adroit in dealing with Mordaunt." Thomas straightened, his casual pose dissolving into authority. "But if you call Torrington out as well, the world will finally see the truth of the matter. There will be far too much scandal." "I'll not let Lizzie marry that fool." Lucian's eyes narrowed to slits. "Then let us discuss matters, verbally, that is." Thomas's eyes danced with ill-concealed mirth. Lucian scanned the determined faces of the footmen before letting out a bark of laughter, tension draining from his shoulders. "Very unsporting of you, isn't it? To employ your footmen as well? Come." Thomas gestured toward his library, like a general offering terms of surrender. "Let us adjourn to more civilized quarters." Thomas's library wrapped around them like aged brandy, all leather and lamplight and long-settled wisdom. Lucian flung himself into a chair, while Thomas settled into his own seat with the patience of a man who had long mastered the art of waiting. Lucian's fingers drummed a staccato pattern on the chair's arm. Thomas regarded him with open amusement. "Have you ever thought that it might be better for you to simply marry Lizzie rather than continue to call out her admirers? It could prove an extremely repetitious and exhausting process." "She won't marry me." The admission tasted of defeat and dawn-kissed memories. "I just asked her." Thomas's brows rose toward his hairline. "You stormed into her room, woke her up, forbade her to marry Torrington, and then proposed to her? Forsooth, how could Lizzie be so silly as to refuse such a romantic overture?" Heat crawled up Lucian's neck. "I was not thinking," and bungled it spectacularly. Each word landed with the precision of a surgeon's blade. "She says she loves Torrington." "You riled her that much, did you?" Thomas's eyes lit with unholy amusement. Lucian sighed, raking fingers through his already disordered hair. "That would be the politest term. If you have backed Lizzie into such a corner that she declared love for Torrington," Thomas's tone sharpened, "you do realize that any further pressure will ensure she walks down the aisle with him, even if she must drag him there herself?" "Yes, I realize that, now," Lucian grimaced, remembering the flash of defiance in those sea-green eyes. "Why in blazes didn't you stop me?" "I fear it was simply too amusing. I am pleased to know I entertained you." A muscle ticked in Lucian's jaw. Thomas merely shrugged, the gesture elegant as a drawn blade. "You were the one claiming you felt nothing but friendship for Lizzie." Understanding dawned like summer lightning. "Very well." A short, rueful nod. "You thought I deserved it, and I did." Thomas assumed an expression of pure aristocratic virtue. "I also try to remain out of yours and Lizzie's affairs." Lucian's laugh came warm and real for the first time that morning. Do you indeed? Yes, Thomas's eyes sparkled before settling into gravity. His tone shifted to deliberate nonchalance. Did you know I had a rather enlightening conversation with Mordaunt before he departed for America? In fact, it was mere minutes before he left. The abrupt change of subject caught Lucian off guard. Then comprehension struck, sharp as winter sunrise. I see. I had wondered about his hasty departure. Yes. Thomas examined his signet ring with studied casualness. Mordaunt had thought to retire to Paris, but I persuaded him otherwise. He proved reluctant to see reason, but since I had acquired all his vowels, debts, and estates, he found his choices rather limited. Lucian stared at Thomas, stunned appreciation coursing through him. He drew in a measured breath. I see I was far kinder to him than you were. I am not a man who cares for public displays. Thomas's tone was light as thistledown, though his eyes held steel. Remind me never to get on the wrong side of you. Newfound respect softened the words. A slight smile played at Thomas's lips. Perhaps I am overzealous, but then, you wouldn't ever treat Lizzie in such a manner, would you? If I did, Lucian matched his smile, I'd be insulted if you treated me more lightly than you did Mordaunt. Thomas nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Very well. That said, you might find it interesting to know that young Torrington is not as well as he appears. His estate, while not quite the shambles of Mordaunt's, is far from hale. He is young and, I think, not a particularly strong individual, easily persuaded, one might imagine. His gaze met Lucian's with pointed meaning. This is the main reason Lizzie should not marry him. He is no match for her. No. Lucian rose, new purpose straightening his spine. He isn't. He bowed, understanding flowering in his chest. I thank you for this enlightening discussion, my lord. Regardless of what transpires between Lizzie and me, I hope you will permit me to be the one to visit Torrington. Centuries of aristocratic satisfaction curved Thomas's mouth. If you promise to be gentle with him, a light hand is all that will be required. An art I clearly need to practice. His mouth twisted with self-awareness. I promise I shall not disappoint you this time. Lucian bowed and strolled from the library, his steps lighter now that purpose had replaced blind rage. He made it halfway across the marble expanse of the foyer before a thought struck him. Turning back, he found Thomas still seated in his leather chair, satisfaction emanating from him like heat from banked coals. Thomas, a wry smile broke through. Might I suggest calling off your footmen? They're still standing sentry like the guards at St. James's Palace. Thomas's brow rose. I did forget them, did I not? Their gazes met and held, understanding flowing between them in a current of shared purpose. So much remained unspoken, about Lizzie, about hearts and honor, about the delicate dance of protecting a woman who would throttle them both for daring to think she needed protection. Yet, in that moment of shared amusement, a deeper truth settled between them. They were no longer adversaries in this game of love and pride, but rather unlikely allies in ensuring Lizzie's happiness, even if she cursed them both for their interference. Graves, Thomas called without looking away from Lucian, his voice rich with suppressed laughter. You may inform the others their services are no longer required. Lord Thorncliff appears to have regained his senses. More or less. His own smile widened at the shuffle of relieved footmen dispersing, though I imagine that's still up for debate where your daughter is concerned. Indeed. Thomas raised his empty brandy glass in a mock toast. Go forth and be gentle with young Torrington, but perhaps not too gentle. We wouldn't want Lizzie thinking you've gone completely tame. Lucian's laugh echoed through the library as he turned to leave. The morning's fury had transformed into something worse. Hope, tempered with patience. He would deal with Torrington, yes, but with the subtle precision Thomas had demonstrated rather than the blunt force of his earlier intentions. After all, he had a lady to win, and this time he intended to do it properly. Chapter 34. Lizzie sat in Ashworth House's morning room, late afternoon light casting long shadows across the Aubusson carpet as she stared down at the missive in her trembling hands. Impossible. Lord Torrington was jilting her. They had been engaged no more than half a day, and he was jilting her like some green girl at her first season. The coward hadn't even the courage to face her. Instead, he'd penned this insipid letter, each meticulously crafted sentence a fresh insult. I beg your forgiveness, but I fear I asked for your hand in marriage when I truly had no right to do so. I do not deserve you and never will. Since our engagement has not been announced, and none are privy to it other than your father and yourself, I wish to correct this mistake as swiftly as possible. Though I find it necessary to quit town for an extended time, I shall remain eternally your faithful admirer and servant. Lizzie crumpled the letter in her fist, the fine paper crackling like autumn leaves. If only it were true that she and her father alone knew of the engagement. But Lucian knew. Dear God, Lucian knew. She groaned, pressing her forehead against her clenched hand. How he would laugh. She, the Tons incomparable, had been jilted by that young puppy Torrington. 'Twas fortunate the traitorous Earl had already departed London, else she might have killed him herself. She truly would have. But beneath her rage lurked the knowledge that she had accepted Torrington's proposal, not from any genuine regard, but from a desperate need to prove she didn't care that Lucian had offered marriage as casually as one might suggest a drive in the park. Pride, it seemed, was determined to make a fool of her at every turn. Shadows lengthened across the morning room as Lizzie rose from her chair, the crumpled letter falling from her fingers like discarded pride. Each tick of the mantel clock seemed to mock her folly, not in accepting Torrington's proposal, but in thinking such a transparent attempt at escape could save her from the truth that haunted her dreams. Lucian's kiss still burned on her lips, a phantom reminder of everything she'd tried to forget. His casual proposal echoed in her mind, cutting deeper than Torrington's cowardly retreat ever could. If that is all you want, then you might as well marry me rather than Torrington. She moved to her mirror, studying her reflection with critical eyes. The Tons incomparable stared back at her, polished and utterly false. Behind that flawless facade lurked a woman who had once rolled in haystacks and danced in rain, who had found freedom in pretending to be someone else entirely, who had fallen in love with a man who saw through every one of her painstakingly constructed walls. "My lady?" Graves appeared in the doorway, his expression studiously neutral. "Lady Chandler's ball begins in 2 hours. Shall I have your evening clothes pressed?" Lizzie's lips curved into a wicked smile. "Yes, Graves. The blue silk, I think. The one that makes me look like an ice queen." "Very good, my lady." Was that a glimmer of approval in the butler's eyes? "And shall I send word that you are indisposed?" "No." She lifted her chin, feeling something wild and reckless stir in her blood. The Tons incomparable does not hide from scandal. She creates it. Let them whisper. Let them wonder why Torrington had fled town with such unseemly haste. Let Lucian hear how quickly she'd recovered from his careless proposal. She would attend Lady Chandler's ball and prove to all of London, and herself, that Elizabeth Ashworth needed no man's approval to reign supreme. But as she turned from the mirror, her fingers brushed the spot where Lucian's lips had branded her soul, and her heart whispered treasonous truths about exactly whose approval she truly craved. Lady Chandler's ballroom shimmered like a fever dream, hundreds of candles reflecting off gilt mirrors, until reality itself seemed to blur at the edges. Lizzie moved through the crowd like winter's queen, the blue silk of her gown catching light like frost on garden roses. Her entrance caused the usual ripple of whispers and significant glances, but tonight those whispers held different weight. "Did you hear about Torrington?" The words trailed past her on currents of silk and gossip. "Left town without a word. The incomparable seems unbothered." Another voice, another precisely crafted observation. Lizzie allowed herself a small, enigmatic smile. Let them talk, let them stare. She had played this game since her first season, and none had ever seen past the mask she wore with such practiced ease. None except Lizzie. Adelaide appeared at her elbow, concern shadowing her gentle features. "I did not expect to see you here tonight." "Why ever not?" Lizzie's laugh arrived on cue, musical, light, transparently false. "Surely you don't think a little society gossip would keep me away?" Adelaide's gaze held too much understanding. "Your father mentioned—" "That I received a letter?" Lizzie interrupted smoothly. "How kind of dear Lord Torrington to spare me the tedium of breaking our engagement myself. These things can be so awkward, can they not?" But even as the words left her lips, her gaze swept the gathered crowd with fierce intensity. She told herself she wasn't looking for storm gray eyes and broad shoulders, wasn't wondering if he'd heard about Torrington's hasty departure, wasn't imagining his knowing smile when he learned how quickly her attempts at escape had crumbled. "My dear Lady Elizabeth," a cultured voice cut through her thoughts. "How delightful to see you again." Lizzie turned to find herself facing the Vicomte de Tourvel, newly returned from his continental travels. His dark eyes carried open appreciation as they swept over her, the look of a man accustomed to collecting beautiful things. "Welcome back to London, my lord." She offered her hand with calculated grace, even as her pulse quickened with sudden possibility. De Tourvel's reputation as an accomplished rake was exceeded only by his famous inability to resist a challenge. And tonight, Lizzie felt like challenging fate itself. She didn't see Lucian enter the ballroom, didn't notice how he went utterly still at the sight of her hand in de Tourvel's grasp. But she felt it, felt the weight of his gaze like summer lightning about to strike. The waltz notes spilled through the ballroom like honey dripped on razors, sweet and lethal. Lizzie swayed in de Tourvel's arms, offering him a smile split between challenge and calculation. "I am so pleased to see you back in town, my lord. When did you arrive?" "Only a few short hours ago." His grin was all practiced charm, his arms tightening ever so slightly around her waist. "If you noticed, I hastened to your side immediately. I am honored." Her mind raced behind a mask of composure. De Tourvel could not have heard the whispers yet, could not know how her admirers had been slowly thinning, one by one. This was her chance, perhaps her last chance, to prove she hadn't lost her power to command masculine attention. "Do you know," de Tourvel's voice dropped to intimate depths, "in all my travels, I have not once met a more beautiful woman than you?" His arms drew her closer, propriety's boundaries stretching perilously thin. "In truth, I have dreamed of you every night, every night." A laugh left her, pitched to perfection, even as she cast a deliberate glance toward the edge of the dance floor. Her breath caught as she met Lucian's thunderous gaze. Defiance sharpened her smile as she turned back to de Tourvel with renewed purpose. "I am sure you say that to all the ladies." "No." His eyes flashed with rakish intent. "I am your devoted servant. If you would but let me prove it to you, I would." A recklessness she barely recognized surged through her, drowning out the small voice of reason that whispered warnings. "Very well." She met his gaze with matching steel. "Marry me, my lord." De Tourvel's arms convulsed around her, his dark eyes widening. "Marry you?" "Yes, marry me." She cast him a brilliant, dazzling smile. "You said you wished to prove your devotion to me, did you not?" Across the ballroom, she felt more than saw Lucian's reaction, felt the gathering storm of his fury like thunder rolling across the room. But she was beyond caring now, caught in this desperate game of her own making. "Yes," de Tourvel recovered with a low laugh. "But marriage 'twas not what I had in mind, I must own." "Then you wish to retreat?" Her smile turned sweetly vicious. De Tourvel was famous for never backing down from a challenge, and she had just offered him the greatest one of all. "No, minx." His hand at her waist pressed her closer than propriety allowed. "I'll not draw back. I shall gladly marry you. I'd only thought you too far beyond my grasp." "You've never found anything beyond your grasp." Triumph turned bitter on her tongue, even as she spoke. She had won her game, but the victory felt hollow as an empty crown. "Forsooth, we shall deal well together." De Tourvel laughed, low and rich with masculine satisfaction. "Yes, we shall." Relief flooded her as the final notes of the waltz faded. De Tourvel took her arm to lead her from the dance floor, but they'd barely taken 2 steps when Lucian's broad frame cut through the crowd like a blade through silk. The air left Lizzie's lungs. He stood before them, every line of his body promising retribution, his eyes burning with raw possession. "She rescinds the offer." The words cut the air between them, sharp as broken glass. "Lucian, don't you?" Lizzie began, but he was already moving. His fist connected with de Tourvel's jaw with devastating precision, sending the surprised nobleman reeling backward into Lord Hampton's arms. "What the devil?" de Tourvel sputtered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he found his feet. "You are not going to marry Lizzie." Lucian's voice carried the quiet menace of a drawn sword. "She is going to marry me." "What?" The word burst from Lizzie's lips, equal parts outrage and desperate hope. "I am not going to marry you, Lucian Rothwell. I would rather—" "Take him, de Torvel." Hampton's growl cut through her protest as he shoved the still dazed nobleman forward. "Make him pay for what he's done to us all." Confusion rippled through Lady Chandler's ballroom like wind through summer wheat as de Torvel charged. The impact sent both men crashing against a gilt-edged mirror. The collision punctuated by the delicate sound of a champagne glass shattering somewhere in the gathered crowd. But what began as a simple confrontation between rivals transformed into the reckoning that had been building for weeks. Men Lizzie had danced with, flirted with, kept precisely balanced in her intricate social web, now converged on Lucian with expressions that spoke of weeks of simmering resentment. "Lucian!" The name ripped from her chest as Lord Hampton joined the fray, followed swiftly by 3 more of her former suitors. The thin veneer of civilization cracked and splintered as aristocratic masks fell away, revealing the primal forces that had always lurked beneath silk waistcoats and impeccably tied cravats. "Move aside, Lizzie." Her father's voice carried unexpected humor as he appeared beside her, already shrugging out of his evening coat. "This isn't going to be an even fight." She watched in stunned fascination as Thomas Ashworth, Earl of Ashworth, and one of the Tun's most respected peers, calmly handed his coat to a wide-eyed footman before delivering a perfectly executed blow to Lord Avery's aristocratic jaw. "Come, Lizzie." Adelaide materialized at her side, practical as always, despite her eyes dancing with barely contained mirth. She tugged Lizzie away from the expanding circle of combat just as Lord Stanton went sailing past, his elegant court shoes describing a surprisingly graceful arc through the air. The ladies of the Tun responded to this shocking dissolution of proper behavior with all the dramatic flair their positions demanded. They swooned in bright cascades of silk and lace, though Lizzie noticed more than a few watching the proceedings through scarcely lowered fans, their eyes bright with fascination rather than horror. "Marry me, Lizzie." Lucian's voice carried above the chaos as he fought his way toward her, his evening clothes attractively disheveled, a cut above his eye somehow making him more handsome rather than less. A man tried to tackle him from behind, but Lucian merely shifted his weight, sending his attacker sprawling into a group of card players who had been wagering on the outcome. "She accepts," Thomas called out cheerfully, ducking a wild swing from Lord Hampton, before returning the favor with considerably more accuracy. "Father," half outrage, half laugh. "I do not." "Marry him, please, Lizzie." Adelaide caught her arm, breathless but grinning. "He's finally on his knees to you, even if it's because Lord Pembroke just swept his legs out from under him." Through the magnificent chaos of London's finest abandoning every pretense of civility, Lucian pressed toward Lizzie's side. Blood trickled from the gash at his brow. His cravat hung in elegant disarray, yet still he moved with that deadly grace that had first captured her heart. "Marry me, Lizzie." The words soared above the din of battle as he dispatched yet another of her former admirers. "I worship the ground you walk on." Lizzie watched him battle through the crowd, defiance blazing through her. The walls she had so painstakingly built had crumbled, leaving only this moment, this choice. Here was Lucian, declaring himself before all of society, fighting for her while London's finest tried their best to stop him. But she was through being a mere spectator to her own fate. Without hesitation, she reached down and hiked up her skirts, silk rustling as she exposed trim ankles to the scandalized Tun. "Tonight," she announced to Adelaide's wide-eyed shock, "I believe I shall be a country lady." With that declaration, she waded into the fray, her uncommon height serving her well as she began swinging with cheerful abandon. Her first punch connected with Lord Hampton's jaw, his expression of utter astonishment almost worth the sting in her knuckles. The rules of engagement worked decidedly in her favor. Once she'd struck a gentleman, he could only stagger back in confused horror, unable to return the attack. "Lizzie?" Exasperation and admiration tangled in Lucian's voice. "What are you doing?" "Answering your question," she called back, lifting her skirts higher to deliver a decisive kick to Lord Templeton's shin when he gaped too long at her exposed ankles. She gave him a helpful shove as he hopped about on one foot, sending him sprawling across the polished floor. Adelaide's delighted laugh rang out behind her as her friend joined the attack, proving herself an unexpectedly effective rearguard, her strategic shoves and well-aimed jabs clearing the way until Lizzie reached Lucian's side. Yet Adelaide's gaze kept straying to where Thomas fought with elegant precision, his evening coat long discarded, shirt sleeves rolled to reveal surprisingly muscular forearms. "Go to him," Lizzie called over her shoulder as she boxed the ears of a particularly persistent admirer. "We seem to have started quite the romantic trend this evening." Joy lit Adelaide's face as she altered course, making her way to Thomas's side with decidedly unladylike determination. He turned just as she reached him, his expression transforming from controlled violence to tender appreciation. "My dear?" He ducked a wild swing without taking his eyes from her face. "I don't suppose you'd consider a trip to Paris? I hear it's lovely this time of year and considerably less pugilistic." "Yes." The word was barely a whisper before Thomas pulled her close to shield her from a stumbling nobleman. Lizzie's heart squeezed at the rightness of it. Her father and dearest friend, finding love in this moment of glorious chaos. But her own destiny awaited, and Lucian's eyes blazed with possession as she won through to his side at last, her skirts hiked scandalously high for better mobility. "I believe," she delivered a neat kick to Lord Hampton, "we should make our exit before someone sends for the magistrate." "Lead the way, my love." Lucian's grin was pure wicked promise as he caught her hand. "Though I must say, your country manners are showing. You seem to approve." She matched his smile with one that promised equal trouble, immensely. Together they made for the door, leaving behind a wake of stunned nobles and overturned furniture. Somewhere behind them, Thomas's voice rang out with cheerful authority. "Do hurry up with your escape. I believe I've won quite a tidy sum betting on this particular outcome." "Your carriage, my lord," Thomas called after them as they burst into the night air, his laughter carrying over the sounds of continuing combat from within. Lizzie glanced back to see her father expertly dispatching yet another would-be challenger, while Adelaide watched with poorly concealed admiration. "But where is Esmeralda?" The question came out breathless as they paused at the top of the steps. Below them, a line of elegant carriages waited like black pearls strung along the curve of the street. "There." Lucian nodded toward the ballroom windows where their erstwhile chaperone remained seated exactly where they'd left her, scribbling madly in her ever-present notebook, wholly oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. Destiny whispered through Lizzie's blood. Once before, she had fled without a chaperone, that night when rain and fear had driven her to Lucian's door. Now she chose to leave society's rules behind, but this time with clear eyes and an unclouded heart. "My good man." Thomas descended the steps, Adelaide tucked securely against his side. "Whose carriage is this?" The wide-eyed driver gaped down at their disheveled party. "De Tourvel's, my lord." Satisfaction curved Lucian's lips. "Excellent." Thomas reached into his pocket and produced a gleaming coin. "I've just spoken with de Tourvel. He wishes you to drive us." The coachman's eyes fixed on the sovereign with sudden understanding. "That he does, my lord. That he does indeed." They tumbled into the carriage's velvet-lined interior, like champagne bubbles escaping their bottle, triumph and desire fizzing through their blood. Lizzie was pressed against Lucian's side, every point of contact burning through layers of silk and propriety. Across from them, Thomas and Adelaide seemed lost in their own private world of tender glances and barely contained joy. The carriage lurched into motion. "Very kind of de Tourvel." Lucian's breath stirred the loose curls at her temple. To provide both his fiancée and his carriage. Not his fiancée. She turned to meet his gaze, storm-dark, possessive, questioning. Never his. No. His hand found hers in the shadows, fingers threading together with devastating intimacy. Then whose? The question hung between them like Spanish lace, delicate yet strong enough to bind two hearts. Lizzie lifted her free hand to trace the curve of his jaw, feeling the heat of him beneath her fingertips. "Yours." A breath. "If you still want a woman who fights like a country hoyden and breaks every rule of proper society." "Want you?" His laugh cracked with raw emotion. "Lizzie, my love, I have wanted you since you fell into my life pretending to be someone else entirely. I want every part of you, the proper lady and the country girl, the fierce fighter and the tender heart. His fingers tightened around hers. Marry me, not because it's convenient or expected, but because I love you more than breath itself. Yes. The word fell soft as a prayer, yet it seemed to fill the entire carriage with its power. Yes, I will marry you, Lucian Rothwell, because I love you with a passion that defies every rule I've ever known. In the flickering shadows cast by passing street lamps, his gaze went midnight dark. His hand released hers only to curve around the nape of her neck, fingers threading through silk-soft curls that had come loose in their wild escape. The touch sent shivers cascading down her spine, the places where they touched alight like stars fallen to earth. My beautiful fighter. He drew her closer until their breaths mingled in the scant space between them. My perfect match. When his lips found hers, it was nothing like their previous kisses. Not the desperate claiming in her bedchamber, not even their sun-dappled encounter in the hay. This kiss bore the weight of choice, of clarity, of two souls recognizing their other half. His mouth moved over hers with exquisite tenderness that slowly kindled into consuming fire, each caress a promise of all that lay ahead. Lizzie melted into him, her hands fisting in the lapels of his evening coat, uncaring that it was spattered with evidence of their ballroom battle. She could taste the faintest hint of blood from his split lip, feel the rapid thunder of his heart beneath her palm. Every sense filled with him, his strength, his passion, the intoxicating scent of sandalwood and male heat that was uniquely Lucian. The carriage hit a rough patch of street, jostling them closer. Lucian's arm banded around her waist, steadying her even as his kiss turned wild and claiming. She met him measure for measure, pouring all her love and defiance and surrender into this one perfect moment. A discreet cough from across the carriage finally penetrated their private paradise. They broke apart to find Thomas studying the passing scenery with exaggerated interest, while Adelaide poorly concealed her delighted smile behind a gloved hand. Thomas's tone was all mild inquiry, though his eyes danced with approval. Perhaps we should discuss wedding plans, rather than providing such extensive demonstrations of your mutual regard? Lizzie felt her cheeks heat even as laughter bubbled up in her chest. Lucian's arm remained firmly around her waist, his thumb tracing maddening circles against her side through her gown. I believe, a kiss to her temple that managed to be both proper and sinfully promising. A very small, very swift ceremony would be most appropriate. Most appropriate indeed. Thomas reached for Adelaide's hand with telling tenderness. I don't imagine London society will be particularly receptive to wedding invitations for some time to come. Epilogue. The heavy barn doors were drawn shut, the scent of hay mingling with traces of wood smoke and champagne. From the hayloft above, laughter echoed, rich and intimate, as though the world beyond the barn no longer existed. Read this part, Lucian. She sat upon a blanket spread across the hay, cheeks flushed with laughter and warmth. She held the manuscript in one hand, an empty glass of champagne in the other, waving the pages triumphantly. The gallant Sir Lucian, fists like broadswords, battled valiantly to save the fair Lady Lizzie from villainous knaves, treacherous varlets, and persistent nincompoops. She shook her head, her laughter like the soft chime of bells. Faith, Esmeralda's prose is so powerful. Lucian, reclining lazily behind her, shifted to peer over her shoulder, his breath brushing her hair. Does she mention how Lady Lizzie herself fought like a country hoyden? No, she flicked through the pages. Although there's some nonsense about my sweet, virtuous lady-in-waiting. That must be Adelaide. She paused, her laughter softening as she thought of her friend. Adelaide's last letter had been a joyful missive, all tenderness and happiness. No longer a lady-in-waiting, but a woman loved and a wife cherished. What's so amusing? Low and curious against her ear, the rasp of his voice a wicked caress. Nothing. The word came quick. She pressed the letter's memory close to her heart. Some secrets, those filled with feminine wisdom and whispered truths, were best kept to oneself. She turned back to the pages and frowned, squinting at the bottom line. Sir Lucian, carrying his lady off upon his steed, cried, "Let stupidity live!" A chuckle rumbled through his chest. He pressed a kiss just below her ear, the warmth of it sending shivers dancing along her skin. I believe. His lips traced a delicate line down her neck. She meant chivalry. Chivalry? Her eyes drifted shut as his arms slid around her waist, drawing her back into the cradle of his body. How could anyone confuse those two words? Some fool told her. The words came muffled against the sensitive hollow just above her collarbone. Lucian, Lizzie's protest was weak, a breath more than a word. She leaned further into his embrace, her body already melting as the manuscript slipped from her hands, forgotten. "That's enough reading for now, wife." The husky promise in his tone sent warmth pooling through her. "Fie, my lord." She twisted to face him, though his arms remained a solid cage around her. Teasing challenge lit her expression. "You wouldn't wish to be seen as a country lout who cares nothing for literature, would you?" Lucian's storm-gray gaze glinted with devilment as he reached for the discarded manuscript, unceremoniously tossing it aside along with her empty glass. "I'm afraid I am precisely that, a boorish countryman." His fingers found the laces of her peasant blouse, loosening them with deliberate slowness. "And I find my fine wench far more captivating than any prose." Lucian, heat flooded her as his hands brushed bare skin beneath the gaping blouse. "I am a lady." A tease, though her breath came unsteady, her voice trembling with desire. "You are mine." A velvet growl. He leaned closer, his lips hovering just over hers. "A lady in society, a warrior in the ballroom, and here," heat banked in his gaze as he studied her, "here, you're simply my Lizzie." The raw possessiveness in his voice unraveled her. "And you are mine, you country brute." Her arms wound around his neck, pulling him closer until their mouths met. The kiss began slow, languorous and thorough, a claiming that stole her breath and left her yearning. Lucian shifted, rolling her gently back into the softness of the blanket, the hay crackling faintly beneath them. "Ever since I kissed you in the haystack," his mouth brushed hers between words, "I've wanted this." This. Her hands tangled in his hair as he pressed a line of kisses along her jaw. "No, not just this." He lifted his head, his gaze locking with hers, filled with a tenderness that made her heart stutter. "I've wanted you, to know you in every way, to love you as you are." Joy, pure and aching, pressed behind her ribs. "And now," her voice broke on the question, "now I know." He brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. "I love you, Lizzie. Always remember that." Her smile trembled, and she reached up to cup his face. "I could lose every memory, but your love I would never forget." Mischief tugged at the corners of her mouth, softening the moment. "Though I don't mind if you remind me often." Lucian grinned, his hands beginning a slow, reverent exploration of her form. "A gallant gentleman could hardly deny a lady's request. And yet you remain so wonderfully ungallant." Breathless now, as his touch turned bolder, stripping away the final barriers between them. Lucian's eyes glimmered with teasing heat. "You object? Never." Scarce more than a whisper as she pulled him down to her once more. "These country pleasures suit me very well, husband, and they always shall." He silenced her laughter with a kiss that spoke of forever. Thorncliff Manor, springtime 1822. Children's laughter echoed across the sprawling lands of Thorncliff Manor, carried by a warm spring breeze. Beneath the old oak tree in the orchard, Lucian leaned against the trunk, cradling a swaddled newborn in his arms. His smile held both contentment and exhaustion. "You were so certain, Lucian." She approached with a wry smile, her skirts brushing the grass. Her dark hair had come loose from its pins, courtesy of the small child tugging at her hand, one of two energetic boys already streaked with mud. Certain of what? His eyes never left the baby's peaceful face. 5 children, wry yet affectionate. 2 farmers, 2 debutantes, and 1 to break the tie. And here we are. His smile deepened as he looked up at her. "The proud parents of our tiebreaker. But is it a farmer or a debutante?" Adelaide's voice floated toward them, her skirts swishing as she joined the group. She had a child balanced on her hip, her youngest trailing behind with a sticky face and one of Thomas's old hats perched precariously on his head. "Let them wonder." His grin turned devilish as he shifted the baby closer. Lizzie leaned down to kiss their child's brow. "Thomas." Adelaide turned toward the house where her husband lounged with a glass of wine. "Don't you think we should know?" Thomas raised his glass in salute. "The mystery is half the fun." Lizzie turned to her father, shaking her head in mock exasperation. "Father, you are incorrigible, and you are radiant. Pride shone in his eyes as he watched his daughter's bustling family. Their two eldest, muddy and unrepentant, raced toward Adelaide's children, shouting something about a frog pond, while Lizzie's girls sat under a smaller tree, deep in consultation over flower crowns. 5. The word carried quiet satisfaction as Lizzie settled beside him on the grass. You doubted me. I always doubt you. Her gaze softened as she traced the baby's downy cheek. And yet, you're always right when it matters. Lucian leaned in to kiss her temple. Stupidity, my love. Lizzie laughed, low and happy, the sound blending with the chatter of children and the rustling leaves. No, husband. Chivalry. And as the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the world in gold and rose, Thorncliff Manor rang with life, laughter, and the enduring promise of love. A love strong enough to build a family, mend hearts, and inspire every happy ending yet to be written. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation, The Countess of Chaos, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.